Chapter 1, The Worthless. People in their circle often remarked that Song Zhi was nothing but a loyal sycophant to Pei Jinnian. Despite being subjected to countless humiliations by Pei Jinnian, Song Zhi would eagerly come running at the mere sound of his call. They labeled her as shameless, fully aware that Pei Jinnian held no affection for her, yet she still sought his disdainful attention. Pei Jinnian, with an air of indifference, casually remarked, "A worthless wretch, does she even think she's worthy?" At the moment he uttered these words, Song Zhi was poised at the entrance of the private room, her hand braced against the door, her gaze fell to the ground. A worthless wretch, indeed, yet, Pei Jinnian, you are equally unworthy. As Song Zhi stepped inside, the raucous atmosphere of the room fell into an abrupt hush. All eyes turned to her, curious and expectant. Just half an hour prior, Pei Jinnian had summoned her to the bar. Despite their recent Cold War, everyone had wagered she wouldn't appear. After all, there had been a spat over the incident where Pei Jinnian had asked her to deliver a small umbrella to the hotel. To their surprise, she had shown up. Truly, she was an invincible sycophant. Ignoring the scornful glances from those around her, Song Zhi walked towards Pei Jinnian with a stoic expression. Pei Jinnian lounged on the sofa, flanked by two alluringly dressed women, her gaze fixated on his face, and the anger within her dissipated somewhat, softening her eyes as they met his. She addressed the girl on her right. "Could you please stand up?" The girl looked up, disdain etched across her features. "What are you, anyway?" Song Zhi remained silent, simply standing her ground. Seeing her resolve, the girl leaned closer to Pei Jinnian, clinging to his arm, and cooed, "Jinnian, is this the so-called sycophant you spoke of? She seems rather fierce." Pei Jinnian cast a fleeting glance at Song Zhi, remaining silent as he wrapped an arm around the girl's waist and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" The girl nodded, her expression pitiful. Pei Jinnian soothingly suggested, "Shall I have her apologize to you?" The girl's eyes lit up at this proposal. "Yes, please." Only then did Pei Jinnian's gaze shift back to Song Zhi, his lips parting slightly. "Apologize." Song Zhi stood still, her expression unyielding. Pei Jinnian's annoyance grew as he frowned. "Song Zhi, are you deaf? I told you to apologize, did you hear me?" Song Zhi looked at the boy before her, her expression faltering. "Please, don't be angry." When he frowned in irritation, he appeared entirely different. Pei Jinnian huffed in self-satisfaction, proudly declaring, "If you don't want me to be angry, then apologize." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhi's calm voice cut through the tension. "I am sorry." Pei Jinnian disregarded her, turning to the girl beside him. "Are you satisfied?" She shook her head, pouting. "There's no sincerity in that at all." Pei Jinnian gently coaxed. "What would you like then?" The girl's eyes darted mischievously, suddenly pointing to the champagne on the table. "An apology should at least have some sincerity, and the drinks on the table are all gone." As her words lingered, the room fell silent. The drinks on the table were all potent spirits. Even a single bottle could be overwhelming for a man, let alone a woman. Song Zhi said nothing, her gaze shifting back to Pei Jinnian. Pei Jinnian held the girl's waist, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He raised his eyes. Their gazes locked. Song Zhi was the first to speak. "Are you sure you want me to drink?" Pei Jinnian was aware that Song Zhi had a weak stomach, a consequence of the years spent shielding him from alcohol. Since the last time she had shielded him, suffering alcohol poisoning and requiring a stomach wash at the hospital, he had curtailed his requests for her to drink. Seeing her attempt to assert herself, Pei Jinnian felt a surge of irritation. "You upset me. Shouldn't you apologize with sincerity?" Song Zhi gazed intently at his rebellious face. Her eyes betrayed an unmasked affection, but as she continued to look, her eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. In the end, it still wasn't the same. The next moment, she silently smiled. "Drinking alone lacks sincerity. Let's add some chili for flavor." With that, she retrieved a few spicy chilies from the snack box, taking a bite of chili followed by a swig of alcohol, almost in a self-punishing manner. Pei Jinnian's expression darkened to a stormy hue. He glared at Song Zhi, and as she raised the fourth bottle to her lips, he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! Irritated, he kicked the table hard and coldly commanded, "Song Zhi, that's enough." Song Zhi paused, the fiery sensation in her throat matched by a burning in her stomach. Yet she held her ground, her gaze fixed on Pei Jinnian's face. "Is this sincere enough? Get lost!" Pei Jinnian barked in frustration. Song Zhi stood her ground, silently observing Pei Jinnian's inaction. In his irritation, Pei Jinnian hurled the glass he held towards her. Song Zhi did not flinch as the glass shattered against her forehead. Warm blood immediately trickled from the wound. Pei Jinnian's eyes darkened, yet he remained silent, his expression brooding as he stared at her. In the face of this sudden turn of events, everyone's gaze shifted to Song Zhi. Seeing the blood cascade down her forehead, some felt a pang of sympathy. "Song Zhi, Jinnian's drunk." "You shouldn't." Pei Jinnian interrupted sharply, "Shut up." Song Zhi raised her hand, gently wiping the blood from her temple, her voice dry. "So, are you breaking up with me?" Pei Jinnian's lips curled slightly. "Break up? What do you think our relationship is?" As he spoke, a hint of menace flickered across Pei Jinnian's expression. Song Zhi studied him for a long while, yet she couldn't grasp his true feelings. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but she felt somewhat lightheaded. Had their relationship truly reached this point? She nodded slightly. All right, understood. Seeing her still maintaining that placid demeanor, Pei Jinnian's expression darkened further. Since you understand, why don't you leave? Song Zhi remained silent, her body swaying slightly as she exited. Pei Xiao, Song Zhi is injured. Aren't you going to check on her? Otherwise, she might ignore you in the future. A voice spoke up. I want it. Pei Jinnian leaned down, pouring himself another glass, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The others began to chime in. What's there to see? You all know how devoted Song Zhi is, like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. I'd bet she'll be back to fawn over Pei Xiao in less than 2 days. Exactly, last night Jinnian even had her deliver a small umbrella to the hotel. Not only did she rush over, but she also worried about Jinnian's health. Pei Xiao, you're impressive. What kind of potion did you give her to make her so devoted? Impressive. From now on, Pei Xiao, you're my dad. Suddenly, Han Yu, who had been silent in the corner, spoke up. Jinnian, since you're tired of her, why not let me have a turn? I find Song Zhi rather entertaining. Pei Jinnian abruptly raised his eyes to look at his friend. Han Yu's expression flickered momentarily as he realized he had misspoken. Just as he was about to apologize, Pei Jinnian's nonchalant words reached him. Chapter 2, After all these years, tired of it. He lazily remarked, you're interested in such a third-rate character? Hey, haven't I tried? Pei Jinnian shrugged. Suit yourself. Standing at the doorway, Song Zhi listened to the rancid conversation inside, feeling as if her chest were stuffed with a sponge, an unbearable tightness gripping her. She pressed her hand against her heart and, unable to hold it in, stumbled towards the trash bin. Embracing the bin, Song Zhi retched violently, drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her cheeks, utterly disheveled. Are you all right? A gentle male voice came from behind her. Turning her head, Song Zhi attempted to discern the identity of the newcomer. However, the overhead light was too blinding to see clearly, though there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. She parted her lips, murmuring softly, before losing consciousness. When Song Zhi awoke in the hospital, it was already the latter half of the night. She was bewildered as to how she had ended up there. Just then, a nurse entered to change her bandages and smiled as she noticed Song Zhi was awake. You're awake? Nodding, Song Zhi replied in a hoarse voice. Who brought me here? Your boyfriend, I believe. He's quite handsome. Song Zhi froze. Boyfriend? Could it be Pei Jinnian? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. Indeed, as his friends had said, it was her one-sided obsession. The first time she had encountered Pei Jinnian was 3 years ago when she stood on a bridge at the harbor, contemplating ending her life. It was Pei Jinnian who appeared and saved her. Later, when she saw him at school, she learned he was 2 years her senior, a figure of prominence on campus. From that moment on, Song Zhi frequently positioned herself near Pei Jinnian, silently observing him. Even in silence, she found contentment. Yet, despite her presence, Pei Jinnian found her presence intolerable, barking at her with irritation. Song Zhi, can you stop pestering me? At that time, Song Zhi gazed at Pei Jinnian's handsome face with a nearly greedy admiration. You're insane. Pei Jinnian tossed that remark aside before walking away. Their relationship took a turn when Pei Jinnian was shoved to the ground during a basketball game, prompting Song Zhi to dash onto the court, cradling his face in concern. Upon noticing a scrape on his cheek, her mind erupted with chaos, as if something had collapsed within her, and she cried uncontrollably. That day, Pei Jinnian looked at the girl who wept for a minor injury and laughed exuberantly. Junior, do you like me that much? Pei Jinnian nonchalantly brushed her hand away, his expression full of arrogance. What's the big deal? It's just a scratch. Will it leave a scar? Pei Jinnian frowned. Why should a grown man worry about that? Without responding, Song Zhi rushed to fetch medicine for him. She gathered an array of scar creams and anti-inflammatory treatments, and under Song Zhi's meticulous care, Pei Jinnian indeed bore no scars. Noticing how much she cared for him, Pei Jinnian playfully suggested, Junior, care to give it a try? Song Zhi lifted her gaze, staring intently at his face. The boy's laughter was exuberant and carefree, an utter contrast to the person she remembered, yet his features bore an uncanny resemblance. Faced with such a visage, she found herself unable to refuse. She murmured a soft agreement. The next news of Pei Jinnian reached her 2 days later. Pei Jinnian, gathering, let me introduce my girlfriend to everyone. He promptly shared a photo in the group chat. Instantly, the chat fell silent, no one daring to speak. Seeing this, Pei Jinnian tagged everyone, including Song Zhi. Pei Jinnian, is my girlfriend good-looking? Show some reaction. Messages from others began to trickle in. When Song Zhi saw the notification, it had already reached 99. She clicked on her tagged message and paused upon reading Pei Jinnian's words. She opened the photo. She recognized the girl in the picture, Meng Huan. A freshman from the dance department, who had shot to fame on campus for a dance performance, earning the title of the most beautiful and pure freshman. She never expected that such a gallant playboy like Pei Jinnian would capture her. Someone else chimed in, and Song Zhi, wishing to ignore it, nonetheless caught sight of her name. I remember Song Zhi is also in the group, I wonder if she'll come too. Others chimed in agreement, some bet that Song Zhi would show up, especially since she had been in a cold war with Pei Jinnian for 2 days. Upon seeing the term mistress, Song Zhi chuckled softly. She typed a message and sent it. Don't worry, I won't play the mistress. Once sent, the chat fell eerily silent. After a while, Pei Jinnian's message appeared, specifically tagging Song Zhi. Pei Jinnian, Song Zhi, since you're here, I want to clarify something with you. This girl is different from the others. I really like her, and I don't want her to misunderstand our relationship. Pei Jinnian, for these years, your persistence has been somewhat bothersome. Song Zhi lowered her gaze at the message. Bothersome, she, too, found herself quite tiresome, yet, she could not help it. The mere thought of being alone in this world for a lifetime rendered existence rather dull. 3 years had passed, and she had hoped to sever her feelings, yet alas, she remained ensnared. She still felt it was devoid of meaning. Furthermore, I wish you the best in your endeavors. Song Zhi sent 2 messages in quick succession before promptly leaving the group. At that moment, at the night banquet, Pei Jinnian sat alone on the sofa, fixated on the messages Song Zhi had sent earlier that afternoon. What did she mean? What did she mean by wishing him well? Pei Jinnian felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and tossed his phone onto the table, producing a loud thud. As Hanyu entered the private room, he witnessed the scene. Jinnian, what's got you fired up? Clearly, Hanyu had not seen Song Zhi's messages in the group. Pei Jinnian cursed under his breath, leaning back on the sofa, remaining silent. Hanyu scanned the room, failing to spot Meng Huan, and curiously inquired, "Where's your girlfriend? Didn't you say you were bringing her to introduce to everyone?" "She's still practicing her dance. I'll pick her up shortly." Pei Jinnian's expression was discontent. Hanyu paused, speculating, "You're not upset just because your little girlfriend is late, are you?" "No." Hanyu pressed further. "Then what is it?" Pei Jinnian scoffed. "Did you not see the messages?" Hanyu froze, realizing he had indeed not checked. He had driven straight over when Pei Jinnian mentioned the night gathering. He pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. He happened to see the 2 messages from Song Zhi. Hanyu halted. "Jinnian, what does Song Zhi mean by this?" Chapter 3, Suicide. Pei Jinnian spoke with irritation. Who knows what madness has suddenly seized her? Song Zhi intends to let you go. Hanyu gazed at Pei Jinnian with unwavering certainty. Pei Jinnian scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe that? It is merely a tactic of feigned withdrawal. You are well aware that for the past 3 years, she has been inescapable. Hanyu replied, but she has left the group. Pei Jinnian's expression faltered momentarily as he reached for his mobile phone, glancing at the WeChat group. Song Zhi has indeed left the group, confirming her intentions. She has finally ceased to burden herself. Pei Jinnian lounged on the sofa, yet somehow felt no sense of ease. The others in the circle gradually arrived at the private room, and upon not spotting Pei Jinnian's girlfriend, began discussing Song Zhi's remarks in the group. Oh dear. Has Song Zhi truly decided to give up on Pei Xiao? It seems likely. Perhaps she was hurt by his public announcement. Has she not been wounded by him before? In a few days, she will surely come rushing back. Let us wager on how long she can maintain this resolve. Some bet a day, others 2. And some even a week. Pei Jinnian, engrossed in his phone, suddenly looked up and chuckled. Toss a bone, and she'll be wagging her tail again within 10 minutes. The crowd praised his dog training insights. Hanyu scoffed, lit a cigarette, and casually remarked, "Brother, if something is lost, it's lost." Frankly, Meng Huan is several magnitudes better than Song Zhi. Just then, the door to the private room swung open abruptly. Oh no, oh no. The group turned to the entrance, where Pei Jinnian's cousin, Pei Xian, stood, panic etched on his face. What's the matter? Pei Jinnian questioned, irritation creeping into his tone. Brother? It's about Sister Song Zhi. Pei Xian stammered, his words jumbled due to his anxiety. Pei Jinnian, exasperated, interrupted, what happened to her? Pei Xian quickly thrust his phone towards Pei Jinnian. I was bored scrolling through short videos and came across this. Pei Jinnian took the phone and upon inspection, saw a local short video. He clicked on it and beheld Song Zhi sitting at the popular landmark, the Harbor Bay Bridge, staring blankly ahead. The setting sun cast a warm glow on her petite figure, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, abandoned and vulnerable. Her eyes appeared hollow, as if devoid of all hope and vitality. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, yet could not conceal the sorrow and despair etched upon her face. She sat in silence. A hauntingly beautiful yet desolate tableau that stirred profound sympathy within one's heart. Pei Jinnian's brows furrowed in agitation as he muttered under his breath, damn it. He had known this reckless girl would not easily let him go. Now, she was resorting to threats of self-harm. Someone suddenly spoke up. Could it be that Song Zhi feels Jinnian no longer wants her and is contemplating suicide? Good grief, she is utterly terrifying. It's disgusting. She is impossible to shake off. Pei Jinnian, frustrated, tossed the phone back to Pei Xian, running his fingers through his hair in agitation. Memories of their first encounter flooded his mind, also at the Harbor Bay Bridge, where she had sat in a similar manner. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. He abruptly stood, kicked the coffee table, and strode towards the door of the private room with determination. Han Yu, noticing Pei Jinnian's departure, shot Pei Xian a furious glare. What the hell is wrong with you? Why show him this? Pei Xian, bewildered, retorted, what did I do? Ignoring him, Han Yu hurried after Pei Jinnian. By the time Pei Jinnian arrived, Song Zhi had descended from the railing, her hands resting on it as she gazed vacantly into the distance. His expression darkened, and he marched towards her, seizing her arm without a word, pulling her away. As they passed through a small grove, Song Zhi broke free from his grip. Why are you dragging me? Pei Jinnian, exasperated, replied, Song Zhi, are you out of your mind? He looked at her in astonishment, struggling to reconcile the image of the typically docile, uncomplaining girl before him with the defiance she now displayed. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he scoffed coldly, Song Zhi, isn't this just a game of push and pull? This suicide stunt is merely an attempt to capture my attention, isn't it? Song Zhi's body stiffened. She gazed at the arrogant youth before her with a look of confusion. What did you just say? Pei Jinnian laughed recklessly, disdain and contempt flickering in his eyes. Even if you were to die before me right now, I would never harbor any affection for you. Do not attempt to threaten me with suicide. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi instantly comprehended the situation. This arrogant and conceited man. Song Zhi, weary of explaining, shrugged off his hand and turned to leave. Pei Jinnian, regaining his senses, grasped Song Zhi's hand tightly, gritting his teeth. Song Zhi, what on earth do you want? Do you think that by threatening me with death, I will? Before he could finish his sentence, Song Zhi interrupted decisively, I told you I have let you go, and I genuinely mean it. I truly wish you and Meng Huan all the best. Pei Jinnian's expression suddenly turned icy. What? Repeat that. Song Zhi let out a sigh, lifting her gaze to quietly observe Pei Jinnian's face. The contours of his brows and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from the depths of her memory. She had once believed herself strong enough to confront this visage and utter words of cruelty, yet in this moment, she found herself unable to do so. She could not bring herself to utter those hurtful words. Pei Jinnian, rest assured, I shall leave Harbor City by the end of the year. You and Meng Huan. I wish. The latter part of Song Zhi's statement faded from Pei Jinnian's ears. The only thing that registered was her intention to depart from Harbor City. How could that be? Pei Jinnian simply could not believe it. For 3 years, she had loved him with an intensity that bordered on obsession, enduring all manner of humiliation without ever uttering the word leave. Now, her sudden declaration hinted at only one possibility: she had truly been provoked by Meng Huan. She intended to employ this tactic to force a separation between herself and Meng Huan. With this thought, Pei Jinnian clenched his teeth, glaring furiously at the girl before him. Very well, if you have the audacity, then go ahead and leave now. Do you think I cherish someone like you? You are merely a lapdog my mother keeps by my side. Song Zhi's expression remained consistently placid, however, upon initially hearing those words, she felt a twinge of bitterness within her heart. Yet, as she became increasingly accustomed to such remarks, she developed a certain immunity to them. Pei Jinnian was not mistaken. Thus, over the years, she harbored a measure of guilt towards him. Think as you will. As Song Zhi finished speaking, she turned to leave. However, in the next moment, her wrist was firmly grasped by Pei Jinnian, who then exerted a powerful pull, pinning her against the nearby ginkgo tree and leaning in to kiss her. Yet, before his lips could touch Song Zhi's, she forcefully pushed him away and slapped him with her other hand. Pei Jinnian was momentarily stunned, covering his reddened cheek in disbelief as he gazed at Song Zhi. His jaw was clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at her. Song Zhi, you have quite the nerve. I'm sorry, does it hurt? She reached out to touch his face, but he swatted her hand away. Song Zhi. Don't you dare regret this. If I ever acknowledge you again, I'll be reduced to a dog. With that harsh remark, Pei Jinnian turned and walked away. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found that her roommates were absent. Song Zhi sat at her desk and opened the drawer. From the very bottom of the drawer, she retrieved a photograph. The image was a candid shot taken by Song Zhi, depicting a man dressed in a white t-shirt and black trousers, leaning against a ginkgo tree. Upon realizing he was being photographed, he lifted his gaze to meet the lens. As Song Zhi gazed on, tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. She reached out, gently caressing the photograph. Fu Lu, you truly bear no resemblance to him. Yet, Song Zhi was acutely aware that she would never see Fu Lu again, for he had departed from this world 5 years prior. Chapter 4, Coming Against the Light in the days that followed. The news of Pei Jinnian's pursuit of the newly crowned campus belle spread like wildfire throughout the school. Everyone was aware that the talented dancer from the Department of Dance was now romantically involved with the heir of the Pei family. Pei Jinnian was lavish in his affections, showering her with designer handbags, monetary gifts, attending classes together, and dining out, all without a hint of hesitation in his spending. While many looked on with envy, they simultaneously took delight in subtly mocking Song Zhi. Song Zhi directly ignored it and continued with her own affairs. However, the matter eventually reached the ears of Song Zhi's mother. When she received her mother's call, Song Zhi was browsing the signs in the capital city. "Hello, Mom." As soon as Song Zhi's voice fell, a barrage of questions erupted from the other end of the line. Song Zhi let out a heavy sigh. "Mother? Pei Jinnian has someone he cares for now. We have already parted ways. Hasn't it been this way several times before? This time, please go and comfort him properly." Song Zhi tightened her grip on her phone instinctively, as if something was lodged in her heart, causing a profound ache. She let out a sigh and murmured softly, "Mother, this is truly different. I have genuinely severed ties with Pei Jinnian." The words of her mother echoed in her mind, "Useless girl, you cannot even hold on to a man. I do not care what means you employ, even if it requires kneeling to plead with Pei Jinnian." Listening to her mother's words, Song Zhi felt a sharp pang in her heart and could not help but interject. "Mother, I plan to go to the capital." Before she could finish her sentence, her mother's shrill voice pierced through the air. "You think you can escape us? Dream on. I tell you, you cannot go anywhere. You will never escape this family for the rest of your life. This is what you owe." Without waiting for her mother to finish speaking, Song Zhi abruptly ended the call. She did not need to listen, she was already aware of her mother's words. From the moment she rendered her father a mere shell of his former self, she had incurred an unrepayable debt to the family, a burden she must carry for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Xiaowan, who was applying eyeliner in front of the mirror, glanced at Song Zhi after she hung up and inquired. Song Zhi put away her phone and said casually, "It's over." Xiaowan laughed dismissively and replied, "How many days do you plan to be apart this time?" Song Zhi choked momentarily. Over the years, the tumultuous relationship between her and Pei Jinnian was best understood by her roommate and close friend, Xiaowan. Initially, Xiaowan would advise her to part ways, but gradually, as her counsel proved futile, she opted to refrain from intervening. It was not long before the sentiment of wanting to stay together dissipated. Unperturbed, Xiaowan rose, gathered her belongings, and changed her shoes, stating, "I have several interviews today, so I must take my leave." On Saturday, Song's mother called once more, requesting her presence at the soiree hosted by the Pei family that afternoon. Song Zhi understood that this was her mother granting her a final opportunity to seek reconciliation with Pei Jinnian. Upon arriving at the Pei residence, she was taken aback to encounter Meng Huan at the banquet. Song Zhiban intended to merely greet Pei's parents and take her leave, but unexpectedly, Pei Jinnian stood in front of her, holding Meng Huan. Did he not say he would leave the harbor city? Why is he now so eagerly coming to my home? Pei Jinnian looked at Song Zhi with a face full of disdain. Before Song Zhi could speak, Meng Huan enthusiastically took her hand and said, "Senior, I am now together with brother Jinnian. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Upon hearing her casual remarks, Song Zhi did not respond, instead directing her gaze towards Pei Jinnian. She offered a faint smile and said, "Congratulations." Pei Jinnian's expression darkened slightly. Why did reality diverge so greatly from his expectations? Given the circumstances, why did Song Zhi exhibit no sense of urgency? Shouldn't she be pleading for him not to associate with others? How could she remain so composed? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. He impatiently retorted, "What right does she have to care? I have no connection with her, merely seeing her is off-putting." With that, he grasped Meng Huan's hand, intending to leave. Meng Huan, in a delicate tone, interjected, "Jinnian, you go ahead, I wish to say a few words to the senior." Pei Jinnian, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and departed. Once he was gone, Meng Huan's smile faded, and she raised her hand, saying, "Senior, did you see? This is a gift from Jinnian." Song Zhi's gaze lingered on the sparkling diamond necklace adorning her wrist. After a brief moment of astonishment, she smiled and remarked, "It's quite beautiful. Indeed, I adore it. Brother Jinnian specially designed it for me. I heard that he has never gifted you anything, has he?" Song Zhi lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Meng Huan's words were indeed accurate. Over the past 3 years, Pei Jinnian had never spent a single penny on her, which had alleviated many of Song Zhi's burdens. Meng Huan, believing that Song Zhi was troubled by this matter, smiled even more triumphantly, "Senior, as you can see, Brother Jinnian loves me, so you'd better keep your distance from him in the future." Song Zhi raised her eyes to look at her and nodded gently. Meng Huan leaned closer to Song Zhi and softly said, "In order to completely sever the ties between you two, I kindly ask you, Senior, to assist me with a favor." Song Zhi gazed at the girl before her with an impassive expression. "What?" Meng Huan looked at the pool behind Song Zhi, smiling as she spoke. "What would Brother Jinnian do if he saw you push me into the water? He knows I can't swim." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Zhi lifted her foot and unceremoniously kicked Meng Huan into the pool. A splash echoed through the air, followed by Meng Huan's desperate cries for help. "Help! I can't swim." Song Zhi stood calmly by the edge of the swimming pool, gazing down from her elevated position at the girl floundering in the water. With a smile, she remarked, "Rather than being wrongfully accused by you, it is better to take matters into my own hands to avoid feeling aggrieved. After all, it has been said that one should not allow oneself to suffer indignities." Upon hearing Meng Huan's cries for help, a crowd quickly gathered. In the next moment, Song Zhi witnessed a figure leap into the pool. Pei Jinnian emerged, rescuing the girl, and draped his discarded suit over her. With a stormy expression, he shouted at Song Zhi, "Song Zhi, how could you be so malicious? Huan cannot swim, and yet you pushed her." Song Zhi gazed indifferently at the youth before her and calmly remarked, "It was the junior who asked me to assist her. She wishes for a complete severance between you and me, so I obliged." Pei Jinnian was taken aback by Song Zhi's words, momentarily rendered speechless. In contrast, Meng Huan, nestled in his embrace, grew agitated, her voice trembling with a sense of injustice. "No, I would never do such a thing." Pei Jinnian's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon Song Zhi, demanding, apologize to my girlfriend." The atmosphere became palpably tense. Meng Huan, embodying the demeanor of a wronged woman, shrank further into Pei Jinnian's hold and timidly interjected, "Brother Jinnian, it's all right, Senior Song Zhi didn't mean any harm." Pei Jinnian scoffed lightly, Huan, one must not be overly kind." He then turned his attention back to Song Zhi, his voice low and menacing, "Apologize to my girlfriend, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The frigid intensity of Pei Jinnian's gaze upon her felt as though it could freeze the very air. Song Zhi met his gloomy gaze without flinching. "I told you," she urged me to push. "Why should I apologize?" he shouted in a fit of rage. "I command you to apologize, are you deaf?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking voice from outside the crowd chimed in, "Oh, what significant meeting is taking place here, surrounded by so many people?" Song Zhi's breath hitched, and her pupils constricted sharply. That voice. She mechanically turned her head and beheld a man approaching, silhouetted against the light. The brightness was overwhelming, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. Nearby, she could hear hushed whispers. "I've heard too, the old Master Fu intends for his youngest son to take over the conglomerate." As the murmurs around her intensified, the figure stepped forward. Gradually advancing towards Song Zhi, backlit by the blinding radiance. Chapter 5, Who do you think you are to call me brother? Song Zhi suddenly froze in place, her mind echoing with a deafening roar. She could not hear the surrounding murmurs, her gaze fixated on the man striding towards her. Clad in a black shirt and a suit jacket casually rolled to his wrists, his slightly tousled hairstyle seemed more mature than the chestnut locks of 5 years ago, now sharp-edged with a coldness that Song Zhi could not comprehend. The overhead lights elongated his shadow, and when he stood before her, their eyes met, causing Song Zhi's eyes to well up with tears of grievance. She dismissed Meng Huan's provocations and felt no indignation at Pei Jinnian's distrust. For 5 years, she had lived like a mechanical being devoid of emotion. Yet, upon seeing the man before her, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She pressed her lips tightly together, stubbornly refusing to let the tears fall, but her entire being trembled uncontrollably, her gaze sweeping from the man's brows to the tear mole beneath his eyelid. Fu Lu. It was Fu Lu. The face that had appeared countless times in her dreams, even the mole beneath his eyelid was familiar. He was alive. He had not perished. The deity had finally heard her prayers. Ultimately, Song Zhi could not hold back any longer. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Pei Jinnian helped Meng Huan to her feet, his previously arrogant demeanor diminishing instantly in the presence of the man. He called out softly, "Ninth brother." Fu Lu replied nonchalantly, "Ninth brother? What brother am I to you?" Pei Jinnian's expression stiffened, and before he could respond, Fu Lu's languid voice interrupted again, "So you weren't in a meeting, but instead were bullying a young girl? How impressive." Pei Jinnian's face paled, hastily waving his hands, "No, ninth brother, no one is bullying her." Fu Lu lazily acknowledged him. "If you are not bullying her, then what precisely are you doing?" Pei Jinnian, now anxious, said, "Ninth brother, please do not involve yourself in this matter." Fu Lu scoffed. "Though I am not a saint myself, I certainly cannot condone the disgraceful act of bullying young girls." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Meng Huan, who appeared delicate in Pei Jinnian's arms, as if he had encountered something repugnant, his eyes revealing unmistakable disdain. "Pei Xiaoye. I seem to recall my dim-witted sister does not look like this. When did she undergo plastic surgery?" Pei Jinnian's face froze. The others present were oblivious to the implications of Fu Lu's words, but Pei Jinnian understood all too well. The sister he referred to was Fu Lu's sister. The cherished Fuan and the Pei family had intentions of an alliance with the Fu family, seeking to match the two. At this juncture, Fu Lu paused, contemplating his words before continuing, "Is she ugly, or is she just playing the field? Not only bullying young girls, but also engaging in infidelity?" The atmosphere became tense. The guests exchanged glances, their expressions varying. Who was unaware of the notorious character of Fu Lu, the ninth son of the wealthy Fu family? Given that Fu's patriarch was aging, Fu Lu had grown up as a little tyrant, notorious for his vengeful nature and unruly behavior, quick to confront anyone he deemed unsatisfactory. The reckless actions of Pei Jinnian in the past were mere trifles compared to Fu Lu's standards. If Fu Lu's accusations held any truth, and Pei Jinnian had indeed wronged his sister, given Fu Lu's temperament, life would undoubtedly become difficult for Pei Jinnian. Having heard of Fu Lu's reputation, Pei Jinnian hurriedly attempted to clarify, "No, I have not met Anan." He instinctively glanced at Song Zhi. "Well," Fu Lu drawled lazily, "I can see it clearly now. Pei Xiaoye, your taste in women is rather lacking." As Fu Lu's languorous tone lingered, the crowd's attention shifted to Meng Huan. Meng Huan, feeling helpless, looked at Pei Jinnian, her eyes glistening with tears. "Jinnian." Pei Jinnian seemed to grasp the situation, irritably pushing her away. "So, were you attempting to frame Song Zhi just now?" Meng Huan, on the verge of tears, choked out, I didn't mean to. I just love you too much." Coming from an ordinary background with both parents as wage earners, Meng Huan had fought hard to secure Pei Jinnian's affection and was determined to hold on to it at all costs. Pei Jinnian turned to Song Zhi, stating flatly, "Song Zhi, this is a misunderstanding. Huan is just feeling insecure." Before Song Zhi could utter a word, Fu Lu's languid voice resonated, "Young Master Pei, your double standards are quite evident. If I were not here today, that young girl might have been bullied to tears. And you think a mere light misunderstanding suffices to resolve it?" Pei Jinnian, fraught with irritation, dared not be reckless in Fu Lu's presence. "Ninth brother, what do you propose?" Fu Lu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Did you not just instruct her to apologize? What's this? Have you forgotten the matter now that it concerns you?" Pei Jinnian comprehended Fu Lu's implication and turned his gaze towards Meng Huan. With tear-filled eyes, Meng Huan felt wronged. She had originally intended to assert dominance over Song Zhi. Yet it was she who ended up being reprimanded. Resentful yet unable to reveal her emotions, she merely wept, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Senior Song Zhi, I am sorry." Song Zhi was still intently focused on Fu Lu when she was suddenly called out, momentarily taken aback. She appeared somewhat dazed. Fu Lu lowered his gaze and met the girl's eyes, the corners of his eyes curving into a faint smile. "What are you staring at?" "I am here to apologize to you." Song Zhi cast a sidelong glance at Meng Huan and said in a low voice, "I am not a part of your romantic play, do not involve me." Pei Jinnian shot an angry glare at Song Zhi before supporting Meng Huan as they departed. In an instant, the surrounding guests dispersed. Only Fu Lu remained standing. Song Zhi, with a trembling voice, softly called out his name. Fu El. Even though he stood right before her, Song Zhi remained cautious, fearing that a louder utterance might frighten him away. Fu El lifted his gaze to meet Song Zhi's. His expression gentle and warm. It had been a long time since they last met. Song Zhi stared at him in a daze, her heart filled with countless questions. Why was someone who had died 5 years ago still alive? Why had he not sought her out all these years? Yet. These words seemed to be lodged in her throat, leaving her unable to utter a single syllable, as tears cascaded relentlessly from her eyes. The man, who had been following Fu Lu to observe the scene, noticed the redness at the tip of Song Zhi's nose and quickly interjected, "Fu Laojiu, what are you doing? Don't bully the young lady." With a playful demeanor, he stepped in front of Song Zhi and jested, "Sister, Fu Laojiu is notoriously cold-hearted. If you are contemplating offering yourself to him because of past events, perhaps you might consider bestowing that affection upon me instead. I am not inferior to Fu Laojiu in any regard." Song Zhi raised her eyes, resolutely declining. "No. Zhou Yan. Oh, how devoted you are." He nudged Fu LV beside him, raising his eyebrows mischievously. "Fu Laojiu, confess honestly, when did you stir the affections of that little girl?" Chapter 6, How old are you, and already contemplating early romance? Fu LV cast a faint glance in his direction. His lips barely parting, "Do you think I am like you, spreading affection indiscriminately? Be careful to avoid repercussions." Zhou Yan. Goodness. Why must his words be so venomous? Were it not for the presence of the young lady, he would have long since confronted Fu LV. Although he knew he would invariably come up short. Yet to speak of such matters in front of her, Zhou Yan lamented, with such a sharp tongue. You ought to be wary of your wife's retribution. Indeed, at times, he found it shameful to have a childhood friend as acerbic as Fu LV. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi paused momentarily. Was he married? This realization gripped her heart like an invisible hand, pulling and tearing at it, causing a pain that felt as though it might explode. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. Zhou Yan noticed something amiss with Song Zhi and quickly reached out to support her, inquiring with concern, "Sister, are you all right?" Fu Lu let out a helpless sigh and produced a handkerchief, offering it to Song Zhi. There, do not cry." Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, observing the situation, appeared perplexed. "What is going on, ninth brother?" Fu Lu explained, "She is Song Xiaozhi." Zhou Yan was taken aback for a moment, then, with a hint of disbelief, glanced between Song Zhi and Fu Lu. "Is she the little shadow that followed you back in the day?" Fu Lu nodded. "Indeed." Zhou Yan was astounded. "No way. The little girl has grown up so much." He then grinned and leaned closer to Song Zhi, saying, "Sister, it's me, your Zhou Yan brother. Do you remember?" Song Zhi shook her head, feeling no familiarity with the flamboyantly dressed man before her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan immediately revealed the tattoo on his arm. "Look closely. Does it ring any bells?" Song Zhi's gaze fell upon the tattoo adorning his arm, stirring fragments of memory within her. She recalled having seen it a few times during her childhood, belonging to the older brother who frequently played with Fu Lu. Before Song Zhi could utter a word, Zhou Yan, oblivious to her hesitation, exclaimed, "Tsk, indeed, a girl transforms remarkably with age, you are increasingly striking. Come now, let us add each other on WeChat." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Fu Lu, observing the scene, swiftly delivered a slap to Zhou Yan's arm, his expression grave as he admonished, "Zhou Yan, do you wish to court disaster?" Song Zhi stood in a daze, contemplating internally. How many years? A full 5 years and 8 months. Her first encounter with Fu Lu occurred during their 3rd year of middle school, when she was cornered and bullied by a group of ruffians after school. Fu Lu appeared and frightened those bullies away. Later, she learned that her family lived next door to Fu Lu's grandmother. Fu Lu had been sent to his grandmother's house by his parents during the second half of his senior year. In his youth, Fu Lu was indeed, as the others described him, unruly and reckless. However, since meeting Song Zhi, this little tale of his, he began to temper his ways. When Zhou Yan came to find Fu Lu, he discovered him patiently tutoring Song Zhi in mathematics. Zhou Yan was astounded, exclaiming, "Wow, ninth brother! Have you really turned over a new leaf just by visiting your grandmother?" Fu Lu cast a casual glance at him, eyeing the tattoo on his arm with disdain. "What on earth is that on your arm?" Zhou Yan beamed with pride. "It's a tattoo. I just got it yesterday, a soaring eagle." "Isn't it cool?" Fu Lu rolled his eyes. "A little bird pretending to be a great eagle? Do you think that's impressive?" Zhou Yan retorted defiantly, "It's not a little bird. It's clearly an eagle." "Hurry up and leave, don't come back, or you'll frighten the children," Fu Lu replied dismissively. Zhou Yan later sought Fu Lu a few more times, either to hang out at bars or to engage in fights, but Fu Lu declined each invitation. Zhou Yan teasingly remarked that he was now indulging in a nurturing phase. Fu Lu shooed him away. "Get lost, what nonsense are you spouting?" Song Zhi's youthful infatuation began around that time, with an ever-growing possessiveness over Fu Lv. Particularly after hearing that Fu Lv had a girl he admired, Song Zhi's emotions spiraled, leading her to confess her feelings to him. The outcome was predictable. Ruffling her hair, he remarked, "Song Zhi, how young are you to be thinking about early romance?" At that moment, Song Zhi did not feel disheartened. Instead, with an innocent demeanor, she asked him to wait until she grew up. However, in the time that followed, Fu Lv appeared less frequently before her. Despite her innocence, Song Zhi has come to understand the implications of her feelings. Fu L does not harbor affection for her, thus he keeps his distance. Young love is often fervent and intense. It does not trouble Song Zhi that Fu L avoids her, for she is determined to seek him out. Consequently, every day after school, Song Zhi can be found at the entrance of Fu L's university. Whenever his classmates and friends catch sight of her, they tease with laughter, saying, "9, your little girlfriend has come to see you." "Do not speak carelessly, she is my sister," he replies. Zhou Yan chimes in supportively, "Indeed, my 9 has a girlfriend. Do not make baseless claims." Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Song Zhi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Fu Lu could hardly bear to see a girl cry, especially Song Zhi. Her tears flowed like they were of no consequence. He clumsily attempted to console her, saying, There, don't cry, tears make you less beautiful." Song Zhi choked as she spoke. Fu Lv, will you wait for me to grow up?" "I promise I will grow up, I beg you." Fu Lv remained silent, merely letting out a gentle sigh. Song Zhi stubbornly continued, "I beg you, I will grow up." "Will you wait for me?" "All right," came the melodious voice of Fu Lu. Song Zhi gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, recalling Fu Lu's words, and immediately broke into a smile. In that moment, she yearned to grow up swiftly. Upon reaching adulthood, she could stand proudly beside Fu Lu and confess her feelings. Yet, later on, Fu Lu vanished, leaving her with the devastating news of his untimely demise. Year after year, Fu Lu did not return, and she came to realize that there were no deities in this world to fulfill her wishes. The extremity of her mother's views and Fu Lu's departure plunged her into a deep depression, leading her to contemplate ending her life. After a fleeting visit to her father, now a mere shell of his former self in a hospital bed, she found herself standing on the bridge overlooking the harbor. It was Pei Jinnian who saved her, a young man whose features bore a slight resemblance to Fu Lu. She understood that Pei Jinnian was no virtuous man. He was fickle, ill-tempered, and led a chaotic life. Most importantly, he did not harbor feelings for her. Yet, Song Zhi was indifferent to these truths. What mattered to her was Pei Jinnian's visage. It was only by gazing upon those familiar brows and eyes reminiscent of Fu Lu that she felt a semblance of life within her. "Song Zhi, do not cry. She lifted her gaze to the man standing behind Zhou Yan, suddenly grasping an epiphany: it was unnecessary. There was no need to feign death to escape her reality. She simply did not like it. Chapter 7. She is upset with me, Miss Song. Madam requests your presence. At that moment, the butler of the Pei family approached her. Song Zhi did not glance at Fu Lu again and followed the butler inside. Upon entering, a crimson mark appeared on her cheek. Madame Pei was a woman of refinement. Despite her disdain for Song Zhi and even resorting to physical reprimand, she maintained an air of elegance befitting a noblewoman as she admonished her. Song Zhi, you have deeply disappointed me. I had hoped you were unlike others, capable of restraining my son. Our Pei family can never accept a woman from such a background. Song Zhi understood that for families of the elite, like the Pei family, lineage was of utmost importance. Thus, it came as no surprise to her that Madame Pei harbored a disdain for Meng Huan. She replied calmly, "Aunt, my relationship with Pei Jinnian has come to an end." Upon hearing this, Madame Pei's expression darkened instantly. With a cold snort, she retorted, "An end? If it has ended, I shall withdraw my support. From this moment forth, do not expect to receive a single penny from the Pei family. Have you thought this through?" Song Zhi lowered her eyes, fully aware that this day would inevitably come after she acquiesced to Mother Pei's proposal. The Pei family, renowned in the harbor city for their scholarly heritage, had aspirations for their son to pursue a career in law. However, entering politics is far more challenging than simply inheriting a family business, requiring at least 3 generations of unblemished conduct. Since childhood, Pei Jinnian had led a tumultuous life, particularly marked by a chaotic personal life. Upon reaching adulthood, several women had approached him, claiming to be pregnant and demanding his responsibility. Mother Pei, a formidable and dignified woman, was reluctant to play the villain in her son's life. Thus, upon discovering that Song Zhi was involved with her son, she took the initiative to investigate Song Zhi's background. Although her son was notoriously unruly, it was peculiar that he seemed to heed Song Zhi's influence. This was precisely why Mother Pei decided to keep Song Zhi close to Pei Jinnian. From the outset, Mother Pei was forthright. Song Zhi, in her opinion, was unworthy of entering the Pei household. The sole condition for allowing Song Zhi to remain by Pei Jinnian's side was that she must ensure he refrains from engaging in reckless behavior that could jeopardize his future. Song Zhi agreed. She was aware that Pei Jinnian did not harbor feelings for her, thus she considered this arrangement a personal gain. However, she did not anticipate that Pei's mother would secretly inform Pei Jinnian that her reason for being with him was solely due to their family's wealth, advising him not to become too emotionally invested. Song Zhi understood the concerns of Pei's mother, whose apprehension stemmed from the fear that her son might one day become resolutely devoted to marrying no one but Song Zhi. Song Zhi considered Pei's mother's concern to be somewhat excessive. She and Pei Jinnian had no future together, so even when Pei Jinnian's attitude towards her turned excessive, even hostile, she chose to remain silent. Fortunately, despite his reckless behavior, he did not engage in any illegal activities, and Pei's mother did not hold her accountable. While she could not discipline her own son, Song Zhi felt it was still within her purview to offer some guidance. "Auntie, Jinnian is truly concerned about that girl. This time is different from before. Besides, Pei Jinnian does not have feelings for me, a fact you have always been aware of." Pei's mother scoffed. "You possess quite a bit of self-awareness." Song Zhi remained silent. Pei's mother continued, "I have investigated that Meng Huan, she is unworthy of my son. I can." Before she could finish her sentence, Pei's mother interjected again, "I know a renowned neurospecialist abroad." Song Zhi lowered her eyes. Pei's mother understood how to manipulate her. At this moment, Song Zhi felt conflicted. On one hand, she wished to sever all ties with Pei Jinnian; on the other hand, she considered her role as a child and felt that selfishness was not an option. Zhou Yan followed Fu Lu out of the Pei residence, and darkness enveloped the sky. A chilling breeze swept through, causing Zhou Yan to shiver and mutter a complaint. "It's so cold, it's bound to snow." Upon finishing his statement, he noticed Fu Lu was unresponsive. Turning around, he inquired, "Lao Jiao, what are you daydreaming about?" Fu Lu ignored him, his heavy gaze fixed on a girl sitting alone on a bus stop bench in the distance. He opened his mouth, "Take off your coat." Zhou Yan was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? Only then did Fu Lu's gaze reluctantly shift to him. The coat, take it off. Zhou Yan, upon hearing this, quickly grasped his suit jacket, looking at Fu Lu with a wary expression. Fu Laojiu, I'm a straight man. And I warn you not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Although you're handsome, tall, and muscular, I prefer girls with slender waists and long legs. Zhou Yan rambled on, but Fu Lu seemed oblivious, removing his own suit jacket. Seeing this, Zhou Yan hastily took a few steps back. I warn you. Don't get any funny ideas, I'm serious. Fu Lu paid him no mind, reaching out to pull off Zhou Yan's clothing. Zhou Yan transitioned from resistance to reluctant compliance. This is my final line, and can we at least book a hotel first? Realizing Zhou Yan was hesitating, Fu Lu kicked him lightly, a look of disdain on his face. Are you out of your mind? I meant for you to deliver the clothes. With that, he tossed his jacket to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan stared at the suit jacket in his hands, feeling mortified, wishing he could disappear. Just moments ago, he had actually acquiesced. If this got out, how could he face anyone in the social scene? Fu Lu impatiently urged, Did you hear me? Take the clothes over. Following Fu Lu's gaze, Zhou Yan finally noticed the girl sitting alone at the bus stop. Without further ado, he clutched Fu Lu's jacket and made his way toward Song Zhi. Upon seeing him, Song Zhi instinctively rose to depart. Sister, wait a moment. Song Zhi paused and glanced at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan handed over the clothing, saying, It is about to snow. Do not catch a cold. Please put this on. Song Zhi gazed at the garments in Zhou Yan's hands, remaining silent for a brief moment. Can cauliflower be contagious? Zhou Yan responded, What? Will wearing your clothes cause an infection? Zhou Yan, taken aback, muttered, Damn it, my reputation has truly been tarnished by that scoundrel Fu Laojiu. He felt a surge of indignation. That was merely a baseless accusation from Fu Laojiu. I am a well-behaved gentleman, and my virtue remains intact. Song Zhi was taken aback, her expression clearly one of disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yan. Upon noticing her reaction, Zhou Yan promptly tossed her clothes into Song Zhi's embrace, saying, Quickly take this, I must be on my way. No need for thanks. Without waiting for a response, she turned and departed. Song Zhi was about to refuse, but the bus arrived just in time. She had no choice but to board the bus clutching her coat. After watching Song Zhi depart on the bus, Zhou Yan turned and walked towards Fu Lu's car. He tapped on the window, which slid down. And Fu Lu tossed his jacket to him. Zhou Yan caught it and casually opened the passenger door to get in. With a look of disdain, he remarked to Fu Laojiu, to pursue a woman to this extent, I must say I look down upon you. She is angry with me. Fu Lu started the car and drove onto the road, tailing the bus ahead. Chapter 8, A Flowing Girlfriend and Unyielding Song Zhi Evening. At the school gate. Jinnian. I was wrong today, please don't be angry, alright? Meng Huan, with red-rimmed eyes, helplessly grasped Pei Jinnian's arm. Pei Jinnian shook her hand off. His expression impassive as he stated, Meng Huan, let's break up, don't show up in front of me again. At his words, tears cascaded down Meng Huan's cheeks. She trembled, Why? Pei Jinnian scoffed coldly, What do you think you are, daring to scheme against Song Zhi? Meng Huan's expression froze. Pei Jinnian was actually breaking up with her because of Song Zhi? Did he not despise Song Zhi? Pei Jinnian drove while making a phone call. Han Yu, gather them. Let us grab a drink. Pei Jinnian sounded slightly displeased, Are we going or not? If not, then forget it. Of course we're going. If young Master Pei says so, we must go. Half an hour later, Pei Jinnian arrived at the private room. Han Yu looked at him entering alone, surprised, Hey. Where's your girlfriend? Bored. Pei Jinnian walked in. Han Yu was taken aback. Bored? It's only been a short time. The other brothers teased, such a flowing girlfriend. Yet Song Zhi remained steadfast. Pei Jinnian leaned back on the sofa, irritated, biting down on a cigarette. Han Yu cast a complex glance at him. Unable to comprehend why Pei Jinnian, who clearly cared for Song Zhi, repeatedly hurt her. No matter how much Song Zhi might like him, she couldn't withstand such treatment. Han Yu sat beside him and tentatively suggested, Jinnian, why not call Song Zhi? Pei Jinnian dismissed the idea, what would I call her for? Though he said that, his gaze lingered on the phone resting on the table. As Pei Jinnian's university roommate and confidant, Han Yu knew his thoughts all too well. A classic case of a stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. Han Yu seized Pei Jinnian's phone. Upon noticing, Pei Jinnian protested, what are you doing with my phone? Calling Song Zhi to have her come over, Han Yu replied. Pei Jinnian grimaced, what for? Just looking at her annoys me. Yet he did not stop Han Yu from proceeding. Han Yu scrolled through the contacts to find Song Zhi's number and dialed. After one ring, a mechanical female voice responded. Sorry, the number you have dialed is busy, please try again later. Han Yu was momentarily stunned, huh? Why can't I get through? She hasn't T-blocked me. Has she? The moment he mentioned this, Pei Jinnian's expression darkened, and he snatched his phone back, glaring at the rejected call. Who the hell told you to touch my phone? Han Yu paused for a moment, bro, I'm just looking out for you. Looking out for me by contacting Song Zhi to irritate me? You know I can't stand her. Han Yu sighed, fine, do as you wish. Just don't regret it. As Han Yu fell silent, Pei Jinnian suddenly erupted in anger, smashing his glass on the ground. Listen well, from now on. Anyone who contacts Song Zhi will no longer be my brother. The crash echoed, scattering glass shards everywhere, a few even striking Pei Jinnian's cheek, drawing blood. Yet he seemed oblivious. The private room fell silent, everyone too afraid to speak. Pei Jinnian coldly demanded, speak up, have all your ears gone deaf? The crowd nodded in agreement, yes, we heard you. Pei Jinnian, irritated, stood up, grabbed his coat, and stormed out. Someone approached Han Yu, Han Ge. What kind of grudge does Pei have against Song Zhi? Han Yu shrugged, who knows? Honestly, Song Zhi is quite wonderful, beautiful, good-natured, and most importantly, she likes young Master Pei. What a pity. Han Yu remained silent as the other person continued, we've all witnessed what Song Zhi has done for us. Remember that time Pei got hurt? Just a small wound, and she was beside herself with worry. And when he got drunk, she took care of him all night, making recovery soup and porridge. If I had such a beautiful and caring girlfriend, I'd be over the moon. Pei Jinnian stood at the door, listening to the conversation inside, feeling increasingly vexed. A bunch of latecomers. Now that I've broken up, you choose to praise her. Pei Jinnian sat in his car, still grappling with his frustrations. It had been a week. Song Zhi not only ceased all communication but also went so far as to block him. She had certainly grown bold. He was curious to see just how long she could endure this. When the time came for her to seek him out, he would not show her mercy, he was determined to teach her a lesson. Madame Pei cast a cursory glance at him before bluntly stating, that Meng Huan. I do not approve. Pei Jinnian scoffed, retorting with derision, you would never accept anyone I favor. Madame Pei's expression darkened immediately, I am merely considering your best interests. Pei Jinnian responded with a sarcastic tone, indeed, so I have broken up with her, are you pleased? Every person I take a liking to seems to be beneath your standards. I am but a commoner, not an emperor, and you are not a queen. Madame Pei's voice turned icy, it seems you have indulged too much, Zhang Ma, please bring the young master a hangover remedy to help him regain his senses. I am not intoxicated, he protested. Ignoring his claim, Madame Pei continued, the blind date I mentioned earlier has been arranged, you are to meet tomorrow. Pei Jinnian, already displeased, erupted at the mention of the blind date. He kicked a vase at the elevator's entrance with force. In high school, you wanted me to enter the family business, fine. I complied and studied finance in university. Now that I have graduated and joined the company, you wish for me to pursue a political career and tread carefully. You demand I break up, and I do, you want me to go on blind dates, and I comply. I am a person, not your possession. He shouted the last sentence with fervor. Madame Pei was taken aback by his outburst but maintained her composure, a testament to her decades of refinement. What is wrong with forming a connection with the Fu family? Are you still pining for that materialistic Song Zhi? Pei Jinnian remained silent, lips pressed together. Madame Pei pressed on, do not forget why Song Zhi stayed by your side. Pei Jinnian shouted in response, isn't it for money? I have wealth. With that, he stepped into the elevator. Lying on his bed, Pei Jinnian felt utterly miserable, with a stinging pain in his eyelid. Zhi Zhi, my stomach hurts, he murmured. Pressing his hand against his aching abdomen, and inexplicably dialed Song Zhi's number. Chapter 9, Zhou Yan likes her? The familiar electronic tone snapped him back to reality. Song Zhi had blocked him. How could she? What to do? Knock, knock, knock. A voice from the door interrupted his thoughts. Young master. Madam has asked me to bring you the hangover soup. Pei Jinnian, filled with irritation, shouted at the door, get lost. The nanny looked awkwardly at Pei's mother, who reached out to take the soup. Let me have it, you should rest, it's quite late. Pei's mother entered the room with the hangover soup and found Pei Jinnian lying on the bed, still dressed. She admonished him, get up, wash up, if you sleep more. You'll look utterly disheveled. Pei Jinnian retorted sarcastically, yes, what you desire is a well-mannered, obedient puppet of a son, not me. Seeing her son's distressed expression, Pei's mother sighed and softened her tone, first drink the hangover soup, otherwise, you'll feel miserable. Reluctantly, Pei Jinnian sat up and accepted the bowl from his mother's hands. As he raised it to his lips, Pei's mother continued, Jinnian, the reason why prominent families often engage in so many marriages is for the sake of the family. To form strong alliances. I do not wish for you to marry a woman who cannot support you in any way, leading to future regrets. Pei Jinnian paused, silent. Pei's mother continued, Fuan, in terms of both family background and education, is a perfect match for our Pei family. There is nothing wrong with you going on a blind date with her. If you truly get married in the future, whether it's Meng Huan or Li Huan, I won't oppose it. In high society, as long as the family remains steadfast, who cares how many external affairs there are? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian let out a cold laugh, just like my father, right? Pei's mother's expression froze. Pei Jinnian continued dismissively, rest assured, I will attend the blind date. It's late, you should get some rest. Song Zhi cast a glance at her suitcase and inquired, are you planning to move out? Shaowan nodded in affirmation, indeed, it is more convenient to live away for work now that I am in my senior year and have little academic burden. As they conversed, her gaze fell upon the suit adorning Song Zhi's wrist. She clicked her tongue twice, wearing an expression that conveyed her prior knowledge of the situation. Have you reconciled with Pei Jinnian? Song Zhi was taken aback and replied nonchalantly, we haven't reconciled. Shaowan pointed to the bathrobe on her wrist and asked. Then what about that garment? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback as thoughts of Fuel crossed her mind. He is married now. Song Zhi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Zhi Zhi, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you, Shaowan remarked as she nudged Song Zhi with her arm. Intrigued by the mention of a brother. Shaowan's interest was piqued. What kind of brother is this? Surely, he must have an extraordinary background. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. What? Shaowan pointed to the garment, this piece, a high-end custom creation, is valued at over 7 figures. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Is it truly this expensive? She had initially intended not to return the garment, thinking that Zhou Yan wouldn't mind this one piece. However, she was astonished by the high price. Noticing her expression, Shaowan couldn't help but inquire, surely, you are not unaware of this, are you? Song Zhi nodded gently. Shaowan smiled mischievously and suggested. Why not introduce yourself to your brother? Song Zhi's lips curled slightly, ah? Look, they casually offered a 7-figure outfit. They must have an interest in you. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt an immediate warmth radiating from the clothes in her hands. Although she was not well acquainted with Zhou Yan, she had certainly heard whispers of his notorious exploits in the past. Could it be that he truly harbored an interest in her? That simply would not do. She needed to promptly return the clothing and clarify her position with him. Just as she contemplated how to reach out to Zhou Yan, her phone in her bag began to ring. Song Zhi took out her phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of hesitation, she pressed the call button. Hello? Zhi Zhi, it's me, your brother Zhou Yan, came Zhou Yan's nonchalant voice from the other end of the line. Song Zhi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she responded softly. Zhou Yan inquired with concern, have you arrived at school? Song Zhi pondered over Xiao Wan's words and did not inquire how he had obtained her contact information. With a nonchalant tone, she remarked, "Mr. Zhou. Thank you for the clothing. Do you have time tomorrow? I would like to return it to you." Upon hearing Song Zhi's distant tone, Zhou Yan glanced at the man seated in the driver's seat, who merely nodded slightly. Zhou Yan then responded, "Very well, tomorrow at noon, at Yuxianggu." Song Zhi nodded affirmatively. "All right, I will arrive punctually tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wan leaned in and inquired, "The owner of the clothes?" Song Zhi nodded. Xiao Wan teased with a smile, "Come on, go for it. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not fond of that type." Xiao Wan expressed her disdain, "You mean that type? Pei Jinnian's? Spare me, you've already squandered 3 years on him. Why bother? Let's not bring it up, we've already parted ways." "I find that hard to believe. Didn't you once say you were done? The moment you heard he was hurt, you rushed over without a second thought." Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. She found herself unable to refute the statement. Xiao Wan spoke the truth. Observing her wounded expression, Xiao Wan playfully intertwined her arm with hers, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "By the way, do you still remember Qin Zhang?" Song Zhi raised her eyebrows and looked at her, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Song Zhi responded with little reaction, merely uttering a soft "oh." Xiao Wan nudged her playfully, saying, "Qin Zhang is quite impressive, isn't he? I wonder why you didn't notice him back then." Song Zhi lowered her gaze and remained silent. Xiao Wan, noticing this, continued to console her, "Zhi Zhi. Listen to your sister. There are countless men in this world, if this one doesn't work out, we shall simply find another." Song Zhi raised her eyes to look at her. "Have you changed?" Xiao Wan smiled mysteriously. "Indeed, I have." Song Zhi. Absurd. If I recall correctly, Xiao Wan's previous boyfriend was only a month old, and he was 7 or 8 years her senior. She even claimed that older men provide a sense of security. "But what about your older man? Have you discarded him?" Xiao Wan made a playful grimace at Song Zhi. "Older men can't compare to younger brothers in allure." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi was immediately filled with curiosity. "How old is your younger brother?" Xiao Wan chuckled, half-jokingly replying, "As long as he takes good care of himself. He is preparing for the college entrance examination. But enough of that, I must go find my little puppy." With that, she dragged her suitcase out of the dormitory. Once Xiao Wan departed, Song Zhi felt an immediate chill in the empty dormitory. It seemed she needed to find time soon to look for a new place and move out promptly. The next day, Song Zhi arrived at the restaurant as agreed with Zhou Yan. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, she paused for a moment upon seeing the man seated inside. Fu Lu. She hadn't anticipated Fu Lu would be present. After so many years of contemplation, she now felt no desire to encounter him. The mere thought of Fu Lu being married weighed heavily on her heart. Standing at the entrance of the room, she took a gentle breath to compose herself before approaching the two. Chapter 10, You alone are most deserving. Zhi Zhi, you're here. Please, take a seat. Zhou Yan warmly greeted her, even standing up to pull out a chair for Song Zhi. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, seated on the chair, and softly uttered a thank you. Zhou Yan, with a smile, reached out to tousle her hair, saying, "What is there to thank for? Don't be so distant." No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yan felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him. He turned his head and found Fu Lu staring intently at him, emanating an aura of frostiness. Song Zhi handed the bag in her hand to Zhou Yan, saying, "Mr. Zhou, thank you for last night." Zhou Yan glanced at Fu Lu from the corner of his eye and then extended his hand to take it. "What is there to thank for? As an elder brother, it is only natural," he chuckled. After speaking, he abruptly stood up, saying, "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom urgently." Before Song Zhi could react, Zhou Yan had already left. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat awkward. Song Zhi rose to her feet and said, The clothes have arrived. So I'll just..." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted, "Sit down and eat." Song Zhi shook her head, saying, "No need. I have other matters to attend to." Fu Lu replied candidly, "Is it a matter of being busy, or do you simply wish to avoid my presence?" Song Zhi lowered her eyes and remained silent. Fu Lu sighed helplessly, remarking that her temper had not changed at all. Whenever she was angry, she would ignore others. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt an immediate surge of displeasure. What do my temper and your affairs have in common? The private room fell silent in an instant. Song Zhi became aware of her misplaced emotions, lowering her gaze in silence. Fu Lu rose and stood before her, questioning whether she was still upset about his decision to go abroad all those years ago. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi directly interrupted. What right do I have to be angry? Fu Lu gently ruffled her hair, his tone softening. Do you still think you lack the right? You are the one person in the entire world who is most deserving. Song Zhi. Alright, take a seat and enjoy your meal. I have ordered your favorite dish, the squirrel fish. Song Zhi remained still, expressing a hint of petulance as she declared, I have long ceased to harbor any affection. Fu Lu hesitated for a moment, suddenly becoming aware of something significant. Zhi Zhi, have you been well these past years? He inquired. Whether good or bad? It is all in the past. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, she replied, turning away toward the door of the private room. After 5 years of anticipation, she discovered that it had all been a deception. She felt uncertain about how to face Fu Lu. In the restaurant's bustling hall, Pei Jinnian idly played with his phone, occasionally responding to the chattering girl seated across from him. Jinnian, I heard from Auntie that you started learning at your company in your sophomore year, is that true? Pei Jinnian casually replied, it was arranged by my mother. I had no desire to do so. Fuan, noticing Pei Jinnian's lack of interest, felt a twinge of disappointment. To be truthful, Pei Jinnian's background and appearance were quite appealing to her. She thought perhaps she should take the initiative. By the way, a new film was just released. Shall we go see it together tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian suddenly recalled that Song Zhi had mentioned wanting to go to the movies together. He had gone, accompanied by another girl, leaving Song Zhi waiting for him outside the theater. When he emerged from the screening room, he spotted Song Zhi obediently sitting in the lobby, waiting for him. He then took the other girl to a hotel room, instructing Song Zhi to fetch an umbrella. He couldn't quite remember what emotion Song Zhi had displayed at that moment, only that she had seemed angry. Yet, she had still dutifully brought it to him. It was evident to him that Song Zhi cared for him deeply. However, whenever he thought of the agreement between Song Zhi and his mother, Pei Jinnian's temper flared. Thus, he had chosen to engage in a silent treatment with her for several days, culminating in a breakup half a month prior. They had been apart for nearly 20 days now, marking the longest separation in 3 years. As he reflected on this, Pei Jinnian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He regretted listening to his mother's advice about attending this absurd matchmaking event. He had no interest in Fuan whatsoever, why waste his time? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Pei Jinnian found it intolerable to stay any longer. He concocted a flimsy excuse and, before Fuan could respond, abruptly stood up. Today, I shall pay for. His words trailed off as he suddenly spotted Song Zhi descending the stairs from the second floor. For a moment, he thought he was imagining things. Blinking to refocus, he realized it was indeed Song Zhi. A smirk danced on his lips as he felt a surge of pride. He had claimed not to care. Yet here she was seeking him out. He resolved to teach Song Zhi a lesson this time. Just as Pei Jinnian contemplated how to confront her, he noticed a man hastening toward them. He recognized the individual as Zhou Yan, the second son of the Zhou family. Zhou Yan seemed to have shared something with Song Zhi, affectionately ruffling her hair. This gesture ignited Pei Jinnian's ire, causing him to rise abruptly, disregarding the presence of his matchmaking companion, and stride purposefully toward Song Zhi. As he approached, he overheard Zhou Yan say, "Don't be angry with your brother." It was Fu Lao Jiu who insisted on coming alone. Brother? She remained poised and composed with him, yet was affectionate with another man. This infuriated Pei Jinnian to no end. Unable to contain his temper, he stood at the bottom of the stairs and hurled scornful remarks at Song Zhi. I wondered why the breakup was so decisive. It turns out you've taken up with someone else. Song Zhi cast a sidelong glance. Their gazes met. Zhou Yan, from a position of superiority, cast a fleeting glance at Pei Jinnian, casually draping his arm over Song Zhi's shoulder, and languidly remarked, I say, young Master Pei. Do you think our Zhi Zhi is easy to bully? Pei Jinnian's expression darkened as he fixated on Zhou Yan's arm resting on Song Zhi's shoulder. Zhou Ge. Do not be deceived by this woman, she is merely after your wealth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan paused for a moment, then looked at Song Zhi. Astonished and flattered, Zhi Zhi, is that true? I have ample money, do take the opportunity to charm your brother. Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly. She couldn't help but think that this person must be foolish, as she disdainfully swatted his hand away. Pei Jinnian, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. This imbecile, did he really have some issues upstairs? Just as Pei Jinnian was about to speak, Zhou Yan, undeterred by the tension, boldly remarked, Zhi Zhi. Your brother is nothing like those stingy, repulsive men. Following his words, he provocatively cast a glance at Pei Jinnian. Song Zhi feigned indifference, affirming, yes, yes, yes. You are different. I must take my leave now. Until next time. With that, she did not spare a glance at Pei Jinnian and strode towards the restaurant's entrance. Pei Jinnian, publicly disregarded, immediately donned a frosty demeanor. Very well, it seems their audacity has grown. He shot a menacing glare at Zhou Yan before turning to pursue her. Zhou Yan fixated on Pei Jinnian's retreating figure, deep in contemplation. This is abnormal. The dynamics between these two are exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 11, I beg you. Please don't break up. Pei Jinnian, maintaining a serious countenance, swiftly caught up to her, grasping Song Zhi's arm with determination. Song Zhi, did I permit you to leave? Song Zhi frowned in displeasure, shaking off his hand. Pei Jinnian retorted coldly, what is wrong? Afraid your new lover might see? Do you even know who that is? Song Zhi? You rushed over to him, thinking that second young Master Zhou is as foolish as I am, easily manipulated by you? Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at him, her expression devoid of any excess emotion. She replied, how could it be unrelated? After all, I was once your ex-girlfriend. Song Zhi never anticipated that Pei Jinnian could be so audacious as to utter the words ex-boyfriend. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Ex-boyfriend? When did you ever become my ex-boyfriend? Pei Jinnian's expression faltered for a moment, recalling the words he had shared with Song Zhi in the private room earlier. A flicker of unease washed over him, but it was fleeting. Song Zhi, you cannot afford to provoke second young Master Zhou, do not tempt fate. Song Zhijing gazed at him silently. Pei Jinnian, we are no longer connected, you said it yourself, you are tired of this. Pei Jinnian's expression stiffened. A flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, and then, with a defiant tilt of his neck, he retorted, do you not know who I am? Are you really drawing such conclusions now? Song Zhi opened her mouth but had yet to speak when she noticed Fuan approaching them. Jinnian. Pei Jinnian's expression stiffened, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Then, as if struck by a thought, he reached out and pulled Fuan closer. Allow me to introduce Fuan, my girlfriend, Pei Jinnian declared, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Song Zhi's face. As if seeking to uncover any sign of a fissure in her composure. Yet, there was none. Song Zhi's face exhibited no trace of emotional fluctuation. Pei Jinnian, at this moment, found himself feeling rather repulsed. Pei Jinnian's breath hitched, an inexplicable sense of panic stirring within him. He parted his lips, intending to utter something. Yet Song Zhi had already turned away and departed. Fuan's expression faltered as he cautiously inquired, what about your movie tomorrow? We'll discuss it later. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, came the curt reply. As he averted his gaze from Fuan's expression and made his way towards the parking space. Seated in the car. Pei Jinnian's mind was consumed by the words Song Zhi had uttered just before she left. Repulsive? How dare she? Did she truly care so little? The thought sent a pang of discomfort through his heart. In frustration, he slammed his hand against the steering wheel, eliciting a jarring blare from the horn. Suddenly, his phone buzzed beside him. A glance revealed it was a call from Meng Huan. He pressed the answer button. Hello. Meng Huan's voice came through, choked with emotion. Brother Jinnian, I realize my mistakes, please, I implore you, don't break up with me. Pei Jinnian let out a heavy sigh, his tone distant. Meng Huan. What you did was indeed wrong. I know, I won't behave like that again. Brother Jinnian, I truly love you and don't wish to part ways. The girl's voice was soft and melodious, like a feather, stirring a tender ache within Pei Jinnian's heart. Song Zhi had seemingly never spoken to him in such a tone, she was always so composed and self-restrained. The mere thought of Song Zhi filled Pei Jinnian with an unbearable irritation. Would she behave well in the future? Yes, I will be very obedient. The girl's voice still tinged with a sense of grievance, laced with a sob. Alright, please stop crying. We won tea break up. I don't want to cry. But the thought of not seeing you makes me sad. Brother Jinnian, I miss you. The company has been a bit busy these past few days. I will come to the school to see you once I finish my work, okay? You be good. Pei Jinnian patiently comforted her. Never mind. What is there to be angry about? After all, she is just a young girl, what harm is there in being a little willful? Upon hearing this, Meng Huan's tears gave way to a smile. Alright, I will be good, but don't overwork yourself, or I will feel heartbroken. I have a meeting now. So I must hang up. Be good, Pei Jinnian said patiently, and without waiting for Meng Huan to respond, he hung up the phone and drove towards the company. From the second-floor window, Fu Lu observed the scene below and turned to the man across from him, Zhou Yan. Do you know the relationship between Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi? Zhou Yan hesitated for a moment. Brother Jiao. Please don't get angry at what I'm about to say. Fu Lu raised his glass to his lips and took a sip. Go on. I just noticed something off, I suspect that Song Zhi and Pei Jinnian might be dating. Before Zhou Yan could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed through the air. Fu Lu forcefully slammed his glass onto the table, causing blood to seep through his fingers. Zhou Yan exclaimed. What the hell are you doing? Fu Lu methodically shook his injured hand and picked up a nearby tissue to wipe it clean, continuing the conversation. Zhou Yan swallowed nervously. You've truly lost your mind, I'm out of here. He urged Fu Lu to continue. What a joke! After so many years of brotherhood with Fu Lu, how could he not understand Fu Lu's volatile temperament? If he continued, Fu Lu would likely hurl the glass at his face. It was best to keep a safe distance from Fu Lu. As Zhou Yan reached the door, an idea struck him. By the way, I have something to do this weekend, so I want to be visiting Grandma. I'm leaving now. Once Zhou Yan departed, he took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. The call rang twice before connecting. Check a person. When Fu Lu spoke these words, his gaze drifted through the window to Song Zhi, who was seated at the bus stop across the street, waiting for the bus. This weekend, Song Zhi visited the hospital to see her father. As she approached the entrance, she saw a group of people wheeling a stretcher out of the ward. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Zhi hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, What are you doing? Where are you taking my father? The middle-aged man at the forefront paused momentarily upon seeing Song Zhi, then spoke, Miss Song, we are arranging for President Song to be taken to the Qingshan Sanatorium. The speaker was Zhao Ming, whom Song Zhi recognized as her mother's assistant. Song Zhi wore an expression of disbelief. My father is perfectly fine here. Why would he go to a nursing home? The medical facilities at such establishments are incomparable to those of a hospital. Furthermore, Song Zhi had heard about this particular nursing home, noting that the environment, care, and medical services were severely lacking. Patients who entered were merely waiting for death. This has been arranged by President Gu. If you have any questions, you may contact him directly. Song Zhi was taken aback, unable to fathom the cold-heartedness of her mother. This was a person with whom she had shared her bed for over 20 years. Her father, who had basked in glory for much of his life, now lay silently on a stretcher, allowing others to dictate his fate. Gazing at the middle-aged man whom she had cherished for more than a decade, Song Zhi felt nothing but profound sorrow and pity. This was her father. Even in the face of despair, she could not turn a blind eye. Song Zhi left the hospital and took a taxi directly to the Song residence. Standing at the entrance, she rang the doorbell, but no one answered. When she entered the passcode, it indicated that the password was incorrect. A housekeeper, carrying groceries from the car, approached and tentatively inquired, Are you the young lady? The housekeeper promptly stepped forward to open the door for Song Zhi. Song Zhi entered the room and glanced around, noticing the absence of anyone present. At that moment, the nanny spoke up. The madam must have gone out with the young master. There was a hint of awkwardness in the nanny's tone as she uttered these words. Song Zhi nodded, expressing her gratitude. The maid said nothing, merely casting a sympathetic glance in her direction. Song Zhi certainly did not mind and directly sat down on the sofa. The maid nodded and, carrying the shopping bags, went to the kitchen. From time to time, she glanced at the living room, letting out a soft sigh. In the end, she could not help but ask, "Miss, will you be living at home from now on?" As Song Zhi was about to speak, the sound of the password lock unlocking the door echoed through the entrance. Chapter 12, had she known Fu Lv was present, she would not have come. In the next moment, she heard the jubilant voice of a young boy. "Mom, next time I want the limited edition one. It's not too expensive, just over $1 million. It was her younger brother, Song Zhi. Guman responded with affectionate indulgence, "All right, darling, if you like it. I'll buy it for you." "Thank you, Mom. I knew you'd understand, you're the best to me. You are my son, everything I have is yours. If I do not treat you well, how could I treat anyone else? Mom, I love you." Song Zhi intertwined his fingers with Guman's, beginning to act playfully. Song Zhi quietly observed the interaction between the mother and son, feeling no surprise at all. Throughout her life, Guman had treated her exceptionally well. To the extent that Song Zhi once believed her mother favored daughters over sons, often defending her younger brother. It was only when their father encountered misfortune that all responsibilities, including those of the family business, fell upon Guman's shoulders. Upon noticing Song Zhi seated in the living room, Guman displayed a hint of astonishment on her face, though she swiftly masked it. "Zhi Zhi, what brings you here?" Song Zhi stood up, and before she could utter a word, Song Jiacheng excitedly rushed towards her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Song Zhi stood there in a daze, allowing Song Jiacheng to embrace her. She reached out and gently ruffled the top of his hair, saying, "At nearly 18 years old, you are already an adult. Is it not a bit embarrassing to behave this way?" Song Jiacheng was utterly unconcerned. "What is there to be embarrassed about in being close to my sister? Sister, let us stay at home this time." Song Jiachuan suddenly recalled what he had recently purchased. Just as he was about to show it to Song Zhi, a single glance from his mother halted him, leaving him to reluctantly ascend the stairs with the shopping bag in hand. Guman approached with a cheerful demeanor and casually instructed the housekeeper in the kitchen, "Sister Zhang, please take out the grapes from the yuguoyuan and wash them." As she spoke, she engaged Song Zhi in light conversation. "How was your visit to the Pei family? What did they say?" Guman maintained her nurturing demeanor, reaching out to take Song Zhi's hand. Song Zhi subtly evaded the topic. Guman, with a look of hurt, asked, "Zhi Zhi, are you still blaming your mother?" Song Zhi deftly sidestepped her topic and softly remarked, "Mother, I went to the hospital today." Guman paused momentarily, already anticipating what Song Zhi was about to convey. With a tremor in her voice, she responded, "I have no choice, the company is struggling. Your brother is set to take the university entrance exam next year, and there are many financial demands. Yet, even so, you cannot assign someone to Qingshan, it is merely a place to await death. What am I to do? As a woman, I have sustained this family over the years, it has not been easy for me." At this juncture, Guman grasped Song Zhi's hand tightly. Her voice choked with emotion as she continued, "Your father dotes on your brother, he surely understands my plight. We truly cannot afford the exorbitant medical expenses for your father's treatment each month." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's expression remained inscrutable. Yet her heart felt as transparent as a clear mirror. No money? However, just moments ago, she had observed the bags in Song Jiacheng's hands, each boasting a price exceeding 6 figures. How could that possibly indicate a lack of funds? In an instant, Song Zhi was enveloped by a sense of helplessness, feeling a twinge of indignation on behalf of her father. From the earliest moments of her memory, she had always known that her parents shared a profound affection for one another. Yet, how could it be that in just over a decade, Guman could so callously disregard the well-being of her partner? Did love truly possess an expiration date? If her father were to regain consciousness and learn of the treatment meted out by the woman he had cherished for decades, what would be his thoughts? At that moment, the nanny approached, carrying a platter of freshly washed fruit. Guman, with a cheerful smile, presented it to Song Zhi, saying, "Zhi Zhi, please have some. I remember you adore these grapes." Song Zhi shook her head gently, remaining silent. Guman was taken aback, awkwardly placing the fruit plate on the coffee table. She then cheerfully attempted to change the subject. "We're having seafood for dinner tonight, you should stay and join us. It's been ages since our family has dined together." Ultimately, Song Zhi did not stay for dinner. As she was leaving, she told Gu-man, "Mom, you may choose to disregard my father, but I cannot do the same. Also, I don't like grapes, and I am allergic to seafood." Upon exiting the Song residence, Song Zhi retrieved her phone and located Pei's mother's number in her contacts. She composed a message and sent it. "Aunt Pei, I agree to your proposal." After seeing that the message had been read, Song Zhi tucked her phone away. "Zhi Zhi? Is that you?" A familiar voice called out from behind her. Song Zhi turned around and, upon seeing Fu Lu's grandmother, felt a slight sting in her nose. "It's me," she said. The elderly lady approached warmly, grasping her hand affectionately. "It has been 4 or 5 years since we last met. I thought my old eyes were deceiving me." Song Zhi shook her head. "You haven't eaten, have you? Come, let's go to my place." Song Zhi wished to decline. Yet reflecting on the many years since she last encountered the elderly lady, she ultimately acquiesced. "Xiaojiu, look who has arrived." Upon entering, the elderly lady eagerly called out towards the living room. Song Zhi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fu Lu would be present at the old lady's place. Song Zhi awkwardly pressed her feet to the ground. Had she known Fu Lv would be here, she would have refrained from coming. Fu Lv approached and took the basket of vegetables from the elderly woman's hands. "Everyone says I should go shopping, yet you insisted on doing it yourself. Do you not know how to select fresh produce? If I lack the knowledge, I could simply ask Aunt May to accompany me to the market. Why must you tire yourself out at your age?" Aunt May had been the elderly woman's living caretaker for over 20 years, and Song Zhi was well acquainted with her. She stood quietly at the entrance, observing the two. Suddenly, she realized how much Fu Lv had changed over the years. "Zhi Zhi, why are you lost in thought?" Fu Lv stepped forward and retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them before Song Zhi. They were identical to the ones she had worn 6 years ago, hers in pink, his in blue. The elderly woman looked at Song Zhi, her smile gentle. "Does the little girl no longer recognize anyone? This is your brother Fu Lv. When you were in school, you used to follow him around all the time. Have you forgotten?" Song Zhi felt a touch of embarrassment. "No, I haven't forgotten." "That's good to hear. Come in quickly, it has been many years since we last met. Today, the old lady will showcase her skills for the two of you." Upon hearing his words, Song Zhi's expression stiffened. She had not forgotten the incident from years ago when she ended up in the hospital after consuming a meal prepared by the elderly lady. It was evident that Fu Lu had not forgotten either. His grandmother was admirable in many respects, yet her culinary skills left much to be desired. He quickly interjected, "Grandma, at your age, you should rest. Allow me to take over." The elderly lady regarded Fu Lu with a hint of skepticism. "You can cook?" "Of course. During my years abroad, I've primarily prepared my own meals. I've made some progress and can indeed cook now," he replied. "Delighted." The elderly lady took Song Zhi's hand and said, "Zhi Zhi, come, let us have a chat while this rascal cooks. I've yet to sample his culinary creations." Before Song Zhi could utter a word, she was gently led by the elderly lady into the living room. Despite the many years that had elapsed since their last encounter, the old woman remained fond of Song Zhi, eagerly inviting her to sit on the sofa and engaging her in a flurry of questions. "My dear Zhi Zhi, how have you fared over the years? Has your academic journey been arduous? Have you contemplated which field you might wish to pursue in your career?" Song Zhi shook her head. Over the years, she had merely drifted through life, harboring no hope for the future. The old lady, witnessing her state, felt a pang of compassion. With a sigh, she gently remarked, "I have heard about your father's situation. It is unrelated to you, so do not be consumed by it." Song Zhi nodded with her eyes downcast. Song Zhi instinctively lifted her gaze towards the kitchen. At that moment, Fu Lu, adorned in a checkered apron, was busily preparing the vegetables purchased by the elderly lady at the stove. In this setting, he exuded a more palpable sense of domesticity, presenting a stark contrast to the version of himself she had encountered at the Pei residence. The next moment, Fu Lu suddenly turned around. Song Zhi unexpectedly met Fu Lu's gaze and, feeling a bit guilty, quickly lowered her head. Song Zhi, come here for a moment, Fu Lu's voice called out. Chapter 13, Children are truly hard to soothe. Song Zhi's body stiffened, contemplating feigning ignorance to the situation. The elderly lady gently nudged her and playfully winked at Song Zhi, suggesting that after years of not seeing Fu Lu, she should engage in a heartfelt conversation and lend him a hand. How could Song Zhi possibly be unaware of the old lady's intentions? At this point, she could no longer pretend. With a steely resolve, she made her way towards the kitchen. Is there something you need me to do? Song Zhi exhibited a slight stutter, avoiding direct eye contact with Fu Lu as he spoke. Fu Lu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Song Zhi raised her eyes and met his gaze. What are you laughing at? Fu Lu shook his head and then walked up to the girl. In the next moment, a refreshing, minty scent enveloped her senses, causing Song Zhi to instinctively step back. Fu Lu spoke, are you so afraid of me? Song Zhi awkwardly shook her head. It was not fear that gripped her, but rather an uncertainty on how to confront Fu Lu. Fu Lu extended his arm and said, please help me with my sleeve. Song Zhi responded with a slightly awkward "oh," as she reached out to gently adjust Fu Lu's shirt sleeves. The girl had grown quite a bit, now standing at his chest height. Fu Lu gazed down at her with lowered eyes. Song Zhi's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, her long, curled lashes thick and enchanting. The girl's skin was exceptionally fair, nearly devoid of any blemishes. Under the illumination of the overhead light, the delicate fuzz on her cheeks became apparent. Fu Lu's deep, soulful eyes shimmered with a glint, and he swallowed hard, as if striving to suppress some inner turmoil. At last, Song Zhi spoke, taking a step back. Fu Lu's gaze regained its clarity, and a faint smile graced his lips as he uttered, thank you. Song Zhi softly inquired, no need, do you require my assistance? Fu Lu gestured towards the tomatoes on the cutting board. Shall I cut them into pieces? Song Zhi nodded. And after washing her hands in the sink, she picked up a knife and began to slice. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, what are we preparing for tonight? Beef brisket, your favorite, came the reply. Song Zhi paused for a moment, her hand gripping the knife trembling slightly, as her vision blurred before her. In the next instant, a sharp sting radiated from her fingertip, prompting her to emit a soft cry. Don't move. Fu Lu discarded the spatula he was holding, swiftly approaching her and taking her injured finger into his mouth to tend to the wound. Song Zhi suddenly felt a surge of energy rising from her feet, directly assaulting the crown of her head. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, you. Fu Lu continued to hold her finger, and with each breath, a searing warmth coursed along her skin. It felt as though she were engulfed in flames, overwhelmed by an intense heat. Does it hurt? Fu Lu inquired. Song Zhi shook her head. Fu Lv observed that her fingertip had stopped bleeding and took out a band-aid, applying it gently to her finger. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. How is it that you carry this with you? Fu Lu chuckled softly, with children constantly getting themselves into scrapes. I find it prudent to keep it on hand. Upon hearing the word children, Song Zhi's expression faltered. Not only was Fu Lu married, but he also had children. The ripples of emotion that had surged within her were instantly quelled. Fu Lu smiled gently, it's nothing. You should go and chat with the elderly lady. It will be over before you know it. As he spoke, he reached out towards Song Zhi, intending to ruffle her hair playfully. Song Zhi instinctively stepped back to evade his touch, avoiding a glance at Fu Lu's expression, before turning to exit the kitchen. Fu Lu's hand remained suspended in midair, a wry smile escaping his lips. Children are indeed difficult to soothe. As night fell, Song Zhi emerged from the old lady's residence, and night had already fallen. The old lady, somewhat apprehensive, suggested that she would accompany her for a while after Fu Lu and the old gentleman finished their game of chess. Song Zhi declined, grasping her bag as she made her way towards the main entrance of the villa. To this day, she remained uncertain about how to interact with Fu Lu in solitude. The night had fully descended, and being in the villa district, it proved challenging to hail a taxi. She would need to walk several kilometers before reaching a bus stop. Song Zhi took out her phone to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. To her surprise, after walking for an hour, she had still not reached the bus stop. Suddenly, a vehicle approached from the opposite direction, its headlights illuminating her figure. Song Zhi raised her hand to her forehead for a moment, squinting at the car across from her. The light was too bright for her to discern the occupants within. The vehicle seemed somewhat familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Before she could piece it together, the car slowly came to a stop beside her. And the window slid down, allowing her to clearly see the person seated inside. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, her heart involuntarily tightened. "Get in." Fu Lu spoke first. "There are no buses here. Get in, I will give you a ride." Song Zhi gazed at Fu Lu, who exuded an air of determination to remain in place until he was obliged to leave. She refrained from saying much more and softly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Fu." With that, she reached for the door of the front passenger seat. The driver, seated in the front, quickly interjected, "Miss Song, perhaps you and Mr. Fu would prefer to sit in the back." He then opened the rear door and slipped inside, taking a seat beside Fu Lu. Fu Lu turned his gaze towards her and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the university, Hong Kong University," she replied. After Fu Lu relayed the destination to the driver, he began to work within the confines of the vehicle. The journey proceeded in silence, with Song Zhi turning her head to observe the fleeting night scenery outside. "Have you found a direction for your work?" Fu Lu suddenly asked. Song Zhi recalled her earlier conversation with her mother about going to the capital, instinctively refraining from voicing her thoughts. Had she ever considered it? No, she had not. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Fu Lu chose to remain silent, focusing on his work on the computer. Occasionally, the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard filled the car. Song Zhi discreetly observed the man beside her with the corner of her eye. Fu Lu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the keyboard, each stroke resonating with an almost palpable intensity. His fingers, long and powerful, seemed to strike at the very nerve endings within Song Zhi. For reasons unknown, her mind wandered back to the moment in the elderly lady's kitchen when he had held her hand, gently enveloping her injured finger with his mouth. A blush quietly crept up her cheeks. "Are you feeling warm?" Fu Lu's voice inquired. Despite his gaze being fixed downward, it was as if he possessed a second sight. Keenly aware of her, Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she tightly clutched the bag resting on her lap, softly murmuring, "It's not hot." Fu Lu raised his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at her, and inquired, "Why is your face so flushed?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt increasingly embarrassed and hesitantly spoke. "It's a bit warm." Fu Lu addressed his assistant, who was driving ahead, "Zhang Ming, please lower the air conditioning." "Certainly, young Master Fu." As they arrived at the school gate, Song Zhi finally said, "Mr. Fu, thank you for making this trip." Faced with Song Zhi's aloofness and politeness, Fu Lu felt a tinge of helplessness. "Zhi Zhi, you used to call me brother. Have you forgotten?" Song Zhi lowered her gaze, reflecting on her youthful ignorance. Now that she has matured. As she spoke, she reached out to open the car door, but in the next moment, Fu Lu suddenly grasped her delicate, fair wrist. Chapter 14, Pei Jinnian will not marry you. "Song Xiuzhi, do you not have anything you wish to inquire about?" Song Zhi paused momentarily. What could she ask? Why did he promise to wait until she grew up, only to break that promise? Why did he choose to go abroad? What motivated him to marry? Why did he deceive her? Yet, the fearless and passionate Song Zhi had long been eroded by the passage of these years. Fu L gazed at her expression of resistance and sighed helplessly. Perhaps he had been too hasty. He released her wrist, his gaze settling on her fingers wrapped in adhesive bandages. Did her hands still hurt? Song Zhi cast her gaze downward, fixating on her fingers. The adhesive bandage was adorned with a SpongeBob design, clearly intended for children. A wave of frustration washed over her, prompting her to withdraw from the conversation. "Song Xiaozhi." Fu Lu reached out, gently tousling her fluffy hair, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Your brother is speaking to you, you impolite child." Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless. Who was a child? She certainly was not a child. Perhaps the term child had struck a nerve, as Song Zhi became a bit irritable, raising her hand to swat his away. With a fierce gaze that she believed to be intimidating, she glared at Fu Lu, asserting, "I am no longer a child." He raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly in good spirits. Song Zhi looked at him with a smile, yet her heart burned with indignation. She had no desire to engage with him at that moment, reaching out to open the car door, only to find it locked. Song Zhi turned her head to look at Fu Lu, speaking with irritation, "Open the door, I want to get out." Fu Lu smiled slightly, amused by the child's temper. He reached out and opened the car door for Song Zhi. As soon as the door swung open, she hurriedly exited the vehicle and made her way towards the school gate. After just a couple of steps, Fu Lu's voice called out from behind her. "Song Xiozhi." Song Zhi paused, turning to cast him a sharp glance, her tone irritable. "What now?" Fu Lv strode over, positioning himself before her. "I still don't have your WeChat." Before she could utter the words "no need," Fu Lv promptly extended his phone towards her. "Add me." Observing Fu Lv's unwavering stance, as if he would not allow her to leave unless she complied, Song Zhi relented. "I'll scan you." After successfully adding each other on WeChat, Fu Lv grinned with satisfaction. He gazed at the girl standing before him, smiling unabashedly. The child has truly grown up. Song Zhi. This person is still acting like a child, it seems they are quite addicted. She shot him a glare, then turned and walked towards the school gate. Fu Lu glanced at her and answered the call. "Hello. Mr. Fu, I have looked into the matter you requested, and the information has been sent to your email." Fu Lu responded indifferently and ended the call. On her way back to the dormitory, Song Zhi received a WeChat message from Fu Lu. "Child, make sure to rest well tonight. Good night." Song Zhi paused, fixated on the message for several moments. Song Zhi arrived at the dormitory and was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Meng Huan in the corridor. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. If her memory served her right, the dance department's dormitory was in the adjacent building. What could she be doing here? Song Zhi wished to ignore her, yet was halted by Meng Huan's call. "Song Zhi, may we converse?" Meng Huan inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Song Zhi from head to toe. Ever since her recent reconciliation with Pei Jinnian, she sensed a shift in his demeanor towards her. In the past few days, attempts to contact him for a meeting were met with dismissive responses about being busy with work. It was perplexing, for during their courtship, he had pursued her fervently, visiting her at school daily and treating her to meals. How could he have changed so swiftly after merely half a month of dating? Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, "Is there something you need? Have you been persistently entangled with brother Jinnian?" Song Zhi paused, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "Am I the one who is being persistent? Are you out of your mind? If that were not the case, then why hasn't he sought me out? It must be that you have spoken ill of me to him." Song Zhi gazed at the 19-year-old girl before her and suddenly felt that she was not only naive but also rather foolish. "Are you familiar with Pei Jinnian?" Song Zhi spoke. Meng Huan was momentarily taken aback, then, with a defiant tilt of her neck, replied, "He is my boyfriend, naturally I understand." Song Zhi shook her head with a smile. Meng Huan paused, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "The reason Pei Jinnian does not seek you out is that he has grown weary. None of the girls who previously lingered by his side lasted more than a week. However, you are somewhat different, at least it took him 2 weeks before he found you tiresome." As Song Zhi spoke, Meng Huan's expression grew increasingly grim. "You speak nonsense. When brother Jinnian pursued me, he promised to marry me. Do not sow discord." Song Zhi smiled confidently, stating, "Pei Jinnian will not marry you. So do not waste your thoughts on him, he is not worth it." After saying this, without awaiting Meng Huan's response, she directly entered her dormitory. Meng Huan stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed upon the door that Song Zhi had just closed, clenching her handbag tighter. She was not oblivious to Pei Jinnian's indifference towards her, it was merely her unwillingness to accept the reality. Having finally secured a partner of such high caliber, she was certainly not about to relinquish him easily. Just wait and see, she was determined to become Pei Jinnian's exception. When Pei Jinnian had pursued her in the past, the display was nothing short of overwhelming. Flowers and luxury gifts delivered to her dormitory, daily chauffeured outings to exquisite dining experiences, all of which had granted Meng Huan a significant sense of pride. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no envy or jealousy. Meng Huan's expression faltered. "My brother has been busy with his company lately." "Oh, I thought you two had broken up? How could that be?" Meng Huan replied, a twinge of guilt stirring within her. She was acutely aware that her roommates harbored jealousy towards her for having such an exceptional boyfriend, all wishing for her to break up with him as soon as possible. Yet, she was resolute in defying their wishes. In front of her roommates, she dialed Pei Jinnian's number. When the call connected, she spoke in a sweet, coy tone, "Brother, have you missed me?" Pei Jinnian's response remained cool and detached, "What's wrong, Huan Huan?" Meng Huan sniffled, feigning a sense of grievance. "Brother, it has been several days since we last met. Don't you want to see your little sweetheart?" Claiming she was not anxious would be a falsehood. "Be good." "I'm busy." "You always say you're busy. My roommates think we've broken up." As she uttered these words, her grip on the phone tightened, a pang of regret washing over her. What if Pei Jinnian took her words as an invitation to end things? That would be utterly humiliating. "Brother, are you upset?" Meng Huan asked cautiously. Upon hearing his reply, her anxious heart settled. "Well, even if you're busy, take care of your health. Brother, I love you. I love you too. But I must hang up now." Shortly after ending the call, Meng Huan received a delivery of milk tea. Her roommates exchanged glances, offering perfunctory thanks. Leaning back on her bed, Meng Huan took a photo of the milk tea with Pei Jinnian's phone and sent it to him. "Brother, I received the milk tea. And I adore it. Love you, 3. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, she thought, no, she must firmly hold on to Pei Jinnian. He had sent her milk tea, so she would reciprocate with a heartfelt lunch. Wealthy individuals lack nothing but genuine care. With that thought in mind, she quickly opened her app and ordered kitchenware. Chapter 15. A string of wild men. In the following 2 days, Song Zhi was preoccupied with viewing apartments, intending to move out of the university once she found a suitable place. Suddenly, her phone rang, and signaling to the real estate agent, she stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello?" As soon as she spoke, a familiar low chuckle echoed from the other end. "Song Zhi, do you remember me?" Song Zhi tightened her grip on her phone. How could she possibly forget? Previously, Xiao Wan had mentioned it to her. "Yes, Qin Zhang." Qin Zhang chuckled lightly. His tone relaxed as he remarked, "I thought you had forgotten about me, old classmate." Song Zhi shook her head. "No, how could that be? Let us gather tomorrow. It has been 2 or 3 years since we last met." Song Zhi declined. "Apologies, I have been rather occupied these past few days." Qin Zhang and Pei Jinnian have been childhood friends, neither of whom possesses commendable character. Moreover, the events of that year caused quite a stir. Qin Zhang was directly sent abroad by his parents, and his mother subsequently arranged a private meeting with Song Zhi. It is no surprise that Qin Zhang's mother, being a close friend of Pei's mother, shares the same lofty self-regard. She still vividly recalls the disdain and contempt evident in the expressions of Qin's and Pei's mothers as they sat across from her, uttering the same sentiment, "You do not belong in the Qin-Pei family." "What a pity, let us arrange another meeting another time." Song Zhi casually offered a perfunctory response before hanging up the phone. "Miss, what do you think of this apartment?" The young agent approached her after noticing she had ended the call and inquired earnestly. Song Zhi glanced around. This apartment was located on Financial Street and was quite reasonably priced. However, the renovation was recent, which often leads to elevated formaldehyde levels. Before she could respond, the agent continued, "I have another property available, would you like to take a look at that as well?" Song Zhi nodded, stating that renovation does not necessarily need to be brand new. The young agent nodded in agreement. The two then descended the stairs and exited the residential complex. Song Zhi glanced at the time and suggested, "How about we go for a meal?" "It's on me." The intermediary, without hesitation, responded, "Sounds great. I know a wonderful private restaurant nearby, let me take you there." Song Zhi nodded. At that time, Pei's family. "Young Master Pei, here is the menu for lunch today. Please let me know if there are any dishes you desire, and I will arrange it immediately." Pei Jinnian glanced at it, but before he could respond, the phone on the table rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instinctively frowned. "Hello." Pei Jinnian answered the call. The next moment, Meng Huan's aggrieved voice came through the receiver. Brother Jinnian, I'm at your company, but the front desk 1T let me in. They said I didn't make an appointment. You came to the company? Well, I missed you. Listening to Meng Huan's sweet, high-pitched voice, Pei Jinnian suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Wait a moment, I'll have my assistant come down to fetch you. He hung up the phone and turned to his assistant standing nearby. Don't order lunch just yet, go to the front desk and help me bring someone in. Understood. Young Master Pei. The assistant left Pei Jinnian's office and headed straight for the front desk. Having worked in this field for many years, the assistant was well aware of the close relationship between Meng Huan and her boss from the earlier phone call. She approached Meng Huan with a cheerful smile. Miss Meng. Hello. I'm young Master Pei's assistant, Zhang Ting. Meng Huan sized Zhang Ting up and, noticing her knee-length skirt, casually asked, Does Assistant Zhang dress like this for work? Zhang Ting was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded with a smile. Meng Huan responded with an "Oh," not pressing further. Where's my brother's office? I can find him myself, I want to give him a surprise. Hearing her refer to him as brother so frequently made Zhang Ting feel awkward. She hadn't expected her boss to enjoy this kind of affection, which was a stark contrast to Song Zhi. Out of professional courtesy, Zhang Ting maintained her smile. Young Master Pei's office is the last one on the right at the end of the hallway. Thanks. Meng Huan said playfully, sticking her tongue out at Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting replied with a professionally courteous smile, No need to thank me, Miss Meng. After watching Meng Huan leave, Zhang Ting couldn't help but shiver slightly. The front desk attendant, curious, asked, Sister Zhang, who was that? She seems lovely. Young Master Pei's little girlfriend, be sharp next time you see her. The front desk lady was surprised. Isn't young Master Pei's girlfriend Miss Song? Has he changed partners? Zhang Ting feigned seriousness. Less talk, more work. As she spoke, she glanced in the direction Meng Huan had gone. At that moment, Meng Huan arrived at Pei Jinnian's office door. Upon seeing the nameplate above, her vanity surged. She knew Pei Jinnian came from wealth, but she had no idea his company was so large. If she and Pei Jinnian were to be together, she would be the lady of the company. Brother. Meng Huan pushed the door open and peeked inside, gazing at the man seated at the desk. May I come in? Pei Jinnian looked up. Come in. Meng Huan giggled and stepped inside. Wow, brother, your office is so spacious. She looked around in awe. Pei Jinnian raised an eyebrow. How come you're here without letting me know? I wanted to surprise you. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly placed the bento she had brought on Pei Jinnian's desk. Brother, this is a love bento I made for you. I spent several hours preparing it. While speaking, she pouted, showing him her bandaged hand. Look, I hurt myself, it hurts so much. Pei Jinnian noticed the bandage on her delicate hand and gently held it. If you can't cook, don't force it. I'll feel sorry for you if you get hurt. Meng Huan chuckled. For you, I'm willing to try anything. Brother. You must taste it and see if it suits your palate. Pei Jinnian sighed helplessly and affectionately pinched her cheek. You've worked hard, my dear. He picked up the bento box, curious about what this little girl had prepared for him. However, upon seeing the contents, he was taken aback. Meng Huan noticed his expression falter and cautiously asked, Brother, what's wrong? Don't you like it? His stomach was sensitive, for years. Song Zhi had restricted him from spicy food, and he had grown accustomed to a bland diet, while Meng Huan's dish was filled with spices. Meng Huan felt a pang of disappointment. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't know. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Pei Jinnian was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he just been indifferent? Why was she crying? He sighed helplessly, pulling her into his arms. All right, dear, stop crying, I didn't mean to blame you. Brother. I just wanted to surprise you. I'm so sorry, Meng Huan choked out. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Ting entered with coffee and juice. Young Master Pei, your coffee, no sugar. She placed the coffee on Pei Jinnian's desk and set the juice on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Addressing Meng Huan with a composed demeanor. Miss Meng, I freshly squeezed juice for you.
Meng Huan scrutinized Zhang Ting. Assistant Zhang. Is it appropriate to dress like that for work? One might think you're not here for a job.
Zhang Ting felt speechless. This girl was already trying to assert herself as the boss's lady before even being officially recognized. TSK, it seemed her boss's taste had indeed declined. Zhang Ting explained in a professional tone, Miss Meng, you misunderstand, I've been married for several years.
Meng Huan dismissed this. So what if you're married? Who knows what your intentions are with such revealing attire?
Pei Jinnian, sitting nearby, didn't he look pleased and slammed his coffee cup down heavily. The sound startled Meng Huan,
who anxiously looked at him. Brother, I. Before she could finish, Pei Jinnian interrupted. Assistant Zhang, please leave us. Zhang Ting nodded and exited the general office. Meng Huan, noticing Pei Jinnian's displeased expression, immediately felt her eyes welling up with tears. Brother, I'm sorry, I. Pei Jinnian felt utterly exhausted. He exhaled heavily. Please don't come to my company anymore. Meng Huan gasped, brother, please don't be angry.
As she spoke, her tears fell even more profusely.
I just love you too much.
I'm sorry, please don't be upset, I'll go apologize to Assistant Zhang right now. Pei Jinnian extended his hand toward her, seeing her sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes red.
Come here.
Meng Huan obediently moved toward him, softly calling, brother, I understand my mistake. Pei Jinnian gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, soothingly saying, all right, little crybaby, stop crying, and I'll take you out for a meal, okay?
Meng Huan nodded through her tears. Pei Jinnian hadn't anticipated that a simple outing with Meng Huan would lead him to encounter Song Zhi. And with another man no less. The last time it was Zhou Yan, now, who was this? One wild man after another. Damn it!
He knew that Song Zhi was nothing but trouble.
Chapter 16, Song Zhi, you have successfully captured my attention. Meng Huan also noticed Song Zhi. She was reluctant to allow Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi to meet.
Meng Huan reached out, entwining her arm with Pei Jinnian's, and softly suggested, brother.
Shall we choose a different place?
Pei Jinnian appeared oblivious to her words, his gaze fixed intently upon Song Zhi. Perhaps it was the intensity of Pei Jinnian's stare that prompted Song Zhi, who had been engrossed in her meal, to instinctively glance towards the entrance of the restaurant.
Upon spotting Pei Jinnian and Meng Huan, she couldn't help but furrow her brow.
It seemed that even a simple meal would lead to such encounters.
Perhaps she should have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Song Zhi murmured softly. The young agent, unable to catch her words, inquired with curiosity, Miss Song. What are you saying?
Song Zhi smiled awkwardly, murmuring to herself, he.
She was uncertain whether Pei Jinnian had done it intentionally.
As he sat across from them with Meng Huan. Thus, throughout the entire process, Song Zhi occasionally caught glimpses of the two feeding each other.
Song Zhi let out a sigh. She never anticipated that Pei Jinnian would be so earnest this time.
The two were still in the throes of romance.
How could she possibly intervene?
As this thought crossed her mind, her appetite vanished in an instant. The young agent observed her set down her chopsticks and promptly remarked.
Miss Song, if you have finished your meal, shall we take our leave? Song Jidian nodded and said, indeed, I shall proceed to settle the bill.
Please wait for me a moment. After Song Zhi completed her transaction at the cash register, she turned around while holding the receipt and unexpectedly locked eyes with Pei Jinnian. Startled, she inwardly cursed, what a weirdo, moving about without a sound. As Song Zhi was about to leave, she directly disregarded Pei Jinnian, who suddenly spoke up, Song Zhi. What kind of rubbish are you seeking to leave me for?
That man is so stingy that you have to pay for the meals?
Song Zhi listened to Pei Jinnian's scornful remarks, her emotions remaining largely unchanged. She raised her gaze and met Pei Jinnian's eyes. Mocking him in return, as if you ever paid for anything when we were together. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Song Zhi was not wrong, throughout the 3 years they spent together, it was always Song Zhi who paid for their meals. But could this truly be her excuse for infidelity? It had only been a short while, and already the man had changed from one to another. His head was nearly bald. The more Pei Jinnian pondered, the angrier he became, and he bluntly remarked, who does he think he is to compare himself with me? And who are you to dictate whom I dine with?
After uttering these words, he disregarded Pei Jinnian's sullen expression and exited the restaurant without a second glance.
Pei Jinnian stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the departing figures of Song Zhi and the agent, his countenance darkening as his hands clenched at his sides, cracking ominously.
Meng Huan, noticing the tension, timidly approached Pei Jinnian and ventured, "Brother, are you still unable to let go of Sister Song Zhi?" Pei Jinnian instinctively retorted. "How could that be? I have no feelings for her at all. Let us just eat and leave." With that, he strode out of the restaurant with purpose. Meng Huan,
feeling frustrated, clenched her fists tightly. She had not enjoyed her meal, yet Pei Jinnian had already left. Gritting her teeth, she hurried after him. Once seated in Pei Jinnian's luxurious car, Meng Huan cautiously observed his expression and tentatively suggested, "Brother, I would like to accompany you at your company." Just then, she spotted Song Zhi and that man standing by the electric bike parking area. They appeared to be engaged in conversation, and soon after, Song Zhi took her seat on the back of the man's electric bike. Pei Jinnian's face turned a shade of green with fury as he slammed on the accelerator, driving his car directly in front of the two electric bikes. Song Zhi gazed at the familiar sports car, somewhat speechless. What madness was Pei Jinnian exhibiting? In the next moment, the window of the passenger seat slid down, and Meng Huan cheerfully inquired, "Sister Song Zhi, is this your boyfriend?" Hearing the aloof tone in Song Zhi's voice, Pei Jinnian's temper flared. He scoffed, "What's the matter? Is your boyfriend so impoverished that he can only afford a small electric scooter?" Song Zhi was taken aback by Pei Jinnian's childishness. She retorted with annoyance, "It has nothing to do with you." Pei Jinnian, unfazed, replied, "For the sake of our acquaintance, my girlfriend has asked me to see you off." The intermediary, sensing the tension among the three, wished to distance himself from the games of the affluent, quickly interjected, "Miss Song, perhaps we could postpone viewing the other property for another day, or I can arrange for a female colleague from the company to accompany you." Song Zhi smiled and said, "I apologize for taking up so much of your time today." Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian realized his misunderstanding, and his expression relaxed considerably as he willingly moved his vehicle aside. Seizing the opportunity, the agent swiftly rode away. Song Zhi also chose to disregard Pei Jinnian, turning directly to depart in the opposite direction. Song Zhi seemed oblivious to her surroundings, continuing to stroll along the sidewalk. Pei Jinnian's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but raise his voice, "Song Zhi, are you deaf? Get in the car." Song Zhi, irritated by the incessant noise, impatiently remarked, "Are you ill? How bothersome you are." Pei Jinnian's expression darkened immediately. In the past, Song Zhi had always been obedient and docile in his presence, never uttering a harsh word, let alone profanity. Yet now, she dared to retort in such a manner. It was evident that she was vexed by his association with Meng Huan, deliberately provoking him to garner his attention. Undoubtedly, Song Zhi's tactic was remarkably effective, successfully capturing his focus. What a lunatic. Song Zhi cast only a fleeting glance at him before proceeding forward. This was a bustling commercial street, and all the taxis were occupied. Thus, Song Zhi resorted to hailing a ride through her mobile app. The early winter in the harbor city was somewhat damp and chilly. After standing by the roadside for only a short while, her hand, gripping the phone, began to tremble uncontrollably from the cold. Song Zhi gazed at her phone screen, which displayed an ongoing queue for orders. Suddenly, a black G-Class vehicle came to a halt before her. Instinctively mistaking it for Pei Jinnian, she began to speak irritably. "You're annoying." However, the words faltered upon recognizing the familiar vehicle. The window of the G-Class rolled down, revealing the slightly mischievous smile of Zhou Yan. "Oh, sister, what a coincidence to run into you here." Song Zhi instinctively took 2 steps back. To be honest, she was somewhat reluctant to engage with a dandy like Zhou Yan. His playful demeanor and smiling face gave off an impression of unreliability. "Sister, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you a bit." Song Zhi instinctively shook her head in refusal, saying, "No need, I will call for another car." Zhou Yan pouted. "Why be so polite with your brother? Get in the car, it's snowing outside, and it's quite chilly." Song Zhi lowered her gaze, unwilling to pay him any mind. In the next moment, Pei Jinnian's supercar approached.
Song Zhi never anticipated that Pei Jinnian had yet to depart. Rather than provoking the deranged Pei Jinnian, she would much prefer to engage with Zhou Yan. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou," she said. As she spoke, she opened the rear car door and took her seat. All the while under the furious gaze of Pei Jinnian. Once inside the vehicle, she was taken aback to discover that Fu Lu was also present. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback and softly greeted, "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence." Fu Lu furrowed his brow slightly, evidently displeased with this form of address. He fluttered his eyelashes and cast her a glance, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Chapter 17, Not a Family, Not Entering the Same Door. Song Zhi remained silent. Zhou Yan, seated in the driver's seat, turned to look at Song Zhi and cheerfully inquired, "Sister Zhi, where are you headed?" Song Zhi pondered for a moment before replying, "Qingshan Road." Zhou Yan expressed some surprise, "That's somewhat out of the way, what brings you there?" Song Zhi did not mind and spoke candidly, "My father is in the nursing home over there, and I wish to pay him a visit. Ever since the last disagreement with my mother, she has not found the opportunity to visit her father at the nursing home. Coincidentally, since I am out today, I have some time to see the elderly gentleman." Zhou Yan was somewhat surprised. Could it be the Qingshan nursing home? Song Zhi nodded gently and responded softly. Zhou Yan casually remarked, "That sanatorium is inadequate. How could your family possibly have arranged for your father to be placed there?" Song Zhi lowered her eyes and remained silent, while Fu Lu's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before he expressed his displeasure, saying, "Drive your car, why the incessant chatter?" No sooner had he spoken than a ringtone emanated from within the vehicle. Fu Lu retrieved his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the call button. "What is it?" "I told you not to meddle unnecessarily." "Fine, I'm driving, goodbye." The tone of his voice suggested irritation, though the words from the other end were inaudible. Zhou Yan, seated in the driver's seat, caught Fu Lu's eye in the rearview mirror and inquired, "Your mother?" "Yes." Zhou Yan pressed on, "What does she want?" "Drive your car." Zhou Yan clicked his tongue, "I know without you saying, she is trying to set you up." Before he could finish, Fu Lu interrupted him sharply, "Just focus on driving, why do you have to talk so much?" Zhou Yan adopted an expression of knowing. Peering through the rearview mirror at Song Zhi, and feigned grievance, "Sister, you see how I am treated beside Fu Laojiu? Not only am I subjected to daily torment, but I am also forbidden from speaking." Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Fu Lv, her voice low as she remarked, "You talk too much." Zhou Yan. Well, he had a feeling that this couple was not of the virtuous sort. Indeed, it is said that those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. After a little over 10 minutes, the car came to a steady halt at the entrance of an alley. Suddenly, Zhou Yan spoke up. Song Zhi lifted her gaze and beheld the once broad road now bound by a crimson thread, with a nearby signpost indicating that only a narrow path could be traversed. Song Zhi expressed her gratitude to Zhou Yan in the driver's seat. Zhou Yan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why be so polite with a brother?" Song Zhi remained silent, casting a glance at Fu Lu beside her. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Zhou Yan beamed with delight. "Sister, are you worried about your brother?" Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly. This individual was utterly deranged. She chose to disregard him and promptly turned away, heading towards the sanatorium. Fu Lu sat in the back seat, quietly observing the girl's retreating figure, when suddenly the boastful voice of Zhou Yan broke the silence. "Dear friends, can you believe it? A young lady actually cares about me." Fu Lu lifted his gaze, casting a dark, disdainful glance in his direction, before opening the back door and stepping out of the vehicle. He positioned himself at the driver's side door and, without uttering a word, yanked the door open, commanding, "Get out." Zhou Yan, bewildered, inquired, "What is the matter, brother?" "Get out," Fu Lu reiterated, his displeasure evident. Zhou Yan immediately bristled, "I mean, Fu Laojiu, you insisted on me driving, and now you're telling me to get lost? Are you out of your mind?" Fu Lu smirked, "Hence, I am asking you to exit the vehicle. But it's freezing outside. You want me to take a cab on my own? Have you no conscience?" Before he could finish, Fu Lu slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhou Yan was left utterly flabbergasted. Tentatively, he probed, "Brother, what is this fuss all about?" Zhou Yan reflected. "I never realized Fu Lu could be so petty, always throwing tantrums. Chuckling awkwardly, he added, "Ninth brother, don't be angry, this is your car." Fu Lu dismissed him with a wave of his hand and turned away, continuing his path towards the sanatorium. Upon disembarking, Song Zhi retrieved a map and commenced her search for the precise location of the sanatorium. As Song Zhi walked along, she suddenly felt the piercing gaze of someone watching her from behind. Song Zhi instinctively quickened her pace. However, she could distinctly sense that the person trailing her had also accelerated. She halted and turned around. The man who had originally been in the car now stood by the roadside, feigning interest in his phone. Song Zhi was genuinely perplexed by Fu Lu's intentions. Feeling somewhat irritated. Are you following me?" she inquired. Fu Lu raised his gaze, casually approaching her in a few strides, and replied nonchalantly, "Not at all." Song Zhi evidently harbored disbelief. "Then what brings you here?" Song Zhi let out a soft "oh" and remarked, "Then you may turn by yourself." After saying this, she ignored Fu Lu and proceeded towards the entrance of the sanatorium. Just a couple of steps later, Fu Lu followed closely behind her. Song Zhi halted her steps, tilting her head back with an expression of exasperation as she gazed at him. "What on earth do you want?" Fu Lu's gaze settled upon the girl's cheek. Her lashes were long and lush. As she looked up at him, a delicate hexagonal snowflake alighted upon her face. Perhaps due to the frigid outdoor temperature, it did not immediately melt away. Fu Lu reached out, gently brushing it aside with his fingertip. "A snowflake has fallen onto your lashes," he remarked. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the snowflakes in the sky fell heavier, accompanied by swirling snow, and before long, her hair was dampened. And her little face had turned a rosy hue from the cold. "Aren't you supposed to visit your father?" "Hurry along," Fu Lu urged. He followed closely behind Song Zhi, moving at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of 2 steps between them. As they reached the rehabilitation center's building, Song Zhi turned to Fu Lu and asked, "Are you coming with me to see my father?" Fu Lu was caught off guard by her directness, momentarily speechless. Indeed, he realized he had not adequately prepared to meet her parents. Coming empty-handed, without a gift, was it truly appropriate for him to visit? He blurted out, "Isn't it a bit too early to meet the parents?" Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, only to be suddenly amused. She tilted her head back, gazing up at him and asked, "Then why are you following me?" Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly. "Your friend is paralyzed, in this sanatorium?" Song Zhi clearly harbored doubts. This was the most remote and poorly equipped sanatorium in the urban village of the Harbor District, and Fu Lu's acquaintances were predominantly affluent or noble. It was inconceivable that they would come here. Who were they trying to deceive? Noticing Song Zhi's skepticism, Fu Lu persisted, "It is not surprising that someone bankrupt would reside here." Song Zhi listened to his disjointed words without revealing any insights, and she merely nodded slightly, saying, "Oh, then you may go visit your friend." She added at the end, "You know which ward your friend is in, right?" Fu Lu responded affirmatively, "Of course. How could I not know?" After saying this, he turned and walked in the opposite direction of Song Zhi. Song Zhi gazed at Fu Lu's silhouette, a sense of bewilderment washing over her. Could it be true that a friend lay paralyzed here? Chapter 18, The Cunning Man. When Song Zhi emerged from the sanatorium, the night had fully descended, and a gentle snow began to fall outside, seemingly unaware of the hour. Today, in her haste to leave, she had donned rather thin attire, her slender figure appearing especially forlorn and fragile. She felt disoriented, her complexion and overall demeanor far from favorable. She had hoped that her mother, considering over 2 decades of marital bond, would at least provide adequate care for her father, even if proper medical attention was beyond reach. Yet, upon her arrival, she found her father lying alone on a rudimentary hospital bed, the room permeated by a foul, decaying odor. In her indignation, she sought out the person in charge, only to discover that her mother was unwilling to spend a single penny. Heartless as she was, she resorted to the excuse of financial constraints. Song Zhi let out a deep sigh, took out her phone to check the time. It was past 7. Next to the sanatorium lay a park, with various food stalls lining the roadside. Song Zhi approached a small stall, seeking a vendor specializing in fried rice, and placed her order. While seated and awaiting her meal,
A figure approached, and Fu Lu cast a glance in her direction. Song Zhi's complexion was originally fair, but her small face was now flushed from the cold. Fu Lu glanced at the cashmere coat she wore, under which she simply donned a turtleneck sweater. Dressed so minimally, it was no wonder she felt the chill. He loosened the scarf around his neck and draped it over hers. In the next moment, a familiar, crisp scent of mint wafted into his nostrils. "Your scarf," she began, reaching to remove it. Fu Lu stopped her, saying, "Keep it on, it's cold now." With that, he took a seat opposite Song Zhi. Song Zhi is not being pretentious, after all, she is indeed feeling quite cold at the moment. Song Zhi inquired, "How is your friend faring?" Fu Lv replied lazily, "Unable to endure, he has passed away." Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. "Ah, has someone died?" At that moment, the owner brought over the stir-fried rice and placed it before her. Hearing Song Zhi's remark, he interjected, "Has there been another death at the sanatorium?" Song Zhi looked at her boss with a hint of surprise. "Boss, do people often die in the sanatorium?" The individuals there seemed to be merely awaiting their end. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind, and she waved her hand dismissively. "Why am I even saying this? Little sister, your fried rice is ready." Song Zhi had not eaten anything all afternoon and was now ravenous. Ignoring Fu Lu, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Fu Lu silently observed her. Song Zhi felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and looked up at him. "Mr. Fu, are you not leaving yet?" "Call me brother," Fu Lu replied indifferently. Song Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed. Fu L took a box of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, placed it between his lips, and produced a lighter to ignite it. He inhaled deeply, releasing a series of swirling smoke rings. Song Zhi harbors a profound aversion to the scent of smoke, finding it overwhelmingly pungent and unpleasant. However, when Fu Lu smokes, an intriguing hint of strawberry wafts through the air, a sweet and cloying aroma. Is it possible for cigarettes to possess a strawberry flavor? Under Song Zhi's gaze, her attention instinctively fell upon the slender cigarette he held between his lips. A delicate stick. It is permissible not to call him brother, but refrain from addressing him as Mr. Fu. Fu Lu remained indifferent. As time passed, minute by minute, snowflakes unexpectedly began to drift down from the night sky. Song Zhi lifted her gaze. This winter seems to have arrived earlier than usual. She took out her wallet, paid the bill, and then rose to head towards the main road. Fu Lu leisurely followed behind her, unhurried. Song Zhi choked momentarily, falling silent as she continued to walk ahead. Fu Lv followed closely beside her, persisting in his remarks, "See, she's ignoring me now." Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless. She had thought that after all these years, Fu Lv's temperament would have matured considerably, but to her surprise, he remained as loquacious as ever. "I have no money." Song Zhizuan paused, casting a glance at Fu Lv. "What?" Fu Lv spoke as if it were a matter of course. "Zhou Yan was driving, and Song Xiaoji, I am currently devoid of funds. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Where's your phone? Don't tell me you forgot to bring it." "I have it, but it's out of battery, I cannot make any payments." Song Zhi harbored some doubts regarding the veracity of this statement. She retrieved her wallet from her bag and extracted 100 yuan, extending it towards Fu Lu. "Take this for a taxi," she offered. Fu Lu cast a glance at the bill in the girl's hand but did not accept it. Song Zhiduan was instantly filled with anger. "Fu Lu, what exactly do you intend to do?" Song Zhi looked at him with disbelief. "Really?" Fu Lu could only manage a helpless smile. "Song Zhi, do you truly find me so untrustworthy?" Upon reaching the main road, the two finally managed to hail a cab. Throughout the journey, Song Zhi was engrossed in her phone, ignoring the man seated beside her. "Don't play on your phone in the car, you might get car sick," Fu Lu suddenly remarked. Song Zhi glanced at him, saying, "I am not dizzy." "I am dizzy." Song Zhi felt utterly disinclined to continue the debate, so she promptly silenced her phone and gently rested her head against the car window, closing her eyes. Fu Lv gazed at her silently, his eyes betraying an unmistakable satisfaction. Perhaps it was due to the snowflakes that had just dampened her hair, but at this moment, Song Zhi's tresses appeared slightly moist, with even the delicate wisps along her hairline clinging closely to her smooth forehead. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her hand. She opened her eyes and unexpectedly met Fu Lv's unwavering gaze, startling her.
What are you doing?
Fu Lv's face briefly exhibited a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat softly and straightened his posture to look ahead.
Song Zhi glanced at the phone in her hand. It was a call from Pei Xian.
She had blocked all the numbers of Pei Jinnian's friends,
save for Pei Xian.
Throughout the 3 years spent by Pei Jinnian's side, Song Zhi sensed that only Pei Xian treated her with genuine sincerity.
She chose not to answer, simply silencing the call.
Fu Lu cast a fleeting glance but remained silent.
10 minutes later,
the taxi came to a steady halt outside the apartment building of the school. Song Zhi glanced at the meter, retrieved 200 yuan from her wallet, and handed it to Fu Lu, instructing him to give it to the driver when he arrived home.
This time, Fu Lu said nothing,
merely taking 100 yuan for himself.
Song Zhi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is 100 sufficient?" The tally currently stands at over 80. Fu Lv nodded in affirmation. "It is sufficient."
As Song Zhi alighted from the vehicle, Fu Lu called out to her, "Zhi Zhi."
Song Zhi turned her head to glance at him. "What's wrong?"
Fu Lu stared at her intently and waved his hand dismissively.
"Tomorrow, I officially start working at my family's company."
Why would Fu Lu share such matters with her?
With that, he instructed the taxi driver to proceed. After leaving the school, the driver inquired, "Where to, handsome?"
Fu Lu lifted his gaze to the luxury SUV parked nearby and replied nonchalantly, "Pull over ahead."
After exiting the vehicle,
he could still see the apartment building where Song Zhi resided from a distance. Standing by the roadside, he took out his phone, powered it on, and swiftly scanned to pay the fare. He then placed the 100 yuan Song Zhi had given him into his wallet and strode confidently towards the SUV.
Settling into the front passenger seat,
Zhou Yan, chewing gum, clicked his tongue, saying, "Fu Laojiu, I saw everything."
"Saw what?" Zhou Yan refrained from revealing too much, his expression one of disdain. Calculating man.
Poor little Zhi Zhi, encountering a schemer like you.
Fu Lu scowled in annoyance. "Drive, and be quiet."
Zhou Yan huffed a couple of times, mischievously adding, "I say, Fu Laojiu, why be so coy when pursuing a girl? Just embrace her and shower her with kisses.
It's that simple." Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You're advising me? I'm the one teaching you how to woo women." "Scram."
Zhou Yan shrugged.
"Fine, let us not bicker. Let us talk about something serious."
Fu Lu raised an eyebrow in disdain.
"What serious matters could you possibly have?"
His irritation simmered. He truly wished he could kick Zhou Yan out. Had he not considered his own lack of strength, he might have done just that.
Zhou Yan tucked away his petty grievances and spoke up. "I heard from my brother that the auction at Shengshi is actually your welcome banquet." Fu Lu responded indifferently. "My father wants to take the opportunity to make an appearance. Personally, I see no need for it." Zhou Yan was taken aback. "You won't be attending?" "Not going. Anyone who wishes to go can do so."
"If you're not going, I'll invite Song Xiuzhi instead. She has just what we need as a female companion,"
he said with a cheeky grin.
Fu Lu turned his head, glaring ominously.
"You dare?" Chapter 19. Meanwhile, Pei Jinnian began messaging friends to join him at a bar after work.
When Han Yu arrived at the private room, he witnessed Pei Jinnian pouring liquor down his throat. Annoyed, he approached and snatched the bottle from Pei Jinnian's grasp.
"What's the meaning of this? You called your brothers over just to drink?" Pei Jinnian,
already somewhat inebriated, kicked the coffee table in frustration.
"Damn it, wild men keep showing up one after another." Pei Jinnian remained silent, picking up the bottle to continue drinking. Pei Xian was surprised. Did he argue with Song Zhi?
Clearly, Pei Xian was unaware of the situation between Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi.
Han Yu nodded. But before he could speak, Pei Jinnian abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely. "I told you not to mention that woman's name. Do you still want to be brothers?"
With that, he resumed drinking.
They all understood Pei Jinnian's temper. He was stubborn as a mule. To prevent Pei's mother from worrying, Han Yu took Pei Jinnian to the apartment he frequently stayed at. After tossing him onto the living room sofa, Pei Xian suggested, "Shouldn't we call Sister Song Zhi?"
They've broken up. If we call, it should be for his new girlfriend, he remarked, taking Pei Jinnian's phone, unlocking it with his fingerprint,
and locating Meng Huan's number to dial. As soon as the call connected, Meng Huan's sweet voice came through. "Brother, why are you calling me so late?"
Han Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at the syrupy tone.
He hadn't expected his brother to be fond of such melodrama. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself. "This is Han Yu." There was a brief pause before she replied, "Oh, hello." Her voice had returned to a more normal pitch, which was more pleasant for Han Yu's ears. He got straight to the point. "Jinnian is drunk, can you come take care of him?" "Oh, now?" Meng Huan hesitated. Han Yu inquired, "What's wrong?" "I might not be able to go out right now, the gates are locked." Han Yu glanced at the time and saw it was exactly 9 o'clock. "If you can't make it, then forget it." He hung up before Meng Huan could respond. Pei Xian asked, "Can't she come?" Han Yu nodded. "What should we do? Let him fend for himself?" After pondering for a moment, Pei Xian suggested, "How about we call Sister Song Zhi?" Before he finished speaking, Han Yu immediately refused. "Forget it, they've broken up." "Fine, it works out. I have a meeting at the company in the morning." After Han Yu left, Pei Xian sat on the sofa and gently tapped Pei Jinnian's face. "Brother, wake up. We're home." Pei Jinnian swatted Pei Xian's hand away. "Zhi Zhi, stop fooling around." Pei Xian was taken aback. He had thought Pei Jinnian had truly moved on from Song Zhi. Sighing, he said, "Brother, can I call Sister Song Zhi for you?" Pei Jinnian mumbled something indistinctly. Pei Xian didn't catch it, but he still took out his phone to call Song Zhi. The phone rang for a long time without an answer. Unwilling to give up, he called again after more than 10 minutes. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was finally answered. "Hello, Xiao Xian." Song Zhi's voice came through the phone. Pei Xian, feeling somewhat exhilarated, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Sister Song Zhi, my brother is drunk." Song Zhi paused momentarily before speaking. "Xiao Xian, we have already broken up." Gazing at the scarf in her hand, she hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Fuel. Just as her indecision lingered, a pleading voice came through the phone. "Sister Song Zhi, please help me. I have class tomorrow and cannot take care of my brother." "I'm begging you, sister. Isn't there someone at home? What about Aunt Yun?" "Aunt Yun has been the housekeeper for Pei Jinnian's family for many years. I haven't seen her." "Sister Song Zhi, I'm truly begging you." Song Zhi let out a sigh. "Understood." Half an hour later, she arrived at the entrance of Pei Jinnian's villa. Upon seeing her, Pei San looked as if he had spotted a savior. "Sister, you have finally arrived." Song Zhi glanced inside. "How is he?" Before Song Zhi could respond, he slipped away. The following day, Pei Jinnian awoke to find himself lying on the bed, still dressed in the same clothes from the previous day. Zhi Zhi was fastidious about cleanliness. If she were to discover his disheveled state, she would undoubtedly be displeased. Pei Jinnian propped himself up and made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Upon emerging once more, he felt significantly more alert. He surveyed his surroundings, which exuded an icy chill. Indeed, it was but a dream. Struggling with the remnants of his hangover, Pei Jinnian entered the living room and was taken aback upon seeing the hangover soup resting on the coffee table. "Aunt Yun." He called out toward the kitchen. Aunt Yun, who was preparing breakfast, poked her head out. "What seems to be the matter, Mr. Pei?" There was a moment of confusion before she realized whom Pei Jinnian was referring to. "Are you speaking of Miss Song?" Pei Jinnian responded indifferently. Aunt Yun remarked, "I am unaware of that. However, judging by the hangover soup in the kitchen, it appears to be the kind Miss Song typically makes." Pei Jinnian then rose and went to the bedroom to find his phone. As he unlocked the screen, he noticed a message from Pei Xian sent around 9 o'clock the previous night. "Brother, I've assisted you up to this point, now it is your turn to perform." Frowning, Pei Jinnian attempted to call him, but the call went unanswered. He presumed his brother was likely in class. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Did Song Zhi come over last night?" There was a brief pause on the other end before Pei Xian cautiously responded, "Why do you suddenly inquire about that?" Pei Jinnian, slightly irritated,
Pressed for a straightforward answer, just tell me if Song Zhi came over last night.
Pei Jinnian frowned again. Did you call Meng Huan?
Yes.
I asked her to come look after you.
Disappointed, Pei Jinnian replied with a simple "oh," before abruptly hanging up and tossing the phone aside.
How could it possibly be Meng Huan?
Although he had been intoxicated, he distinctly recalled Song Zhi's presence. He remembered seeing her in the kitchen preparing soup for him.
Was it possible that his intoxication had caused him to misperceive reality?
The more he pondered, the more agitated he became,
prompting him to change his clothes and prepare to leave for the office.
Upon noticing Pei Jinnian's intent to depart, Antyan called out to him, "Mr. Pei.
You haven't had breakfast yet."
"I won't be eating," he replied, striding towards the entrance.
As he opened the door,
he was met with the sight of Meng Huan standing awkwardly, her face tilted upwards with a smile. Surprised by her sudden appearance, Pei Jinnian asked, "Huan,
what brings you here?"
"Your friend called me last night, saying you were drunk, and I was worried," she replied.
"You came over last night?"
Meng Huan hesitated for a moment before giving a vague response. Her tone was tinged with guilt. Pei Jinnian felt a mix of emotions at the thought that it was Meng Huan who had taken care of him, prompting him to turn away.
However,
he reached out and grasped her hand. Feeling her cold fingers, he frowned. "Why is your hand so cold?
How long have you been waiting at the door?"
He then touched her cheek, which was equally chilly. "It hasn't been long," she replied.
"Why didn't you knock?" Meng Huan lowered her head, appearing somewhat flustered and failing to answer.
Pei Jinnian said, "Come inside, you might catch a cold." The girl giggled, shaking her head. "I'm not cold.
Seeing you makes me feel warm."
Pei Jinnian observed the joy in her eyes and felt a subtle smile tugging at his lips.
"Brother,
you have no idea how worried I was last night," Meng Huan said, clinging to his arm in a playful manner.
Pei Jinnian affectionately ruffled her hair. "Wasn't the dormitory curfew at 9? How did you manage to get out?" Chapter 20, a glimpse. Meng Huan paused for a moment,
then chuckled. "I begged the dormitory supervisor for quite a while before she let me out. It really wasn't necessary, I just had a bit too much to drink. Oh, I was just so worried about you, I wouldn't have been able to sleep without checking on you."
Pei Jinnian gazed at the exuberant girl by his side, and unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to Song Zhi.
Song Zhi's concern was merely superficial, while the girl before him was entirely preoccupied with herself. Pei Jinnian reached out to embrace her, saying, "Darling, you worked hard last night and even made me a hangover soup."
Meng Huan's body stiffened at the mention of the soup.
Pei Jinnian, observing her expression, furrowed his brow slightly. "Wasn't it you who prepared it?"
Realizing the misunderstanding,
Meng Huan quickly replied, "I just learned, so it wasn't very good. But it was delicious. You worked hard, my dear." As they prepared to get out of the car, Meng Huan clung to Pei Jinnian, reluctant to part ways.
Pei Jinnian gently coaxed, "All right, darling. Be a good girl and go to class. Afterward, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food, okay?"
As he spoke, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure disembarking from the bus. Suppressing the urge to confront her, he comforted Meng Huan and watched her enter the school. When he looked back toward Song Zhi's apartment, she had already vanished. By some inexplicable impulse, he drove to the base of her apartment building, gazing up at the floor where she resided. Moments later, he saw Song Zhi appear on the balcony, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation.
Instinctively, Pei Jinnian lowered his body,
not wishing for her to notice his prying gaze. It was not until she went inside that he straightened up, lazily leaning against the backrest. With a frustrated sigh, he started the car and drove away. As he left, he remembered to take Fu Lu's scarf, intending to return it to him later. They had arranged to meet at their favorite restaurant for a meal together. Song Zhi initially believed it was a gathering among close friends, but to her surprise,
Xiao Wan's young boyfriend was also present.
The young man donned a black down jacket and jeans, topped off with a blue knitted beanie. Standing at an estimated height of 6 feet, he appeared quite robust. No wonder Xiao Wan was utterly captivated, he truly embodied her ideal type. The young man was charmingly sweet-tongued, greeting Song Zhi with a warm sister upon their introduction.
Song Zhi smiled awkwardly.
Xiao Wan linked her arm with Song Zhi's and whispered,
"What do you think of a little puppy?" Song Zhi nodded. "I have quite an eye for talent, don't I?" She mused. By the way, what is your name? The little puppy, upon hearing Song Zhi's words, eagerly introduced himself. Sister, my name is Qi. Qi, how wild he appears. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she chuckled softly. Please don't call me sister, just call me by my name, Song Zhi. Qi flashed a radiant smile at Song Zhi, affectionately linking arms with Xiaowan and even resting his head on Xiaowan's shoulder. Song Zhi felt a sense of awkwardness and yearned to slip away. However, she found it difficult to voice her sentiments. Instead, she sent a message to Xiaowan on her phone. What purpose do you have in inviting me to dinner as a third wheel for you lovebirds? Oh. It's merely to introduce you. Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at Xiaowan's message, then lifted her gaze to sweep over Qi, offering him a feigned smile. Suddenly, Qi turned to Xiaowan and inquired, Sister, did you not mention having two friends? Upon hearing Qi's address to Xiaowan, Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this little pup referred to everyone as sister. Song Zhi inquired with confusion, who else is there? As soon as her words fell, Xiaowan's phone rang. She answered the call. Hello, have you arrived? Oh, great, I will go pick you up. With that, Xiaowan stood and made her way toward the door. Please. Take a seat. I will fetch the guest. Once she departed, the private room was left with only Song Zhi and Qi, and an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Song Zhi gazed at the expression pack of grievance sent by Fu Lu, and suddenly burst into laughter. The next moment, Qi's curious voice followed, Sister. What are you laughing at? Song Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort as Qi addressed her as sister once more. Please call me by my name, she requested. Qi chuckled awkwardly. Song Zhi, let's add each other on WeChat, shall we? Song Zhi felt that this person lacked a sense of boundaries. He was Xiaowan's boyfriend. Yet he took the liberty of adding her on WeChat while Xiaowan was absent. Song Zhi could not help but entertain suspicions regarding Qi's intentions. With a smile, she spoke, all right. Observing this, Qi chuckled as he prepared to lower his phone to scan the code. Only to hear Song Zhi continue, you may have one share my WeChat with you. The smile on Qi's face stiffened. The implication of rejection could not have been clearer. He could only force a laugh and nod in agreement. Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh and sent the message. I will return your scarf today. Do you have time? Just as the message was dispatched, a location notification popped up. The Fu Group building. Did Fu Lu mean for her to come to his workplace to find him? Wan, look who has arrived. Just as Song Zhi was lost in thought, Xiaowan's voice echoed from the entrance of the private room. Song Zhi looked up, momentarily stunned upon seeing Qin Zhang with Xiaowan. She had not expected to be outmaneuvered by Xiaowan. Qin Zhang approached her with a smile, saying, Song Zhi, it's been a while. Song Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed. The last time, Qin Zhang had called her out for a meeting, but she had turned him down. She had not anticipated that today she would be put in such a predicament by Xiaowan. Song Zhi raised her eyes and shot a glare at Xiaowan. Xiaowan chuckled, oh, how fortunate that we all have some free time, let us enjoy a meal together, after all, we are old friends, aren't we? Qin Zhang casually seated himself beside Song Zhi and nonchalantly inquired, I heard you and Pei Jinnian have parted ways? Song Zhi did not anticipate such a significant occurrence upon his arrival. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, well, we have parted ways. Qin Zhang chuckled and said, it is for the best, Pei Jinnian is not suitable for you. Song Zhi was somewhat reluctant to continue this topic. I thought you would remain abroad indefinitely. How could that be? There's south no place like home, he replied, his gaze shifting to Qi. Qin Zhang scrutinized the youth across from him and raised an eyebrow at Xiaowan. Miss, is this your boyfriend? Xiaowan, entwining her arm with Qi's, smiled sweetly. Yes, let me introduce you. Qi, this is Qin Zhang, a senior of mine. Qi obediently greeted Qin Zhang, hello, brother Qin Zhang. Suddenly, Xiaowan sprang to her feet. Oh, I left a document at the office and need to retrieve it. I'm terribly sorry. Please enjoy your meal. And we shall gather again next time. With that, she tugged at Qi, preparing to leave. Song Zhi couldn't help but notice her subtle intentions. She stood up as well, saying, coincidentally, I have a matter to attend to, otherwise, I would join you. Xiaowan was taken aback. Casting an awkward glance at Qin Zhang, who remained seated. Qin Zhang chuckled playfully, am I truly that intimidating? One or two of you are refusing to dine and opting to leave? Song Zhi awkwardly glanced at Xiao Wan. Just as the two were in a stalemate.
The sound of a mobile phone ringing shattered the tension in the private room. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Song Zhi hastily retrieved her phone from her bag.
It was a message from Fu Lu. Song Zhi answered the phone, hello. Fu Lv's melodious voice resonated from the other end, have you seen the message I sent you? If all is well, will you come over now? Song Jiru candidly replied, I am having lunch with a friend. I will come find you once I finish.
There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Fu Lu softly responded, it's alright, I will wait for you.
Enjoy your meal with your friend.
Even though I have yet to have my brunch.
Chapter 21, A Hint of Tea. Song Zhi, what nonsense is Fu Lu talking about? It feels rather ambiguous. Have you not had breakfast? Song Zhi inquired, well, you may go ahead and eat without waiting for me.
Your friends have all arrived at the nursing home.
Yet you still claim to have no friends?
Song Zhi directly confronted him. After a considerable pause, Fu Lv finally spoke, you should dine with your friends. They hold greater importance. Having said that, without waiting for Song Zhi's response, he abruptly ended the call.
Song Zhi stared blankly at the disconnected phone. Zhi Zhi. Who was that? Xiao Wan inquired with curiosity.
Song Zhi put away her phone and casually replied, a friend. Xiao Wan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Zhi Zhi.
Don't leave just yet. I promised young Master Qin.
Song Zhi let out a sigh and quietly acknowledged. Zhao's face immediately broke into a smile, then I shall take my leave with my boyfriend, so as not to disturb your meal. Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh. She truly wished to avoid any association with Qin Zhang, yet this time, evasion was impossible. Beside her, Qin Zhang observed the emotions playing across Song Zhi's face.
And with a playful tone, he remarked, do you really wish to avoid seeing me so much? With a smile, he added, Zhi Zhi. How many years has it been since we last met?
Song Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking candidly, more than 2 years. Qin Zhang murmured to himself. It has indeed been 2 years.
Song Zhi smiled awkwardly and shifted the conversation, asking, how have you been these past 2 years? After a moment, she recalled something and inquired, by the way, is it true about you and Jin Nian?
Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Zhang remarked with a hint of lamentation, it is evident that you hold him in high regard, it is Jin Nian who fails to appreciate your worth. The notion of cherishing or not has become irrelevant, as he is now involved with a new girlfriend. As he spoke, he picked up the menu beside him and began to place an order. Qin Zhang cast a glance at the dishes Song Zhi was selecting and inquired with curiosity. I recall you relished spicy flavors, why has your palate become so subdued now? Song Zhi smiled lightly and casually remarked, my stomach isn't in the best condition.
So I prefer something light. Qin Zhang, with a look of concern, asked, what is wrong? Is it a stomach issue?
Something like that, she replied.
Handing the menu to Qin Zhang. Take a look and see what you would like to eat. The dishes here are quite good, Wan and I often come here. Could you please order for me? I don't have any particular dislikes.
Song Zhi paused momentarily while holding the menu, then nodded in agreement. After placing their orders, the two began to engage in a casual conversation. Song Zhi, I've noticed you seem to have changed quite a bit over the past couple of years.
Qin Zhang remarked.
Song Zhi smiled softly, there must be some changes.
You've become even more beautiful. If I had insisted on not going abroad back then, do you think you would?
Before she could finish her sentence, Song Zhi interjected, no. Qin Zhang sighed with a wry smile. This is one thing about you that hasn't changed, you leave me no room for hope.
Qin Zhang, you know my character.
Undeterred, Qin Zhang pressed on.
What about Pei Jinnian? Do you still not let go of him? Song Zhiyo shook her head in silence.
Qin Zhang gazed at her for a considerable time before speaking, to be honest, I must admit that I felt quite pleased to learn about your breakup with Pei Jinnian. Song Zhi gazed at him in bewilderment.
Qin Zhang continued, I thought I finally had my chance. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi opened her mouth.
Yet before she could utter a word, Qin Zhang interjected, Song Zhi, allow me to finish speaking first. The words that lodged in her throat were swallowed down as she gazed at him, awaiting his continuation.
Qin Zhang offered a wry smile, confessing. It is true that I have feelings for you, and it is equally true that I cannot forget you.
Song Zhi let out a resigned sigh. Qin Zhang.
It truly is unnecessary.
Qin Zhang shook his head. At that time, you claimed that I was merely seeking a fleeting novelty. Wanting only to compete with Pei Jinnian for victory, that I did not genuinely harbor feelings for you.
However, deep down, you are aware that the true contender in this struggle for victory was never me.
Even now, I remain oblivious to where I faltered.
So many years have elapsed.
It is pointless to delve into who triumphed and who faltered.
Song Zhi's expression remained serene. Qin Zhang, unwilling to relent, pressed further, is Pei Jinnian truly that remarkable in your heart? Song Zhi remained silent. Could she really confess in front of Pei Jinnian's close friend that her initial attraction to him was merely due to his striking appearance? If Pei Jinnian were to discover this, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly be infuriated.
Song Zhi nonchalantly remarked, it's difficult to articulate my feelings. You are indeed a wonderful person, yet I have already expressed that I do not harbor any affection for you. Just as her words lingered in the air, a waiter approached, pushing a cart laden with dishes. Qin Zhang, glancing at the sumptuous spread before them, chuckled and said, all right, spare me the good guy card.
Let us indulge in our meal. After they finished dining, Song Zhi packaged one portion to take away.
Observing this, Qin Zhang teased, surely that isn't intended for Jinnian.
Is it? Song Zhi replied softly, no. Qin Zhang raised an eyebrow in curiosity, have you started dating a new boyfriend?
Not at all, she responded. I thought that since Jinnian might have gotten a girlfriend, you would also follow suit and find a boyfriend.
Upon hearing him incessantly mention Pei Jinnian, Song Zhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Could you refrain from speaking of Pei Jinnian in my presence?
We have already parted ways. Qin Zhang raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. My apologies, please do not be upset. No, I am not upset, she replied.
Qin Zhang then offered. Where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you.
Song Zhi shook her head and replied, no need, I will take a taxi.
It is rush hour now.
And hailing a cab is quite challenging.
Are you certain you wish to take a taxi?
Song Zhi glanced at the time and indeed realized that hailing a taxi at this hour was quite challenging. I appreciate your assistance, she remarked,
following Qin Zhang to the parking space.
As Song Zhi opened the rear door, preparing to enter the vehicle, Qin Zhang's voice floated from the driver's seat, take the front passenger seat.
Song Zhi half-jokingly remarked.
Qin Xiao's presence is so formidable that I dare not occupy the passenger seat. Without awaiting Qin Zhang's response, she promptly took her place in the back seat of the car. As Song Zhi was about to speak, Qin Zhang's voice resonated once more, add me on WeChat, send me your location.
With that, he presented his WeChat QR code to Song Zhi.
Song Zhi gazed at the QR code before her, weary of further debate with Qin Zhang.
Ultimately, she added him on WeChat and sent him the address. Half an hour later, Qin Zhang delivered her to the Fu Group building. As he glanced up at the towering structure from the driver's seat, he inquired, does your friend work here? Song Zhi nodded. Qin Zhang praised. To be employed at the Fu Corporation, it is evident that you are among the elite. I look forward to the opportunity to introduce you to my circle.
Song Zhi casually responded with a few words, leading the way with the packed meal boxes toward the building.
Qin Zhang watched Song Zhi's retreating figure, then took out his phone and opened WeChat.
Upon seeing Song Zhi's account in his friend list, a smile of determination curled at the corners of his mouth. He scrolled down with his thumb and located Pei Jinnian's WeChat, opening the chat window to compose and send a message. Chapter 22, Song Zhi indeed cares for him. Pei Jinnian emerged from the conference room to find the message from Qin Zhang. Their last conversation had lingered 2 years back, on the day of their altercation. The reasons for their conflict had faded with time, and he could hardly recall the details, only knowing that afterward, Qin Zhang had gone abroad. Sitting in his office chair, Pei Jinnian reminisced about their school days. Their families were neighbors, his mother and Qin Zhang's mother were close friends, and he and Qin Zhang had grown up together. Their bond had always been strong, but a rift had developed between them over Song Zhi, a classic love triangle. Suddenly, the office door swung open.
Brother, Pei Xian entered with a charming smile. Pei Xian mischievously grinned. Did you call me this morning? Pei Jinnian nodded. Pei Xian leaned closer. Is it about Sister Song Zhi?
No need to thank me, it's only natural for a younger brother to help.
Pei Jinnian frowned. What does Song Zhi have to do with this? Pei Xian was taken aback. How could it not be related, brother? Don't be so heartless. Pei Jinnian, visibly irritated, retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Be clear. Last night, you got drunk, and I was the one who asked Sister Song Zhi to take care of you. And now you're acting like this. Pei Xian's words trailed off as Pei Jinnian interrupted. What did you just say?
Pei Xian rolled his eyes at him.
I said you turned your back on people.
After pondering, Pei Xian reiterated his previous statement.
Noticing Pei Jinnian's astonished expression, Pei Xian tentatively asked, Brother, you haven't forgotten. Have you? Was it really her? Pei Xian nodded. Yes, I still have the call records. He then pulled out his phone.
Opened the call log from last night with Song Zhi, and presented it to Pei Jinnian.
Pei Jinnian glanced at the time of the call, 9 o'clock.
It dawned on him that last night was not a dream, it truly was Song Zhi. Indeed, she still cared for him.
A satisfied smile crept onto Pei Jinnian's face.
Seeing him lost in thought, Pei Xian waved his hand in front of him. Pei Xian was taken aback, almost unable to believe that his cousin, who had always belittled him, was now complimenting him.
Brother, you haven't been possessed, have you?
Pei Jinnian looked at him with disdain. You pitiful creature.
Don't call me brother when you're out there.
Relieved by this familiar tone and expression, Pei Xian smiled.
Pei Jinnian spoke up. At this hour, during the lunch break, what brings you here? Only then did Pei Xian remember his purpose for visiting. He grinned. Brother, help me out, I beg you. Pei Jinnian observed his pitiful expression and remarked, What's the matter? Did your parents cut off your allowance? No. Then what? Pei Xian hesitated. Could you lend me some money? Pei Jinnian leaned back in his chair, eyeing him skeptically. How much? Not much, just 2 million. Pei Jinnian's brows furrowed slightly. What do you need so much money for? Are you gambling? Absolutely not, I don't gamble. Pei Jinnian remained silent, staring at him intently.
Pei Xian quickly wilted under his gaze, knowing full well that there were no secrets from his cousin.
Pei Xian stammered, Isn't the Fu family holding an auction tomorrow?
I just started dating a girl and plan to buy her some jewelry.
Your girlfriend?
If I recall correctly, you're only taking your college entrance exams next year.
Isn't that early romance?
Pei Xian shook his head repeatedly. No, it's not romance yet, I plan to confess after the exams.
Pei Jinnian clicked his tongue, mockingly. How generous of you.
Pei Xian, oblivious to the sarcasm, chuckled. I like her, so of course, I must treat her well.
What if I'm not good to her? And she runs off with someone else?
Pei Jinnian looked at him with disdain. Look at your paltry aspirations. Pei Xian laughed. Brother, I'm really begging you.
Get lost.
With his goal achieved, Pei Xian left cheerfully. Pei Jinnian leaned back in his chair, contemplating Pei Xian's words. Song Zhi indeed cares about herself.
Nevertheless,
she has already lowered her head and made amends. As long as she behaves well in the future, he does not mind the reasons behind her being with him. After all, he is not short of money. If she enjoys it, then he shall provide it. Once he came to this realization, Pei Jinnian felt considerably better. His gaze fell upon the phone on the table, and he promptly picked it up to find Han Yu's number in his contacts.
When the call connected, Pei Jinnian got straight to the point. Han Yu, how did you manage to appease your girlfriend before? Han Yu instantly flared up. When did I ever have a girlfriend?
Pei Jinnian paused for a moment and leisurely replied, Oh, I forgot, you are a single dog.
Han Yu retorted, Hey, are you deliberately trying to irritate me?
His voice came through the phone with irritation. Pei Jinnian casually extracted a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips as he spoke slowly. Who is irritating you?
I'm merely inquiring. With so many girlfriends, how could you not know? What's the matter? Did you have a quarrel with your little girlfriend and wish to placate her? Pei Jinnian awkwardly added, Not really. Han Yu paused. Then who do you wish to appease? He exclaimed, Damn, you haven't gone and found another one, have you? No, I haven't. Hanyu, somewhat puzzled, asked, then who are you trying to appease? Pei Jinnian replied irritably, who else could it be? Song Zhi. There was silence on Hanyu's end. Pei Jinnian continued, speak up, how should I appease her? What should I buy? Just buy what you bought before. Hanyu's tone grew impatient. Pei Jinnian halted. It seemed he had never bought anything for Song Zhi. What a miserly, odious man. The words of Zhou Yan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Damn it, he is not miserly at all. Seeing that Pei Jinnian was silent, Hanyu cautiously probed, you can't possibly have never bought anything for her, right? Pei Jinnian snapped back, what should I buy? I don't even know what she likes. TSK, I say, Pei Dasha, it's no wonder she is so aware. Pei Jinnian's expression darkened, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Without mentioning anything else, just consider Meng Huan. You must have bought her plenty of luxury goods. Who would have thought you were so stingy with Song Zhi, while claiming she is after your money? Fine. If you're so miserly, let us not keep in touch. If your mouth can't speak, just donate it. Pei Jinnian said with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian felt a sense of pride. True, she cannot do without me, otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly come to take care of me last night. Chapter 23, merely for novelty. Hanyu paused at this, what did you say? Who took care of you last night? Song Zhi, who else could it be? Isn't she your little girlfriend? I called her last night. Hearing Meng Huan's name, Pei Jinnian's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Meng Huan would dare to deceive him, it seemed he had indeed been too kind to her. Pei Jinnian planned to give it a few days, if things didn't improve, he would end the relationship. He had never intended for anything long-term with Meng Huan. It was merely for novelty's sake. He never expected Meng Huan to be so audacious as to attempt to deceive him right under his nose. Song Zhi hurried towards the Fu Corporation building, carrying her belongings. After registering at the front desk, the receptionist, upon noticing her name, smiled and said, Miss Song. This way please. With that, she took the elevator card and guided Song Zhi to the exclusive elevator. Once inside, the receptionist scanned the card to access the floor information and politely informed her, Mr. Fu is waiting for you in his office, the elevator goes directly there. Thank you. Song Zhi replied. The elevator came to a halt on the 29th floor, and as the doors opened, she saw Fu Lu standing at the entrance. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Are you going down? She asked. Fu Lu shook his head, stepped forward, and effortlessly took the bag from her hand. Song Zhi Chai, belatedly realizing, found that this person was waiting for her here. Upon her first visit to Fu Lu's office, Song Zhi could not help but begin to scrutinize her surroundings. Is this your office? She inquired, to which Fu Lu, seated languidly in his chair behind the desk, offered a nonchalant nod. Song Zhi observed that his complexion was rather poor, particularly the dark circles beneath his eyes. Did you not rest well last night? Fu Lv nodded in affirmation. Yes. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the meal box that Song Zhi had brought. Did you bring this for me? Song Zhi nodded. Didn't someone claim to be unfamiliar with this place? As she spoke, she opened the lunchbox and revealed its contents, a dish and a soup. There were stir-fried beef with celery, a seaweed and pork rib soup, and a small box of dessert. Fu Lu raised an elegant eyebrow, a heartfelt lunch, is it? Song Zhi paused for a moment, remaining silent, and instead pushed the dish slightly. Give it a try, the cuisine here is quite exquisite, particularly this soup, which has been simmered to perfection. Fu Lu raised his eyebrows in curiosity, have you tasted it? Song Zhi nodded, expressing her delight in the flavors, and decided to pack some for him. She gazed at Fu Lu with eager anticipation. Fu Lu hesitated for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifting a piece of beef to his mouth, savoring it slowly as he chewed. Song Zhi sat across from him, gazing at him with anticipation. How is it? Fu Lu swallowed the beef in his mouth and nodded in response, it's quite good. Song Zhi pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Indeed, Fu Lu's tastes were notoriously particular. In the past, while at his grandmother's, he was known to be quite finicky, rejecting this and that. Song Zhi, undeterred, pointed at the rib soup. Why not give this a try?
After a moment of hesitation, Fu Lu picked it up and took a sip.
How is it?
Fu Lu nodded in response.
Song Zhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then you should eat more. Didn't you mention that you hadn't eaten anything since this morning? Fu Lv's gaze fell upon the lunchbox on the table.
After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly.
Song Zhi rose and handed him another bag. This is for you.
Fu Lu's gaze fell upon the bag in Song Zhi's hand.
What is inside?
A scarf. I have washed and dried it thoroughly.
Fu Lu set down the chopsticks he was holding and looked at Song Zhi. So you came over just to deliver a scarf to me? Song Zhi nodded.
Fu Lu inevitably felt a sense of disappointment.
Let it be.
After Song Zhi neatly placed the bag, she smiled and said, well, I shall take my leave now.
Do remember to finish your lunch and not let it go to waste? Shall I escort you?
Song Zhi shook her head and said, no need.
You focus on your work. It's your first day, so make a good impression.
With that, she waved her hand at him and exited Fu Lu's office. Almost as soon as Song Zhi left, Fu Lu hurriedly picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Yan's number. When the call connected, Fu Lu quickly spoke.
Come to the company immediately. There was a brief pause on Zhou Yan's side. Zhou, what's wrong? You sound unwell. Hurry and take me to the hospital. Song Zhi responded with a smile.
Upon exiting the building, she realized that it had begun to snow lightly outside. Song Zhi noticed that this winter had seen quite a bit of snowfall. As she approached the subway entrance, just as she was about to swipe her ticket to enter, her phone in her bag began to ring. She took out her phone to check. It was a call from Xiaowan.
Song Zhi answered the phone. Hello, Wan.
Zhi Zhi, you must come quickly, hurry. Xiaowan spoke in a disordered manner, and it took a while for Song Zhi to comprehend her words. It turned out that after they departed, Zhi Yi had been riding a bicycle. Initially, everything seemed fine, but due to the peak hour traffic congestion, Xiaowan began to complain about Zhi Yi's insistence on cycling instead of driving. Zhi Yi remained silent, yet he was grumbling throughout the ride. A phenomenon commonly referred to as road rage. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Xiaowan urged him to pull over, but Zhi Yi not only refused to stop,
he also began overtaking other vehicles.
Ultimately, an unfortunate incident occurred when they collided with a luxury car at a corner. Now, both of them find themselves in the hospital. When Song Zhi arrived at the hospital room, Xiaowan lay on the bed, her foot encased in a plaster cast.
Wan, are you alright?
Song Zhi hurriedly stepped forward. Xiaowan, in tears, embraced Song Zhi, exclaiming, Zhi Zhi, you have no idea how perilous it was utterly terrifying.
It's alright now, everything is fine.
Song Zhi consoled her, yet Xiaowan continued to weep incessantly. Song Zhi could comprehend that for someone like Xiaowan, a young lady accustomed to a life of ease and privilege, encountering such adversity was indeed unprecedented. Alright, Wan, cease your tears, she consoled.
Xiaowan sniffled.
My leg hurts terribly, I feared I might end up disabled.
Do not speak such nonsense. By the way, where is your boyfriend? The mention of Zhi Yi provoked Xiaowan's ire. He has gone too far, fleeing when trouble arose. I wish to break up with him. Why would he run?
Xiaowan inhaled sharply. What other reason could there be? He is worried about the financial repercussions. The damaged vehicle is a luxury car worth over 10 million. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the hospital room swung open, and two gentlemen in hats entered, inquiring about Xiaowan's condition as part of their routine. Given that Xiaowan had violated traffic regulations, she bore full responsibility for the incident. The exact amount of compensation owed to the car owner would depend on the assessment from the repair company.
Song Zhi never anticipated it would escalate to such severity. Wan, have you had any communication with the car owner?
Xiaowan shook her head. No, I woke up directly in the hospital.
Then how did you ascertain that your boyfriend had fled? The phone is unreachable, what else could it imply?
Indeed, it appears I have misjudged. Song Zhi felt somewhat puzzled. Even if he bore full responsibility and was required to pay over 1 million, for a young lady of Xiaowan's stature, it was hardly a significant matter. It was merely the cost of an ordinary handbag. Why would Zhi Yi resort to fleeing? Song Zhi gazed at Xiaowan, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Clearly still unable to let go of her little puppy, she tentatively inquired, Wan, could it be a misunderstanding?
Xiaowan scoffed, what nonsense! If you don't believe me, I'll call him right now.
As she spoke, she picked up her phone and dialed Zhi Zi's number.
Chapter 24, Zhi Zhi, come back to me. However,
the call rang twice before being abruptly disconnected. It was evident that she had been blocked.
Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly.
Although it was their first meeting, she did not have a favorable impression of Zhi Zhi. On their initial encounter, he had the audacity to attempt to add her WeChat while covertly hiding his girlfriend.
Xiao Wan.
Such a person was evidently untrustworthy, but to her astonishment, he was not only disloyal but also remarkably unreliable. Even if he wished to avoid financial repercussions, it was hard to fathom how he could so decisively block his girlfriend.
Moreover, Xiao Wan was currently in the hospital recovering from an injury. Even in fear,
one would expect a semblance of decorum. To flee so abruptly was simply unacceptable.
Does he truly believe that Xiao Wan is unaware of her financial standing?
Beyond this notion,
Song Zhi could not conceive of any other explanation.
Xiao Wan retracted her neck slightly. He should be unaware. During her relationship with Zhi Zhi, she had not deliberately disclosed her wealth, nor did she pursue luxury items like other affluent young ladies. She cherished whatever items she liked, regardless of their price,
treating them as treasures.
As for Zhi Zhi, she was acutely aware of his lackluster qualities. Apart from his long face, he was devoid of merit. Yet, she was genuinely fond of him. As long as Zhi Zhi cherished her, she was quite willing to support him, for her financial resources were ample.
However,
she never anticipated encountering someone so cowardly, who couldn't even muster the courage to break up with her directly, instead choosing to vanish and block her during her unconscious state. Indeed, this so-called puppy was devoid of any substantial qualities beyond physical vigor. The more she contemplated,
the angrier she became. Enough, do not dwell on sorrow. Did you not say that the next one will be more obedient?
Xiao Wan sobbed, but I really liked him.
Song Zhi playfully rubbed her forehead, inquiring, when did you become so infatuated?
Just then, a male voice echoed from the doorway of the hospital room, laced with expletives.
What terrible luck! The moment I step outside, I get into an accident.
I retorted, brother, it's not that I didn't want to pick you up. It was precisely because I was on my way to get you that I found myself in this mishap.
You would have summoned an ambulance faster than I could have.
He continued, all right, I must confront that little rascal who collided with my bike. I just acquired that new vehicle. If I don't ensure he faces consequences, I might as well not bear the surname Zhou. With that, the door to the hospital room was forcefully kicked open. Song Zhi turned her head and was met with the sight of Zhou Yan, who had bandages wrapped around his head and a phone in his hand. Behind him followed a group of bodyguards clad in matching uniforms. If it weren't for their prior acquaintance, Song Zhi would have been quite intimidated by the scene. You crashed into my car, do you have any idea? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yan was taken aback upon seeing Song Zhi.
Oh, Song Xiaozhi?
What brings you here? My brother Zhou is not in this ward. Song Zhi has now come to understand.
Zhi Yi crashed into Zhou Yan's car.
Of all the vehicles to collide with, he had to choose the one belonging to this little tyrant. Song Zhi's gaze fell upon the bandaged forehead, still stained with traces of blood.
Are you all right? Zhou Yan shook his head, a dull ache pulsing through his mind.
He muttered a curse under his breath. That wretched scoundrel crashed into me, and I ended up injured. Xiao Wan cowered behind Song Zhi, hesitant to show herself.
Just by listening,
she could tell that this man had a fiery temper and was certainly not to be trifled with. She stammered, Big brother, I will compensate you, no matter the amount.
Can you leave now?
It was only then that Zhou Yan noticed Xiao Wan, hidden behind Song Zhi. His narrow eyes narrowed further as he remarked,
I remember being struck by a little rascal. How did it turn into a woman?
Song Zhi smiled awkwardly and said, That man ran away, how cowardly of him. Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly as she tentatively inquired, Brother Zhou Yan, is your car all right?
Upon hearing this form of address, Zhou Yan found it somewhat peculiar. Indeed.
The next moment, Song Zhi continued, My friend didn't mean to cause any trouble, could you possibly keep this from Uncle Mousy? It was evident that there are no brothers without reason in this world. With that one word brother, he instinctively understood that he was about to incur a loss of several million.
Zhou Yan chuckled and responded, Little sister. Do you have any idea what condition my car is in? Song Zhi shook her head. Zhou Yan took out his phone and displayed a photo right in front of Song Zhi. Song Zhi stole a glance and was momentarily taken aback.
The hood of the car was crumpled, and smoke was still billowing from the engine. It appeared quite dire.
Xiaowan also leaned in to take a look.
And upon witnessing the severity of the situation, a wave of guilt washed over her. Big brother, I am truly sorry, it was unintentional. I am willing to compensate for any damages, just please don't make me operate a sewing machine.
Zhou Yan shifted his gaze to Xiaowan.
To his surprise, he found the young lady rather appealing. A smile played on his lips as he asked, "Are you a friend of Song Zhi?" Xiaowan nodded, "Best friend and roommate."
Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. "Well, since we are all friends, why don't we have a proper discussion?"
He gestured for Song Zhi to step outside. Song Zhi was well aware of Zhou Yan's intentions and could not bear to see her friend fall into a perilous situation. However, before she could voice her concerns, Xiaowan quietly leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Zhi Zhi, your brother is quite handsome, he is exactly to my taste."
Song Zhi. I see.
It appears that my concerns were unfounded. Xiaowan waved her hand, "No need, no need. You may attend to your own matters first." Song Zhi nodded and rose to her feet, making her way towards the door. Just as she reached the threshold of the ward, Zhou Yan suddenly called out to her.
"Sister, your ninth brother is hospitalized, aren't you going to pay him a visit?" Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Hospitalized? Indeed. In the ward upstairs. How did this happen?
I saw him doing just fine at noon.
Zhou Yan replied with a look of disdain. Who knows what madness struck him?
Please check if he is still alive.
I'll come up shortly. All right.
When Song Zhi arrived at Fu Lu's hospital room, the nurse was in the process of changing his bandages. He lay in bed with his eyes closed, presumably asleep.
Allergic reaction. Song Zhi was taken aback. How could this be an allergy? Have the allergens been identified?
The nurse opened her mouth, ready to respond, when Fu Lu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up. "What brings you here?" "My friend was in a car accident and is hospitalized downstairs. I came to see him," he replied, stepping forward to quietly inquire, "Are you feeling any better?"
"How could you have an allergy?" The nurse interjected, "You should avoid beef and kelp in the future." This time, it was a mild reaction, but if you consume more, it could become severe.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt a twinge of guilt.
Wasn't the beef and kelp precisely the lunch she had brought?
"I'm sorry, Fu Lu cast her a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, "There's no need for apologies.
It is only through experience that one learns of allergies. I ought to thank you instead." Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly.
This person certainly possesses a knack for offering comfort.
"Would you like some water?" "I can pour it for you." Feeling a twinge of guilt for causing Fu Lu's allergy,
Song Zhi was at a loss on how to confront him and sought to occupy herself with some task.
"No need, just sit there." Song Zhi lowered her head and softly uttered an "oh."
Fu Lu pressed his lips together and gazed at her, saying, "It has nothing to do with you.
So do not overthink it." Song Zhi shook her head.
Suddenly, the phone in her bag began to ring. Song Zhi picked up her phone and glanced at the contact name.
It was an unfamiliar number. Song Zhi hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Hello. Zhi Zhi. It's me, Pei Jinnian."
Song Zhi paused, her grip on the phone faltering, her expression tinged with impatience.
"Is there something you need? The hangover soup from last night was prepared by you, correct?"
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi instinctively turned to Fu Lv. Fu Lv gazed at her unwaveringly, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. It was evident that he had overheard Pei Jinnian's words on the other end of the line.
Chapter 25. Fu Lv's inner thoughts. Song Zhi rose in a fluster and walked towards the balcony. "What is it that you truly wish to convey?"
"I am aware that it was you who came to my home last night to take care of me."
Zhi Zhi, do you still harbor feelings for me?
Song Zhi found herself somewhat at a loss for words. She had no intention of attending, yet considering the promise she made to Pei's mother, she could not extricate herself from the situation before Pei Jinnian ended his relationship with Meng Wan.
Reflecting on this, Song Zhi spoke up, "And then? What is it that you wish to convey?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhi let out a cold huff. "Did you not proclaim that the campus belle is your true love?" With your true love by your side, what is there left to feel uncomfortable about?
Pei Jinnian was left speechless, unable to utter a single word in response.
Song Zhi continued, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. No, please don't hang up. Song Zhi remained silent, awaiting Pei Jinnian's next words. So? What is your plan? Are you intending to end things? Pei Jinnian fell silent for a few seconds before responding, could you grant me a little time? I will manage it appropriately. Song Zhi did not anticipate that Pei Jinnian was genuinely contemplating how to deal with Meng Huan.
He remained as despicable as ever. Were it not for her father, she would have no desire to utter a single word to Pei Jinnian at this moment. Song Zhiping was calming her emotions. Just about to speak when Fu Lu's cry of pain echoed. Song Zhigu could not afford to listen to what Pei Jinnian had to say. She abruptly ended the call and hurried towards the hospital room.
What happened?
The needle is misaligned, it hurts a bit. Song Zhi cast a glance, her hand swollen. She quickly turned off the switch and pressed the bell by the bedside. It's nothing, the doctor will come over shortly to reinsert the needle. Fu Lu responded lightly.
Inquiring, whose call is it? Song Zhi pressed her lips together, reluctant to speak. Fu Lv was aware of who was on the other end of the line.
If only Song Zhi would share with her, even if it were not an explanation but merely a notification, it would suffice.
Yet, Song Zhi remained silent.
Which stirred a hint of displeasure in Fu Lv. Turning her head, she chose not to engage with Song Zhi. Despite her verbal refusal, her eyes betrayed her. Wandering uncontrollably in Song Zhi's direction. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and remarked, your ex-boyfriend? I already know, even if you don't say it. Song Zhi looked at Fu Lu in surprise and asked, how did you know? Fu Lu, with his eyes cast down, replied softly, it's quite apparent. Song Zhi remained silent. Her eyes cast down in a state of unease, fearful that Fu L might discern something amiss. Suddenly, her phone rang once more. Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID, recognizing it was Pei Jinnian. She chose not to answer, promptly disconnecting the call. Just then, Zhou Yan arrived. Observing the two of them lost in thought. With a teasing smile, he remarked, oh, are you two engaged in a game of statues? Not speaking or moving at all. As he spoke, he struck an exaggeratedly comical pose. Fu Lu raised his eyelids and shot him a glance, replying nonchalantly, have you had too much to drink? Zhou Yan immediately bristled, exclaiming, I say, Fu Laojiu, you must be feeling unsatisfied if you don't get to retort at me. Fu Lu maintained his indifferent demeanor, remarking, even if I were to retort, it wouldn't lead to a climax. Zhou Yan, feeling vexed to the point of grinding his teeth, glared at Fu Lu with a look of deep resentment for a moment before turning to Song Zhi. Sister, look, Fu Laojiu is bullying me again. Song Zhi remarked. These two individuals must be over 50 combined, yet they still exhibit such immaturity. How exasperating. With a hint of disdain, she added, stop fooling around. Zhou Yan puffed out his chest, sulking and refusing to engage. However, the more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt. Fu Laojiu. It serves you right to be here getting acupuncture, you are fully aware that you cannot consume beef, yet you continue to flaunt it. Song Zhi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She had assumed that Fu Lu was unaware. It turned out he was fully aware of his allergies to those dishes. But why did he still indulge in them? Song Zhi looked up at Fu Lv in confusion. Fu Lv, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze, Zhou Yan. Did you donate your mouth? Don't waste it. Zhou Yan retorted, you wretched creature. He approached Song Zhi, saying, Sister Song Zhi, come on, ignore that old fool Fu. He deserves the pain. With that, he took her hand and attempted to lead her away. Song Zhi remained seated, motionless. Zhou Yan, perplexed, inquired. Aren't you going with your brother? He thought to himself, no one cares for him. Who concerns themselves with his well-being? If he chooses to consume what he is allergic to, he must bear the consequences. Come now, brother will take you to Yuxiangge for a delightful feast. Song Jia shook her head. After all, the reason he lay here receiving injections was due to her encouragement. It seemed rather unreasonable for her to leave like this. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she spoke up, it was I who urged him to eat the beef. Zhou Yan responded with a scowl, damn it. The thing I loathe the most in this life is a foolish love-struck person, and unfortunately, that's precisely what my brother is.
With a look of disdain, he glanced at Fu Lu and scornfully remarked, Fu Lu, you absolute fool, are you trying to throw your life away? Get lost. If you're leaving, then go.
I have no desire to be around a love-struck idiot for fear of catching it myself.
With that, he turned on his heel and made his way toward the hospital room door, only to collide with the doctor coming in for a checkup. Family members should first proceed to handle the admission paperwork, the doctor stated bluntly. Zhou Yan halted, a twinge of disbelief crossing his face. Is it really that serious? Allergies can be life-threatening, how could it not be severe?
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt an increased sense of guilt.
Observing this, Fu Lu couldn't help but furrow his brow.
All right, it's not that exaggerated, he remarked,
raising his gaze towards Zhou Yan and giving him a nod to signal him to go. Zhou Yan, perplexed, asked, Go where? Fu Lu succinctly replied, Handle the hospitalization. Zhou Yan's teeth clenched in frustration, a sound echoing in the silence.
Truly, it was the first time he had encountered someone so brazen while soliciting assistance. And to think this person was a friend.
It was utterly bewildering how he had become acquainted with Fu Lu. Fu Laojiu, I am a person, not your lackey. Why must I comply with your every whim? Does he not have any dignity left?
Fu Lu remained silent, merely gazing at him with an air of calm. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of guilt, and just as he was about to act, Song Zhi stood up, saying, I'll go.
What do you need? Seeing this, Zhou Yan quickly seized the opportunity she presented, saying, No, you can't go.
I'll handle it, you stay here and warm up.
It's cold outside. With that, he began to make his way toward the ward's entrance. In the next moment, Fu Lu's languid voice interrupted, Could you grab the four-stand?
I need to use the restroom.
Zhou Yan's irritation surged, and he rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready for a confrontation. Fu Lu, why are you acting like a woman with all these trivial matters?
Despite his anger, Zhou Yan approached to fetch the four-stand for him.
Fu Lu got off the bed and looked at Song Zhi, saying politely, My identification is in the drawer, you can take my ID to handle the paperwork. I appreciate it.
His tone was courteous, yet Zhou Yan noticed the barely concealed smirk at the corners of his mouth. Once Song Zhi had left,
Zhou Yan confronted the man standing by the toilet, saying bluntly, Zhou Gu, you did this on purpose, didn't you?
Fu Lu gave him a nonchalant glance.
What did I do on purpose? Zhou Yan smirked mischievously, cunning. Did you hear that? Family members handle the hospitalization. Chapter 26, Late-Stage Infatuation. Zhou Yan looked at Fu Lu's proud expression with disdain.
So that's why you suddenly needed to use the restroom, it was all a ruse.
Zhou Yan grimaced, I never would have guessed you were so lovesick.
Get lost, and stop bothering me here, Fu Lu retorted.
Zhou Yan scoffed.
You've forgotten your brothers now that you have a girlfriend, Fu Laojiu. I truly misjudged you.
Are you leaving or not? If you don't,
I swear I'll prick you with this needle. With that, he straightened up, adopting a posture that suggested he would poke Fu Lu if he didn't leave.
Zhou Yan,
still disdainful, stretched lazily, saying, Well, it seems not only are you suffering from late-stage infatuation, but you've also become possessed by an old hag. When Song Zhi completed the hospital admission process, she noticed the absence of Zhou Yan and casually inquired, Where is brother Zhou Yan? Fu Lu's gaze darkened slightly as he replied nonchalantly, He has gone to see his girlfriend. Oh, I had a few matters to discuss with him.
What is there to discuss with him?
Upon hearing his rather ungracious tone, Song Zhi chose not to speak further.
She raised her eyes to glance at the medicine bottle and inquired, How many bottles are left? Only the last one remains.
Song Zhi placed the completed documents on the cabinet beside the bed. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were allergic to.
If I had known.
Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interjected, I've already told you it's not your concern, you need not feel guilty.
I apologize.
If you truly feel remorseful, then perhaps you could bring me meals every day, though please refrain from bringing that one from before.
Fu Lu said this with a teasing tone. Song Zhi nodded solemnly, All right, I will.
Suddenly, her phone in the bag began to ring.
It was the previous agent. Song Zhi answered the phone, Hello.
The agent mentioned that there are several newly released properties available and inquired when Song Zhi would be free to take a look. Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at Fu Lu and replied indifferently, perhaps I won't have time until next week. Thus, the two arranged to connect again the following Monday before ending the call.
Fu Lu raised his eyelids slightly, pondering, who? Still hasn't found a place?
I haven't had the time to look these past couple of days, I shall go take a look next week.
Which district are you considering?
Song Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking, I suppose anything is fine, primarily because my work has yet to be settled.
Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Does Zhou Yin engage in such business? Has he opened a brokerage firm? Surely, you are aware of the Deep Blue Center. Song Zhi nodded.
The newly emerging real estate developments in the harbor city are still quite popular.
As for his, I will inquire about it later. Upon hearing this,
Song Zhi hastily waved her hands, saying, no need, I do not intend to purchase a house, I prefer to rent. The rental prices at Deep Blue Center are so exorbitant that even renting is beyond my means, let alone buying.
That day,
Song Zhi stayed in the hospital with Fu Lu until he finished his 4-drip before departing.
Just before she left, Fu Lu inquired, will you come by tomorrow?
Song Zhi nodded and said, certainly, I will bring you lunch. Fu Lv's lips curled into a slight smile, good.
He then inquired, is there anything you cannot eat?
This time, Song Zhi was concerned that Fu Lv might have an allergic reaction due to her, which would weigh heavily on her conscience.
I will send you a message on WeChat later.
The next day, when Song Zhi arrived, Zhou Yan was also present. Upon seeing Song Zhi, his eyes sparkled with excitement.
Sister, have you agreed to Fu Laojiu? Song Zhi wore a bewildered expression. What? Zhou Yan paused for a moment, then turned to look at the man leaning against the hospital bed. Did you not inform Sister Song Zhi?
Fu Lu responded softly.
Song Zhi glanced at the two individuals. Curiosity suddenly piqued. What are you discussing? Zhou Yan interjected, playfully smiling, little sister, could you do your brother a favor? What is it? Song Zhi inquired. Zhou Yan recounted the situation, and upon hearing it was about accompanying him to an auction, she hesitated slightly. Isn't that inappropriate?
If your girlfriend finds out, she might misunderstand.
Zhou Yan was taken aback. Girlfriend? Who said I have a girlfriend?
Song Zhi instinctively glanced at Fu Lv. Zhou Yan immediately puffed out his chest and indignantly exclaimed. Fu Laojiu, you are spreading baseless rumors about me again.
When have I ever had a girlfriend? Fu Lv raised his eyes and gave him a fleeting glance, casually retorting, not a girlfriend, but a friend with benefits?
Truly, if murder were not a crime, he would have relished the thought of throttling Fu Lv. That insufferable cur. He turned to Song Zhi, smiling broadly, and said, there is nothing of the sort, don't listen to Fu Lv's nonsense. Your brother is still single. Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly, a hint of disbelief crossing her face.
Zhou Yan turned to Fu Lv, are we still brothers? Clear this up for me. Fu Lv looked up and replied, clear up what?
Zhou Yan, feeling somewhat irritable, exclaimed, I am single.
Fu Lv casually retorted, oh, you're single. That doesn't prevent you from casual encounters. Zhou Yan. Song Zhi glanced at Fu L. What auction requires a female companion?
Before Song Zhi could voice her thoughts, Zhou Yan began to babble about a couple, and only in the end did Song Zhi grasp the crux of the matter. It was Fu L's welcome banquet.
She turned to Fu L. Are you also attending?
Zhou Yan scoffed, with him in such a state, if he goes, then.
Who said I wouldn't go? Fu L suddenly interjected, it's my welcome banquet, how could I not attend? Didn't you say you weren't going before? What changed? Fu L's expression shifted abruptly, and he retorted, just be quiet.
Song Zhi felt somewhat exasperated by the two burly men. Their argument erupted after merely 3 sentences, causing her considerable headache.
Come on, how childish can you two be?
You're grown men, yet you still bicker like children. With her words, an immediate silence enveloped the hospital room.
Song Zhi, in a moment of belated realization,
discovered that she seemed to lack the qualifications to meddle in the affairs of others.
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she softly attempted to clarify, what I meant was.
Before she could finish her thought, Fu Lu interjected, all right, let us not continue this discussion.
Song Zhi.
I did not expect Fu Lu to be quite obedient.
Zhou Yan leaned in, Zhi Zhi, just agree to accompany your brother. It would be rather dull if I go alone. Isn't Fu Lu going with you? Zhou Yan expressed some disdain. He is not a woman. What I lack is a female companion. Song Zhi felt a sense of inner conflict. Fu El's melodious voice resonated. Go ahead, indulging in some leisure is perfectly acceptable. Song Zhi replied softly. Zhou Yan's lips twitched. It seemed that he was the one who was superfluous. Trying to speak at length yet failing to elicit a single word from Fu Lu. Song Zhi inquired, what time is it? Is there anything you need me to do? Zhou Yan leaned closer, scrutinizing Song Zhi from head to toe. Today, she was dressed quite casually, donning a short down jacket paired with fitted jeans, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. He suggested, Zhi Zhi, how about I take you for a makeover? The auction starts at 2, and we still have time. With that, without waiting for Fu Lu to respond, he promptly pulled her out of the hospital room. This is not the first time Song Zhi has attended such a grand banquet. Yet it is undoubtedly the most magnificent occasion. After Zhou Yan accompanied her for a skin treatment, they proceeded to select gifts and finalize her appearance. By the time they completed the preparations, there was less than an hour remaining until the auction commenced. Once ready, they made their way to the hospital to pick up Fu Lu, the ninth brother, eager to see the results of their efforts. Upon entering the hospital room, Zhou Yan, as if presenting a treasure, ushered Song Zhi into the ward. Song Zhi felt a touch of embarrassment and murmured softly, Zhou Yan is such a neurotic. Why the excessive chatter upon entering? Instinctively, she glanced towards Fu El. Fu El was no longer reclining on the hospital bed, instead, he sat elegantly on the sofa in the ward. He had exchanged his hospital gown for a well-tailored suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of refined charm. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's voice, he turned his gaze towards Song Zhi. When his eyes fell upon her, they momentarily lingered before he quickly averted his gaze. Song Zhi did not anticipate such a reaction from Fu Lu. She lowered her gaze to her ensemble for the day and murmured to herself, is it not appealing? Fu Lu did not meet her eyes, he merely replied with indifference. It's passable. Song Zhi couldn't help but twitch her lips. This attitude was clearly implying that she did not look good today. Song Zhi glanced at Zhou Yan and asked, is it not beautiful? Zhou Yan shook his head, not at all, it's utterly stunning. As he spoke, he turned to Fu Lv and remarked, ninth brother, take another look. Today, Zhi Zhi is absolutely exquisite. With Zhou Yan's words, Fu Lv instinctively raised his gaze. Today, Song Zhi donned a haute couture qipao crafted from fragrant cloud silk. The hem gracefully resting just above her ankles, revealing her delicate, fair-skinned ankles. Despite her seemingly petite frame, she possessed a surprisingly curvaceous figure, particularly her slender waist, which Fu El believed he could effortlessly grasp with a single hand. Song Zhi gazed intently at him, noticing the flush that adorned his ears. Fu Lu, why are your ears so red? Fu Lu touched his ear with his hand. So hot. He cleared his throat awkwardly and replied nonchalantly, let us go. It's about to begin. Meanwhile, Pei Jinnian arrived at the venue of the auction, frequently checking his phone to see if the money had been credited. As the auction was on the verge of commencing, his bank account still displayed a balance of 0. Pei Jinnian was growing anxious. Had he been deceived? He immediately dialed Pei Jinnian's number. Upon connection, he exclaimed, brother, where's the money? What's the rush? Pei Jinnian's voice came from behind him. Pei Jinnian turned to see Pei Jinnian approaching with his phone in hand. Noticing the call was still active, he hung up and quickly walked over. Brother, what brings you here? Pei Jinnian replied coolly, I'm here for the auction. Are you buying jewelry for your girlfriend? Pei Jinnian shot him a glance but remained silent. Proceeding into the venue, Pei Jinnian hurried after him, brother, who are you buying for? It's not your young girlfriend, is it? Pei Jinnian's expression darkened. What young girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. He pursed his lips in silence. Pei Jinnian continued, if you ask me, Sister Song Zhi would be a great match. Marrying her wouldn't be bad, she is so caring, and her cooking is excellent. Ever since you two quarreled, I haven't tasted her dishes. At the mention of marriage, Pei Jinnian's eyelids flickered. He had never contemplated marrying Song Zhi. As Pei's mother had said, in their circle, even marriage required a suitable match, and Song Zhi was not worthy of him. Wow, brother, I just saw Sister Song Zhi. Who did you see? Sister Song Zhi, look.
Pei Jinnian followed his gaze and spotted Song Zhi standing with Zhou Yan, who seemed to have said something amusing, eliciting a gentle smile from her.
Instantly, Pei Jinnian's expression soured.
With a stern face, he approached, only to be intercepted by a middle-aged man who greeted him with a broad smile. President Pei.
Long time no see.
Pei Jinnian furrowed his brow, a hint of irritation lurking in his eyes. However, being that the man was a business associate, he restrained his displeasure and exchanged pleasantries. Once he had successfully dismissed the man, he looked up, only to find that Song Zhi had vanished. Pei Jinnian scanned the auction venue, but she was nowhere to be seen.
What are you looking at, brother? Pei Xian inquired as he approached. Where is she?
Where did she go? She is seated up front, the auction is about to start.
Hurry, let us go. With that, he pulled Pei Jinnian toward their designated seats. The auction commenced. Song Zhi sat beside Zhou Yan.
Fu Lu, as the protagonist of the day, was not with them. Instead, he was busy preparing his opening remarks. Zhou Yan leaned in and whispered, Zhi Zhi, if you see anything you like, just let me know, and I will buy it for you.
Today's auction features not only jewelry but a myriad of other treasures as well. Song Zhi shook her head.
She truly desired nothing. She merely came to make up the numbers. Observing this, Zhou Yan reached out and tapped her forehead, saying, don't worry about saving money for your brother. Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh, expressing her discontent. After speaking, she sensed that someone behind her was observing her intently.
Song Zhi instinctively turned her head.
In that fleeting moment of locking eyes with Pei Jinnian, she paused and subconsciously furrowed her brows.
How could it be that she encountered Pei Jinnian even at an auction?
Suddenly, the deep voice of Fu Lu resonated through the speakers. Her admiration for handsome men had remained unchanged, otherwise she would not have trailed behind Fu Lu like a little tail in the past.
Song Xiaozhi, what do you think? My ninth brother is quite handsome, isn't he? Zhou Yan suddenly teased. With a scoff, Zhou Yan continued, you think someone as exceptional as my ninth brother is just average?
It seems you've developed a taste for something better.
Don't be ridiculous, I haven't. She retorted. Do you like my ninth brother? If so,
I could help you pursue him.
Song Zhi's lips curled in disdain as she glanced at Zhou Yan. Have you even ventured into matchmaking services?
Zhou Yan replied, of course.
A sister's happiness is a brother's foremost responsibility.
Come on, I'm not pushing for anything, she retorted.
What is there to push for? They're already married. My ninth brother is quite easy to pursue, if you like him, just go for it. Don't be timid. Song Zhi, somewhat irritated by his incessant chatter, couldn't help but raise her voice, exclaiming, who said I like him? I do not.
Upon finishing her words, Song Zhi suddenly sensed a pause behind her. She turned her head and met Fu Lu's obscure gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt as she instinctively shrank her neck.
When had he arrived? Hadn't he just been speaking on the podium?
Fu Lu approached and seated himself beside her in the vacant space, remaining silent throughout the process.
The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Had he overheard her previous remarks? Was he upset?
Fu Lu cast a cold glance in her direction, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes.
How could she claim to dislike him? Infuriated, Fu Lu chose to ignore her entirely.
Just as Song Zhi wrestled with whether to broach a new topic, the auctioneer on the podium began the introduction. The next item up for bid was a property, the Rose Garden of Runhua Courtyard, with a starting price of 5 million. Please refer to the large screen. As images of the villa flashed on the screen, Song Zhi's pupils constricted sharply. This was the adult gift her father had given her when he turned 18. It was named the Rose Garden because it was filled with various species of roses.
Chapter 28, Song Zhi, you can only be my devoted follower.
Last year, her mother had sold the Rose Garden at a low price under the pretext of medical expenses. And now, unexpectedly, it had resurfaced here.
6 million. 8 million.
The Rose Garden, 8 million once.
10 million.
As the price steadily climbed, the grip of her hands resting on her lap tightened. Initially brooding in silence, Fu Lu noticed her change in demeanor.
And his crimson lips parted involuntarily. What is wrong with you? Song Zhifang's hand resting on her lap tightened and then relaxed.
She merely cast a fleeting glance at Fu Lu, remaining silent. Noticing her continued indifference, Fu Lu's tone grew colder.
What an impolite child. She doesn't even acknowledge her brother when he speaks to her.
Song Zhi raised her eyes, and Fu Lai could see her slightly reddened eye sockets. He feared nothing in this world, except for the tears of a child. When they cried, it was as if a dam had burst, and there was no stopping it.
Why are you crying? Please don't cry.
You've adorned yourself so beautifully today, it would be a shame to ruin it with tears.
Song Zhi sniffled. I did not cry.
After a brief pause, she added, moreover, I am not a child.
Fu El's lips twitched slightly. Is that why you wept? She continued.
That was the rose garden my father gave me, but it was sold by my mother.
Fu El fell silent, raising his gaze towards the podium. In the next moment,
he reached for a sign beside him and placed it in the palm of Song Zhi's hand, lifting her hand directly.
15 million.
Song Zhi Dai was momentarily stunned,
gazing at Fu Lu with a look of perplexity. What are you doing? I have no money. Before Fu Lu could respond, Zhou Yan leaned in, whispering.
Brother Jiu has plenty of money, spend it freely, do not hold back.
15 million for the first time. 15 million for the second time.
Just as the auctioneer's words faded, a male voice resonated from behind, 20 million.
A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Song Zhi's body stiffened as he turned to glance at Pei Jinnian.
Pei Jinnian raised an eyebrow at him, exuding an air of assured determination.
Song Zhi was perplexed. What was Pei Jinnian intending to do with this property?
Initially, she had informed him about the rose garden, but Pei Jinnian had shown little interest. She had assumed he had disregarded it, yet here he was, participating in the bidding. In the next moment, a hesitant paddle was raised.
Zhou Yan spoke up, 25 million.
Pei Jinnian's expression shifted, and beside him, Pei Xian tugged at his arm, whispering, Brother, don't act impulsively. However, before he could finish, Pei Jinnian slowly raised his paddle. The two were at a stalemate, and the price quickly escalated to 50 million, far exceeding the property's actual worth.
Song Zhi was somewhat at a loss for words. What exactly did Pei Jinnian intend to do?
As Fu Lv was about to raise his paddle once more, Song Zhi reached out and grasped his hand firmly.
Fu Lv turned to glance at her. What is it? Song Zhi shook her head, saying, No, please do not squander your money. Zhou Yan replied, Ninth brother is affluent.
Song Zhi was somewhat speechless. Even with wealth, one should not squander it.
That apartment was purchased for 16 million, what was the necessity? That belongs to you.
Fu Lu suddenly interjected. Song Zhi paused for a moment. If she could not comprehend Fu El's intentions, she would indeed be a fool. She gently shook her head, insisting,
No, it's not mine. Do not photograph it.
Ultimately, Pei Jinnian secured the exquisite rose garden for an astonishing sum of 50 million. Surrounding him were murmurs of disbelief regarding his audacious purchase of a villa from 2 decades past. The young heir of the Pei family had just taken the reins of the company.
TSK, it seemed he was still too young.
As she listened to the surrounding jeers, Song Zhi found herself at a loss for words, perceiving Pei Jinnian as somewhat deranged.
As the host of the event,
Fu El concluded the auction by acquiring an antique calligraphy piece valued at 80 million.
Following the auction, the banquet commenced.
Song Zhi was not particularly fond of such occasions, so she sought an excuse to retreat to the restroom. Upon emerging from the lavatory, as she hesitated whether to message Fu Lu, a hand suddenly grasped her and pulled her into the stairwell. Song Zhi was taken aback, momentarily stunned upon seeing the man before her.
Pei Jinnian. What on earth does this madman intend to do?
The strong scent of alcohol emanated from Pei Jinnian, clearly indicating that he had consumed quite a bit. Song Zhi felt a tinge of fear under his unwavering gaze. Instinctively, she took a couple of steps towards the adjacent door.
In the next moment, Pei Jinnian suddenly drew closer, fixating on her with an intense stare. Are you together with Zhou Yan? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Pei Jinnian had misunderstood her. However, she was reluctant to elaborate further. If he wished to harbor misconceptions, so be it. It mattered not to her. Who she chose to be with was of no concern to him.
Pei Jinnian, feeling vexed, tugged at his tie and confessed, I told you.
I am unaccustomed to your absence. I miss you dearly. Song Zhi sneered, and then? What do you mean by that? Do you intend to keep me in a rose garden as your mistress?
A flicker of chagrin crossed Pei Jinnian's eyes, as if he had been seen through. He reached out and grasped Song Zhi's wrist tightly.
Isn't it better for us to remain as we were? Can't you treat me the same way you used to?
Song Zhi gently shook her head. No, Pei Jinnian, we will not be as we once were. Pei Jinnian, accustomed to being revered and adored throughout his life, held disdain for those who would eagerly play the role of a sycophant. Thus, when he perceived Song Zhi's aloofness and indifference towards him, a surge of anger ignited within him. He forcefully pinned her against the wall and, without uttering a word, captured her lips with his own. The act was both inappropriate and repulsive. Song Zhi, suppressing her anger, pushed him away.
Pei Jinnian, do not compel me to hate you.
Pei Jinnian let out a cold laugh. Zhi Zhi, do you truly believe that by aligning yourself with someone surnamed Zhou, you have found a new pillar of support? Does this Zhou person know how you have been a sycophant by my side all these years? I sustain the slightest injury, and you weep for days on end.
When I am inebriated, you spend the entire night attending to me. Does this Zhou individual have any inkling of that? Or do you intend to replicate your devotion to me with him, to become his sycophant?
Do not harbor such delusions, you cannot escape from me.
For your entire life,
you will remain my devoted follower. Song Zhi's lips trembled uncontrollably as she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Pei Jinnian.
Pei Jinnian, you scoundrel! Pei Jinnian,
licking the corner of his split lip, suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter.
Zhi Zhi, you used to be so reluctant to strike me.
Even the slightest injury would cause you great distress.
Yet now, you dare to hit me.
How heartbroken I am. Song Zhi shook her tingling palms. She had exerted considerable force with that slap just moments ago.
Strength is reciprocal. At this moment, her palms burned intensely, trembling uncontrollably. Song Zhi,
with her trembling hand held firmly by the other, endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Raising her gaze, she met Pei Jinnian's crimson eyes.
Her expression icy.
She articulated each word with precision. Leave.
I no longer wish to see you.
She had believed that Pei Jinnian was merely a bit irritable and conceited,
ultimately a good person at heart. However, it soon became evident how vastly mistaken she was.
Suddenly, Pei Jinnian reached out and grasped Song Zhi's chin with an iron grip. Song Zhi attempted to push him away, but her jaw was firmly held by him, rendering her unable to escape.
Pei Jinnian, you madman, let me go.
Chapter 29, My addiction is strong. Pei Jinnian lifted his gaze, his cheek pressed against Song Zhi's as he whispered in her ear. I await the day you come to plead with me, by then, I shall not be so accommodating. Song Zhi paused in her breath and pushed him away with a swift motion.
Pei Jinnian, you are nothing but a madman.
Pei Jinnian chuckled softly. Zhi Zhi, we have known each other for 3 years, surely you are well aware of the kind of person I am.
Was it not you who approached me first?
Song Zhi trembled all over, her lips tightly clenched.
Pei Jinnian continued, what if you are involved with someone named Zhou? Zhou Yan is notorious for his flirtatious ways. Being with him is far less desirable than being with me. Nonsense. Song Zhi couldn't help but curse. Pei Jinnian was momentarily taken aback, his amusement deepening in his eyes.
Zhi Zhi, you truly astonish me now. For the past 3 years, Song Zhi had treated him exceptionally well, almost as if she were a robot programmed to do so.
Now, Pei Jinnian suddenly perceived the woman before him as a flesh-and-blood human, possessing emotions and temperament. Who had transformed her? Was it Zhou Yan?
The thought of Song Zhi changing for another man stirred a twinge of jealousy within Pei Jinnian. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Zhi Zhi, I shall wait for you.
Do not keep me waiting for too long.
With that, he placed a gentle kiss on Song Zhi's forehead and left without hesitation. Song Zhi leaned against the wall,
gasping for breath. That madman Pei Jinnian.
I should never have approached him because of that face. Song Zhi let out a heavy sigh, and after calming her emotions, she exited the staircase. In the corridor, Fu El leaned against the wall, his slender and athletic frame silhouetted against the dim light.
Between his index and middle fingers,
he held a cigarette, occasionally bringing it to his lips for a few puffs. The white smoke obscured his features, yet his strikingly handsome visage remained evident.
Earlier,
At the auction, he had been the subject of whispers among the young ladies, their conversations filled with the innocent stirrings of affection, fantasizing about marrying their ideal man. It was hardly surprising that these affluent young women were captivated by Fuel. His enchanting face was irresistible. Particularly striking were his eyes, which seemed capable of drawing one in with their depth. His lips were also exquisitely shaped, full and tinted with a soft rosy hue. One couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to kiss those lips. When this thought crossed her mind, Song Zhi was startled by her own audacity. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Fuel looked up, his eyes locking onto her face, pausing momentarily as he observed her slightly reddened eyes. "Why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying?" Song Zhi shook her head. "No, San just got in." Fuel remained silent, straightening his posture as he approached Song Zhi step by step. His tall figure swiftly enveloped her. A faint scent of smoke filled the air around her, not unpleasant, mingled with a subtle hint of strawberries. Fuel leaned down, bringing their faces closer together. Song Zhi caught a glimpse of her own reflection in his amber-hued eyes. As her gaze descended and lingered upon Fulu's crimson lips, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease, retreating a couple of steps. "Do you need a breath?" Fulu inquired. Song Zhi was perplexed. "What? Wasn't there sand in the eye?" Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "All right, it's all settled." Whenever she told a lie, her gaze tended to wander restlessly. Upon noticing several cigarette butts scattered among the fine sand at the base of the trash can where Fulu had previously stood, a sudden unease gripped her. How long had Fulu been here? Had he witnessed everything? His position was rather strategic, affording him a clear view of half the staircase. Song Zhi, harboring a sliver of hope, inquired tentatively, "Are these cigarettes yours?" Fu Lv raised an eyebrow and let out a soft huff. It was merely smoking. Beyond that, there was nothing more to discern. Song Zhi, isn't this just a classic case of not having 300 taels of silver hidden here? For a moment, Song Zhi felt a bit embarrassed and hastily sought a new topic. "Your craving for cigarettes seems rather intense." As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. What was her relationship with Fu Lv? His smoking habits seemed to bear little relevance to her. Fu Lv lowered his gaze upon her, responding lazily, "I plan to quit smoking." Song Zhi nodded in agreement with his words. Quitting smoking is indeed beneficial. Smoking is detrimental to one's health. After speaking, a silence enveloped the two once more. Suddenly, Fuel broke the quietude. "Aren't you curious about my plans to quit smoking?" Song Zhi looked up at him with curiosity on her small face and asked, "Are you still planning to quit smoking?" Fulu exhaled a gentle puff of smoke, nonchalantly replying, "Of course, my addiction is quite strong." Song Zhi paused for a moment and suggested, "If possible, it is best to refrain from smoking. It is detrimental to one's health." Fulu curved his lips, a smile glimmering in his eyes, and replied, "Do you think I care?" As he spoke, the corners of his brows lifted, his tone laced with a hint of frivolity. Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment, her hands at her sides tightening and then relaxing. Did she care? Did she dare? Did she possess the right? "I apologize, that was not my intention." As Song Zhi spoke, the smile on Fulu's face faded. He narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at her, a hint of frustration evident. How had he not noticed the child's stubbornness before? What sort of life had he been leading all these years? She had transformed into this. After speaking, she attempted to bypass Fulu and leave. Yet, she soon realized she was unable to do so. She found herself uncontrollably yearning to cross boundaries, inevitably leading to an awkwardness between them. In the next moment, her wrist was grasped firmly by someone. Song Zhi turned her gaze towards Fu Lv. Song Zhi felt a twinge of reluctance. Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, you are the protagonist, it wouldn't be fitting for you to leave. Fulu replied with indifference, "If the leading lady is absent, what purpose do I serve in staying?" His tone was laced with a playful nuance that left Song Zhi perplexed. Song Zhi was reluctant to remain in this ambiguous atmosphere, yearning to escape swiftly. Naturally, she intended to attend to the guests alone, without requiring his company. Fu Lv, slightly displeased, inquired, "Are you avoiding me? Then let us depart," he said, leading the way towards the elevator. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi had no choice but to muster her courage and follow suit.
The events at the auction today,
where she encountered Pei Jinnian, left her feeling somewhat despondent. Throughout the journey, she quietly occupied the passenger seat, refraining from uttering a word.
Fu Lu, while driving, occasionally cast glances in her direction. Speak, Fu Lu suddenly broke the silence. Song Zhi expressed her confusion. Huh? When you remain silent, it feels as though no one is around me.
Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly.
Does she think of herself as a ghost? Suddenly,
the vehicle came to a halt in a parking space by the roadside.
Song Zhi felt a twinge of confusion. Why have we halted here? Let us partake in some sustenance. Song Zhi instinctively declined, saying, I shall not partake, you may go. Let us go together. It has been many years since we last visited.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi raised her eyes, finally realizing the situation.
Xingyun Road.
The food street, she had visited it several times with Fu El during their academic days.
Upon witnessing Fu El alight from the vehicle,
Song Zhi had no choice but to follow suit. Dressed in formal attire, she was immediately assailed by a brisk chill that sent shivers coursing through her body. It was a lapse in judgment. She ought to have brought her down jacket, which she had inadvertently left in Zhou Yan's car.
In the next moment,
a shadow loomed above her, accompanied by the familiar, crisp scent of mint that filled her nostrils. Song Zhi abruptly removed the garment that was draped over her head, casting an annoyed glare at Fu Lu.
What are you doing? I'm feeling hot, hold this for me. Song Zhi tightened her grip on the coat,
still warm from Fu Lu's presence.
Chapter 30, Keeping One in Suspense. The restaurant they used to frequent 5 years ago was still in operation.
Though it had undergone renovations and expansions, now, there were waitstaff, whereas previously, the owner personally attended to the guests.
Fu Lu chose a seat by the window and glanced at the menu, inquiring, Do you have any dietary restrictions?
Song Zhi shook her head. Fu Lu promptly selected several dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. Fu Lu retrieved a cigarette from his case, expertly placing it between his lips, and fumbled for his lighter, but was unable to find it.
He extended his hand towards Song Zhi, requesting, Lend me your lighter. Song Zhi was somewhat bewildered. I do not possess a lighter. Mine is in the pocket of my clothing. Song Zhi,
belatedly realizing that she was still clad in someone else's clothing, reached into her pocket and fished out a black lighter.
She handed it to Fu Lu. Fu Lu accepted it, struck the flame, and ignited it.
He took a gentle puff and slowly exhaled a swirling cloud of white smoke. Song Zhi gazed at him,
hesitating for a moment before speaking. Didn't you say you wanted to quit smoking? You're not ready yet? Is preparation necessary for quitting smoking?
Fu Lu's gaze settled on Song Zhi's face, and a smirk graced his lips. Of course, quitting such a habit requires a substitute.
What kind of substitute?
Fu Lu remained silent, his eyes drifting down to her tender lips.
The girl's mouth was small and rosy, evidently inviting to kiss. Suddenly,
a mischievous thought flickered through Fu Lu's mind, to kiss her, fervently. He yearned to see the color of her lips after being ravaged by his affection.
Fu Lu parted his lips slightly. I can't say right now. TCH, still keeping her in suspense.
Song Zhi silently muttered to herself.
Song Xiaozhi. Fu Luyang raised an eyebrow, eager to know.
Initially, Song was not curious, however, upon Fu Lu's remark. Her curiosity was piqued regarding what symbolic objects one might need to prepare for quitting smoking. She nodded, her delicate lips parting slightly. I desire to kiss. Song Zhi fell silent for a moment, and Fu Lu observed her in a daze, the mirth in his eyes intensifying.
Children should refrain from inquiring too much,
lest they frighten themselves, he remarked with a playful smile.
How can one prove it? In the next instant, Song Zhi produced her identification card and placed it before Fu Lu, asserting, See?
I am 22 years old, I am not a child.
Song Zhi pronounced the word child with a heavy emphasis.
Fu Lu was unexpectedly amused by Song Zhi's earnest demeanor, pondering.
What is there to be serious about regarding a child?
Song Zhi's cheeks puffed up as she exclaimed, Don't call me a child.
With a leisurely demeanor,
Fu Lu reclined against the back of his chair, gazing at her with a languid expression. If you call me brother, I shall refrain from calling you a child. Song Zhi was somewhat irritable, turning her head to avoid engaging with him. Fu Lu chuckled softly, remarking on the child's rather considerable temper.
Song Zhi. You are the child. Song Zhi felt that she could no longer engage in conversation with Fu Lu.
Noticing Song Zhi's indifference, Fu Lu reached out and roughly tousled her hair, saying, "Brother apologizes to you, please do not be angry." Song Zhi let out a soft huff of discontent, remaining silent. Once the dish was served, she realized that Fu Lu had ordered grilled fish. The accompanying side dishes comprised of her least favorite ingredients: cilantro, cauliflower, potatoes, and onions. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi's elegantly arched brows momentarily furrowed before gradually relaxing. Fu Lv discreetly observed her expression without uttering a word. He delicately placed a piece of cauliflower into her bowl.
Song Zhi gazed at the cauliflower with a hint of hesitation. Why not eat it?
Song Zhi hesitated for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of cauliflower in her mouth. She did not chew, merely biting down.
Seeing this, Fu Lu remarked nonchalantly, "If you do not like it, you need not eat." Song Zhi was taken aback.
Fu Lu pulled a tissue from the side and handed it to her, "Spit it out." It was only then that Song Zhi realized what was happening. After a moment of hesitation, she softly replied, "It's nothing, just a piece." As she spoke, she casually chewed a few times before swallowing.
Song Zhi. You were never like this before, have you forgotten? Song Zhi Wei was momentarily taken aback. It had been many years since then,
and she had long since forgotten most of it. Ever since her father's incident and the subsequent shift in her mother's demeanor, Song Zhi had learned to please everyone around her. Over the years spent in the company of Pei Jinnian, she had meticulously catered to all of his preferences, to the extent that she could no longer recall what she had once been like. She wished to avoid delving into this matter and lightly remarked, "People inevitably change." Fu Lui, with an implied meaning, responded, "Indeed, people do change." Song Zhi hung her head, staring at the empty bowl before her. Suddenly, Fu Lu spoke up, "Song Zhi.
Do you recall that time we dined here and ended up at the station?" Song Zhi nodded, of course she would not forget.
At that time, Fu Lu and Zhou Yan had come here for a late-night snack, and she had accompanied them. Both had indulged a bit too much and frequently retreated to the restroom. A heavily made-up woman from the neighboring table approached, seeking her assistance in acquiring Fu Lu's contact information. She refused, assertively declaring that Fu Lu was her future boyfriend and forbidding anyone else from harboring intentions towards him. In retaliation, the woman summoned a few thugs to intimidate her. Zhou Yan then joined the fray, and the situation quickly descended into chaos. Ultimately, upon witnessing Fu Lu being struck, Song Zhi, in a fit of anger, seized a nearby chair and joined the fray. This single act resulted in all three being taken to the police station, only to be bailed out later by Fu Lu's grandmother. Fu Lu remarked, "You were quite fierce back then." They reminisced about the past, like old friends. At that moment, the waiter returned, placing a steaming bowl of rice in front of Song Zhi. Song Zhi was perplexed. Fu Lu spoke up, "Knowing your discerning palate, I ordered something anew that I believe you would relish." Song Zhi gazed at the rice bowl before her, and suddenly felt a pang of emotion in her heart. Noticing her distress, Fu Lu quickly interjected, Song Zhi, you seem to be regressing as you grow older. How can you still cry at your age?" Song Zhi sniffed, holding back her tears. "Haven't you always called me a child? Can a child cry?" Fu Lu smiled casually, his lips curving into a relaxed grin. "Go ahead and cry. Your brother is here." In the end, Song Zhi managed to stifle her tears. She focused on her own bowl of rice. The portion was quite large, and after consuming half, she found herself unable to eat more. Fu Lu cast a glance her way. "Is that all you've eaten? Are you full? I can barely get enough, and you can't finish yours?" With that, he reached over and took the remaining rice from Song Zhi's bowl, placing it in front of himself. Song Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed. "Fu Lu, could you please order another one?" She had already tasted this dish, and the remaining portions were not very appealing. Most importantly, given their current relationship, it seemed inappropriate for Fu Lu to eat her leftovers. Fu Lu took a bite and replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you often take my leftover food back in school?" Chapter 31, Feed this cup of wine to Pei Xiao mouth to mouth. Song Zhi opened her mouth.
yet found herself unable to refute. I proceeded to the checkout. She fabricated an excuse and rose to make her way towards the cash register. The proprietress evidently remembered her. Greeting her with a cheerful smile, "Your boyfriend is truly handsome." Song Zhi paused for a moment, turning to look at Fu Lu, who was on the phone. Fu Lu sensed Song Zhi's gaze and a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke into the receiver. "Not going. Busy. Don't want to." With that, he promptly ended the call, yet his attention remained fixed on Song Zhi. Song Zhi lowered her head, rummaging through her bag in search of something. After failing to locate it, she turned around with a hint of embarrassment and approached. Fu Lu inquired, "What's the matter?" Song Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed. "It seems that I left my wallet in the dormitory, and my phone is out of battery, so I cannot pay." As she spoke, fearing that Fu Lu might not believe her, she hurriedly took out her phone. Song Zhi sat quietly in her seat, patiently awaiting Fu Lu's completion of his meal. Suddenly, Fu Lu's phone rang once more. He glanced at it, and with a hint of irritation, he promptly silenced the call. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi surmised that her presence rendered it inconvenient for others to take phone calls. She turned her gaze towards the window. It was snowing, and she expressed her desire to step outside for a moment. As she stood to leave, passing by Fu Lu's side, her wrist was suddenly grasped. "It is cold outside. Remain seated." "I merely wish to take a look outside," she replied. "Do not be stubborn, sit down." His tone was authoritative. "How did your visit with your father go?" Fu Lu inquired unexpectedly. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, her head bowed as she murmured softly, "Is that so?" Fu Lu replied with an air of indifference. "If my descendants were to abandon me in such a manner, I would never forgive them, even in death." Song Zhi. She did not wish for this. Yet her mother held the reins at home, leaving her with no voice to express herself. Currently, all her hopes were pinned on Mother Pei. Recalling her promise to Mother Pei, Song Zhi felt a pang of regret. She should not have let her conflict with Pei Jinnian escalate to such a degree today, but rather should have sought to appease him first. Song Zhi let out a gentle sigh. Fu Lv set down his chopsticks and reached out to tap her forehead, asking, "Why are you sighing?" Song Zhi shrank her neck slightly, still unaccustomed to such affectionate gestures. She shook her head, saying, "No." "Song Zhi, are you full?" Fu Lv, "Yes. I'm full. Let's go." On the way back, Fu Lv's phone kept ringing. Song Jisoo remained silent in her seat, not daring to utter a word, until the vehicle gradually came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Song Zhi softly uttered a word of thanks, opened the door, and alighted from the vehicle. Raising her gaze towards Fu Lu, "They must be in urgent need of your assistance. You should take a call, lest they worry." Fu Lu casually glanced at the dozen or so missed calls, a faint smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Are you concerned about me now?" Song Zhi felt a momentary embarrassment. The snow, which had inexplicably ceased, began to fall once more, its intensity gradually increasing. Soon, a delicate layer of snowflakes adorned Song Zhi's head. Fu Lu beckoned him with a curl of his finger, saying, "Song Zhi, come here." Farewell." Song Zhi murmured softly, then turned to walk towards the apartment building. Fu Lu sat in the car, watching the girl's silhouette gradually fade into the night. His phone beside him buzzed once more. It was a call from Zhou Yan. He leisurely picked up the device and answered, "Speak." No sooner had he uttered the words than Zhou Yan's irate voice erupted from the other end. "Fu Laojiu, where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea that your parents, your aunt, and your elder sister have been bombarding me with calls?" Fu Lu leaned back in his chair, extracted a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. He then picked up a lighter, igniting it and taking a gentle puff. "I'm leaving now," he exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his tone indifferent. "You're leaving? The banquet isn't over yet." Zhou Yan paused momentarily, suddenly falling silent. "Oh, no wonder. You go ahead. I'll hang up." He had initially intended to search for a new place at a leisurely pace, but now it seemed that was no longer feasible. After rummaging through his belongings, he still hadn't located his wallet. Suddenly, his phone, which had been charging, pinged with a new message. Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the screen, where a message from Fu Lu read, "Song Zhi, have you lost your way?" Fu Lu continued, I was pondering that it should take you no more than 10 minutes to walk from my car to the dormitory.
Only then did Song Zhi realize that when she left, Fu Lu had mentioned he would message her once he arrived at the dormitory.
Before she could offer an explanation, Fu Lu's call came through.
Song Zhi hesitated for a moment before pressing the call button.
Hello, have you arrived at the dormitory?
Song Zhi murmured softly. I would have thought you were kidnapped if you hadn't said anything. Hearing Fu Lu's teasing voice, Song Zhi chuckled awkwardly a couple of times.
Fu Lu inquired. What are you up to?
Song Zhi glanced around the disordered dormitory and candidly stated, I am tidying up my belongings in preparation for my move.
Do you require assistance with the physical labor?
I can ask Zhou Yan to help.
Song Zhi blurted out, why isn't it you?
Fu Lu paused momentarily before a faint laughter escaped his lips.
Song Zhi felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Fu Lv called out, Song Xiaozhi? With a slight rise in intonation at the end.
The call ended, and she was urged to rest early.
All right.
Her voice was barely a whisper. She truly did not know what to say, her fingers gripping the phone tightly, twisting in anxiety. Song Zhi felt somewhat flustered.
To divert her attention,
she continued to pack her belongings.
Once everything was neatly bundled, she realized that her wallet had been left at Pei Jinnian's home. She let out a heavy sigh.
While the wallet itself was not of great significance, it contained essential documents. Song Zhi picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment,
and ultimately chose not to contact Pei Jinnian.
She had no desire to see that man at all. Returning home, she found the place devoid of warmth.
Cold and empty.
Pei Jinnian gazed out the car window at the falling snowflakes and after a while, spoke to the night banquet.
The driver looked taken aback.
He was merely an employee, unable to voice his thoughts, it was up to the boss.
Once in the private room, Pei Jinnian took out his phone and began to rally people.
Before long, the room was filled with guests, women dressed provocatively, languidly draped over the men. They had already started to engage in daring exchanges.
Such scenes were not unusual in their circle. In the past, Pei Jinnian would have participated and later informed Song Zhi to come and clean up the mess. Han Chang, seated in the corner,
once again declined a seductive woman's offer to feed him alcohol mouth-to-mouth, and instead pointed at Pei Jinnian. If you can feed this drink to young Master Pei mouth-to-mouth, I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan. Chapter 32, Only Song Zhi can tame Pei Jinnian. Upon hearing this, the woman's lips curled into a confident smile.
Han Xiao meant what he said. Who didn't he know that Pei Jinnian was the most extravagant in their circle? Not only could she manage mouth-to-mouth,
but she was also confident in her abilities regarding the rest. The alluring woman, drink in hand, approached Pei Jinnian with a sway, her voice pitched higher, young Master Pei. Before she could finish, Pei Jinnian interrupted coldly, get lost. The woman was momentarily stunned, her gaze clouded with confusion, and she instinctively sat beside him. Reaching out to grasp his arm, young master, let us have a drink, you haven't had one in ages.
In the next instant,
a loud crash echoed as the woman was shoved onto the table before them, spilling drinks everywhere.
She cried out in pain as her back hit the surface.
Before she could recover, Pei Jinnian seized her face, forcing her mouth open, her eyes filled with terror.
Pei Jinnian glared at her menacingly, you want to drink, do you?
Tonight, you'll drink to your heart's content. Saying this, he grabbed a nearby bottle and poured it into her mouth.
The onlookers had never witnessed Pei Jinnian so furious, and they dared not speak. Finally, Han Yu could no longer bear it and stepped forward to intervene. Jinnian, that's enough. Pei Jinnian hurled the bottle to the ground, snorting disdainfully, what a despicable creature, get out of my sight.
The woman, terrified, fled the room in a panic.
Han Yu, seeing this, sat beside Pei Jinnian and took the bottle from his hand, in a bad mood. Pei Jinnian shot him a glance, reaching for the bottle again.
His expression darkened, give it to me. Han Yu awkwardly relinquished the bottle, and Pei Jinnian tilted his head back, draining it in one go. He spoke irritably, don't mention that wretched woman to me. The memory of being deceived by Meng Huan inflamed his anger. He carelessly smashed the bottle onto the floor and bent down to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the table, placing one between his lips. Someone remarked, young Master Pei, why not call Song Zhi over? Hanyu turned and shot a furious glare at the speaker. Shut your mouth if you can't speak properly.
Your drunkenness won't silence you, will it?
The man, feeling confused by Hanyu's anger, retorted, young Master Pei can only be tamed by Song Zhi.
I'm not wrong, am I?
Pei Jinnian leaned back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the dazzling ceiling.
He murmured, she won't come.
She definitely won't come.
Curious, Hanyu inquired, Jinnian, who won't come?
Pei Jinnian inhaled deeply, tossing the remaining half of his cigarette to the ground. Agitated, I risked being scolded to buy her a house to make her happy, but what's the result? She is laughing and chatting with another man, how dare she?
As he spoke, his anger intensified, his voice rising, how could she dare to be with another man? Hanyu paused, you mean Song Zhi is with another man? When did this happen? Who is it?
Pei Jinnian scoffed, who else could it be?
Zhou Yan.
She thinks that if she hooks up with Zhou Yan, he will marry her. What a dreamer. The Zhou family would never consider someone like her. As she stepped out of the car, she noticed a figure huddled at the entrance of the villa. Pei Jinnian instinctively moved closer, but upon recognizing the person squatting at the door, his expression darkened. The thought of being deceived by Meng Huan before ignited his anger.
What are you doing here?
Pei Jinnian's tone was far from pleasant, causing Meng Huan to tremble involuntarily. She stood up, timidly gazing at Pei Jinnian. Brother, I
want to apologize to you.
Pei Jinnian frowned, his gaze settling on the girl. She was dusted with snowflakes, suggesting she had been waiting there for quite some time.
Pei Jinnian remained silent, waiting for her to continue.
Meng Huan took tentative steps closer to him, her face flushed from the cold. Brother, about the promise to take care of you, it wasn't me.
Pei Jinnian was slightly taken aback that Meng Huan would take the initiative to speak. He followed her words, didn't you say it was you?
Meng Huan's eyes glistened with tears. I wanted to come that day, but the dormitory supervisor wouldn't let me in.
I arrived the next morning around 6.
So?
You didn't see Song Zhi?
Meng Huan lowered her gaze, contemplating for a few seconds before shaking her head. No. I waited at the door and didn't see her come out.
Brother, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to deceive you. I
just like you too much.
As she spoke, her voice broke, and she began to sob. Pei Jinnian looked at the pitiful girl before him and reached out, placing his palm on her head.
All right, don't cry. Meng Huan looked up at him, her small face reddened. Brother, are you not angry with me?
Pei Jinnian sighed, gently wiping her tears away. The girl's face was icy, indicating she had truly been waiting there for a long time.
What was there to be angry about?
The little girl was young, she merely had a crush on him.
Pei Jinnian shook his head, you didn't do anything wrong. Come on, let us go inside.
He took Meng Huan's hand and led her into the villa.
Upon entering, he noticed she was holding a pink box. He pointed at the box, what's this?
Meng Huan seemed to remember at that moment, this is dinner I made for you. It's very light this time, tailored to your taste.
She hurriedly placed it on the table and opened it.
Pei Jinnian stepped closer and heard her voice tinged with disappointment. It's cold now.
I had been holding it to keep it warm. When did you come over?
Around 6 o'clock, I arrived.
This thermos is of poor quality.
Once my living expenses are credited next month, I shall purchase a better one.
No sooner had I spoken than Pei Jinnian embraced me tightly, leaning against his chest. A smile danced upon my lips as I inquired with a hint of confusion, brother, what is the matter? Pei Jinnian released me and remarked, how could you be so foolish as to not call me? I've been waiting here alone for 6 or 7 hours.
I had made a mistake previously, and I thought to come and apologize, while also surprising you. With that, I flashed him a radiant smile.
My innocent laughter softened Pei Jinnian's heart.
He tenderly ruffled my hair and said, silly girl, do not do this again, or I shall be heartbroken.
You are still in school, focus on your studies. Upon hearing this, I wore a mischievous grin and asked, then, brother, may I come over this weekend?
Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I continued, brother.
You will be home this weekend, right? I worry that next time I come, you might not be here.
I will record your fingerprint shortly so you can come whenever you wish. With Pei Jinnian's words, I wrapped my arms around him in a big hug.
I nuzzled my cheek against his chest and said, "Thank you, brother. I love you."
"You are truly foolish," Pei Jinnian replied, his tone laced with affection.
I giggled and, standing on my tiptoes, pecked him on the cheek, then blushingly whispered, "So, brother, may I stay over tonight?" Chapter 33, The Unpredictable Madman. The following day,
estimating that Pei Jinnian had gone to the company, Song Zhi took a taxi to his villa.
Upon entering and changing her shoes,
she spotted a pair of pink snow boots at the entrance. Before she could fully process this, a familiar female voice echoed from the bedroom.
"Ah, brother.
Please don't do that, my waist still aches."
"No, it tickles."
The little rascal, speaking in contradiction.
Listening to their exchange, it took Song Zhi a considerable time to comprehend what was unfolding.
Momentarily, she felt awkward, uncertain whether to leave or stealthily search for something.
Song Zhi instinctively glanced around the living room and spotted her wallet on the sofa. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped inside,
initially intending to seize the opportunity and leave while the two were unsteadily occupied in the room.
However, as she entered, she unexpectedly collided with Meng Huan,
who was elegantly clad in a silk camisole dress. Meng Huan appeared momentarily taken aback, her surprise mingling with a hint of arrogance. She approached Song Zhi with a graceful sway, asking, "Senior, what brings you to my brother's home?" Song Zhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, particularly upon witnessing Meng Huan deliberately flaunting the kiss marks on her skin with playful gestures. Song Zhi gazed at the bite marks adorning her chest,
unable to suppress a tsk of surprise. Who would have thought that Pei Jinnian would so disregard the young lady, biting her so fiercely?
She had merely come to retrieve something and was about to leave. As she spoke, she made her way towards the living room.
However, in the next moment, Meng Huan abruptly positioned herself in front of her, assuming the demeanor of a hostess. "What do you intend to take? There is nothing belonging to you here. You should leave at once."
After much effort, she had finally graced Pei Jinnian's bed, only to find that throughout the night, he had called out Song Zhi's name. Having restrained herself all night, she could no longer contain her frustration upon seeing Song Zhi.
In the face of Meng Huan's unreasonable outburst, Song Zhi appeared remarkably composed.
She replied calmly, "I will take what I need and depart."
Witnessing Song Zhi's nonchalance, Meng Huan's composure shattered instantly. "Absolutely not, you must leave immediately, this is my home. Get out."
No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a deep voice emanated from the bedroom. "Who are you telling to leave?"
Upon witnessing Pei Jinnian emerging,
Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh. Initially, Meng Huan had intended to depart silently with her belongings, but now, the situation had escalated,
drawing the attention of the unpredictable Pei Jinnian.
Ever since he had cornered her in the stairwell yesterday, uttering those unsettling words,
Song Zhi couldn't shake off a lingering sense of trepidation. Clad in a bathrobe, Pei Jinnian approached, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her face. He parted his thin lips and inquired, "Have you come to a conclusion so swiftly?"
Song Zhi understood that he had misunderstood her. She made an effort to control her emotions and said calmly, "I dropped my wallet here and I will take it and leave."
Pei Jinnian approached,
and Meng Huan looked at her with a sense of grievance. "Brother." Pei Jinnian's expression remained largely unchanged as he wrapped his arms around Meng Huan and gently said, "Darling, don't you have class today?
Let the driver take you to school."
Meng Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Pei Jinnian was actually sending her away. Her eyes instantly turned red as she looked at him with a pitiful expression.
"Brother."
Meng Huan leaned against Pei Jinnian like a soft, boneless creature,
her voice sweet and pleading. "Brother, my whole body hurts, how can you be so heartless as to let me go?" A flicker of irritation,
akin to storm clouds before a tempest, flashed in Pei Jinnian's eyes. However, he remained as calm as a deep pool, suppressing his emotions.
Unwilling to relent,
Meng Huan clung to his neck like a sloth, coaxing, "Brother." The agitation in Pei Jinnian's eyes erupted like a volcano, and he leaned down, whispering ominously in her ear, "Leave, don't provoke my anger."
Meng Huan froze as if struck by lightning, her face displaying disbelief.
She never imagined that the man who had been so intimately close to her just the night before would now tell her to leave for Song Zhi's sake. A surge of resentment filled her heart, yet she dared not act recklessly. She knew Pei Jinnian all too well. Outwardly indulgent and accommodating, he was, at his core, a capricious madman. Reluctantly, Meng Huan released him, then stood on her tiptoes to place a light kiss on his cheek, like a dragonfly touching the water.
Brother, I'll be good. Please don't be angry.
Pei Jinnian's eyes softened with a warmth akin to sunlight as he gently tousled her hair, his tone still filled with affection.
So obedient, go change your clothes. Meng Huan nodded obediently.
Ultimately, she left Pei Jinnian's villa with a heavy heart, casting a fierce glare at Song Zhi as she departed.
Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless.
If he hadn't been showing off in front of her and startled Pei Jinnian, none of these troubles would have arisen.
Once the person left,
only Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi remained in the living room.
Pei Jinnian casually approached the sofa, his gaze settling on the wallet in the corner. Given the time,
he must have assumed she had gone to the company.
This realization irked Pei Jinnian somewhat. He picked up the wallet, toying with it as if it were a precious piece of art. With a hint of indifference, he remarked, Zhi Zhi, you came to take care of me last night and even made me some hangover soup. You still care for me, don't you?
Without awaiting her response, he continued.
Have you thought carefully about what I mentioned yesterday?
Song Zhi let out a light laugh, her laughter tinged with a hint of mockery. Pei Jinnian,
do you perceive me as a person of little worth?
Pei Jinnian was taken aback for a moment, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning behind Song Zhi's words.
Song Zhi, indifferent to the situation, reached out and snatched the wallet, turning to leave.
However, upon reaching the door, she discovered that it had been locked by Pei Jinnian,
rendering it impossible to open.
Song Zhi cursed irritably under her breath, her mood resembling a powder keg, poised to explode at any moment.
With a flash of anger, she glared at Pei Jinnian and demanded, open the door.
Pei Jinnian rose and approached her step by step, his gaze fixed intensely on Song Zhi,
akin to a predator closing in on its prey.
Song Zhi instinctively retreated until her back pressed against the door behind her, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Her heart raced like a drum, and she could almost hear the sound of her own anxious breaths, her hands clenched tightly at her sides.
Pei Jinnian halted just a step away from her.
Zhi Zhi, you still do not comprehend me. Song Zhi averted her gaze and coldly spoke, Pei Jinnian, let me go. Pei Jinnian reached out, gripping her chin to force her to face him.
Weren't we fine before? You still care for me as you always have, don't you? Song Zhi,
in a fit of irritation, swatted his hand away and exclaimed furiously, while you are entangled with others, you still dare to cling to me, Pei Jinnian.
How utterly repulsive. Chapter 34, Do you take me for a substitute?
Pei Jinnian laughed maniacally, his laughter tinged with self-mockery.
Repulsive?
He echoed, and with that, he again grasped her cheek, unconsciously tightening his grip as if he intended to crush her.
Song Zhi's brow furrowed involuntarily in pain. She yearned to break free from Pei Jinnian's grasp. Yet he showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. This madman.
Song Zhi lifted her foot and forcefully stomped down on Pei Jinnian's instep.
Pei Jinnian winced in pain and took a step back.
Song Zhi, with such a sharp tongue, you have lost all semblance of charm. Faced with such madness, Song Zhi could not help but utter a curse. Damn you, Pei Jinnian, I absolutely do not like you. Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Jinnian suddenly bellowed.
Shut up. Just shut your mouth.
In a fit of rage, he kicked the nearby shoe cabinet with great force. A tremendous crash echoed as the cabinet trembled, causing a vase perched atop it to topple to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Song Zhi flinched in fear, but quickly regained her composure. She raised her gaze and silently regarded the furious man before her. Suddenly, clarity washed over her, she no longer wished to be manipulated by Pei's mother.
Caught in the crossfire between the two of them,
this realization solidified her resolve to sever ties with Pei Jinnian once and for all.
Taking a deep breath, she declared,
Pei Jinnian, our relationship has come to a definitive end. Pei Jinnian, with eyes ablaze like an enraged lion, stared at Song Zhi and retorted, I do not agree.
I have not consented.
The last words erupted from him in a roar, as if he sought to unleash all the bitterness and fury festering within him. Song Zhi merely replied calmly, your approval is unnecessary.
Song Zhi stood there like a wooden figure, impassively enduring his agitation and fury.
As Pei Jinnian observed Song Zhi's persistent indifference, the turmoil within him swelled like an ever-growing snowball. He felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. tugging at his hair, yet this seemed incapable of alleviating the tidal wave of anxiety and unease crashing within him. In a fit of madness akin to a wild beast, he began to smash items, from the delicately chosen vases, calligraphy, and ornaments selected by Song Zhi to larger objects like the television and the furniture, leaving no item unscathed. In an instant, the entire living room appeared to have endured a catastrophic disaster, a scene of utter chaos. Song Zhi stood silently at the entrance, resembling an observer, watching Pei Jinnian vent his fury like a madman. Once the entire living room was devoid of anything to smash, Song Zhi finally spoke, "Pei Jinnian, could you please open the door?" Pei Jinnian cast a sidelong glance at Song Zhi, his eyes already a vivid crimson, akin to blood ready to spill. He advanced like a specter, abruptly seizing Song Zhi's arm and pinning her against the door, gritting his teeth as he spat out two words, "No way." Song Zhi was tightly grasped by him, a sharp pain radiating from her wrist. The wallet she held slipped from her grasp, falling at her feet and striking Pei Jinnian's instep. Pei Jinnian glanced down at the wallet on the ground, bent down, and retrieved it. He took 2 steps back, opened the wallet, and removed all the identification within. At that moment, Pei Jinnian irrationally believed that as long as he possessed these documents belonging to Song Zhi, she would never be able to leave him for the rest of her life. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi's heart skipped a beat. "Hand over the wallet," she demanded, reaching out in an attempt to seize it. Pei Jinnian raised his hand, holding the wallet high above, his gaze fixed intently upon Song Zhi, an air of scrutiny in his eyes. "Zhi Zhi, it's merely a wallet, why do you care so much?" Song Zhi exerted every effort to restrain her emotions. "Give it to me, Pei Jinnian, hand over the wallet." As soon as the words left her lips, a photograph slipped out from the wallet. Song Zhi's heart raced to her throat. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but failed, and the photograph fluttered to the ground. Song Zhi bent down to retrieve it. But in the next moment, Pei Jinnian raised his foot and mercilessly stepped on it. "Is this what you care about? Who is the person in the photo?" Evidently, Pei Jinnian had not seen the individual depicted in the image. He chuckled softly, "Zhi Zhi, I know you all too well." The more something mattered to Song Zhi, the more composed she appeared. In the next instant, he leaned down and picked up the photo from beneath his foot. He quickly glanced at the writing on the back, softly reading aloud, "Zhi Zhi, my beloved brother, on the 103rd day of wanting to marry you, 3. Pei Jinnian flipped the photo over and saw a youthful boy standing beneath a golden ginkgo tree, beaming brightly at the camera. If his memory served him right, this was indeed the ginkgo grove at their school. Who is this? Pei Jinnian's lips quivered slightly as he tightly clutched the photograph in his hand. Song Zhi was momentarily frozen, like a statue, her mind abruptly becoming a blank slate. She had never anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. She had believed that even if she were to part ways with Pei Jinnian in the future, it would not lead to such an embarrassing scene. In the next instant, Pei Jinnian suddenly roared like an enraged lion, demanding, "Song Zhi, for heaven's sake, who is this man?" Song Zhiru, as if electrified, swiftly snatched the photograph and concealed it firmly within her pocket. "Pei Jinnian, regarding the events of the past, I apologize, let us consider our debt settled." Pei Jinnian trembled with rage, ultimately releasing a low, bitter laugh. "Song Zhi, do not dare to tell me that you have regarded me as a mere substitute." Song Zhi remained silent. Pei Jinnian shouted once more, "Speak! Damn it, I command you to speak! Are you deaf?" Song Zhi flinched in fright, cursing silently in her heart. What madness was this lunatic exhibiting? Suddenly, a thunderous knocking resounded from outside the door. Song Zhi seemed to see a lifeline and urgently cried out, "Someone is coming! Quickly open the door." Pei Jinnian wore a sinister smile at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think that by opening the door, you can escape? Song Zhi, tell me who this man is. I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death." Pei Jinnian's eyes were bloodshot, and as he spoke, his teeth ground together ominously, as if he intended to devour Song Zhi whole. Song Zhi finally comprehended that the man before her had completely lost his sanity. She desperately pounded on the door, her voice hoarse from calling out for help, "Someone, please help me." As her words faded, a familiar male voice echoed from outside. "Jinnian, open the door quickly. What are you two doing?" Upon realizing that the person outside was Hanyu, Song Zhi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair.
Han was Pei Jinnian's close friend, how could he possibly come to her aid? Even Pei Jinnian held this belief, and thus, he opened the door,
positioning himself to shield Song Zhi as he allowed Han to enter. As Han stepped inside, he was taken aback by the devastation that lay before him. The entire living room appeared as if it had been ravaged by a tempest, with not a single space left unscathed. He cast a fleeting glance at Song Zhi before quickly averting his gaze. Chapter 35, knowing the score, Pei Jinnian clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes glinting like those of a famished wolf as they bore into Song Zhi. Song Zhi, you truly are audacious, daring to play me like this. How dare you? Upon hearing this, Han hastily interposed himself between Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi, gripping him firmly. Have you not yet sobered from last night's revelry? Come now. Do not lose your temper, let us discuss this calmly. As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Song Zhi, urging her to make her exit swiftly. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Zhi could not afford to ponder why Han had chosen to assist her. Seizing the moment while Pei Jinnian was momentarily distracted, she hurriedly fled. Song Zhi, how dare you run away? Han, I curse you, let me go. The furious roar of Pei Jinnian echoed behind her, urging Song Zhi to disregard her image and sprint even faster. It was not until she burst out of the residential complex, a gust of cold wind hitting her, that she finally regained her composure. Gasping heavily, she made her way to the subway station and found a seat to collect her thoughts. She had never anticipated Pei Jinnian would act so irrationally. Had it not been for Han Yu's timely intervention, her escape would have been impossible. She retrieved a photograph from her pocket, examining it closely until her phone began to ring. Hello? Song Zhi, slightly breathless, answered the phone. Wan, what are you up to? You sound rather out of breath, are you perhaps engaged in some mischief? Xiao Wan's teasing voice came through the line. Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless, who has done anything wrong? Do not speak recklessly. Seeing you so out of breath, I thought you had reconciled with Pei Jinnian. So passionately early in the morning. Song Zhi rolled her eyes, exasperated by the chaotic thoughts that seemed to plague Xiao Wan's mind day after day. She replied with a hint of sarcasm, it was indeed quite passionate just now. Xiao Wan, who had been reclining on the hospital bed, suddenly sat up with a jolt upon hearing Song Zhi's words. Wait, are you really back together with Pei Jinnian? Song Zhi twitched the corner of her mouth. Do you really think I am so self-deprecating? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wan replied, indeed. Can we still be friends? Song Zhi exclaimed, speechless. Xiao Wan chuckled, of course we can. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. I'm not upset. Then what exciting activities did you engage in so early this morning? Song Zhi pondered her words before speaking, I encountered a pervert and nearly couldn't escape. Goodness. You should have reported it to the police, Xiao Wan exclaimed indignantly. Never mind, I'm fine now. By the way, how are things on your end? What else could it be? Of course, it's, just let it go, I'm on the phone, Xiao Wan replied intermittently. Upon hearing this situation, Song Zhi sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, the next moment, she heard a voice calling sister. Thus, had the two reconciled after a night apart? Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless. All right, I shall not disturb your good fortune any longer, she remarked before abruptly ending the call. Song Zhi opened WeChat, intending to contact the agent regarding today's property viewing, only to discover a message from Fu Lu. She accessed the chat window, noting that the message was sent shortly after 5 in the morning. Was this person incapable of sleep? She had initially promised to visit Fu Lu at the hospital today. Yet she had resolved to prioritize the property viewing, lest she be expelled from school without a place to stay. Throughout the day, Song Zhi dedicated herself to viewing various properties, and fortunately, by the afternoon, she finalized her choice. To her surprise, upon ascending the stairs, she found Meng Huan waiting at her apartment door. Song Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brow, having just escaped from one madman in the morning, another had now appeared. Song Zhi approached with an impassive expression and said, Step aside, you are blocking my way. Meng Huan's face turned pale with anger, why? Song Zhi looked at Meng Huan with a hint of confusion, inquiring, what do you mean? What enchantment have you cast upon Pei Jinnian that has rendered him so utterly devoted to you? Song Zhi smiled with a hint of exasperation, saying,
Which of your eyes has observed his unwavering devotion to me? Haven't you two already reached a point of no return? Meng Huan, with reddened eyes, replied. He wants to break up with me.
As she spoke, she could no longer contain her emotions and covered her face, bursting into tears.
Song Zhi sighed, remaining silent. Meng Huan continued, why is that?
Despite my careful attempts to please him, the outcome remains the same. He still wishes to part ways with me.
Senior Song Zhi.
I implore you, please let him go to me. I truly have deep feelings for him, I beg you. This marked the first occasion on which Meng Huan had humbled herself so profoundly before Song Zhi.
Song Zhi, I have no ties with Pei Jinnian anymore. I understand.
But as long as you remain here, Brother Jinnian will never be able to let you go.
Song Zhi was rendered speechless by her. So? Are you suggesting that I should leave this place?
Meng Huan lowered her gaze and softly spoke, although I am aware that this may not be appropriate, I beseech you.
Please grant me this wish. Aren't you graduating soon? You could seek employment elsewhere. I have no intention of going anywhere. Furthermore,
your affair with Pei Jinnian is none of my concern, so please do not come looking for me again.
With that, she opened the door and stepped inside. Observing this, Meng Huan hurriedly followed her in. Upon seeing the numerous bags scattered throughout the room, she was taken aback. Are you planning to move away?
Song Zhi replied softly.
Where are you planning to move? It has nothing to do with you.
No sooner had the words left her lips than Meng Huan suddenly inquired.
Are you moving in with Pei Jinnian?
Song Zhi's lips curled in disdain, utterly disinclined to engage with Meng Huan. She simply issued an eviction notice.
However, to her astonishment, Meng Huan erupted in a fit of fury. Song Zhi, do you have no shame? Pei Jinnian is my boyfriend.
Not only did you dare to say it was a mere tryst, but now you even have the audacity to move in with him.
Meng Huan's voice resonated loudly. And before long, a crowd of onlookers had gathered in the corridor, all graduates from their institution, eager to witness the unfolding drama.
Song Zhi did not wish to be observed like a gorilla in a zoo, and she reached out to close the door.
However,
Meng Huan placed her foot in the doorway, looking at Song Zhi with a triumphant expression.
Feeling guilty?
Song Zhi glanced at her for a fleeting moment before forcefully pushing the door open and striding into the corridor.
What do I have to feel guilty about? Go on. Accuse me of being the mistress, produce your evidence. If you have none, spare me your incessant prattling.
Meng Huan was taken aback by Song Zhi's audacity to lay the matter bare. For a moment, her confidence waned.
I've seen it myself. What further evidence do you need? Aren't you currently packing your belongings to move in with my boyfriend? Where is your evidence? She retorted. You keep claiming I'm involved with Pei Jinnian, show me the proof. Upon hearing Pei Jinnian's name, those around them instantly grasped the situation.
The gossip regarding Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi had circulated widely throughout the school, it was common knowledge. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd.
I remember that Song Zhi and Pei Jinnian had been together for many years, right? Indeed, how could she be labeled as the mistress?
If anyone is to be deemed fickle, it would certainly be Pei Jinnian. Back in school, he was notorious for his capricious affections, flirting with junior and senior girls alike right in front of Song Zhi.
So, this girl is also someone Pei Jinnian has entangled with? It seems likely. What a farce.
It's the first time I've witnessed a thief accusing another of theft, prancing before the rightful partner while being the mistress herself. Chapter 36, Setting Sights on Fu Lu. Meng Huan, upon hearing this, immediately panicked. She hastily interjected, I am not the mistress, I am Pei Jinnian's girlfriend.
And Song Zhi is the one who is the mistress.
The crowd regarded her with expressions that suggested they thought her quite mad. Meng Huan had not anticipated that her attempt to escalate the situation would ultimately render her a laughingstock. Enraged, she clenched her teeth tightly, glaring fiercely at Song Zhi. Song Zhi met her gaze without a hint of fear and articulated each word with clarity. Pei Jinnian's decision to end your relationship is solely your affair. And it bears no relevance to me.
How can it not be relevant?
Surely you must have said something to him.
Just as her words fell, a bystander could not help but interject, Miss, Pei Jinnian is nothing but a scoundrel, his romantic liaisons rarely extend beyond a month.
If he has cast you aside, it has nothing to do with Song Zhi. Meng Huan, unable to contain her emotions, felt her eyes welling with tears.
Song Zhi, witnessing the situation,
found herself at a loss for words. Even the most pitiable individuals possess their own faults. She replied calmly, I have no association with Pei Jinnian, and furthermore,
my decision to move out is entirely unrelated to him. With such words spoken, Meng Huan's disturbances could no longer be excused.
And she would not hesitate to show her true colors. Meng Huan wished to protest further, yet feeling in the wrong, she could only bite her lip in silence.
Enduring the moment.
Seeing her still standing at her doorstep, Song Zhi spoke up to remind her, Meng Huan, please leave. No sooner had the words left her lips than her phone began to ring. She took it out to check and saw that it was a call from Zhou Yan.
Promptly answering, hello.
Little sister Song Zhi, I heard from Fu Lao Jiu that you were looking for a place.
May I offer you some recommendations? No, thank you. I have already found a place and will be moving today. Allow me to assist you with the move. Song Zhi politely declined, no need. I can call a cab myself.
Oh, you are just a young girl, what if you get deceived? He replied. Wait, I'll be there shortly.
With that, he abruptly hung up the phone.
Song Zhi gazed at the disconnected phone, letting out a resigned sigh.
She turned to Meng Huan and asked, aren't you leaving yet?
Meng Huan bit her lip, remaining silent.
Song Zhi did not wish to engage with her. Instead, she entered the dormitory and commenced tidying up her belongings. After a little over 10 minutes, a commotion was heard at the doorway.
Song Zhi involuntarily furrowed her brow and curiously leaned out to take a glance. She then saw Zhou Yan approaching, accompanied by 7 or 8 tall young men, each towering at around 6 feet. Startled, she instinctively retreated into her room. Yet Zhou Yan spotted her nonetheless. With a cheerful smile, Zhou Yan approached Song Zhi's dormitory and exclaimed, Sister, your brother has arrived. Song Zhi chuckled lightly, actually, there's no need for so many people. As she spoke, she glanced awkwardly at the boys crowded at her doorstep. To be honest, they were all rather handsome. Out of courtesy, she inquired, are they your friends?
Zhou Yan nodded, indeed, we've been playing together since childhood.
He then turned to the group of boys, saying, brothers,
greet her. In response to his cue, the boys shouted in unison, hello, sister-in-law. Song Zhi. What on earth? Have these individuals watched too many gangster films?
Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly, and she offered an awkward smile. She then pulled Zhou Yan closer and said, exasperated, I must ask, dear brother,
could you refrain from orchestrating such a scene? Zhou Yan, unfazed, replied, it's nothing, we are all brothers, and these items need to be moved, don't they? Song Zhi instinctively nodded. Zhou Yan directly instructed the boy in front, Xian, move. All right, brother Yan.
Consequently, the group executed a thorough sweep, and within mere minutes,
the dormitory was left desolate.
Only Song Zhi stood awkwardly in the now empty room. She realized that all the trash she had gathered had been taken away. Song Zhi twitched the corner of her mouth and raised her eyes towards the doorway.
How absurd, they have taken away all the trash. Zhou Yan waved his hand dismissively. No worries, I shall go downstairs and speak with them. You finish up, and we shall await you below. With that, Zhou Yan picked up his suitcase and departed. Song Zhi let out a sigh. Is that person your new boyfriend?
Suddenly, a voice called out from the doorway, belonging to Meng Huan. It was only then that Song Zhi realized Meng Huan had not yet departed. She couldn't help but furrow her brows and inquire, why have you not left yet? Song Zhi did not wish to entangle herself further and replied nonchalantly, yes, he is my new boyfriend. Just as the words left her lips, a deep voice resonated from the doorway, who is your boyfriend? Song Zhi looked up in surprise upon seeing Fu LV standing at the door of her dormitory. You? How did you come here? Aren't you still in the hospital? Fu LV smiled gently, since you have moved, of course I had to come. Have you settled in well? Song Zhi nodded, it's all set. Let's go. With that, he naturally picked up Song Zhi's bag and exited the dormitory. Meng Huan stood frozen in place, gazing at the man before her, a figure she recognized from the Pei family's banquet. What was he doing here? Moreover, it appeared he shared a close rapport with Song Zhi. A pang of jealousy struck Meng Huan. Why did Song Zhi seem to enjoy such favorable circumstances?
while she herself had to tread carefully to appease Pei Jinnian, only to end up heartbroken? She felt a sense of indignation. With a bashful demeanor, Meng Huan addressed Fu Lv, ninth brother, what a coincidence to see you here. Fu Lv cast a fleeting glance at Meng Huan, his brow furrowing in confusion. And you are? Meng Huan raised her voice slightly, I'm Huan Huan, we met at the Pei family's banquet, do you remember? Fu Lv's expression turned cold as he shifted his gaze to Song Zhi, who wore an amused expression. He voiced his irritation, Song Zhi, are we leaving or not? Song Zhi smiled faintly, shall we go? If we don't leave soon, I fear I shall be utterly disgusted. After finishing his words, Fu Lu did not even glance at Meng Huan, he simply strode towards the staircase. In an instant, Meng Huan's face turned pale. She had not anticipated that Fu Lu would not only disregard her overtures but also deliberately humiliate her in front of Song Zhi. Meng Huan glared fiercely at Song Zhi. Song Zhi shrugged in exasperation and remarked, let me remind you, do not entertain any thoughts about him. Meng Huan was momentarily taken aback. But then a smug smile spread across her face. Senior, what are you so afraid of? Are you worried that Jiu Gu might develop feelings for me? But you already have a boyfriend, don't you? As Meng Huan uttered these words, her tone became melodiously affected, which not only repulsed Fu Lu but even made another woman cringe. Song Zhi chose to disregard her, replying coolly, then go ahead and try. With that, she brushed past her and departed. It is futile to reason with a stubborn spirit. If she insists on provoking Pei Jinnian and inviting that misfortune upon herself, then she deserves it. Song Zhi arrived downstairs and noticed Fu Lv's car parked outside the dormitory. She was somewhat surprised and wondered, oh, where are Zhou Yan's companions? And what about my luggage? It's in my car. You get in first, I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. He replied as he headed towards the supermarket at the foot of the apartment building. Song Zhi opened the door to the passenger seat. And Zhou Yan leaned in with his broad face, exclaiming, hey, little sister, today I shall be your chauffeur. Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly. Zhou Yan continued. You shouldn't sit in the passenger seat, otherwise, old Master Fu will start his incessant nagging again. Song Zhi was unaware of what Fu Lu would chatter about. But she had no desire to sit in the passenger seat listening to Zhou Yan ramble. This person was like a chatterbox, even if no one paid him any mind. He could talk for an entire night. Song Zhi opened the rear door of the car and slid inside. As she lowered the window, she caught sight of Meng Huan striding towards the supermarket, evidently intent on striking up a conversation with Fu Lu. This young girl certainly had no fear. Sister, I was just about to ask you, what does that woman intend to do? Chapter 37, rest assured, I shan't harm you. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Song Zhi turned her head in curiosity. She beheld Meng Huan standing beside Fu Lu, her lips moving in a soft murmur, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation. Fu Lu, visibly agitated, abruptly withdrew a cigarette from the pack, biting down on it with fervor, and swiftly produced a lighter to ignite it. Song Zhi could not help but furrow her brow. What exactly had Meng Huan said to Fu Lu? In the next moment, Fu Lu lifted his foot to leave. And Meng Huan, seeing this, hurriedly followed him like a shadow. However, whether it was due to an ankle twist or some other mishap, Meng Huan unexpectedly tumbled directly into Fu Lu's embrace. In that fleeting instant, as she fell into his arms, Meng Huan glanced towards Song Zhi and flashed a provocative smile. The very next moment, Fu Lu, as if tainted by something vile, forcefully pushed her away. Caught off guard by the shove, Meng Huan fell to the ground, her face reflecting a mix of grievance and innocence as she looked up at Fu Lu. Ninth brother, what are you doing? That hurts. Hearing Meng Huan's affected tone, Fu Lu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if swarms of ants were crawling on his skin. With a frosty glare, he warned her. Stay away from me. Fu Lu's expression was as cold as ice. Meng Huan, startled like a frightened quail, instinctively shrank back. She simply could not comprehend why her usual tactics, effective with other men, failed miserably with Fu Lu. Frustrated, she struggled to her feet and took a couple of unsteady steps towards him. Ninth brother, please don't be angry. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Fu Lu's arm. In the next instant, Fu Lu, like an enraged lion, executed a swift throw, sending her crashing away. With a loud thud,
Meng Huan landed beside a trash bin, resembling a discarded ragdoll. For a moment, the world spun around her, and her head buzzed as if swarmed by countless bees. Before she could gather herself, Fu Lu seized her wrist. With a sharp crack, accompanied by Meng Huan's piercing scream, her wrist was instantly broken. Witnessing this from the car, Zhou Yan muttered an expletive and quickly exited, striding towards Fu Lu. Just as it seemed Fu Lu intended to harm Meng Huan further, Zhou Yan, quick on his feet, grabbed Fu Lu's hand. "Ninth brother, enough. Calm down." Before he could finish, Zhou Yan felt himself lifted off the ground, only to be slammed back down by Fu Lu. The impact left him grimacing in pain, as if his insides had been rearranged. "Damn it! Who is this for?" After regaining his breath, he noticed Fu Lu still poised to deal with Meng Huan and quickly interjected, "Song Zhi is watching, are you not afraid?" As expected, the very next moment, Fu Lu's body momentarily halted, his sharp gaze shifting towards Song Zhi. In that brief exchange of glances, his previously stormy demeanor softened slightly, yet his face remained icy. Zhou Yan, finally steadying himself, approached the trash bin and gingerly helped Meng Huan up, muttering, "Why did you have to provoke that lunatic Fu Laozhou?" Meng Huan was now sobbing uncontrollably, her left hand visibly broken and lifeless, the dislocated bone appearing quite ghastly, reminiscent of a marionette with severed strings. Zhou Yan sighed in exasperation, pulled out his wallet, and stuffed all the cash inside into Meng Huan's pocket. I don't want money," she choked out intermittently. Zhou Yan, showing no mercy, replied, "No money? Do you want another beating? Be smart and take the money to the hospital." He then left her with a business card, sternly cautioning, "If the money isn't enough, contact me. And just a word of advice, my ninth brother's temper is like a ticking bomb, it's volatile and should not be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Meng Huan timidly glanced at Fu Lu. Meeting his menacing gaze, which seemed capable of murder, she shrank back like a frightened rabbit, beginning to sob softly. Zhou Yan shook his head in resignation and approached Fu Lu, earnestly advising, "Ninth brother, why must you be so impulsive?" Fu Lu's expression remained as dark as ever, seemingly capable of dripping with malice. Wordlessly, he removed his expensive coat and discarded it beside the trash bin as if it were refuse, then strode towards the parking area. Zhou Yan looked on, silently lamenting the waste of such an expensive garment. He turned to Meng Huan, saying helplessly, "My ninth brother is a bit of a germaphobe. Keep your distance from him in the future." With that, he hurried after Fu Lu. As Fu Lu entered the car, a chilling wave of coldness washed over Song Zhi, reminiscent of a tide. Truth be told, she felt a lingering fear after witnessing his violent outburst towards Meng Huan. She had never imagined Fu Lu possessed such a tempestuous side. Consequently, throughout the ride, Song Zhi remained silent, refraining from initiating conversation with Fu Lu. Fu Lu cast a sidelong glance at Song Zhi, who, like a frightened quail, had pressed herself tightly against the car door. His brow furrowed in concern. "If you keep shrinking away, you might just fall out of the car." Song Zhi's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as she cautiously shifted a little closer to him. Remaining silent, Fu Lu spoke again, "Were you frightened?" Song Zhi gently shook her head and softly inquired, "Fu Lu, why did you hit her just now?" Fu Lu let out a cold snort, a sound that seemed to emerge begrudgingly from between clenched teeth. "She provoked me, she deserved it." "Song Zhi, is it for this reason that you were thrown over the shoulder?" At this moment, Song Zhi truly felt uncertain whether to be grateful that 5 years ago, when she repeatedly expressed her desire to become Fu Lu's girlfriend, he did not resort to violence against her. It seemed that Fu Lu had perceived Song Zhi's thoughts, as he spoke once more. "Rest assured, I will not harm you." "Song Zhi, what do you mean by that? What does it mean to not fight?" Song Zhi silently murmured to herself, "I did not entice you." Fu Lu turned his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon her. "What did you say? Speak up." Song Zhi instantly felt intimidated, no longer daring to utter a word. Half an hour later, the vehicle gradually came to a halt in the dimly lit garage of Song Zhi's newly rented apartment complex. The garage was shrouded in darkness, with litter strewn across the floor. Fu Lu couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly, expressing her discontent with the surroundings. How could anyone reside in such a place? After voicing her thoughts, she independently exited the car, resembling a soldier awaiting orders, quietly standing by as Zhou Yan opened the trunk. Song Zhi originally believed that once the two delivered her to this place, they would take their leave. To her surprise, after unpacking their belongings, they each fixated on her as if they were statues. Noticing Song Zhi's silence, Fu Lu could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Which floor do you reside on?" Chapter 38, He is not married. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback, as if she had heard something utterly astonishing. "Ah! Are you all going to assist me in moving up there? Otherwise, what?" Song Zhi smiled awkwardly and quickly led them towards the elevator. She resided on the 19th floor. Although the surroundings below were somewhat disheveled, the interior of her home radiated a warm and inviting ambience. The modest one-bedroom apartment felt like a snug little nest, perfectly accommodating her dreams and aspirations. However, for the two towering gentlemen, each exceeding 6 feet in height, the space indeed felt rather cramped. As they stood in the living room, even Song Zhi sensed a significant constriction, as if the room were struggling to breathe. "Zhi, your place is quite small. I wouldn't mind living alone in a larger space." "Oh dear, it will be rather inconvenient for me to visit in the future." Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly, and she inwardly scoffed, wondering who invited him. With this thought, she turned to glance at Fu Lv. Since his arrival, Fu Lv had remained silent, meandering about, observing this and that. As Song Zhi observed him striding towards the restroom, she leaned closer to Zhou Yan and quietly inquired, "Do you know why Fu Lu struck Meng Huan back at school? Did he mention anything to you?" Zhou Yan appeared somewhat taken aback and replied, "Did Zhou Gu not tell you?" "He did," she said. "He claimed that Meng Huan was attempting to seduce him." Clearly, doubts were etched across Song Zhi's face, as she found this explanation hard to believe. Zhou Yan teased her, "What? You don't trust my Zhou Ji's words?" Casting a furtive glance at the man who was inspecting the water heater, he spoke in a conspiratorial whisper, "I have no idea what that woman said. As for the reason she was struck, it must have been a reflexive reaction." A flicker of amusement danced at the corners of Song Zhi's mouth, as if she had just encountered the most ludicrous jest imaginable. "Stress response?" Zhou Yan eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. But what exactly is he responding to? If you're curious, you might as well inquire directly with old Master Fu. I dare not speak of it, for I fear he might retaliate." Song Zhi murmured softly, her voice akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, "You dare not speak, yet I should inquire? What shall I ask?" At that moment, the embodiment of the law sauntered out of the restroom with an air of nonchalance. Song Zhi smiled somewhat sheepishly and said, "No, it's nothing. Thank you all for today, I will treat you to a meal another day." The implication was undeniably clear. A subtle smile graced the corner of Fa's mouth as he inquired, "When shall that be?" Song Jiwan was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry from the lawyer. Feeling a momentary sense of embarrassment, she hesitantly asked, "So, when will you have time?" The lawyer replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "I will notify you." With that, he cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yan and remarked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Zhou Yan immediately responded with eagerness akin to a chick pecking at grain, "Let's go. Let's go." As he spoke, he turned to Song Zhi, playfully raising his eyebrows and signaling, "Sister, we are off, you can tidy up on your own." Song Zhi gently nodded, watching the two individuals depart before she began to tidy up her belongings. It was not until dusk that she had nearly finished her chores. Just as she was about to descend in search of sustenance, the doorbell suddenly rang. Song Zhi felt a tinge of confusion. How could anyone arrive at this hour? Could it be a mistake? Just as she hesitated on whether to speak up, the voice of the delivery person echoed from the entrance. "Delivery." Upon hearing the words, Song Zhi cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she spotted the delivery person outside and then spoke, "I didn't order any takeout. Are you looking for someone named Song Zhi?" Song Zhi nodded. The delivery man confidently stated, "That belongs to you." Song Zhi remained somewhat cautious, instructing the delivery person to leave the bag at the doorstep. Once the individual departed, she opened the door and brought the takeaway bag inside. Song Zhi carefully examined the address, confirming it was indeed hers, and the name matched as well. She gently opened the bag, revealing an enticing aroma of tomato beef brisket. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, and filled with suspicion, Song Zhi stepped forward to grasp the device in her hand. It was a call from the law. She paused momentarily, then pressed the call button.
Hello? As soon as the words left her lips, a man's voice, deep and magnetic as a magnet, resonated from the other end. Have you received it? Song Zhi, enveloped in a haze, asked in bewilderment. What?
I anticipated that you would become so engrossed in your work that you would forget to eat and sleep, so I ordered takeout for you. Song Zhi finally awakened from her reverie. So it was you who pointed it out.
Indeed, a delightful surprise. Isn't it? How did you come to know the address? Since I assisted you in moving, it was only natural for me to be aware. Song Zhi did not expect him to specifically inquire about her detailed address.
She tightened her grip on her phone, her heart racing uncontrollably. Striving to calm her heartbeat, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "Thank you."
After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Fu Lu slowly spoke. Song Zhi, must you continue to maintain such distance from your brother? Song Zhi tightened her grip on her phone, and an awkward atmosphere surged within her like a tidal wave. In a hurry, she sought to change the subject. Have you arrived home? Law chuckled lightly, mercilessly piercing through her pretense. How long has it been? You're only asking me now if I've reached home?
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt increasingly embarrassed.
The law stated, it is time to dine.
Song Zhi softly replied, have you eaten? Law sighed helplessly. Alas, there is no one at home to prepare a meal.
Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback and casually inquired, what about my sister-in-law? Is she not home? The lawyer furrowed his brow and replied, sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law? Song Zhi stammered, it's your wife. The law replied. When did he ever have a wife? How is it that he himself is unaware? Song Zhi exclaimed, where did I ever get a wife? Song Zhi was slightly taken aback and gently exhaled, how am I to know where you acquired a wife? The law retorted, then how could you presume that I possess one? This is a matter even I am unaware of. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. What on earth did he mean? Was it possible that he was not legally married? But did he not already have children? Could it be that she had misunderstood?
As this thought crossed her mind, anxiety began to creep in. She whispered, I heard it from Zhou Yan.
Law was initially stunned, but soon muttered a curse under his breath. Is he out of his mind? When have I ever been married? I am unmarried.
He then added, and childless. Song Zhi, the law waited for quite some time, yet still did not hear Song Zhi's voice, suddenly realizing something. No wonder his previous demeanor while together had been so perplexing. He was baffled as to why that little shadow from 5 years ago had become so distant and polite.
That scoundrel Zhou Yan nearly brought ruin upon me. So, Song Zhi, have you always believed that I was married?
Song Zhi replied softly.
Fa Lu let out a heavy sigh, I am not married.
Song Zhi pressed her lips together and remained silent.
For a moment, an aura of silence enveloped the two.
Song Zhi waited for a moment, but the law remained silent. Cautiously, she said, well, I will eat something first, and then. Suddenly, the law interrupted her words.
Song Zhi inquired, what is the matter? Chapter 39, you are still young, you must not engage in romantic relationships.
Song Zhi lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a moment before firmly denying, no, it was merely my own misunderstanding.
Fu Lu paused briefly, his tone growing grave. What exactly have I done to lead you to such a misunderstanding?
Song Zhi felt a wave of embarrassment, falling into silence for a moment before softly explaining.
Last time at Pei Jinnian's house, I overheard what Zhou Yan said, which led to my misunderstanding. Is there any other reason?
She continued, also. When you helped me apply the band-aid at your grandmother's house. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly faint, resembling the soft buzz of a mosquito.
Fu Lu suddenly let out a deep, resonant laugh. Song Zhi felt a blend of embarrassment and anger, tightly gripping her phone, silently berating herself.
She could easily surmise that the man on the other end was mocking her foolishness and immaturity.
I must say, Song Zhi, you truly are. Before Fu Lu could finish his sentence, Song Zhi eagerly interrupted him. All right, no need to say more, I understand. You understand nothing, Fu Lu continued.
You have never proactively inquired about these matters, yet you have been awkwardly fidgeting here.
Do you not find that utterly ridiculous?
Song Zhi was immediately taken aback, defensively asserting.
I did not. Fu Lu let out a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Song Zhi instantly sensed an air of awkwardness enveloping their conversation, prompting her to hastily shift the topic. I heard from Zhou Yan that you have a particular response to women? Fu Lu's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he teased, did you inquire about me through him? Song Zhi's face flushed slightly as she vehemently denied, no, I was merely asking casually. Ha? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she did not particularly wish to know. Yet, the words of rejection seemed to be glued to her tongue, refusing to escape her lips. Flirtation and confession could be deemed acceptable, but there were far worse instances, such as stalking and sexual harassment. There was an occasion when a woman followed me all the way home. At this juncture, Fu El paused. The curiosity of Song Zhi was piqued, and she hurriedly inquired, and then? Fu Lu let out a light chuckle and playfully responded, did you not claim you were uninterested? Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless, silently muttering to herself, you've already begun, so why the pretense? Fu Lu chuckled softly, remaining silent. Song Zhi could no longer contain her curiosity and murmured softly, alright, just tell me, what was the purpose of following you home? I am quite intrigued. Never mind. It's all in the past now, let us not dwell on it. Song Zhi, she harbored grave suspicions that Fu Lu was deliberately toying with her expectations. How utterly outrageous. Song Zhi quietly muttered to herself, speak only halfway, and you shall have no companion in the future. Fu Lu let out a soft chuckle. Are you cursing me in your heart? Song Zhi paused for a moment and quickly denied, no. Wasn't what I just said also a form of insult? Fu Lu clicked his tongue twice and continued, alright then, since you are so curious, I shall tell you more. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's interest was piqued. Pray, do tell, she urged. The woman, after stalking Fu Lu to his apartment, attempted to sexually harass him. When her efforts failed, she resorted to calling the police, accusing him of assault. At that time, Fu Lu had been pressured by his family to go abroad, and his temper was volatile. He retaliated by delivering a beating to the woman. Ever since that incident, whenever a woman approached, Fu Lu reacted like a startled hedgehog, his instinctive response compelling him to lash out uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi found herself in a state of amused disbelief. Half-jokingly, she remarked, I suppose I should keep my distance from you. You need not, he replied. I fear you might impulsively strike me. Fu Lu immediately expressed his discontent, exclaiming, Song Zhi, are you feeling particularly mischievous? Song Zhi chuckled softly, look. After a few moments of silence, Fu El replied, rest assured. I would never lay a hand on you. Song Zhi paused for a moment, remaining silent. Fu Lu continued, now that you are aware of my embarrassing stories, as a trade, shouldn't you share some of your own with me? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Me? Fu Lu responded affirmatively, awaiting Song Zhi to continue speaking. Song Zhi opened her mouth, saying, I have nothing much to say. I have already shared my matters with you, why don't you share yours with me? Isn't that a bit excessive? Song Zhi felt a bit speechless, it was you who wanted to speak, not me. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted directly, who said I wanted to listen? I am merely curious. Song Zhi murmured softly, what do I have to say? How about you share your university experience? Song Zhi paused for a moment, her hand clutching the phone. Throughout her university years, her life revolved around another man, whom she had unwittingly regarded as a substitute. Instinctively, she wished to conceal this matter from Fu Lu. It's nothing much, my university life was quite ordinary. A mere routine of classrooms, cafeterias, and dormitories, she stated. Fu Lu. Song Zhi waited for a moment, and hearing no response from Fu Lu, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She straightened her posture and, with a hint of resignation, said, all right, I will speak. Go on, he urged. During my university years, I had a boyfriend. Fu Lu fell silent, and the expression on his face gradually turned frosty. And then? He inquired. Well, he didn't like me, so we broke up, she replied. Fu Lu let out a cold laugh, Song Zhi, are you merely brushing me off? Song Zhi, no. It's true. I merely cling to him unilaterally, so it hardly qualifies as a relationship. Fu Lu smirked sarcastically. Who is so fortunate to be pursued by you? Being pursued by me is considered fortunate? Others are utterly exasperated by me. Fu Lu, and what about now? Song Jiwei paused. What? Do you still have feelings for him now? Song Ji muttered, I don't like it, I never really liked it.
Upon hearing her words, Fu Lu's smile deepened.
Little Song Ji, you are still young, you must not engage in romantic relationships.
Song Jiqing retorted with indignation, you are the one who is young, I am already 22.
Fu Al chuckled softly, do not use the word young in front of a man.
Song Ji appeared utterly bewildered, inquiring, why is that? Please enlighten me during our next meal together. Song Ji felt as though she had been deceived once more, her cheeks puffed up in frustration.
Goodbye, she exclaimed, and with that, she hung up the phone in a huff, returning to her meal.
Suddenly, her phone chimed with a new WeChat message.
Fu El, good night, Song Xiuji.
As Song Ji observed the dialogue box between the two, she suddenly realized that it was predominantly Fu Lu sending her messages.
In that moment,
Song Ji felt a twinge of coldness in her demeanor.
Yet, she truly did not know how to interact with Fu Lu.
She feared that if she were to open her heart, becoming once again the shadow trailing behind him, he might vanish from her life without a word. Having endured such a loss once, she was uncertain whether she could bear it a second time. Chapter 40, Entrepreneurship. On the day Xiaowan was discharged from the hospital, it was Song Ji who assisted her with the formalities. As for her little boyfriend, Xiaowan mentioned that they had quarreled again, and he had begun to play hide-and-seek. Song Ji felt somewhat speechless, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts.
After leaving the hospital, Xiaowan suggested they go shopping to procure some essential household items.
The two of them headed straight to the supermarket, and after acquiring what they needed, they took a taxi to Song Ji's modest apartment. As Xiaowan sat in the living room, surveying the surroundings, she observed Song Ji washing vegetables in the kitchen.
Zhi Zhi, your place is rather cramped, isn't it? Even 2 more people would struggle to move around. Have you begun your job search? Song Ji nodded, indeed, but I have yet to find it.
No sooner had she spoken than Xiaowan dashed over, exclaiming, Zhi Zhi, let us embark on an entrepreneurial journey together.
Song Ji was momentarily taken aback. What made you suddenly consider starting a business? My father looks down on me, I want him to see. Song Ji furrowed her brow. Is this it? Xiaowan nodded without a moment's hesitation.
Indeed, I aspire to create a remarkable career to show my father.
Song Ji sighed.
You may give it a try, but as for my words, let them be.
Why is that? Let us embark on this journey together. I lack the capital. What does that matter?
I shall provide the funds, and you shall contribute your efforts. We can establish a small enterprise and nurture it to greatness.
Song Ji's lips twitched slightly.
Young lady, entrepreneurship is not as easy as it seems, perhaps I should reconsider.
Xiaowan seized Song Ji's arm firmly. How would you know if you don't give it a try?
Please, Zhi Zhi, I beg you. Song Ji let out a deep sigh, turning to Xiaowan.
So, what do you wish to do? Xiaowan's face brightened with joy. Have you agreed? Song Ji remained noncommittal, saying, first, share your plan. If the project is feasible,
she may consider giving it a try. However, if she is unable to contribute financially and only offers her efforts, that would be rather unreasonable.
Upon hearing this, Song Ji cast her a sidelong glance. So you are now speaking empty words about starting a business? Of course not.
I am certainly approaching this in accordance with our expertise. Only by aligning with our field can we ensure a smooth endeavor.
Song Ji took a deep breath and said,
all right, let me contemplate the direction. I'll discuss it once I have a thought. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan excitedly embraced Song Ji, exclaiming, thank you, darling, keep it up. No sooner had she spoken than her phone, resting on the small tea table, began to ring. She approached it and glanced at the caller ID. It was Qi. Xiaowan hesitated for a brief moment before ultimately answering the call. Hello, darling.
Where are you right now, sister?
Xi Ye's voice was somewhat drowned out by the surrounding noise, revealing his activities without the need for elaboration.
Leaning back on the sofa, Xiaowan casually replied, I just got discharged and am at a friend's place. Is there something you need? You've been discharged and didn't he let me pick you up? Before he could finish, Xiaowan interjected, Xi, I already sent you a message, didn't you see it? There was a pause on Qi Yi's end. And before he could respond, a bright female voice echoed from his phone, "Senior, come and hang out, stop the call." Without uttering a word, Xiao Wan abruptly ended the call. After Song Zhi brought over the freshly washed vegetables, she noticed that Xiao Wan's demeanor was amiss. She instinctively sat beside her and inquired, "What's wrong? You seem unhappy." Xiao Wan stretched lazily and replied, "How could that be? If you're not happy, I certainly won't be either." Song Zhi gazed at her in silence. Xiao Wan let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "The little wolf cub has truly become a dog. What's the matter? Have you been unfaithful?" Regarding the car accident last time, I mentioned that I would cover Zhou Yan's expenses through a loan, probably to avoid complications. Given the situation, why haven't you ended things yet? Is this not merely waiting for the right moment? Song Zhi hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Is the time right now?" Xiao Wan nodded affirmatively, "It should be imminent." No sooner had she spoken than her phone erupted with a ringing tone. Glancing at the device, she noted a message notification illuminating the screen. With a gentle tap, a dialog box materialized, revealing a breakup text from Qi Yi. A slight frown creased her brow. Yet a barely perceptible smile danced at the corners of her lips as she softly remarked, "It has arrived." Subsequently, she passed the phone to Song Zhi, who sat beside her, and with a playful grin commented, "Take a look, truly a dog, claiming to have no feelings anymore." Song Zhi took the phone, glanced at the text message, and a faint expression of disdain crossed her face as she remarked, "I didn't have a very good impression of him that day." Xiao Wan looked at Song Zhi with curiosity and inquired, "What happened?" Song Zhi recounted the events of that day in their entirety to Xiao Wan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan was instantly filled with fury, exclaiming in indignation, "How dare he? Not only does he wish to fish, but he also targets my dear friend's affections." Seeing Xiao Wan so furious, Song Zhi hurriedly consoled her, saying, "All right, isn't the breakup imminent? Why get so upset?" Xiao Wan retorted angrily, "For the past few months, I have lavished him with all manner of luxury goods, and now he dares to claim that I am impoverished and casts me aside. It's utterly ridiculous. I could easily provide him with enough spending money for a lifetime, and yet he presumes I am lacking." The more she spoke, the more fervent her indignation became. Just as Song Zhi Gang was about to utter a few words of comfort, his phone suddenly rang. Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the screen and realized it was a call from Fu Lu. Song Zhi rose from her seat and strolled towards the balcony, simultaneously pressing the answer button and softly uttering, "Hello." On the other end of the line, Fu Lu's languid voice emerged, "Song Shouji, where is my meal?" His tone carried a hint of teasing and anticipation. With a smile, Fu Lu reminded her, "Who was it that promised to treat me to dinner? I happen to be free today, so make sure you're ready to go out for a meal." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wan, who was seated on the sofa, and then lowered her voice to say to Fu Lu, "I fear today may not be feasible." Fu Lu was taken aback, clearly disappointed by this response, and expressed a hint of displeasure. "Why?" Song Zhi explained, "My friend has come to my home, and it is rather inconvenient to go out. Perhaps we could reschedule for another day." Upon hearing this, Fu Lu slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a subtle hint of displeasure. "A friend? Your ex-boyfriend?" His tone was unmistakably laced with discontent and suspicion. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi hastily interjected, "How could that be? She is merely a female friend." Upon hearing this, Fu Lu appeared intrigued, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Oh? And what do you intend to do?" "Do tell me, I shall invest in your endeavors." Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh, "I haven't made a decision yet, I plan to choose a project based on my field of expertise." Fu Lvy nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "A planning company?" Song Zhi could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. "How did you know?" Fu Lu replied with a subtle smile, the corners of his lips lifting, "Did you not just mention it a moment ago?" Song Zhi blinked in confusion. "How do you know my major is related to this?" Fu Lu chuckled softly, "That is of little consequence, what truly matters is whether I am correct." Song Zhi shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "That seems about right, however, we must first conduct thorough market research." After saying this, she noticed Xiao Wan rising and making her way towards the door. Chapter 41, Disturbance. Song Zhi shouted at the top of her lungs, "Wan Wan! Where are you off to?
Xiaowan, in a flurry as she hastily changed her shoes, gritted her teeth and replied,
I am going to confront that heartless scoundrel and demand an explanation.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi hastily spread her arms to block her. It's pitch dark outside. And you've just been discharged from the hospital. Your leg hasn't fully healed yet, so what purpose do you have in seeking him out?
Xiaowan,
upon hearing her words, seemed to awaken from a dream. Indeed, my legs cannot yet carry me like a swift wind. As she spoke, her gaze, piercing and resolute,
fell upon Song Zhi.
Zhi Zhi, accompany me. When the time comes, you must give him a thorough beating. Song Zhi looked at her with a helpless expression and said,
Wan, please don't be so impulsive. We can discuss this rationally.
Xiaowan glared with wide eyes, her face flushed with anger as she retorted, No way. That scoundrel is utterly despicable. We must settle the score with him. Song Zhi hurriedly offered words of comfort, saying, All right, let us first calm down.
Xiaowan, however, was unyielding, retorting, Calm down? Nonsense.
That scoundrel is using my money to indulge in revelries at night, chasing after younger girls, and still dares to claim he feels pressured.
Break up? Utter nonsense.
With that, she swiftly changed her shoes and strode out with determination.
Upon witnessing her demeanor, Song Zhi felt compelled to accompany her. Disregarding any further conversation with Fu Lu, and abruptly ending the call. Throughout their journey, Song Zhi endeavored to persuade Xiaowan to remain calm and avoid unnecessary conflict. Primarily considering that they were two young women who could potentially find themselves at a disadvantage. During the entire trip, Xiaowan remained silent. Song Zhi let out a sigh, choosing not to say much more.
An hour later, the taxi came to a steady halt at the entrance of the bar.
At this hour,
the atmosphere was one of indulgence and revelry. As Xiaowan stepped out of the car, she immediately surged inside. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi hurriedly quickened her pace, calling out, Wan, please, do not act impulsively. As she spoke, she firmly grasped her hand. Rest assured, I promise I won't cause a scene. I merely wish to clarify things, to bring a conclusion to this matter. Xiaowan feigned nonchalance as she replied. However, Song Zhi remained somewhat apprehensive.
Above all, do not engage in any arguments, nor resort to violence. Xiaowan nodded and strode towards the bar. Song Zhi was not a stranger to this place.
She had visited several times before, primarily due to Pei Jinnian. Thus, she was relatively familiar with the surroundings. However, to her surprise, she encountered an acquaintance here. It was not someone she knew very well, merely someone she had met a few times, Pei Jinnian's sycophantic friend, who seemed to be named Song Tao. When Song Tao spotted Song Zhi, a vague and ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Yet, Song Zhi opted to disregard him entirely and followed Xiaowan into the private room where Qi was located. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a cacophony of noise within the room. Qi occupied the main seat, a glass of wine in hand, reclined lazily against the sofa. As his gaze fell upon Xiaowan, his brows arched slightly, and he promptly instructed those nearby to turn off the music. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. A subtle smile graced Qi's face as he strode towards Xiaowan with a light step, halting before her. His lips curling into a roguish grin as he softly said, Sister, you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiaowan abruptly raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Song Zhi was utterly unprepared for Xiaowan's furious outburst, which escalated to physical confrontation. The force of the slap caused Qi's head to tilt to one side. He extended his tongue to gently lick the torn corner of his mouth, emitting a low, mocking laugh. So, sister, what exactly brings you here? Are you hoping for reconciliation? But I'm afraid that ship has sailed. And frankly, you look quite unappealing in this state. Qi's tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Xiaowan's body trembled with rage, her complexion pale as a sheet. Never before had she felt such intense anger towards a man. She inhaled deeply, striving for composure, yet her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat. She tightly shut her eyes, attempting to quell the tumult within. When she opened them again, her gaze had regained its tranquility. Yes, you are correct, we have parted ways. Her voice was icy and resolute, devoid of any emotional tremor. Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiaowan's forthright acknowledgement of their breakup. He had presumed she would cling desperately to the past, or perhaps seek to mend their rift, considering it was she who had pursued him initially. However, he now realized he had misjudged her response. Shaowan continued, I merely believe that since our relationship began face-to-face,
it is only fitting that we concluded in the same manner. Qi Yi, we are completely finished.
As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the girl seated at the head of the table.
The necklace adorning the girl's neck was unmistakably one that had been taken from her jewelry box. A wave of revulsion washed over Shaowan.
The audacity of this man to charm another woman with her belongings was repugnant. Indeed, one cannot expect to find treasures amidst refuse.
Before she could react,
Qi Yi rushed to defend the girl, saying, Sister, this has nothing to do with her, please do not harm her.
Shaowan's gaze fixed on his face.
Her voice cold as ice, You are truly despicable, using my possessions to curry favor with your beloved.
Qi Yi's countenance immediately stiffened.
Before he could protest,
Shaowan boldly approached the girl and yanked the necklace from her neck. The girl gasped in shock, exclaiming, What are you doing?
Shaowan stared at the necklace in her hand, as though it were the most vile object in existence, and without a moment's hesitation,
she tossed it into the nearby trash bin.
Nothing much, just discarding my belongings, it's better in the trash than in your possession. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Qi Yi, Senior, look at her. Qi Yi felt humiliated in front of others, his expression darkening as he approached. His voice low, Shaowan, you are going too far. Unfazed, Shaowan simply brushed her hands together, her gaze fixed on the brooding Qi Yi, and you. You are no different, I have no need for you any longer. Qi Yi stood rigid, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Before he could comprehend her words,
Shaowan had already turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd.
Qi Yi remained frozen in place, his gaze locked on the necklace in the trash bin.
Senior. Is that your girlfriend? She seems quite fierce.
Indeed, they had parted ways, at last, he was free. With this thought, Qi Yi raised his glass to all present, declaring, Cheers to my newfound singlehood, liberated from that tempestuous woman.
Chapter 42, Seeking Reconciliation. Pei Xiao, do you know who I saw when I entered just now? Pei Jinnian shot him an irritated glance, what does that have to do with me? He had no intention of attending today's gathering.
But since it was organized by Qin Zhang, a brother of over 20 years, he felt obligated to honor his request for reconciliation.
Song Zhi has arrived. Song Tao spoke up. Upon hearing the name Song Zhi, Pei Jinnian's expression darkened instantly.
Since the incident that transpired last time, he had not seen that woman again. He had attempted to intercept her at school, only to discover she had already moved away. To his surprise, she now stood before him. The other party continued, Pei Xiao.
Do you think Song Zhi has come to seek you out? Wasn't she often here looking for you in the past? Pei Jinnian furrowed his brow. His tone icy as he inquired, who informed her that I was here?
The people present shook their heads, indicating they had not disclosed such information.
Someone explained, no.
We did not mention it, perhaps she found out on her own.
Hearing this, Pei Jinnian's lips curled into a faint smirk, a subtle hint of amusement crossing his face.
He had initially wondered how long Song Zhi could endure. Perhaps the day was a meticulously orchestrated scheme on her part, designed solely for him to witness that scene,
inciting feelings of regret and fury within him.
Nevertheless, he had to concede that this tactic proved effective. The moment he learned he was merely a substitute, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. Pei Jinnian languidly leaned against the back of the sofa, his gaze playfully fixed on Qin Zhang. A smug smile gracing his lips as he slowly remarked, Ah Zhang, do you recall Song Zhi, that little sycophant who used to trail after me?
Upon hearing that name, Qin Zhang instinctively tightened his grip on the wineglass but quickly regained his composure, feigning confusion as he asked, Song Zhi? Who? It's been so long. I can hardly remember such a figure.
A shadow crossed Qin Zhang's face as he forcefully set his glass down on the table, then lifted his head to fix a penetrating stare at Pei Jinnian, pretending to be puzzled. Did you two have a quarrel, and now she has come to reconcile?
Pei Jinnian raised an eyebrow, wearing a self-assured smile. Of course, otherwise why would she travel all this way?
He then turned to Song Tao beside him, saying, Taozi, go see where she is and bring her over. Qin Zhang's claim of forgetting Song Zhi was hard for him to believe. After all these years, he feared that Qin Zhang still harbored ulterior motives. Tonight, he would ensure those hopes were thoroughly extinguished.
Upon hearing this, Song Tao swiftly made his way to find Song Zhi. As Xiaowan led Song Zhi out of the private room in Qi Yi, they coincidentally encountered Song Tao, who had just emerged from the adjacent space. His gaze immediately fixated on Song Zhi, a trace of smugness appearing on his face. He then raised his voice, calling out to Song Zhi, young Master Pei is in this private room, you have wandered into the wrong place. Song Zhi lifted her gaze, her eyes cold and indifferent as she stared at Song Tao, her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke, I did not come to find him. Song Tao was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively turned his gaze towards Pei Jinnian, who was seated in the private room. He then swiftly closed the door and strode purposefully towards Song Zhi. As he approached, he feigned enthusiasm and remarked, Master Pei is in that private room. Why not step in and greet him? Ever since the last incident, Song Zhi had refrained from appearing before Pei Jinnian, fearing his volatile temperament. Upon hearing Song Zhi's words, Song Tao widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, aren't you here to see young Master Pei? After speaking, she grasped Song Zhi's hand and turned away, disregarding Song Tao entirely. Song Tao was taken aback. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! He shouldn't have mentioned to Pei Jinnian that Song Zhi had come here. Now, it turned out that she wasn't even here to see Pei Jinnian. How was he supposed to explain this later? Song Tao hurriedly caught up, wearing a flattering expression. Song Zhi, why not step inside with me to greet young Master Pei? Otherwise, I won't know how to explain myself. Why should I care? Song Tao. Song Tao watched the departing silhouettes of the two girls, his head drooping as he entered the private room. Pei Jinnian raised his eyes, and upon seeing only him walk in, felt a twinge of confusion. Why have you come alone? Where are the others? Song Tao awkwardly scratched his head and said, Song Zhi is not coming. Pei Jinnian furrowed his brow slightly and asked, what do you mean by not coming? Song Tao hastily concocted an excuse, perhaps she felt too embarrassed to come over. Have you called her? Song Tao nodded and said, I called her, but she has left. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhang's lips curled into a smile, Jinnian. It seems that the lady did not come seeking reconciliation. Pei Jinnian, already simmering with frustration, felt his anger flare at Qin Zhang's words. He abruptly stood up, crashing his wineglass onto the ground, and shouted furiously, Song Zhi, you truly are something. I hope she never shows her face before me again. Qin Zhang had searched diligently and indeed spotted Song Zhi and Xiaowan at the entrance of the bar. He parked his car in front of them and rolled down the window, leaning out with a smile, what a coincidence to run into you here. Xiaowan looked at Qin Zhang in surprise, young Master Qin, what brings you here at this late hour? With a gentle smile, Qin Zhang replied, just out for a stroll. Where are you headed? Hop in, I'll give you a ride. Xiaowan leaned closer and sniffed, questioning, you haven't been drinking? Have you? Upon hearing this, Xiaowan felt reassured and ushered Song Zhi into the backseat, informing Qin Zhang of Song Zhi's residence. As the car started, Qin Zhang drove attentively while occasionally glancing at Song Zhi through the rearview mirror. He casually inquired, what brings you here so late? It was better not to mention it. But once the topic arose, Xiaowan's anger surged, what else could we be doing? Confronting a scoundrel. Qin Zhang raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement on his face. Your little boyfriend? Xiaowan was taken aback, how do you know? With a knowing look, he replied, just by looking at him, he doesn't seem like a good person. It was only a matter of time before you broke up. Xiaowan seethed, that jerk actually used my money to flirt with a younger girl, what a scoundrel. So, you are here to settle the score? Qin Zhang inquired. Of course. Who else would come to a bar in the middle of the night? Qin Zhang said nothing. Yet the amusement in his eyes was palpable. After a few minutes, Qin Zhang parked the car steadily beneath the apartment building. With a slight smile, he said, Zhi Zhi. If you truly wish to thank me, consider treating me to a meal. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly explained, maybe next time? As you can see, Wan just went through a breakup, and I need to be there for her. Just then, Xiaowan leaned in, pointing to a nearby food stall, isn't that a late-night snack place? How about we go grab a drink together? Without hesitation, Qin Zhang interjected, no problem. I can call a designated driver. However, seeing Xiaowan's low spirits, he felt a twinge of worry,
fearing something might happen to her.
Ultimately, the three of them made their way to the late-night food stall. Due to Xiaowan's gloomy mood, she immediately ordered 24 beers upon sitting down. Song Zhi,
who had no desire to drink, could only sit quietly beside her, sipping on juice as she awaited the arrival of their ordered food.
Throughout the evening,
Xiaowan vented her frustrations about her ex-boyfriend, and suddenly, she exclaimed, Zhi Zhi, I just remembered something.
Song Zhi wore a bewildered expression, asking, forget what? Previously,
during their romantic involvement, she had provided him with a supplementary card. In her fury, she had completely forgotten about it.
With a scoff, she remarked, so you're living extravagantly on my money, are you?
I shall contact the bank immediately to freeze the account. If her memory served her right, Zhi Zhi was still merely a student, and the expenditures from the night banquet must have easily exceeded 100,000.
Given his pretentious demeanor,
he would undoubtedly be forced to utilize his own card when the time came. With this thought in mind, she promptly reached out to the bank to freeze the card. Once the card was frozen, her mood significantly improved. Raising her glass towards Qin Zhang, she proclaimed, to you, young Master Qin, cheers. Xiaowan downed her drink in one go and then turned to Song Zhi, saying, Zhi Zhi, I've been so good to him, envisioning a long-lasting relationship.
Yet what is the outcome?
Song Zhi was at a loss for words on how to console her.
It was Qin Zhang, standing nearby,
who spoke up, there is nothing worth reminiscing about when it comes to scoundrels, lift your spirits. Xiaowan nodded in agreement, a smile illuminating her face, indeed.
Goodbye is simply goodbye, the next one will be even better. With that, she raised her glass and proclaimed to Qin Zhang, come, let us toast together.
The two exchanged pleasantries, clinking their glasses in a spirited manner, and before long, their bottle of wine was nearly emptied. Seeing that Xiaowan was somewhat inebriated, Song Zhi kindly advised, perhaps you should drink a little less. However, Xiaowan dismissively waved her hand with a smile, saying, worry not.
My tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable.
As she spoke, she rose to her feet, her body swaying slightly.
Upon witnessing this,
Song Zhi could not help but feel a surge of concern.
She quickly reached out to support her and asked with genuine care, what are you planning to do?
Song Zhi said without hesitation, I will accompany you. Xiaowan did not refuse, she merely chuckled softly, allowing Song Zhi to support her as they made their way to the restroom. Along the way, Xiaowan incessantly murmured, Zhi Zhi, I care for him so deeply. That scoundrel, how dare he? Song Zhi was acutely aware that although Xiaowan appeared to be carefree and easygoing on the surface,
her inner world was marked by profound sensitivity and delicacy.
This inherent lack of emotional security was, indeed, the very reason her romantic relationships often failed to endure. Song Zhi gently patted Xiaowan's shoulder, offering words of comfort, do not be disheartened, the next one will be even more obedient.
Xiaowan responded in agreement, indeed. You are right, the next one will be even more obedient.
When they reached the restroom, Xiaowan handed her bag to Song Zhi, requesting her assistance in holding it. Song Zhi stood at the bathroom door, awaiting her. Before long, the phone in her bag began to ring. Song Zhi glanced at her phone and saw it was a call from Qi Yi. After a brief pause, she spoke, Wan, it's a call.
That scoundrel is on the line. Please answer it and give him a piece of your mind. Song Zhi let out a soft sound before pressing the call button. Hello?
Sister, have you frozen the card you gave me? Came Qi Yi's questioning voice from the other end of the line. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, then derisively remarked,
What's this? After breaking up, you still wish to spend Wan's money? Do you take her for a fool? After a brief pause, the voice on the other end inquired, where is my sister?
Have her take the call. Qi Yi remained silent for a moment before responding. Let her earn some money first, consider it a loan from me. Heaven knows the disdainful look the cashier cast upon him when he swiped his card moments ago. He had not anticipated that Xiaowan would be so resolute, freezing the card immediately upon their separation.
Did you say something to her? Otherwise,
she wouldn't have frozen my bank card. Qi Yi's tone was laced with a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi found it somewhat amusing. After a breakup, he still wished to rely on her. She had encountered shameless individuals, yet never one as audacious as him.
I warn you.
Do not harass Wan any further, or I shall not let you off easily, Song Zhi admonished.
Excuse me, are you alone? Suddenly,
a stranger emerged from the men's restroom and approached Song Zhi to strike up a conversation. His gaze revealed a hint of cunning and ill intent.
Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the other person, choosing to remain silent.
A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet she refrained from displaying any overt reaction.
Not disheartened by her indifference, the man persisted, "Isn't it cold for you, miss, on such a frigid day?"
He endeavored to capture Song Zhi's attention with a tone of feigned concern.
Song Zhi pretended not to hear. She wished to avoid any interaction with this stranger,
merely desiring to wait for Xiao Xiao to emerge and leave this place as swiftly as possible. However, the individual directly reached out and tugged at her arm.
Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi instinctively took 2 steps back, her expression frosty as she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I don't know you." The man, unperturbed, merely chuckled, "Well, now you do, don't you?" With that, he let out a whistle directed at Song Zhi.
His increasingly brazen behavior filled her with a profound sense of revulsion and disdain. Song Zhi felt utterly repulsed as she made her way towards the restroom, intending to extricate herself from this man. However, after taking just a couple of steps, her wrist was firmly seized. "Miss, why not make a friend?
There's no need to be so aloof."
He held her wrist tightly, preventing her from departing.
Song Zhi's expression turned icy as she said, "Release me,
or I shall call the police."
The man paused for a moment, then scoffed, "Do you think Uncle Hat has so much free time? They even meddle when I pursue my girlfriend?"
Song Zhi could not help but mockingly exclaim, "You must be out of your mind, just look at yourself.
And you dare to pursue women?"
Her words seemed to strike a nerve, provoking the man into an immediate and furious outburst, as he unleashed a torrent of profanities.
Chapter 44, he appears to be a bit of a mama's boy. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Wan, who had just emerged from the restroom. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and forcefully shoved the man aside, declaring, "Are you out of your mind? Harassing my dear friend."
As she spoke, she grabbed her phone and called Qin Zhang, saying, "Young master, hurry. Your Zhi Zhi has been subjected to sexual harassment." Song Zhi, upon overhearing Xiao Wan's words, couldn't help but furrow her brows.
She softly cautioned, "Wan, what are you babbling about?"
Xiao Wan chuckled mischievously, casting a cold glance at the man who had just harassed Song Zhi, and mockingly retorted, "Even if your men's restroom lacks mirrors, you still have to relieve yourselves, right?
It's one thing to be unattractive, but to emerge and frighten young ladies is quite another."
Song Zhi wished to caution Xiao Wan against provoking the adversary. But before she could utter a word, she witnessed a menacing figure lunging towards Xiao Wan. "You wretched woman!" With that, a fist was swung in her direction.
However,
before it could make contact, a firm grip seized the assailant's wrist from behind. Upon realizing the towering presence of Qin Zhang, the aggressor's expression faltered momentarily, quickly replaced by a fierce glare directed at him.
"Who the hell do you think you are? I warn you.
Don't meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Before he could finish, a searing pain shot through his wrist, eliciting a pained scream from his lips.
In no time,
the two were entangled in a brawl. Observing this, Song Zhi seized her bag and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the assailant.
Shortly thereafter,
the assailant's companions arrived on the scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Zhi promptly called the authorities. The outcome of this call was that all three found themselves in the police station, sipping tea in an unwelcome manner.
The altercation was classified as mutual combat,
as all three were implicated, necessitating the contact of their families for bail. Xiao Wan cast a troubled glance at Song Zhi.
"Zhi Zhi, I can't bring myself to call my parents. Could you perhaps do it? Whom should I call?"
It was inconceivable for her to reach out to her mother. For even if she did, her mother would never come to facilitate bail.
Xiao Wan whispered, "What if we ask Qin Zhang to lend a hand? You expect Qin Zhang's mother to assist?"
"She would likely wish for me to languish in here for a year or more upon seeing us together." Song Zhi recalled vividly the words exchanged between Qin's mother and herself from years past.
At this, Xiao Wan let out a heavy sigh. "Am I to call my father then?
If he discovers I've landed in trouble again, I might find myself grounded indefinitely."
"Zhi Zhi, if that happens, you might never see me again."
Song Zhi felt a twinge of guilt. Today's events had unfolded solely due to Xiao Wan and Qin Zhang coming to her aid. Suddenly, Qin Zhang spoke up, reassuring her, "Do not fret, I have already contacted my father's assistant, and he will arrive shortly to secure our release."
Upon hearing this,
Xiao Wan's eyes sparkled with hope.
Then, as if struck by a thought, she cautiously inquired, "Does your mother know?"
Qin Zhang shook his head. "She is likely unaware." A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Wan's lips. She nudged Song Zhi with her elbow and whispered, "Zhi Zhi, I truly believe young Master Qin is quite remarkable. Why don't you consider?" Before she could finish her sentence, Song Zhi shot her a glare, urging her to silence. Xiao Wan chuckled softly, recognizing the cue to refrain from further commentary. Approximately 20 minutes later, the door creaked open, and Song Zhi looked up to see a bespectacled middle-aged man clad in a black suit standing at the threshold. Though he had yet to enter, Song Zhi recognized him as Qin Zhang's father's assistant, the very individual who had represented them during a previous meeting with Qin Zhang's mother.
Upon spotting the assistant, Qin Zhang quickly rose to his feet. "Uncle Zhang, has everything been arranged?" The implication of his words was unmistakable.
Qin Zhang's brow furrowed slightly.
"Didn't I ask you to keep my mother in the dark?"
"Madam is waiting for you in the car," the assistant replied.
Qin Zhang's expression darkened,
and he opened his mouth to protest, but Uncle Zhang interrupted, "The madam is concerned for your well-being, which is why she accompanied me. You cannot continue to burden her with your troubles."
"What about my friends?" Qin Zhang retorted. "Madam has only secured your release.
She does not possess the authority to assist others." Frustration welled within Qin Zhang. "Then I shall remain." Uncle Zhang countered, "Young master, I presume you would prefer to avoid having madam come in person. As of now, she is oblivious to whom you entered with."
Qin Zhang paused, fully aware of his mother's temperament.
He had long known that she held a low opinion of Song Zhi. Over the years, he had refrained from challenging her authority due to his own lack of independence. Turning to Song Zhi, he expressed his regret, "Zhi Zhi, once I step outside, I will find a way to secure your release." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi displayed little change in her expression. After all, she had never harbored great hopes regarding Qin Zhang.
In contrast, Xiao Wan appeared somewhat taken aback. "So, are you leaving now?"
Qin Zhang lowered his head and replied, "I'm sorry. Wait for me, I will find a way." Xiao Wan wished to voice her thoughts further, but Song Zhi reached out and pulled her back, signaling her to remain silent. After Qin Zhang departed, Xiao Wan felt a surge of indignation. "Zhi Zhi, I suddenly begin to understand why you feel no spark with Qin Zhang." Song Zhi chuckled softly, "Why? He seems somewhat like a mama's boy." Song Zhi smiled without uttering a word. Xiao Wan, taking the initiative, spoke up, "From now on, I shall no longer attempt to bring you two together. I bear the guilt." The one who spoke from the Qin family was still his mother, and Qin Zhang dared not oppose her.
Xiao Wan looked at Song Zhi with a hint of surprise. "How did you know?"
After a moment's reflection, she suddenly realized, "Of course, during our sophomore year, your mother presented herself in such a lofty manner before you. I should have anticipated this. I merely believed that after years abroad, Qin Zhang would have made some progress. Yet he remains the same."
With that, she exhaled heavily.
"What shall I do?
Am I truly expected to call my family? If so,
they will only hold me in even greater disdain." Song Zhi lowered her head and said, "Wan, I am sorry for dragging you into this." As soon as she finished speaking, the door swung open once more, and a police officer entered, announcing, "Xiao Wan, Song Zhi, someone is here to bail you both out." The two girls exchanged surprised glances.
Xiao Wan murmured softly, "Could it be Qin Zhang?"
Song Zhi also felt perplexed. As she signed her name and followed the police outside, she caught sight of Zhou Yan standing in the hall.
Song Zhi was taken aback. How could it be Zhou Yan? Upon seeing them,
Zhou Yan smiled and waved at Song Zhi, calling out, "Song Xiuji." Song Zhi approached, and before she could voice her lingering doubts, she heard Zhou Yan teasingly remark, Well, the good girl image is quite deceiving. Who would have thought you could land here for a spot of tea after a brawl?" Song Zhi appeared flustered.
"How did you know?"
she stammered, shaking her body slightly as she stepped out of the police station. Xiao Wan leaned closer and whispered, "Zhi Zhi,
how do you know second young Master Zhou? Last time he mentioned that we were friends and decided not to hold me accountable." Song Zhi casually replied. A brother I used to know. Zhou Yan's car was parked in a temporary space along the road.
Song Zhi approached and said, "Thank you, brother Zhou Yan."
Song Zhi appeared utterly bewildered. Ninth brother's car was ahead, you should ride with him. Chapter 45, Should we go in and have a seat?
Song Zhi lifted her gaze, staring at the familiar black sedan before her, momentarily lost in thought.
Fu Lv has also arrived. Thus, he is aware of her entanglement with the law?
Song Zhi instinctively wished to avoid appearing before Fu Lu, reaching out to pull the car door. "Brother Zhou Yan, I will go with my friend." As she spoke, the front door of the car swung open. In the next moment, Fu Lu emerged from the vehicle, lifting his gaze towards her. Dressed in the familiar black coat that Song Zhi recognized, his expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a brief exchange of glances lasting a few seconds, his gaze shifted to the handle of the car door where Song Zhi rested her hand, lost in thought.
Song Zhi.
Fu Lu's voice was deep and steady, lacking any sign of emotional fluctuation. However, Song Zhi sensed a subtle furrow in his brow as he uttered her name.
Song Zhi, feeling somewhat flustered, released her grip and awkwardly greeted Fu L.
"What a coincidence, you're here at the police station as well." Upon uttering these words, Song Zhi wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole.
What did she mean by what a coincidence?
It was evident that he was there because of her.
With Fu L's statement hanging in the air, Song Zhi chose not to elaborate further.
She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wan, who was seated in the car. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Xiao Wan had already succumbed to slumber,
reclining against the seat.
Song Zhi silently murmured to herself, how audacious to sleep under such circumstances.
"Brother Zhou Yan, I entrust my friend to your care."
Zhou Yan smiled and waved his hand. "It's no trouble at all, hurry along, lest old Master Fu becomes upset."
Song Zhi's expression momentarily faltered as she quietly inquired, "How did you know I was here?"
"You should ask him, not me." "I'm leaving now," came the response, as they promptly drove away. Song Zhi stood in disarray amidst the wind. Suddenly, the sound of a horn pierced the air ahead, prompting her to let out a silent sigh of resignation as she made her way towards Fu Lu's car. She settled into the passenger seat and politely greeted the man beside her.
"Thank you for your trouble." Fu Lu remained silent, setting the car in motion without uttering a word. In that moment, an odd tension enveloped the vehicle.
The man said nothing, and she dared not break the silence. While waiting at a traffic light, Song Zhi cautiously stole a glance at the man beside her. His expression remained somber.
Was he upset? If so, why? Song Zhi was perplexed. Song Xiuzhi certainly had quite the audacity.
Fu Lu suddenly spoke, casting a sidelong glance at her that was both amused and inscrutable.
Song Zhi,
feeling a twinge of guilt, hung her head in silence.
Fu Lu, driving with one hand, inquired, "Do tell, what is the matter?" Song Zhizhu lowered her head, her hands tightly entwined upon her knees.
After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, recounting the sequence of events.
Fu Lu grasped the crux of the matter. Qin Zhang is the eldest scion of the Qin family?
It must be so, as they had previously been acquainted.
Following her revelation, silence enveloped the car once more. Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment and took the initiative to speak. "How did you know I was here?" Fu Lu let out a scoff. "Seeing you being taken away in a police car, how could I not know?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's pupils contracted slightly. You came to my house to find me?"
Fu Lu replied with a brief acknowledgement, remaining silent thereafter.
Earlier,
he had overheard Song Zhi mentioning a visit to some bar over the phone, which raised his concerns about her safety. Consequently, he abandoned his social engagements and drove over,
only to discover that she was not at home. As he was leaving, the sound of police sirens caught his attention, and upon investigation,
he found his young friend being taken away.
Fu Lu hastily followed, inquiring about the situation.
Initially, he contemplated returning the following day to arrange for her release, hoping the experience would serve as a lesson. However, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so, prompting him to contact Zhou Yan for assistance.
Suddenly,
the ringing of a mobile phone shattered the silence that enveloped the two. Song Zhi took out her phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number.
After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the call button. "Hello?"
On the other end of the line, there was no response, only the sound of heavy breathing. Song Zhi couldn't help but furrow her brows. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, someone finally spoke from the other end. Zhi Zhi. Upon hearing Pei Jinnian's voice, Song Zhi chose not to respond and simply hung up. Beside her, Fu Lu cast a glance and casually inquired, "Whose was that?" Song Zhi tightened her grip on her phone, instinctively wishing to keep her conversation from Fu Lv. It was a mistake. As she spoke, she discreetly ended the call. A little over 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady stop beneath her apartment building. Just as Song Zhi was about to bid farewell to Fu Lv, she noticed he had already stepped out of the driver's seat. Before she could utter a word, Fu Lv preemptively declared, "I will accompany you upstairs." Song Zhi let out a couple of soft sounds, lowering her head as she walked slowly towards the apartment door. Fu Lu followed closely behind at a leisurely pace, accompanying her until they reached her doorstep. Song Zhi gently pointed at the doorway, suggesting, "Shall we step inside for a moment?" Fu Lv raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with a bemused smile. "At this late hour, are you certain you wish to invite me in?" Song Zhi smiled awkwardly and said, You're not a bad person." Fu Lu replied lazily, "Do you trust me so much?" Song Zhi discerned the teasing undertone in his words and instantly bristled with indignation. "Come if you wish." With that, she resolutely opened the door and stepped inside. Just as she was about to close the door, a large hand suddenly slipped through the gap, thwarting her attempt to shut it. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze towards the man standing at the door. "What brings you here?" she inquired softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. "Come in and have a seat." With that, he unhesitatingly stepped into the room. As Fu Lu entered, he immediately exuded the demeanor of a male host. Without a shred of courtesy, he removed his outer coat and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa, then leisurely settled into his seat. Song Zhi cast a silent glance, saying little more, before turning and entering the kitchen. She retrieved a clean cup and poured him a glass of warm water. "Thank you for tonight," she said earnestly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Fu L raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept over the cup in Song Zhi's hand, and with a hint of playful teasing, he remarked, "Is that all? Just a glass of water?" Song Zhi couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. She gently bit her lip and explained, "I have just moved in, and my home is yet to be fully equipped with necessities. For now, all I have is water." Fu Lu's gaze fell upon the dining table, where some fresh vegetables were arranged. These ingredients were originally intended for a small hotpot meal that Song Zhi had planned for herself and Xiao Wan. But due to the incident with the little puppy, the meal never came to fruition. Song Zhi noticed Fu Lu's gaze and hurriedly explained, "I initially intended to enjoy hot pot with friends, but certain matters arose, hence." Fu Lu stood up, walked to the dining table, and sat down, gazing at the enticing vegetables, inquiring, "Is it permissible to eat?" Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly, her heart silently cursing. Even after starting the fire herself, she still asks. Fu Lu suddenly raised his eyes. "Song Xiaozhi, are you cursing me in your heart again?" Song Zhi waved her hand in denial. No. Fu L curled his lips and picked up his chopsticks, gesturing towards her. "Come and have a bite, don't be shy." Song Zhi. This person is indeed quite unreserved. She stepped forward and took a seat opposite Fu Lu. The dining table was rather petite, yet it comfortably accommodated the two of them. Song Zhi observed Fu Lu relishing his meal with great enthusiasm and felt a twinge of curiosity. "Haven't you had anything to eat?" she inquired. Fu Lu paused momentarily, his hand gripping the chopsticks, before responding, "I have eaten." Song Zhi was taken aback. How could one eat so heartily and still be so difficult to sustain? Naturally, she only dared to murmur these thoughts inwardly, refraining from voicing them aloud. Chapter 46, Luring Someone to Bed After Finishing the Hot Pot. Song Zhi noticed Fu Lu tidying up the dishes and felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Allow me to assist," she offered. Fu Lu cast her a sidelong glance, a half-smile playing on his lips. "You may help me if you wish." Song Zhi. "I do not wish to play a subordinate role." "Then you shall take a rest." Song Zhi murmured softly to herself as she settled onto the small sofa in the living room, engrossed in her phone. A glance at the clock revealed that it was nearly midnight.
As Song Zhi was about to call Xiaowan, a message from Xiaowan on WeChat popped up first. Xiaowan, confess honestly, is that man pursuing you? Song Zhi appeared somewhat bewildered. Xiaowan, stop pretending. Song Zhi, what are you pretending? Who are you talking about? Upon seeing Fu Lv's name, Song Zhi instinctively raised her eyes towards the kitchen. Compelled by an unseen force? She lifted her phone and captured a photo of Fu Lv washing dishes, sending it forth. After quite some time, Xiaowan's message finally arrived. Xiaowan, wow. Those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, he's so handsome. Song Zhi cast a silent glance at Fu Lu. Even if he did nothing at all, simply standing there, he exuded the undeniable charm of a captivating, handsome rogue. Song Zhi, do you like him? She intended to long press to recognize the content. But it seemed her phone's touchscreen was unresponsive, and Xiaowan's voice came through directly. Xiaowan, oh my, Zhi Zhi, with such a handsome brother. You should not let him slip away, he has come to your doorstep, it would be a bit unreasonable to not take full advantage of the opportunity. Xiaowan, look at that waist and those legs, it's evident he is quite impressive. Hurry and lure him to your bed. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu's soft voice drifted from behind her, are you speaking about me? Song Zhi. Help, what a large-scale social embarrassment this is. In her panic, she abruptly hung up the phone, her face flushed as she stammered, no, it's not. After speaking, she offered Fu Lu a smile that was awkward yet polite to alleviate the tension of the moment. Fu Lu's gaze sharpened, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her, if it's not about me, then who are you referring to? Who do you intend to seduce? As he spoke, Fu Lu advanced with an undeniable intensity. Confronted with his probing questions, Song Zhi felt flustered, insisting, no, there's no one. She hastily added, it's my friend. She has a crush on Zhou Yan, thinks he is handsome and wants to seduce him. Perhaps due to her anxious disposition. Song Zhi felt that Fu Lu doubted her sincerity, prompting her to quickly elaborate, my friend, Xiaowan, plans to have hot pot with her tonight. She met Zhou Yan before and said he is her type, she intends to pursue him, I suppose. Before she could finish her thought, Fu Lu interjected. And what about you? Song Zhi paused for a moment, gazing at Fu Lu with a bewildered expression. What? Fu Lu inquired, what type do you prefer? Yet it was evident that Fu Lu had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. He continued, Song Xiaozhi, such an impolite child. Your elder brother is conversing with you. Song Zhi felt a twinge of anxiety, her grip on the phone tightening. She spoke haphazardly, refined and good-tempered. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, refined? What truly defines refinement? Song Zhi, regarding the countenance of a scholar. Song Zhi felt a twinge of guilt. Lowering her head and avoiding direct eye contact with Fu Lu. Unsure if it was merely her imagination, after she uttered those words, she distinctly heard Fu Lu scoff disdainfully. She had anticipated further inquiries from him, yet to her surprise, he merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that Fu Lu would press for further inquiries. To her surprise, he exhibited no curiosity whatsoever. In that instant, an unsettling sensation welled up within her. And she suddenly felt disinclined to face the man before her. She took the initiative to usher him out. After speaking, she swiftly untied her apron and made her way toward the entrance. Once inside the house, Song Zhi headed straight for the bathroom. Half an hour later, having completed her ablutions, she emerged and, while passing through the living room, her gaze fell upon the black coat draped over the sofa. It was Fu Lu's attire, he had forgotten to take it with him. Song Zhi promptly picked up her phone and dialed Fu Lu's number. After just 2 rings, the call was connected. Hello? Fu Lu's voice came through the line. Song Zhi cast a glance at the coat draped over the sofa and remarked, you left your overcoat behind. Fu Lu paused for a moment, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. I must have forgotten it when I left, I am already home now. Ah? Song Zhi pondered for a moment before suggesting, shall I deliver it to your office tomorrow? Fu Lu replied, I won't be in the office tomorrow, as I have a business trip to the neighboring city. I will only be available after 6 in the evening. Song Zhi, I shall deliver it to you, when the time comes, kindly provide me with your address. Upon hearing this, Fu Lu's eyes sparkled with even greater delight.
Song Zhi hesitated for a moment.
Is it your home?
Very well, please provide me with the address, and I shall deliver it to you. The residential community has stringent management, and even express delivery services are prohibited from entering. Therefore, I will need to trouble you to make the trip personally.
Song Zhi responded softly, all right.
The smile in Fu Lu's eyes lingered even after he hung up the phone. The child remained as naive as ever, easily deceived.
Such innocence would surely make her a target for bullying. Upon returning home, his mind was consumed by Song Zhi's words, what constitutes a scholar's appearance?
Just as he was about to consult his phone for answers, Zhou Yan's call came through.
Fu Lu pressed the call button, and before he could utter a word, Zhou Yan's excited voice burst forth from the other end. Fu Laojiu, what are you up to right now? The playful tone in Zhou Yan's voice was unmistakable.
The moment the question was posed, Fu Lu felt a surge of annoyance. As Zhou Yan's laughter echoed through the phone, he teased.
I bet you've been rejected by Zhi Zhi, haven't you?
Fu Lu fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Zhou Yan pressed on, no, seriously.
How are you trying to win over that young lady? Did she turn you down?
Fu Lu retorted with irritation, nonsense.
How could I possibly be rejected?
Fu Lu. What absurdity! After all this time, it turns out the girl favors the delicate scholar type, which is entirely contrary to his own nature. In just a few short years, her affections have shifted towards another man.
Suddenly, Fu Lu inquired, do you know what a scholar's appearance looks like?
Zhou Yan, bewildered, replied.
What scholar's appearance? Who are you talking about?
Chapter 47, Meeting in middle school. The following day, Song Zhi arranged to meet Xiao Wan at her residence. They would assist in packing and relocating before searching for an office space to embark on their entrepreneurial venture. When Song Zhi arrived, Xiao Wan was on the phone with the landlord, discussing the matter of terminating her lease. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback upon overhearing Xiao Wan conversing with the landlord about terminating the lease.
Is this place rented? She inquired. Xiao Wan nonchalantly nodded, indeed.
I had assumed it was your property. While I may be infatuated, I have not reached such a level of devotion as to bring someone into my home. Xiao Wan nodded in agreement.
What about your little boyfriend? Has he ceased to contact you?
Xiao Wan rolled her eyes at Song Zhi and replied, he is my ex-boyfriend.
For your information.
Song Zhi awkwardly smiled, this time it's truly goodbye, or else. As she spoke, she began to gather her belongings. Suddenly, her phone rang beside her.
Song Zhi glanced over and said, Wan, it's your call. Please answer it for me. Song Zhi stepped forward and picked up the phone, pressing the call button.
Hello, sister. Song Zhi listened to the familiar male voice and rolled her eyes.
Wan's busy right now, so if you have something to say, just say it.
There was a brief pause on the other end before he replied, it's nothing, I'll call you later.
With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Xiao Wan looked up and inquired, who was that?
Your little wolf dog, came the reply. Xiao Wan's expression turned serious, just a reminder, he is not my little wolf dog anymore.
We have broken up. Song Zhi let out a soft exclamation. Xiao Wan continued, what is he calling for? Have I not already blocked and deleted him? If he is using a different number, could it be that he wishes to reconcile with you? You are overthinking it. Song Zhi was perplexed. However, at this moment, Song Zhi comprehended the situation. Xiao Wan continued, by the way, do you still have any contact with Pei Jinnian? Song Zhi raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Why are you suddenly mentioning him? Just tell me, is there a connection between you two? Song Zhi pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Xiao Wan directly stated, I am here to rekindle our relationship. Song Zhi remained silent. Xiao Wan clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Expressing her disdain, a delayed declaration of love is not worth a dog's attention. As she uttered these words, she discreetly stole a glance at Song Zhi's expression, only to find it unchanged, leaving her momentarily perplexed. She tentatively inquired, Zhi Zhi, you aren't soft-hearted, contemplating a reconciliation with that scoundrel Pei Jinnian, are you? Zhou Yan mentioned that Fu Lu is quite commendable. To be fair, he bears a striking resemblance to Pei Jinnian, particularly in his eyes. A sudden jolt coursed through Song Zhi's heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiao Wan leaned closer, fixating her gaze intently upon Song Zhi. Song Zhi felt somewhat guilty under her probing gaze. She averted her eyes and said, "What do you want me to say? Don't look at me like that. It's quite intimidating."
Shaowan spoke up, "Zhi Zhi, you must confess honestly."
Song Zhi felt a bit bewildered. What am I supposed to explain? You can't possibly be mistaking some Mr. Fu for Pei Jinnian's substitute, can you? That would be a grave mistake. The Fu family holds a prominent position in the capital.
And he is the heir of the Fu family.
Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Mr. Zhou mentioned it. Song Zhi, Zhouyan? Shaowan nodded. Otherwise, who else could it be? Song Zhi teased, "You all."
Before she could finish her sentence, Shaowan interrupted, "Enough of this nonsense.
I am currently in a state of complete clarity and have no intention of pursuing romance."
Song Zhi's lips twitched slightly, revealing her skepticism.
Shaowan spoke up.
"I truly believe that I am not suited for romance. It is better for me to remain single and focus on my career.
Today, I shall go to inspect the office space." Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless. How can you come up with ideas so spontaneously?
No, I pondered all night last evening. This time, I solely wish to focus on my career, not on men.
Shaowan's belongings were not numerous, a single suitcase sufficed to contain them all.
Song Zhi gazed at the figurines adorning the table and casually inquired, "Are you no longer keeping these?"
Shaowan nodded, "They are not mine. Let us be on our way. Does your ex-boyfriend know you are moving out?"
Shaowan shook her head, "He does not."
What will happen to these belongings then? Is this not a rental property?
Shaowan sighed and replied, "Never mind, I shall inform him."
After a prolonged silence, the phone rang.
And just as Shaowan thought no one would answer, a delicate voice emerged from the other end.
"Hello, who is this?" "He is currently in the shower.
But feel free to share your message, I can relay it to him." Intrigued by the girl's voice, Shaowan queried, "And who might you be?"
"His girlfriend?"
The silence from the other end suggested an unspoken affirmation. A smirk danced on Shaowan's lips. She had already surmised the answer yet felt compelled to inquire further. She continued, "Please inform him that I will be moving out. If he wishes to retrieve his belongings, he must do so himself, as the lease expires at the end of the month."
With that, she promptly hung up the phone. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi curiously inquired, "Who was on the phone?"
Half an hour later, Song Zhi and Shaowan appeared at their new residence, dragging their suitcases behind them.
Song Zhi gazed at the spacious 200-square-meter flat, unable to suppress her astonishment.
"Sister, with a residence as grand as this, why would you choose to rent a small apartment elsewhere?"
"It's so far from your school." Suddenly struck by an idea, Shaowan continued, "Zhi Zhi, why not move in with me?" Song Zhi rejected the suggestion without a moment's hesitation.
After all these years of sharing a dormitory, she still yearned for a semblance of personal space.
Shaowan scoffed lightly, "Indeed, that Mr. Fu seeking you out certainly necessitates some privacy.
However, I advise you not to treat him as a mere substitute, that would be quite unethical."
Song Zhi murmured softly,
"I wasn't a substitute, I've known him for a long time."
Shaowan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Known him for a long time? How come I was unaware?" "We met back in middle school," Song Zhi replied.
In response, Shaowan fell silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Song Zhi. Song Zhi shot her a glance and remarked,
"If you have something to say, why do you gaze at me in such a manner?"
Shaowan, brimming with excitement, grasped Song Zhi's hand and urged her to elaborate on the nature of this enchanting tale of fate. Song Zhi twitched the corner of her mouth,
displaying a look of disdain.
"You are so nosy. Do share with me how you came to know Mr. Fu. Thus, you harbor feelings for him."
Shaowan asserted with unwavering certainty.
Song Zhi paused for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt as she softly retorted, How could that be?"
Zhi Zhi.
"When you lie, you tend to stutter, this is a manifestation of your unease."
Song Zhi. Chapter 48, Why are you not wearing any clothes?
Song Zhi felt a twinge of guilt.
"Nonsense, don't say such things."
Shaowan waved her hand dismissively.
"Never mind, I already know you are quite stubborn." Song Zhichue lowered her gaze in silence.
Shaowan reached out to take her hand and smiled, saying, "All right, if you do not wish to speak, let it be.
Let us take a stroll outside and purchase some daily necessities." Song Zhi nodded. The two then proceeded to the supermarket. Considering Xiao Wan's recent move, she purchased a set of bowls and chopsticks as a gift for her. After they had gathered their items, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Once they completed their errands, Song Zhi recalled her earlier agreement with Fu Lu to deliver some clothes. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Wan, is it far from here to the Deep Blue Center? Xiao Wan looked puzzled and asked, why do you want to know? Are you planning to buy a house? Song Zhi waved her hand and said, no, I was merely asking casually. It's not far at all, a taxi ride would only take about 10 minutes. Do you wish to go? Song Zhi nodded, yes, I've been there before. Do you know anyone over there? That neighborhood belongs to the Zhou family. Are you aware of that? I know, came the reply, he mentioned it to me previously. Xiao Wan speculated, surely, you are not intending to seek out that Mr. Fu. Are you? Song Zhi. She truly did not anticipate that Xiao Wan would guess correctly. For a moment, Song Zhi found herself at a loss for words. With an expression that conveyed certainty, Xiao Wan teased Song Zhi, saying, see, I knew it all along. Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh, remarking, I know. It's really not a significant matter. I'm merely returning his clothes. Xiao Wan clicked her tongue and chuckled, I understand, ha ha. Song Zhi's eyes curved slightly, you don't understand anything. Xiao Wan reached out and pulled her close, hey, sister, just keep pretending to be tough. It is now evident that she is not only stubborn but also obstinate. Despite being clearly concerned, she insists on maintaining an air of indifference. Song Zhi lowered her gaze, defiantly retorting, I did not. Xiao Wan responded with indifference, yes. You did not. If you wish to go, then please do so swiftly, I can manage the rest on my own. Then I shall take my leave. We can connect over the phone later. Xiao Wan nodded, urging, do hurry along, it is quite late. After Song Zhi departed from the residence of Xiao Wan, she promptly hailed a taxi to the address provided by Fu Lu. To her astonishment, the gatekeeper refused her entry. This community permitted only residents. And regardless of what Song Zhi pleaded, the gatekeeper maintained a strictly professional demeanor. Unable to find a solution, Song Zhi had no choice but to call Fu Lu. Unfortunately, her attempts to reach him were in vain. After waiting by the entrance for several minutes, she still could not connect with Fu Lu. Reluctantly, she decided to leave his clothes with the security guard and instructed him to retrieve them from the guardhouse. Just as she turned to leave, a car slowly approached and came to a halt beside her. In the next moment, the window glided down, revealing Fu Lu's stern visage. Hey, kid, Fu Lu spoke. Nodding slightly. Why aren't you going in? Song Zhi spoke candidly, it's not that the residence 1T let you in. I have placed your clothes in the security room. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I was about to send you a message. Fu Lu raised his gaze, casting a glance at the security guard, and then turned to Song Zhi, instructing, go retrieve your clothes and get in the car. It was only when she arrived at his residence that she realized, belatedly, that she should have returned the clothes to him at the entrance of the community, rather than following him upstairs. Song Zhi glanced at Fu L. As soon as he entered the room, he swiftly removed his tie with one hand, carelessly discarding his suit onto the nearby sofa. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air when he ascended, revealing that he had indeed indulged to the point of inebriation. His steps were noticeably unsteady. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi instinctively reached out to support him. When her hand brushed against Fu Lu's arm, he momentarily froze. I'm fine, no need to assist me. Just how much have you consumed? With that, he guided her towards the sofa in the living room. Please, take a seat, I will fetch you a glass of water. As he turned to head towards the dining area, his wrist was suddenly grasped by someone. Song Zhi cast a sidelong glance at the man seated on the sofa and inquired with curiosity, what is the matter? Fu Lu released her and then shook his head, remaining silent. Song Zhi picked up a pristine cup from the dining table and poured a glass of warm water for Fu Lu. As she turned to head towards the living room, she noticed that the man who had been seated on the sofa was now absent. She surveyed the living room, her gaze finally settling on the ajar bedroom door. After a moment's hesitation, she contemplated whether she should venture inside. At that moment, she heard a sound emanating from the bedroom. Curiosity piqued, Song Zhi approached the bedroom door and gently rapped upon it.
Fu Lu. I have poured you a glass of water, she announced, pushing the door open as she entered. However, upon stepping into the room, she abruptly halted. Fu Lu stood before the wardrobe, in the midst of changing his attire, clad in black trousers. His upper body was bare, revealing a sculpted physique and well-defined abdominal muscles. His tall and upright stature showcased a harmonious flow of muscular contours, each sinew exuding an aura of strength.
Song Zhi's gaze lingered uncontrollably upon his sculpted abdomen,
causing her heart to race involuntarily. She felt a warm flush rise to her cheeks, and her throat grew parched.
Child, have you feasted your eyes enough? Fu Lu teased, a playful glint unmistakably dancing in his eyes. With that, he turned and dashed away.
Fu Lu's voice echoed from behind, first, prepare me a bowl of hangover soup before you leave.
Upon reaching the entrance, Song Zhi hesitated momentarily at his words.
She glanced sideways but found that Fu Lu had not followed her out.
Song Zhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her gaze,
observing the cup still clutched in her hand. In her earlier anxiety, she had not taken the time to set it down, and now water had spilled over, unnoticed. Song Zhi, somewhat vexed, lightly tapped her forehead and ultimately complied by heading to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy for Fu Lu. When Fu Lu emerged, he was taken aback to find Song Zhi still in the kitchen.
You haven't left?
He inquired, having assumed that, given her current shy disposition, she would have bolted. Thus, he had refrained from pursuing her. To his surprise, not only was the young girl still present, but she was also diligently concocting the hangover soup for him. Song Zhi turned around, and in the next moment, she anxiously averted her gaze.
Why aren't you wearing any clothes?
Fu El had evidently just stepped out of the shower. A gray towel wrapped around his waist, with droplets of water still cascading from his hair. The droplets trickled down along the contours of his abdominal muscles, ultimately disappearing into the towel at his waist.
Fu El raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why should I wear clothes at home?
Song Zhi, confronted by Fu El's retort, found herself at a loss for words, her mind entirely occupied by the image of his sculpted abs.
It was indeed a perilous thing, the allure of beauty.
Before she could formulate a response, a cool, refreshing scent of shower gel wafted into her nostrils. She lifted her gaze to find the man, who had moments ago been in the living room, now standing directly before her. Instinctively, she recoiled 2 steps. Her expression one of sheer terror as she stared at him. You. Fu Lv was amused by her reaction and chuckled softly.
What's the matter with me?
Song Zhi's face flushed crimson, and after a prolonged moment, she finally managed to utter the words rogue.
Chapter 49, Entangled Song Zhi. You are truly becoming increasingly domineering.
As she spoke, she reached over, picked up the detoxifying soup from the counter behind Song Zhi, took a sip, and casually inquired.
Not bad at all. Do you often prepare this?
Song Zhi visibly became flustered, her instinct prompting her to deny the situation. No.
Fu Lu fixed his gaze upon her, causing her heart to race incessantly.
She truly lacked the skill for deceit, diverting her eyes as she stammered. The clothes have been delivered. I
shall take my leave now.
With her cheeks flushed, she hurriedly fled the scene.
Once the office address was settled,
they wasted no time in processing various permits, which took nearly half a month to complete. Xiaowan watched with excitement as the staff installed the final computer. And with fervor, she pulled Song Zhi close, exclaiming, Zhi Zhi, this is our battlefield for the future. Song Zhi lifted her gaze to survey the office, which spanned less than 50 square meters, and a wave of excitement surged within her. She could hardly contain her eagerness as she inquired.
When will the grand opening take place?
Song Zhi paused momentarily, the figure of Fu Lu unconsciously surfacing in her mind. Ever since her hasty retreat from Fu Lu's residence, she had felt utterly ashamed to face him, which led her to avoid him for the past month and a half.
At this moment, Song Zhi's heart began to wrestle with conflicting emotions once more.
Even on the day of the grand opening, she remained torn about whether to send Fu Lu a message. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of her workspace, captioning it, "From now on, this will be the place where I strive."
Ultimately, Song Zhi lacked the courage to inform Fu Lu. Is it true that Fu Lu's studio is opened?
Song Zhi hesitated momentarily before sending a simple She let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of disappointment within her. Just then, the studio door swung open, and she lifted her gaze to the entrance. There stood Qin Zhang, cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Zhi Zhi, these are for you, Qin Zhang said softly, presenting the flowers before her. Song Zhi did not rush to accept the flowers, instead, she gazed at him with a puzzled expression. She was bewildered by the sudden gesture from Qin Zhang, her heart brimming with questions. Qin Zhang, with a resigned smile, clarified, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your grand opening. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. But soon a subtle smile graced her lips as she reached out to accept the bouquet of fresh flowers. Song Zhi slightly turned to the side and softly said to Qin Zhang, thank you. How did you know we were opening today? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Song Zhi's eyes. She had merely posted on her moments without including a location. Perceiving her confusion, Qin Zhang elucidated, Xiaowan informed me. Your gift arrived rather swiftly, Song Zhi remarked with a hint of admiration. Song Zhi could not help but ask, why? At that moment, Xiaowan entered with a beautiful flower basket, smiling cheerfully. Upon seeing Qin Zhang, she appeared somewhat surprised. What brings the esteemed young master Qin to our studio? Qin Zhang turned his head to look at Xiaowan and replied in a relaxed tone, since you are opening today, it is only natural for me to come and celebrate. Fortunately, it is nearby, so I thought I would drop by. Song Zhi gazed at Xiaowan with a perplexed expression, her mind swirling with questions. Xiaowan felt a twinge of guilt. She had indeed intentionally concealed the fact that Qin Zhang's company was located just upstairs from Song Zhi. The truth was, one was beholden to those from whom one received assistance, thus, there was little choice. This 50-square-meter office space had been painstakingly negotiated from Qin Zhang. She approached a nearby desk, extracted a flyer, and gently handed it to Qin Zhang with a warm smile, saying, Boss Qin, I would greatly appreciate your help in promoting our store. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Qin Zhang accepted the flyer with a smile, casually glancing at it before responding, of course, no problem. By the way, let us gather together after work today to celebrate your grand opening. Before Song Zhi could voice her refusal, Xiaowan had already heartily agreed. Once Qin Zhang departed, Song Zhi furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued as she asked, Wan. Did you already know that Qin Zhang's company was upstairs? Xiaowan nodded, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Song Zhi felt somewhat speechless and continued to inquire. Why did you not inform me in advance? You are well aware of the relationship I have with his mother. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaowan interjected, continuing from where she left off, this company is not one that he established himself, in fact, it was only recently inaugurated just a couple of days ago. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi could not help but feel a profound sense of confusion and inquired further. Is he truly embarking on this journey alone? It was rumored that Qin Zhang had a falling out with his family, which prompted him to venture forth into the realm of independent entrepreneurship. But why would this be the case? Song Zhi questioned, perplexed. If her memory served her correctly, Qin Zhang's mother was even more domineering and authoritative than Pei Jinnian's, so how could she possibly consent to Qin Zhang breaking free from her control? Song Zhi fell silent. Xiaowan reached out to link her arm with Song Zhi's, offering comfort. Oh, my decision to consider this office location is based on its suitability for us, not because of Qin Zhang. Besides, ever since I learned about the troubles in his family, I have already given up on trying to bring you two together. Song Zhi cast a glance at her, cautioning, do not frighten the matchmakers. Before her words could fully resonate, the glass door was gently pushed open once more from the outside. Song Zhi and Xiaowan simultaneously raised their eyes, and upon seeing the person at the door, they were both momentarily taken aback. Qi, Xiaowan's former boyfriend. Sister, Qi's voice carried a hint of grievance. Song Zhi looked at Xiaowan with a puzzled expression and quietly inquired, what is happening? You aren't rekindling an old flame, are you? Xiaowan quickly waved her hand. Absolutely impossible. As she spoke, she strode towards the entrance, her thoughts swirling like a tide upon seeing the young man before her, momentarily lost in reverie. The initial spark of affection was genuine, yet so was the subsequent desolation. She spoke coolly, how did you find your way here? Since the last time she had contacted Qi regarding her move, when another girl had answered the call, Xiaowan had not reached out to him again. He wished to connect with her, but Xiao Wan had blocked all his means of communication, rendering him utterly unreachable. The reason he had followed her today was that he had caught a glimpse of her figure downstairs. Believing he had mistaken someone else, he had followed her up, only to realize it truly was her.
"You've moved?"
Zhi Zi's voice held a hint of grievance, his eyes reddening as he spoke.
Chapter 50, The Treasure of Old Master Fu. Xiao Wan nodded indifferently, yes. Why?
Faced with the young man's inquiry, Xiao Wan found it somewhat amusing.
She couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "We broke up, have you forgotten?"
Zhi Zi's breath hitched, his expression one of helplessness as he gazed at her. "Sister, I
regret it."
Xiao Wan responded with a dispassionate "oh," choosing not to elaborate further.
Zhi Yi had not anticipated her indifference. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Undeterred, he pressed on, "Is this really your attitude?" Xiao Wan retorted, "What attitude do you think I should have?" Zhi Yi's expression faltered, the redness around his eyes deepening.
Suddenly, Xiao Wan looked at him with surprise, her voice filled with excitement. "So, you wish to reconcile?" Zhi Yi's eyes brightened, but before he could respond, he noticed Xiao Wan's demeanor swiftly cool, as she scoffed, "Are you satisfied with your earlier reaction?
Do you think this is how I should feel?"
Zhi Yi stared blankly at Xiao Wan.
In that moment,
he felt as if he did not truly know the woman before him. It was true that he had been the first to feel a spark. But during their time together, Xiao Wan had shown him immense affection. Now, faced with her coldness amidst a breakup, Zhi Yi found it hard to accept. Seeing him lost for words, Xiao Wan continued, "If there's nothing else, please leave." "Wait a moment," Zhi Yi's voice broke through. Xiao Wan glanced down at the hand gripping her wrist and gently freed herself.
She regarded Zhi Yi in silence.
Zhi Yi, flustered and stumbling over his words, found it difficult to articulate his thoughts.
"Sister, let's get back together. Since parting, I've truly struggled." Xiao Wan laughed derisively. "How long were we together that you find it so hard?"
Zhi Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He opened his mouth to explain, but Xiao Wan offered him no chance.
Zhi Yi shook his head.
Xiao Wan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, her tone earnest. "Let us not prolong this.
I don't want to say things that might hurt. No, that day I had too much to drink.
I truly care for you."
Xiao Wan smiled with skepticism, clearly unconvinced.
She opened her mouth to speak again, but the elevator doors slid open, revealing several individuals in work uniforms carrying flower baskets.
Instinctively, Xiao Wan stepped aside as the leader approached her, inquiring, "Are you Miss Song?" Taken aback, Xiao Wan nodded. "The flower basket Mr. Fu ordered, where would you like it placed?"
Surprised, Xiao Wan directed the individuals to set the flower basket at the entrance of her studio.
When Song Zhi emerged upon hearing the commotion,
the corridor was already adorned with more than 10 floral arrangements.
"Who sent these?"
Xiao Wan teased, "Who else could it be but your esteemed Mr. Fu?"
Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback.
She retrieved her phone but found no messages from Fu Lu.
"So, he has gone to order the flower basket?"
A faint smile graced her lips. Just as she was about to call Fu Lu, his call came in first.
Song Zhi instinctively pressed the call button.
Before she could utter a word, a teasing voice from the other end chimed in. "Song Xiaozhi, you answered so quickly, were you perhaps anticipating my call?" Song Zhi paused for a moment, her cheeks faintly flushed. She stepped aside and softly retorted, "No." On the other side, Fu El clicked his tongue twice but remained silent. Song Zhi felt a tad embarrassed, yet gazing at the multitude of floral arrangements adorning the corridor, she took the initiative to speak up.
"Why have you sent so many flower baskets?" Fu Lu replied in a languid tone, "It's for the grand opening of your studio."
Song Zhi spoke softly, "Thank you.
How about we have dinner together tonight?"
It's my way of expressing gratitude." Fu Lu leaned casually against the back of his office chair, responding nonchalantly. Just as his words fell, the office door swung open, and Zhou Yan entered accompanied by 2 men.
Noticing Fu Lu on the phone,
they settled onto the nearby sofa to chat. Zhou Yan remarked to a man with a chestnut hairstyle, "I told you. Fu Laojiu has been busy with his career lately, but you all insisted on tagging along."
He cast a glance at Fu Lu as he spoke. Zhou Yan continued, "TCH, do you think everyone is as idle as you, Gu Dashao?" Almost immediately, Fu Lu's voice interjected, "What brings you here?" "Gu Lechi." A hint of amusement gracing his lips, looked at Fu Lu inquisitively. I say, Lu Gu, are you in a situation? Chatting with that girl? Fu Lu dismissed the notion. Mind your own business. Gu Lechi turned towards the man with slicked back hair, and they exchanged knowing glances, before Gu Lechi exclaimed, I heard it all earlier. And you even sent her flowers. You're making quite the show of pursuing her. Do your family members know? Fu Lu rose and casually took a seat beside Zhou Yan, reaching for a pack of cigarettes on the table and placing one in his mouth. Seeing this, Gu Lechi quickly produced a lighter to ignite it for him. After taking a puff, Fu Lu spoke with indifference, what does it have to do with you? Gu Lechi chimed in. I heard from my aunt that at your family's auction last time, she introduced you to several noble ladies. Could she be one of them? Not at all. The others in the room, save Zhou Yan, looked at Fu Lu in surprise. Gu Lechi pressed, who is she? Which noble lady? Fu Lu lazily fluttered his eyelashes and replied, are you conducting a household registration check? Gu Lechi was momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze toward Zhou Yan. Brother Yan. You seem so composed. Do you know something? Quick, tell Han Zhou and me. Zhou Yan glanced at Fu Lu, quietly asking, is this something we can discuss? Fu Lu shot him a disdainful look, saying coolly, go ahead, what do you want from me? Only then did Gu Lechi remember the purpose of their visit. He slapped his forehead and stated, tonight, at Yi Yan, let's all gather. Don't forget your brothers. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Lu declined, I don't have time tonight. I already have plans with someone else. Han Zhou, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I just heard that old Fu has a dinner date with a girl at 7. Gu Lechi quickly added, bring her along, it's not like we're forbidding guests. Fu Lu refused, forget it, she's shy. He glanced at his watch and remarked, I have a meeting starting soon. You all feel free. The two watched as Fu Lu exited the office, bewildered. Brother Yan, who is this girl that he is being so secretive about? Gu Lechi leaned closer to Zhou Yan, inquiring. Zhou Yan replied nonchalantly, she must be Fu Laojiu's treasure. Gu Lechi pressed, can you tell us more? Without waiting for a response, he strode out of Fu Lu's office. Gu Lechi and Han Zhou exchanged glances, with Han Zhou unable to contain himself. Zhou, do you know? Han Zhou shook his head, no idea, but I do know the restaurant where they are dining tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, they shared a knowing smile, seemingly having reached an unspoken agreement. Chapter 51, a simple dislike for Song Zhi. Thus, in the afternoon, Song Zhi traversed the streets, clutching the freshly printed brochures to promote her cause. Little did she dream that she would unexpectedly encounter Mother Pei at the entrance of the shopping mall. Song Zhi originally wished to remain unnoticed, however, it was evident that the other party had already discerned her presence and was steadily advancing towards her. Have you blocked me? Pei's mother maintained her haughty demeanor, akin to a queen perched high above, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze that traversed her from head to toe. Observing the young woman's cheeks, flushed from the cold, and her hair, tousled and disheveled by the biting wind, one could see that such a woman, devoid of any semblance of elegance, was unworthy of marrying into the Pei family as a daughter-in-law. Pei's mother's eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain, as if she were gazing upon a filthy rodent. Song Zhi calmly spoke, I believe it is unnecessary to make contact anymore. Pei's mother let out a cold snort and retorted, are you choosing to disregard the matters of your own family? Song Zhi shook her head resolutely, saying, there is no need to trouble you, I will find a way. The words of Pei's mother left her momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that one day she would hear such sentiments from her lips. After all, Pei's mother had always regarded her with utter disdain. Song Zhi took a deep breath and spoke, I have no connection with Pei Jinnian. If you are genuinely concerned that he will marry Meng Huan, you may take matters into your own hands or find someone else to intervene. I will no longer involve myself in your family's affairs. A cold smile crept onto Pei's mother's lips as she scoffed, such short-sightedness, unworthy of the grand stage. It was indeed a wise decision to keep you from entering the Pei household. Her expression darkened, fixating on Song Zhi's retreating figure, she huffed disdainfully, what an uncouth individual, daring to speak to me in such a manner. With that, she furiously retrieved her phone and unhesitatingly dialed Pei Jinnian's number. On the first attempt, he did not answer. Unwilling to relent, she called again, and this time, the call connected. Pei Jinnian's voice, tinged with impatience, came through. Are you ever going to stop calling me? Pei's mother retorted sharply, I am your mother, is it bothersome for me to call you? Pei Jinnian inhaled deeply, his tone icy, what is it? Speak plainly. As they spoke, Pei's mother's gaze fell upon a flyer on the ground, and she recognized it to be identical to the one Song Zhi had held earlier. Thus, Song Zhi had been distributing flyers here. Pei Jinnian fell silent for a moment before inquiring, did you go to see her? Pei's mother dismissively replied. I ran into her while shopping with Aunt Wang. Son, are you truly finished with Song Zhi? Pei Jinnian remained silent. Pei's mother pressed on, I told you. What can that woman do without you? She's out here distributing flyers in this bitter cold. Pei Jinnian, perplexed by the notion of Song Zhi resorting to such measures, wondered how she had fallen to such depths. Given her education, securing a job should not have been insurmountable, how had she ended up handing out flyers? He replied irately. What exactly did you say to her? Pei's mother hesitated, what could I have said? I said nothing, she claimed that you are no longer involved. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian, furious, abruptly hung up the phone. No longer involved? How could that be? 3 years had passed. Could a mere statement of disconnection erase everything? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he slammed his phone to the ground. Nearby, Han Chang, engrossed in a game of billiards, glanced up at Pei Jinnian, surprised by his sudden outburst. Why are you so worked up? Han Chang asked incredulously. Are you still thinking about her? Pei Jinnian expressionlessly lifted a glass of red wine and downed it in one go, his gaze sharp and menacing as he coldly remarked. If she dares to toy with me, I shall not let her off easily. Han Chang was puzzled. Ever since he had witnessed the two part ways unhappily at Pei Jinnian's home, he had inquired multiple times about what transpired, but Pei Jinnian remained tight-lipped. He couldn't fathom how Song Zhi had managed to offend him. Given Pei Jinnian's temperament, it was likely he would not easily forgive her. Meng Huan truly seemed ineffectual. Despite being around Pei Jinnian for quite some time, there had been no progress whatsoever. Even now, Pei Jinnian's thoughts lingered on Song Zhi. Hesitantly, Han Chang spoke, Jinnian. Why not let it go? You seem to have a good relationship with your new girlfriend, why cling to someone like Song Zhi who clearly doesn't appreciate you? Pei Jinnian turned his gaze towards Han Chang, his penetrating stare making Han Chang feel uncomfortably exposed. Why do you despise Song Zhi so much? You were vehemently opposed to us being together back then. Han Chang stiffened, then shrugged nonchalantly, what else could it be? I just think she is unworthy of you. Pei Jinnian narrowed his eyes, is that really the case? Seeing his expression, Han Chang poked Pei Jinnian with his billiard cue, what else? We've been brothers for 7 or 8 years, do you really doubt me? Pei Jinnian shook his head, remaining silent. Just moments ago, he had been questioning not his brotherly bond with Han Chang, but whether Han Chang was aware that Song Zhi had always viewed him as a mere substitute. Which explained his earlier opposition to their relationship. Initially, whenever they appeared together, Han Chang would make sarcastic comments about Song Zhi. Eventually, he seemed to have lost interest in that, yet he still spoke ill of her behind her back, encouraging Pei Jinnian to reconsider. One does not harbor such irrational disdain for another without reason, unless that individual had done something unforgivable. Thus, Pei Jinnian had briefly suspected that Han Chang was aware of the truth regarding his substitute status. However, it appeared that Han Chang was simply biased against Song Zhi without any deeper knowledge. Han Chang, noticing Pei Jinnian's silence, hesitantly said, Bro, I genuinely believe Song Zhi is unworthy of you. Now that you've broken up, it's time to move on. Pei Jinnian scoffed, uttering 2 words, in your dreams. Han Chang opened his mouth but refrained from continuing. He knew Pei Jinnian all too well, arrogant and presumptuous, believing everything was under his control. Unfortunately, this time, it seemed he might not be able to manage it. Pei Jinnian bent down to pick up his phone from the ground, relieved it had not broken. He opened his contacts and dialed his assistant's number. Chapter 52, Han Chang's thoughts. Han Chang, upon hearing this, glanced at Pei Jinnian with a raised brow. He casually smacked his lips, his tone laced with subtle mockery, have you truly developed feelings for Song Zhi? Unable to let go? Pei Jinnian remained silent.
his irritation evident as he grabbed a cigarette from the box on the table and bit down hard on it. Han Chang, noticing his silence, raised an eyebrow and continued. To be honest, your new girlfriend is far better, fiery and affectionate. Most importantly, she brings you emotional fulfillment. Why waste your thoughts on someone as dull as Song Zhi? Pei Jinnian took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke rings. His eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, pinned on Han Chang, and then? Han Chang perked up. You previously rejected the marriage proposal from the Fu family, was that not due to your new girlfriend? Pei Jinnian paused slightly. His refusal of Fuan was primarily due to a lack of interest, but another reason was that Song Zhi had witnessed their blind date. Thus, he instinctively wanted to distance himself from Fuan, resolutely refusing despite immense familial pressure. Pei Jinnian regarded Han Chang with a scrutinizing gaze, and after a long moment, he slowly asked, Old Han, did Song Zhi do something to you? Han Chang was taken aback, retorting, what could she have done to me? Pei Jinnian pressed the half-burned cigarette into the ashtray, as if extinguishing his own agitation, and continued, you seem to detest her so much. I thought she must have committed some unforgivable offense. Han Chang's grip on the cue tightened involuntarily. What did Song Zhi do to him? Nothing at all. The only reason he knew of Song Zhi was because of Pei Jinnian. Whenever the circle gathered, they would all jeer at the sycophants surrounding Pei Jinnian. Initially, Han Chang indeed looked down upon individuals like Song Zhi. She seemed too humble. Before Pei Jinnian, it appeared as though she possessed no dignity. Regardless of the harsh words uttered by Pei Jinnian or the mockery from his friends, Song Zhi displayed little emotion, wholeheartedly attending to Pei Jinnian's needs. When did he begin to perceive such a person as admirable? After so many years, Han Chang had forgotten. He merely thought that having a girl like her by his side, devoted entirely to him, would surely bring happiness. He could not fathom why Pei Jinnian harbored no affection for her. Nor could he understand why Song Zhi, subjected to Pei Jinnian's mistreatment, chose not to leave him. Thus, a sordid thought arose within him. Wishing for Song Zhi to take the initiative to depart from Pei Jinnian. Undeniably, after years of denying and belittling Song Zhi before Pei Jinnian, the latter's disdain for her grew, culminating in blatant infidelity. Yet, Song Zhi remained steadfast, and even when angered, she would relent at the slightest hint of reconciliation from Pei Jinnian. When Han Chang contemplated giving up, Pei Jinnian and Song Zhi quarreled once more, leading to yet another breakup. On that day, he was present, and unlike the previous tumultuous separations, this time Song Zhi was remarkably composed. At that moment, the exhilaration in his heart was beyond words. 3 years had passed. Song Zhi could no longer withstand Pei Jinnian's departure. He felt compelled to pursue her, yearning to comprehend the suddenness of her withdrawal. Yet, constrained by Pei Jinnian's presence, he suppressed his impulse, even testing Pei Jinnian's limits. He, too, wished to experiment with Song Zhi. As anticipated, Pei Jinnian dismissed him with disdain, but Han Chang was aware that an opportunity had presented itself. Observing Han Chang in a daze, Pei Jinnian, perplexed by his thoughts, curtly remarked, Old Han, why are you lost in thought? Have you gone deaf while I'm speaking to you? Leaning languidly against the back of the sofa, Pei Jinnian casually initiated, Old Han. Do you think this time between Song Zhi and me? Before he could finish, Han Chang interrupted, it's probably impossible. Pei Jinnian's countenance instantly darkened, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Han Chang. Taken aback by this assertion, Pei Jinnian found himself at a loss, having never contemplated such a possibility, in his subconscious. He had always deemed that Song Zhi was beyond his reach. He instinctively retorted, how could that be? Pausing for a moment, he added, my mother would never agree. Pei Jinnian lowered his gaze in contemplation, opening his mouth to refute but finding his words caught in his throat, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the silence. It was his assistant, Xiao Zhang. Pei Jinnian answered, his expression impassive, speak. Reacting to whatever Xiao Zhang conveyed, Pei Jinnian's brows furrowed slightly, and he replied in a low voice, I understand. Just as he was about to hang up, Pei Jinnian casually inquired. You found out that quickly? How did you manage that? Did you directly call? Concluding the conversation, he hung up without further ado. Han Chang, observing this, cast aside his pool cue and plopped onto the sofa opposite Pei Jinnian, curiosity etched on his face. Whose call was that?
Pei Jinnian replied nonchalantly, my assistants. Han Chang raised an eyebrow, surprised. Didn't you just ask him to look into Song Zhi? Already got news?
Pei Jinnian lifted a glass of champagne from the coffee table, draining it in one go before placing it heavily back down. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed. He called Song Zhi directly. The mere thought that Song Zhi would answer his assistant's call while ignoring his own incited a surge of anger within Pei Jinnian.
Indeed. Quite remarkable. His expression remained dark and brooding. Han Chang, undeterred by Pei Jinnian's foul mood, casually inquired, what has Song Zhi been up to lately?
She and Xiao Wan rented a 50-square-meter office at the International Center to start a studio, he replied.
Han Chang, taken aback, remarked, the International Center? Isn't Qin Zhang also running a company there? Pei Jinnian's eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? Qin Zhang is there too? Yes. He opened a new company there a few days ago.
I even went to send a flower basket. Before he could finish, Pei Jinnian abruptly stood. Irritation boiling over as he kicked the coffee table with force, cursing under his breath, damn it, Qin Zhang still hasn't given up.
Han Chang, bewildered by this sudden outburst, was clearly unaware of their history. What do you mean by not giving up? The phone rang for a while before it was answered. Hello? Who is this?
A girl's voice came through the phone, prompting a barely perceptible smile to tug at Han Chang's lips. His tone shifting to a more serious demeanor.
It's me, Han Chang. Chapter 53, Song Zhi, only you dare to toy with me. In the afternoon.
As Song Zhi packed her belongings and prepared to leave for the day, Xiao Wan called out to her, Zhi Zhi.
Don't forget that Qin Zhang is treating us to dinner.
Song Zhi furrowed her brows slightly, then gently shook her head, saying, I do not wish to go.
Xiao Wan was instantly taken aback, asking, why not?
Song Zhi offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating with an air of nonchalance, I just do not wish to go.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan quickly interjected, oh, come now.
After all, they are the CEO of the company, they might bring us a wealth of invaluable resources.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. Xiao Wan stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Song Zhi's. Oh dear.
I understand your reluctance to be overly involved with Qin Zhang, but this is a matter of official business. Our studio has just opened, we cannot afford to be idle. Consider this an opportunity for social engagement. Song Zhi pondered for a moment and found this to be indeed the case. Although Qin Zhang had now distanced himself from his parents and started from scratch, he still possessed valuable connections. Since he had already made a firm resolution with Xiao Wan to embark on their entrepreneurial journey with sincerity, it was imperative to exclude any personal sentiments from their endeavor.
Song Zhi nodded and replied, very well, when shall we depart?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, at 7 o'clock. We shall drive there directly, there's no need for us to go together. Song Zhi nodded, acknowledging the situation. As thoughts of her upcoming dinner with Fu Lu raced through her mind, she hurried into the corridor and dialed his number.
The phone rang only once before it was swiftly answered. Song Zhi, have you arrived? Fu Lu's voice resonated, and she could faintly hear the sound of a horn honking, indicating he was already outside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stammered, I might not be able to take you out for dinner tonight. After a moment of silence on Fu Lu's end, he coldly replied, why? Give me a reason. Upon hearing his tone, Song Zhi immediately discerned that Fu Lu was undoubtedly upset. After all, she was the one who had stood him up. Feeling akin to a wayward child, she sheepishly offered an explanation in a hushed voice, I have a social engagement tonight, a discussion regarding a potential collaboration, so. Where is this engagement? Song Zhi spoke candidly, Yusang Pavilion, it begins at 7. I understand, Fu El replied, his voice as tranquil as water, devoid of any discernible emotion. Song Zhi hesitantly spoke. Fu Lu, are you angry? Fu Lu let out a cold snort, what do you think? Song Zhi, only you would dare to play such tricks on me. Song Zhi felt a tightening in her chest, hastily explaining, I apologize, it was not my intention, I truly could not decline. The more she spoke, the more she felt like a wrongdoer, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Fu Lu lazily interjected, all right, I understand. No need to fabricate further excuses. Song Zhi felt increasingly guilty, resembling a remorseful elementary school student. She spoke softly, "Well, you should dine with your friends. Please drive safely on the way." Song Zhi gazed at the disconnected call, a profound sense of relief washing over her as she exhaled deeply. Each time she found herself in the presence of Fu Lv, an overwhelming nervousness would seize her, rendering her speech clumsy and faltering. Song Zhi looked down upon herself, feeling a pang of annoyance as she lightly tapped her forehead, as if attempting to rouse her own consciousness. "Zhi Zhi, why are you hitting yourself?" Xiao Wan emerged at that moment, her expression one of bewildered amusement as she regarded Song Zhi. Song Zhi smiled awkwardly, "There are mosquitoes, let me swat them." Xiao Wan's mouth twitched. Mosquitoes? Where could they possibly come from in the midst of winter? Was she jesting? Observing Xiao Wan's incredulous expression, Song Zhi reached out to link arms with her, chuckling softly, "Come on, aren't we supposed to meet the client?" Xiao Wan paused for a moment, then smirked. "Your ability to switch roles is quite impressive." Song Zhi retorted, "What else could it be?" The two chatted and laughed as they entered the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Xiao Wan's gaze fell upon the young man lost in thought on the sofa in the lobby. Meanwhile, Song Zhi softly murmured, "What on earth does this little wolf dog want? Who knows? Let us go, I can't be bothered to pay him any mind." After saying this, she deliberately ignored Qi Yi and made her way toward the lobby entrance. Seeing this, Qi Yi hurriedly stood up and rushed after her. "Xiao Wan!" Just as she was about to get into her car, Qi Yi called out to her anxiously. Xiao Wan paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet his, and replied nonchalantly, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Can we talk for a moment?" Qi Yi's eyes were somewhat awkward, reminiscent of their first meeting. Unfortunately, Xiao Wan had long since moved beyond that state of mind, no longer captivated by Qi Yi's youthful charm. She couldn't help but scoff. Her words laced with sarcasm, "Is my expression unclear, or is your comprehension somewhat lacking, dear brother?" Qi Yi's breath caught in his throat as he stared blankly at Xiao Wan. Suddenly feeling a wave of disinterest, she decisively opened the driver's side door and got into the car. He felt a surge of frustration, just as he hesitated over whether to pursue her. His phone abruptly rang. Qi Yi glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered irritably, "I told you I'd repay the money. Could you stop calling me incessantly?" Whatever was said on the other end made him raise his voice, "You can't do this, it's illegal. Give me a few days, and I'll pay you back. With interest." As the call ended, he instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. He never imagined that leaving Xiao Wan would lead him down a path of overwhelming debt. Before he met Xiao Wan, he was a destitute freshman, working part-time jobs to make ends meet. He and Xiao Wan had crossed paths while working. She was a customer at the bar where he sold drinks. After becoming involved with her, he learned of her slight financial comfort and managed to coax her into living with him. Xiao Wan provided him with money every month, though he never kept track of the precise amounts. Whenever he was short on cash, she would give him sums ranging from 30 to 50,000. All of his living expenses, including clothing and sustenance, were covered by Xiao Wan. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, however, shifting back to a modest lifestyle proves challenging. Since Xiao Wan froze his card and ceased transferring funds, he struggled to adapt to a life without money. Consequently, he began selling the gifts she had given him to his crush, yet the returns were meager. Ultimately, as the interest accrued, he found himself unable to repay the debts. Thus, he once again approached Xiao Wan with ulterior motives. Inside the car, Song Zhi glanced at Qi Yi standing behind them through the rearview mirror and hesitated before asking, "Is he trying to reconcile? What does he intend to achieve?" Xiao Wan replied dismissively, "He's out of money." Chapter 54, Song Zhi. Why have you ceased to care about me? Song Zhi did not anticipate that an ordinary dinner with Qin Zhang would lead to an unexpected encounter with Pei Jinnian, who barged into the private room. Pei Jinnian's countenance was dark, his gaze fixed intensely on Song Zhi. He then let out a derisive scoff, mocking, "Song Zhi, you truly have no discernment when it comes to food, you seem capable of consuming anything." In response to Pei Jinnian's scorn, Song Zhi displayed no discernible emotion, remaining quietly seated in her place, silent as ever. However, Xiao Wan, unable to tolerate the situation, retorted indignantly, "What Song Zhi chooses to eat has nothing to do with you. Mr. Pei, have you perhaps forgotten that you two have already parted ways? Pei Jinnian's eyes darkened. And he spoke through gritted teeth, this matter concerns only Song Zhi and me, what gives you the right to meddle? Shaowan disregarded Pei Jinnian's ominous demeanor and boldly countered, I am a close friend of Song Zhi, if I lack the right to speak, then surely you, as an ex, have even less. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi gently tugged at her and whispered a reminder, enough, he is merely a madman, do not provoke him. Shaowan frowned and replied with discontent, are you afraid of him? Song Zhi, feeling helpless, remarked, no, I simply wish to enjoy my meal in peace. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze towards Pei Jinnian, her expression one of indifference as she inquired, Pei, is there something you need? In response to Song Zhi's aloofness and coldness, Pei Jinnian felt an intense surge of anger rising within him. Before he could utter a word, Qin Zhang, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Jinnian, we are all brothers here, let us not make things too awkward. The word brother seemed to provoke Pei Jinnian, who silently curled his lips into a mocking smile, tinged with scorn and indignation. Brothers? Qin Zhang, I considered you a brother, yet you dare to encroach upon my territory? Qin Zhang's expression faltered. Before he could respond, Pei Jinnian's scornful voice cut through the tension, Song Zhi has already been thoroughly played, and you find no shame in that? Is it truly so appealing to relish what others have discarded? With Pei Jinnian's words, the atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an all-time low. Song Zhi's grip on the chopsticks fluctuated between tight and loose. Having followed Pei Jinnian for so many years, she acknowledged her own selfishness. Yet, throughout the past 3 years, she had never wronged Pei Jinnian in any way, his matters had always been her utmost priority. However, the man before her now chose to humiliate and defame her with such vulgar and hurtful words. Song Zhi originally felt a twinge of guilt for treating Pei Jinnian as a mere substitute. However, that last vestige of remorse has now dissipated entirely. She endeavored to calm her emotions within. Shaowan, known for her fiery temper, could no longer contain herself and directed a barrage of insults at Pei Jinnian. Pei Jinnian, are you even a man? With that, she rose, ready to confront him. Fortunately, Song Zhi acted swiftly, grabbing her arm. Calm down, Wan Wan. Don't act impulsively. Just as she managed to soothe Shaowan, a resounding crash echoed in the air. She looked up to find Qin Zhang, who had previously been seated, now standing and kicking a chair aside, throwing a punch at Pei Jinnian. To be friends with you is utterly humiliating, how dare you slander a woman like that? He exclaimed, striking Pei Jinnian again. As he continued to hit and berate him, he added, Song Zhi has no desire to associate with you anymore. Yet you still come crawling back. How shameless can you be? What's wrong with me taking a liking to someone you took for granted? Upon hearing Qin Zhang's admission, Pei Jinnian could no longer suppress the fury swelling within him. He kicked Qin Zhang in the abdomen and spat. Who the hell do you think you are to covet what's mine? With eyes ablaze, he lunged at Qin Zhang, landing a punch squarely on his face. In no time, the two towering men, both over 6 feet tall, were locked in a fierce struggle. Song Zhi wished to intervene, but was halted by Shaowan. Let them fight, Pei Jinnian deserves it. If not for Song Zhi's presence, she would have eagerly stepped forward to deliver a kick to that scoundrel, Pei Jinnian. What does it mean to be used up and discarded? Are such words truly uttered by a human being? How could Song Zhi possibly involve Qin Zhang? She stepped forward and forcefully pulled Pei Jinnian aside, exclaiming, Pei Jinnian, you have gone too far. Song Zhi let out a thunderous shout. Pei Jinnian seemed oblivious to it, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Qin Zhang. Initially, Qin Zhang had retaliated, but suddenly he stood still, allowing Pei Jinnian to strike him freely. Before long, his face bore the marks of the assault, and blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Zhi, disregarding all, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Pei Jinnian. In the moment of his astonishment, she forcefully pushed him away. Pei Jinnian's back collided with the corner of a nearby table, causing him to furrow his brows in pain. Song Zhi, he murmured, his face darkened. Gazing at her in disbelief, you struck me for him. Song Zhi let out a heavy sigh, her expression frosty as she regarded the man before her. With indifference, she remarked, it was you who provoked first. As she spoke, she chose to disregard Pei Jinnian and bent down to assist the fallen Qin Zhang. Are you all right?
Qin Zhang slightly shook his head, just as he opened his mouth to respond. A sharp pain from the wound at the corner of his mouth made him instinctively draw in a breath. Seeing this, Song Zhi expressed her concern, saying, "Are you all right? Shall we take you to the hospital?" Meanwhile, Pei Jinnian, who had been overlooked, suddenly erupted in anger, shouting at Song Zhi without restraint, "Song Zhi, are you blind? He is merely pretending." Song Zhi seemed to be oblivious, supporting Qin Zhang as they proceeded towards the exit. Upon witnessing this, Pei Jinnian was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Disregarding the injury at his lower back, he stumbled forward to position himself in front of Song Zhi. "I am injured too," he proclaimed, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. In the past, Song Zhi would become distressed at the mere thought of him being hurt, shedding tears even for the smallest of wounds. Reflecting on this, Pei Jinnian's gaze fixated intently on Song Zhi's face, yearning to see her exhibit the same concern for him as before. Yet, there was none. A flicker of unease crossed Pei Jinnian's eyes. He reached out, gripping her wrist tightly, and reiterated his previous words, enunciating each syllable. "I am injured, my face is bleeding." As he spoke, he attempted to bypass Pei Jinnian and head towards the door of the private room. However, upon reaching the entrance, Pei Jinnian, undeterred, positioned himself firmly in the doorway. "Song Zhi, why have you stopped caring for me?" he asked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, his features suffused with an air of despondency. Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh. The man before her remained as capricious as ever, prioritizing his own satisfaction without regard for the well-being of others. Song Zhi retorted patiently, "Why should I care about you? It was you who severed the ties between us, was it not?" As her words hung in the air, Pei Jinnian's expression began to fracture. The look of grievance that once adorned his face swiftly morphed into one of malevolence. He let out a low, derisive laugh and scoffed, "Song Zhi, haven't you treated me as a mere substitute for the past 3 years? My ending our relationship was precisely what you desired. Was it not?" With that, he cast a scornful glance at Qin Zhang, taunting, "Do you truly believe she would ever be interested in you? Qin Zhang, you remain as foolish as ever." Chapter 55, a complete farce. Qin Zhang chuckled lightly. "Whether she would be interested in me, I cannot say, however. I can assure you that she certainly does not hold any regard for you now." His provocative words ignited Pei Jinnian's fury, causing his countenance to darken ominously. As he raised his hand, seemingly poised to strike, Song Zhi stepped resolutely in front of Qin Zhang without hesitation. Fearlessly locking eyes with Pei Jinnian, she declared loudly, "Pei Jinnian, that is enough." Taken aback by Song Zhi's defense of Qin Zhang, Pei Jinnian's anger intensified. Then, a thought crossed his mind. And with a cold smirk, he regarded Song Zhi with a twisted amusement, saying, "Song Zhi, fool who knows." Song Zhi's expression shifted dramatically, her lips trembling slightly as she furiously interrupted him. "Silence." Perhaps due to her overwhelming anger, her voice quavered. She could not bear the thought of Pei Jinnian dragging Fu Lu into their dispute. The events of the past few years were not something she wished for Fu Lu to know, particularly those moments when she had been ridiculed by the crowd as a love-struck fool. If Fu Lu were to discover this, how would he perceive her? Surely, he would find her repulsive. The very notion stirred an inexplicable agitation within her. Pei Jinnian, witnessing Song Zhi's intense reaction, felt his own fury intensify. He sneered and queried, "Song Zhi, what are you afraid of?" His demeanor remained condescending as ever. "Are you so terrified of being exposed? Of how you have been my lapdog over these years?" Realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, Song Zhi's complexion drained of color. Before she could respond, Xiaowan stormed forward, positioning herself protectively behind Song Zhi, and defended her fiercely. "Pei Jinnian, how shameless can you be? You and Zhi Zhi have already broken up. Isn't it degrading to cling on like this?" Upon hearing the name Xiao Cie, Xiaowan's breath hitched, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably, a layer of dread settling in her eyes. How could this be? Surely, Pei Jinnian was merely trying to intimidate her. As this thought crossed her mind, her anxious heart began to ease. She straightened her neck, confronting Pei Jinnian defiantly. "You don't think you can scare me?" Pei Jinnian let out a cold snort. "Whether I am intimidating you or not, you shall discover soon enough." With that, he smiled meaningfully. Song Zhi was unaware of the identity of the person referred to as Xiao Sai, but but upon observing Xiao Wan's expression, she was certain that he was not a good individual. She reached out and tugged at Xiao Wan's sleeve. Wan.
Could you please assist me in taking Qin Zhang to the hospital for an examination? Xiao Wan was momentarily taken aback by her request. Aren't you coming along?
Song Zhi shook her head. Without a thorough clarification with Pei Jinnian, it was impossible for him to allow her to leave. Beside her, Qin Zhang spoke softly. Song Zhi, there is no need to fear him. Song Zhi shook her head, insisting that Xiao Wan take Qin Zhang away. Although Qin Zhang was reluctant, he could not protest further upon witnessing Song Zhi's resolute demeanor. As they departed, he caught a glimpse of Pei Jinnian's provocative gaze and, unable to restrain himself, kicked him lightly. Pei Jinnian was taken aback by Qin Zhang's childishness, caught off guard by the sudden act. Nevertheless, considering his recent victory,
Pei Jinnian chose to overlook the incident and remained in good spirits.
Once the others had left, only Song Zhi and Pei Jinnian remained in the private room. For a moment, neither of them initiated a conversation. Song Zhi cast an irritated glance at her wristwatch, realizing that 10 minutes had already slipped by.
In her mind, she silently grumbled, "What on earth does this insufferable man want? Pei Jinnian, what are your intentions?" Song Zhi could no longer contain herself and spoke first.
Pei Jinnian gazed pensively at the girl before him. On Song Zhi's face was an unmistakable display of irritation and indifference, a sentiment that had never before graced her features.
This left Pei Jinnian, on numerous occasions, with the impression that Song Zhi was utterly enamored with him, which explained her reckless demeanor. However,
the truth had now come to light. She lingered by his side not for monetary gain, but merely to serve as a surrogate.
The more he pondered this revelation, the more incensed Pei Jinnian became. He clenched his teeth and demanded, "Clarify this matter." Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in a daze. "What? All these years, have you regarded me merely as Fu Lu's substitute?" Song Zhi paused, her gaze lowered.
Pei Jinnian, noticing her silence, placed his hand firmly on her shoulder.
His eyes blazing red as he shouted, "Speak! Damn it, you need to clarify things for me." In response to the man's fury, Song Zhi remained remarkably composed.
She lifted her gaze and opened her mouth. "Pei Jinnian, initially, I merely wished to observe you from a distance."
Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian instantly grasped the meaning behind her words.
Indeed, 3 years prior, Song Zhi had quietly watched him from afar without uttering a single word. When had he first taken notice of her? It seemed to have been during a basketball game when he had been playing with Qin Zhang. That day, Song Zhi reappeared in the stands, and Qin Zhang had teased him about being pursued by an infatuated junior who followed him around daily, even pointing her out to him. It was then that he had first laid eyes on Song Zhi, and she had struck him as petite and demure, a girl who appeared easy to bully. And indeed, he had bullied her. "After 3 years, did you truly feel nothing at all?" Pei Jinnian asked, his voice laden with difficulty. Song Zhi shook her head. "Pei Jinnian, I do not wish to deceive you. You are correct, my presence by your side is indeed due to the financial support from your mother, and there is another reason, which you are aware of. So, do you truly regard me as nothing more than a mere substitute for Fu Lu?" Pei Jinnian gazed at her in disbelief, his eyes brimming with disappointment and anger. Song Zhi fell into a profound silence, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Pei Jinnian, unwilling to relent, pressed on with his inquiry, "Speak to me, have you truly regarded me as nothing more than a substitute?" Song Zhi took a deep breath, slowly raised her head, and spoke softly, "Did you not already know?" Song Zhi opened her mouth, intending to clarify that all of this had nothing to do with Fu Lu. Perhaps it would be better to let Pei Jinnian believe this, maybe only in this way could he completely relinquish his entanglement with her. Pei Jinnian gazed at Song Zhi's indifferent expression, a pang of hurt piercing his heart. He once believed that Song Zhi harbored some affection for him, for after all, there were many wealthier individuals in this world. The fact that she stayed by his side for money must indicate some feelings. Thus, throughout the years, no matter how he bullied, tormented, or mocked her, she never left. Yet in the end, he realized he was nothing but a complete fool, toyed with for so many years. Chapter 56, Do you not think you are despicable? Pei Jinnian noticed Song Zhi's silence and understood that she acquiesced to his assumption. With a sudden movement, he grasped her wrist tightly, pulling her forcefully closer to him, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. His gaze fixed on her intently. Fu Lu knows how you have flattered and ingratiated yourself with me all these years, doesn't he? Song Zhi's body suddenly stiffened. Her face a portrait of disbelief as she gazed at him. Pei Jinnian's expression appeared somewhat unnatural, and his tone was particularly rigid as he spoke those words. Song Zhi furrowed her brows tightly, regarding Pei Jinnian with the gaze one might reserve for a fool. What of Meng Huan? Are you tired of her? If it bothers you, I can sever ties with her completely, for my mother does not approve of our relationship either. Song Zhi remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Pei Jinnian, observing her silence, grew restless and retrieved a cigarette case, placing one between his lips. He then ignited the cigarette with a lighter. Taking a deep drag before stating, "We are still as we once were." Song Zhi wrinkled her brow in distaste at the scent of the smoke he exhaled. Fu Lu also smoked, yet his cigarettes bore a subtle hint of strawberry, unlike the pungent and unpleasant aroma that accompanied Pei Jinnian. Pei Jinnian abruptly halted his smoking, narrowing his eyes slightly and inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" As Song Zhi uttered these words, a hint of mockery laced her tone. Song Zhi, you once promised me that you would always remain by my side, do not think you can renege on that vow. Pei Jinnian's words pierced the heart. Filled with unbridled fury, Song Zhi nonchalantly raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then please enlighten me." Gazing at Song Zhi's indifferent demeanor, Pei Jinnian's expression instantly turned ashen. His chest heaving like tumultuous waves, clearly infuriated by her apparent indifference. After a moment, consumed by rage, he managed a bitter laugh. One that seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. "Only I can tolerate someone like you from such a family. If memory serves me right, your father is still in a nursing home, requiring exorbitant medical fees each month, is he not? Your mother, even more so, has completely abandoned your father, squandering all the funds on your younger brother. Do you truly believe that once the medical expenses cease at the end of this month, your father will be able to linger on?" It became evident that Pei Jinnian was well aware of everything, her arduous circumstances, her struggles, her urgent financial needs, yet he had never contemplated extending a helping hand. Song Zhi lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon him. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh. "So, Pei Jinnian, are you now intending to use my father as leverage against me? Just like your mother, isn't it?" Pei Jinnian furrowed his brows in confusion. "What does that have to do with my mother? What did she say to you?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian's pupils constricted sharply. He had been utterly unaware that his mother had engaged in such actions. All this time, he believed that Song Zhi remained by his side because his mother had paid her to keep an eye on him. He had never considered that there might be other underlying reasons. If that were the case, then had he misunderstood Song Zhi all these years? "Did my mother threaten you? When did this happen?" he pressed eagerly. Pei Jinnian stared at her, momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, over the past 3 years, Song Zhi had treated him exceptionally well, so well that he began to question if there were ulterior motives at play. Initially, he merely harbored doubts. But it wasn't until he witnessed Song Zhi and his mother exiting a restaurant together that the truth dawned on him. Song Zhi's kindness towards herself was laced with ulterior motives. Noticing Pei Jinnian's silence, she spoke again. "In the past 3 years, I have remained by your side without costing you a single penny, nor have I caused you any losses. Therefore, I implore you, please do not appear before me again. Would it not be better for us to part ways like this?" He found it hard to fathom how unbearable his days would be without Song Zhi in the future. Song Zhi found herself momentarily speechless, inwardly murmuring that the lunatic before her was utterly obstinate. Reluctant to expend further words in front of Pei Jinnian, she turned and made her way towards the door of the private room. Just as she reached the entrance, Pei Jinnian's deep voice resonated slowly from behind. Song Zhi paused slightly as her hand grasped the doorknob. She turned her gaze towards Pei Jinnian, her eyes reflecting a hint of incredulity. "You would dare to threaten me?" Pei Jinnian's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a playful grin. "Zhi Zhi, tell me, what do you suppose would be Fu Lu's reaction if he were to find out? Would he still embrace you?" Song Zhi paused. She had never contemplated being with Fu Lu. After all, over the years, her sharp edges had been polished to a smooth and rounded finish. The fervor that once drove her to strive for someone had long since dissipated. Now, all she desired was to work diligently, earn a living, and hope for her father's swift recovery.
He is not you.
Song Zhi spoke softly.
Pei Jinnian's expression darkened instantly, yet he nonchalantly replied. Even if Fu Lu can accept it, what about the Fu family? Can they accept a family like yours?
Zhi Zhi, do not be foolish any longer. Fu Lu's future path mirrors mine. He will seek a well-matched young lady to wed, rather than. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Zhi interjected without hesitation. Pei Jinnian, since you are already aware of the path you wish to take, why do you continue to entangle yourself in this?
Do you not find yourself to be contemptible? In the face of Song Zhi's derision, Pei Jinnian remained unperturbed, instead patiently responding, are you relieved now? If not, feel free to continue your tirade.
Song Zhi was rendered speechless. Just as she was about to speak, her phone in the bag began to ring. Song Zhi picked up her phone to take a glance. It was a call from Fu Lu. Pei Jinnian, upon noticing the caller ID on the screen, seized the opportunity while Song Zhi was distracted and snatched the phone from her hand.
Chapter 57, Threat.
A flicker of panic crossed Song Zhi's face as she instinctively reached out to snatch the phone from Pei Jinnian's grasp.
However, Pei Jinnian held the device high above his head, rendering her efforts futile.
Frustration surged within her as she exclaimed, Pei Jinnian, return my phone at once. Pei Jinnian's demeanor remained impassive as he glanced at the phone in his hand.
He replied coolly, this is a call from Fu Lu. What could he possibly want at this late hour?
A subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he continued.
Since you are so eager to take the call, allow me to answer it for you. I, too,
am curious about what Fu Lu wishes to discuss at such an hour.
Song Zhi's heart tightened suddenly.
Before she could even attempt to stop it, Fu Lu's voice had already emanated from her phone.
Song Xiuzhi, have you concluded your social engagements? Upon hearing Fu Lv's voice, Song Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, and she was almost rendered breathless by anxiety.
Pei Jinnian observed the subtle shifts in Song Zhi's expression, a sudden flame of unnameable fury igniting within him. Just as he was about to speak, Song Zhi swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes betraying a mixture of terror and pleading. She fervently shook her head at Pei Jinnian, urging him to remain silent.
In that moment,
she desperately wished for Fu Lv to remain oblivious to the connection between herself and Pei Jinnian, especially considering Pei Jinnian's unpredictable temperament, which could lead him to utter something untoward.
Meanwhile, Fu Lv, having waited in vain for Song Zhi's reply, spoke again, little one, your brother is talking to you. Have you forgotten your manners?
His tone carried a hint of exasperation, yet it was predominantly laced with affection.
I am still having my meal. Song Zhi,
in a state of panic, spoke hurriedly while tiptoeing to retrieve her phone.
However,
Pei Jinnian seemed to discern her intentions and raised the phone higher just as Song Zhi reached out.
Song Zhi was seething with anger.
Yet she dared not voice her feelings. She understood that she was no match for Pei Jinnian, if she truly provoked him and he lost his temper.
The consequences would be dire for her. Fu Lu, I'll hang up for now.
I'll call you later, if that's alright.
Song Zhi spoke again,
her tone tinged with a hint of plea. Although Fu Lu felt somewhat displeased, upon hearing Song Zhi mention that she would call him later, he obediently ended the call. As she gazed at the terminated call, Song Zhi could not help but exhale in relief. She took a step back, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Pei Jinnian.
Surely, this means I can have my phone back now.
Song Zhi hesitated to speak, her confidence wavering. Pei Jinnian fixed his gaze upon her for an extended moment before uttering a low growl.
Song Xiuzhi? Brother? Child? Song Zhi, you truly astonish me.
As he spoke, a faint smile graced his lips, yet his eyes remained icy as they bore into hers, infused with a palpable sense of danger that lingered in his tone. After 3 years of acquaintance, Song Zhi was acutely aware of the man before her. She understood that when Pei Jinnian donned such an expression, it signified that he was already incensed.
Song Zhi's heart raced, and her breath quickened.
She pressed her lips together tightly, remaining silent.
Pei Jinnian, noticing her reticence,
had no intention of letting the matter rest.
Slowly, he extended a hand and gently grasped Song Zhi's cheek.
Song Zhi felt a sharp sting on her cheeks. as if they were about to be crushed by him. She struggled desperately, attempting to free herself from Pei Jinnian's grasp, yet his strength far surpassed her imagination.
"Speak," Pei Jinnian commanded in a deep, hoarse voice, imbued with an undeniable authority.
His eyes locked onto Song Zhi, flickering with flames of anger. Tears welled up in Song Zhi's eyes as she struggled to suppress the pain, uttering with great difficulty, "Let me go." Her voice, muffled and laced with anguish and terror, was rendered indistinct by the grip on her cheek.
Upon hearing her plea, Pei Jinnian did not relent. Instead, he tightened his hold even further.
Song Zhi's cheeks throbbed painfully, the sensation igniting her tear ducts, causing her eyes to redden instantly as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face.
"Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me so desperately?"
Pei Jinnian gazed at Song Zhi's visage filled with resistance, wishing he could simply extinguish her existence. Song Zhi let out a soft whimper of pain, pleading, "It hurts, please.
Let me go." As she spoke, tears cascaded down, landing on Pei Jinnian's hand.
Instinctively, he released his grip on Song Zhi's cheek.
Song Zhi's originally fair complexion was marked with vivid red fingerprints.
She covered her cheek, her face flushed as she glared at Pei Jinnian, her eyes brimming with indignation.
Song Zhi exclaimed indignantly, "Are you out of your mind?"
As she spoke, her cheeks throbbed with pain. The insides of her mouth burned, likely a result of Pei Jinnian's forceful actions that had torn the delicate skin of her oral cavity.
Pei Jinnian regarded her with a cold demeanor.
Casting a disdainful glance in her direction, his tone laced with mockery, "You feign virtue in my presence, yet behave so wantonly before Fuel?"
Calling him brother?
Song Zhi felt a surge of exasperation, her heart ignited with a wave of indignation. Having spoken her mind, she turned to depart.
However,
just as she had taken a few steps, Jinnian suddenly bellowed, "Halt!" Song Zhi's body momentarily paused, yet her steps did not falter.
Pei Jinnian, observing this,
felt a shadow darken his expression and threatened once more, "Song Zhi, should you dare to leave, I will reveal our affair to Fu Lu."
Pei Jinnian. Song Zhi could no longer endure and interrupted him with an angry voice.
Pei Jinnian observed Song Zhi halting his steps, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, believing that his threats had borne fruit. "Thus, as long as you obediently comply, I shall naturally."
"Speak your mind if you wish, I no longer care."
Song Zhi unceremoniously interrupted Pei Jinnian's words, allowing no opportunity for the latter to continue.
Pei Jinnian's expression faltered. "What did you just say?"
Song Zhi cast a sidelong glance at the man before her. Just moments ago, she had come to a resolution.
She and Fu Lu were not intertwined in that manner. Even if Fu Lu were aware of her past with Pei Jinnian, what did it matter? It was all inconsequential now.
With a nonchalant tone, she remarked,
"Say what you wish, it matters not."
Having spoken, she strode confidently out of the private room, leaving Pei Jinnian standing there, his earlier smugness evaporating in an instant,
replaced by a mix of astonishment and fury. As Song Zhi stepped out of the private room, a cacophony of crashing objects ensued from within. Listening to the commotion, Song Zhi felt a sense of exasperation. Pei Jinnian would never mature, remaining perpetually juvenile, impulsive, and willful.
Let him throw things, after all.
Pei Jinnian was not lacking in wealth.
As Song Zhi emerged from the restaurant, her gaze immediately fell upon Fu Lu, who was leaning against the car, smoking.
However,
the moment she stepped out, Fu Lu had already noticed her and would not allow her to slip away so easily. "Song Xiuzhi," Fu Lu called out to her directly.
Chapter 58, Let me take you out for some fun and relaxation.
Song Zhishin was filled with a sense of helplessness as she let out a gentle sigh. She then came to a halt, lifted her gaze, and fixed her eyes upon Fu Lu.
Pretending to be surprised, she remarked, "What a coincidence. You are dining here as well?"
Following her words, she offered an awkward smile.
Song Zhi took a deep breath, steeling herself as she approached Fu Lu,
striving to appear calm and composed.
With a smile, she inquired, "Are you here for social engagements as well?"
Fu Lu remained silent, merely gazing intently at her. Song Zhi felt somewhat uneasy under his fervent gaze. Instinctively, she reached up to touch her cheek, filled with confusion. "Why do you look at me like that?"
Fu Lv slowly extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against Song Zhi's cheek, his brow slightly furrowing. "What is the matter with your face?"
Song Zhi's body tensed suddenly, and she hurriedly shook her head in denial, insisting, "It's nothing, truly." Seeing her remain silent, Fuel did not press further. Instead, he gently opened the car door, gesturing for her to enter. After expressing her gratitude in a soft voice, Song Zhi slowly ascended to the passenger seat. As she reached for the seatbelt, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Pei Jinnian standing at the window on the second floor. At the moment their gazes met, Song Zhi felt an abrupt jolt within her heart, prompting her to instinctively avert her eyes, betraying a hint of guilt. Fu Lu subsequently entered the car and noticed that although she had grasped the seatbelt, she had yet to fasten it. He leaned over, took the seatbelt from her hand, and secured it for her. With a gentle tap on her forehead, Fu Lu playfully inquired, "Were you lost in thought just now?" Throughout the ensuing journey, Song Zhi maintained a profound silence. She felt deeply conflicted. She did not wish to disclose their relationship through Pei Jinnian to Fu Lu. Yet, what position did she hold to speak with Fu Lu? Their current connection was merely that of long-lost friends. Suddenly, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. As Fu Lu drove, he turned to Song Zhi in the passenger seat and said, "Song Zhi, could you please answer the phone for me?" Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The reason being that Fu Lu's phone was nestled in the pocket of his trousers. To retrieve it, she would have to reach into his pocket, which was undeniably awkward. Fu Lu seemed to sense her hesitation and hurriedly explained, "There are surveillance cameras along this road. If I go to fetch my phone myself, I will incur demerit points, so I kindly ask for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt a sense of helplessness. Yet since Fu Lu had articulated his request so earnestly, she found it difficult to refuse any further. Thus, she cautiously extended her hand towards the pocket of Fu Lu's suit trousers. As her fingers brushed against his leg, she noticed his body stiffen momentarily. After uttering those words, Song Zhi felt her cheeks blaze with heat, and she couldn't even bear to imagine how crimson her face must have appeared. Fu Lu discreetly cast a glance her way, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of amusement, before his gaze lingered on her flushed earlobes for a couple of seconds. One hand deftly maintained a firm grip on the steering wheel, while the other casually tossed the phone in front of Song Zhi, his tone nonchalant as he instructed. "Please answer it for me." Song Zhi, quick-witted and agile, swiftly reached out to catch the phone that Fu Lu had tossed over. She glanced down at the caller ID and then softly informed Fu Lu, "It's Zhou Yan." Song Zhi skillfully pressed the answer button and thoughtfully activated the speakerphone feature. However, before she could utter a word, as soon as the call connected, Zhou Yan's urgent voice resonated from the phone, "Zhou Gu, please hurry over. Everyone is waiting for you." Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Fu Lu. Fu Lu, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Understood. Can you make it here in half an hour?" Fu Lu frowned, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yan, in a carefree manner, chimed in, "There's a surprise. I want you to come over within 30 minutes. Not certain." Zhou Yan continued, "Zhi Zhi." This was the first time Song Zhi had heard Fu Lu refer to her in such a manner. In her memory, Fu Lu had always called her Song Xiao Zhi, which made her feel as if he regarded her as a child. Zhou Yan, bubbling with excitement, urged, "Bring her along, quickly. Don't keep it hidden." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi instinctively turned her head to look at Fu Lu, who gently inquired, "Do you wish to go?" Song Zhi lowered her gaze in contemplation. This question posed a dilemma for her. After all, these were all friends of Fu Lu, none of whom she was acquainted with. If she were to attend the gathering uninvited, it would undoubtedly render her in a rather awkward position. Song Zhi hesitantly spoke in a low voice. "Will it be inappropriate for me to go there?" Song Zhi explained, "They are all your friends, I don't know any of them." Fu Lu smiled gently, her tone resolute as she replied, "There is no need to worry about that, it suffices for you to know me." Before she could utter a refusal, Fu Lu had already turned the car around at the traffic light, altering their course. After a brief passage of time, Fu Lu's vehicle came to a smooth halt in front of a private club. Once she unfastened her seatbelt, Fu Lu turned to glance at Song Zhi, noticing her still sitting dazed in the passenger seat, and couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He reached out, playfully pinching Song Zhi's cheek, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, just eat and drink as you please, and disregard everything else." Song Zhi covered her cheek, casting a resentful glare at Fu Lu, pouting playfully, "You pinched me." Fu Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of affection dancing in his eyes. He reached out to unbuckle Song Zhi's seatbelt and gently said,
My apologies. Step out, do not be anxious, they will not harm you. Song Zhi huffed softly, I'm not nervous at all. In truth. She had felt a tinge of anxiety at first, but Fu Lu's playful teasing swiftly alleviated her tension. She opened the car door and stepped out on her own accord. Chapter 59, Fu Lu's treasure. The biting cold of the night wind felt like a blade against her skin, causing Song Zhi to shiver involuntarily and instinctively draw her neck inwards. She extended her hand, exhaling a puff of warm breath, watching as the white mist dissipated rapidly into the air. She murmured to herself, it might snow tonight. Almost as if in response to her words, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Song Zhi extended her hand, and as the snowflakes descended into her palm, they melted instantly upon contact with her warmth, leaving behind a chill. Observing this, Fu Lu stepped forward and gently clasped Song Zhi's small hand, softly urging, let us go inside, it is too cold out here. With that, Fu Lu casually tossed the car keys to the valet at the entrance before leading Song Zhi into the club. Song Zhi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the hand that Fu Lu was holding. His hand was remarkably large and warm. The chill that had lingered in her hand dissipated instantly. As she savored the warmth emanating from his palm, a thought surged within her. If she were to be held by him for a lifetime, would that not bring her immense happiness? Surely it would. Suddenly, Fu Lu felt the absence of her grasp. With a resigned sigh, he pondered the childless apprehension of being seen while he held her hand. Without further ado, Fu Lu reached out and pushed open the door to the private room. Song Zhi originally believed that the young gentlemen in this circle would gather primarily to smoke, drink, and indulge in women. However, when the door to the private room swung open, it was entirely contrary to her expectations. The room was filled with a cacophony of sounds, including the clamor of video games and the shuffling of mahjong tiles, punctuated occasionally by someone exclaiming "Pong." There was not a single woman present. Song Zhi felt an immediate rush of tension. Suddenly, an unknown voice called out, Brother Zhou, you have finally arrived. In an instant, the entire private room fell into a profound silence. A man clad in a black sweater strode towards them, his face adorned with a broad smile as he greeted Fu Lu. Brother Zhou, I thought you wouldn't come. I never imagined that Yengu was telling the truth. As his gaze shifted to Song Zhi, who stood beside Fu Lu, he momentarily froze. He glanced between Fu Lu and Song Zhi, then, perplexed, inquired, Sister, who are you? The man was instantly taken aback, staring at Fu Lu with a look of sheer astonishment. Brother Zhou, what did you just say? This sister is someone you brought? Song Zhi felt a bit embarrassed as she greeted the other person, saying, Hello, my name is Song Zhi, I am. However, before she could finish her sentence, the man abruptly interrupted her, Wait, did you just say your name? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback and repeated her name once more. Upon hearing it, the man's face instantly lit up with excitement, his voice rising significantly, Oh my, you are the very sister my brother has been yearning for day and night? Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment, instinctively turning her gaze towards Fu Lu. Noticing this, Fu Lu gently nudged her with his arm and said, Achi, that's enough, don't frighten her. Gu Lechi pouted slightly but complied with Fu Lu's request. He smiled at Song Zhi and introduced himself, saying, Hello, I am Gu Lechi, a friend of Fu Lu. After speaking, he extended his hand towards Song Zhi in a gesture of greeting. Although this was her customary polite address, it was the first time Gu Lechi had been addressed in such a manner, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He scratched his head and chuckled, Please, don't call me that, it makes me feel a bit old. Before she could respond, Gu Lechi continued, Just call me by my name, everyone else calls me Achi. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi offered a faint smile, yet remained silent. At that moment, those inside, engaged in a game of mahjong, called for Fu Lu to join them. Fu Lu glanced at Song Zhi and, without a moment's hesitation, declined the invitation, expressing his desire to remain by her side. Nevertheless, this action incited a playful uproar from the others, causing Song Zhi to blush deeply. Understanding her modesty, Fu Lu softly suggested, Why don't you take a seat on the sofa for a while? I will join Hanzhou and the others for a few rounds. He then turned to Gu Lechi and instructed, Please take care of her. With a smile, Gu Lechi waved his hand dismissively, saying, I understand. I will certainly look after your precious one, Zhou Gu. You should hurry along now. Upon hearing Gu Lechi address her in such a manner, Song Zhi displayed a hint of an awkward smile before silently making her way towards the sofa. Observing this, Gu Lechi hurriedly followed, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Sister, when did you and my ninth brother become an item?" Song Zhi realized that Gu Lechi had misunderstood her relationship with Fu Lu. She repeatedly shook her head, saying, "No. You are mistaken. We are not together." Gu Lechi was taken aback for a moment, then muttered softly, "After all this time, you still haven't won him over. I never expected that even Zhou Gong would experience such a day." Hearing his soft murmurs, Song Zhi couldn't quite make out his words and curiously inquired, "What did you say?" Gu Lechi chuckled lightly, "Oh, nothing at all. Sister, do you play games? Would you like to join me?" Song Zhi shook her head, "Well, you may call me by my name." Gu Lechi, unreserved, responded, "All right, I shall call you Zhi Zhi." Faced with Gu Lechi's enthusiasm, Song Zhi felt somewhat disoriented and even a bit flustered. She instinctively glanced towards Fu Lv, who was seated at the mahjong table, idly toying with a tile in his right hand, his expression exuding a sense of languor. Upon noticing Song Zhi's gaze, he lifted his head. Their eyes met, and an awkward sensation enveloped Song Zhi, prompting her to force a smile in Fu Lv's direction. Fu Lv curved his lips into a smile, addressing Gu Lechi, "Achi. Why not get her something to eat?" This remark ushered in a relaxed and jovial atmosphere throughout the room. At that moment, Han Zhou, seated at the mahjong table, could not help but tease, "Tsk, Fu Laojiu, I never imagined you would find yourself in this situation." His words were laced with a hint of jest and astonishment. As if he were witnessing an unfamiliar side of Fu Lv. Fu Lv raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you no longer taking care of Achi?" Han Zhou was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? Beside them, Gu Lechi expressed her disdain. "Who needs him to take care of me? I'm not a child." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and scanned the QR code placed on the coffee table. Once the ordering page appeared, she presented her phone to Song Zhi, saying, "Zhi Zhi, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Feel free to choose, they have plenty of money." No sooner had she finished speaking than someone chimed in, "Achi, order a serving of oysters for Han Zhou." Song Zhi felt somewhat bewildered, especially upon seeing Gu Lechi's flushed cheeks, which only deepened her confusion. Gu Lechi, with a hint of petulance, scoffed, "Eat. My brother Zhou said I should take care of Zhi Zhi, and all you do is think about food." With a smile, she turned to Song Zhi and asked, "Zhi Zhi, what do you feel like eating?" Song Zhi waved her hand, saying, "I am not hungry, you all should come and eat quickly." "How can that be? Do not be shy." Song Zhi waved her hand, having caught a glimpse earlier, it was all seafood. She was allergic to seafood and could not eat any of it. Before she could finish her words, Fu Lu's voice came through, "Shao-Chi, she is allergic to seafood, don't give her that. Just serve her a portion of tomato beef brisket rice." Upon hearing this, Gu Lechi's face displayed a flicker of surprise. Before turning to Song Zhi, "You are allergic to seafood? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Fortunately, Jiogo reminded us. Not only was Gu Lechi astonished, but even Song Zhi felt a tinge of surprise upon hearing Fu Lu's words. How did Fu Lu know she was allergic to seafood? She hadn't mentioned this to him before. Gu Lechi clicked her tongue and softly remarked to Song Zhi, "Did you see? My Jiogo treasures you dearly." A faint blush suddenly appeared on Song Zhi's cheeks as she shyly murmured, "You please do not speak so recklessly." Gu Lechi shrugged, dismissing her discomfort with an air of nonchalance. "Isn't it quite evident?" Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Yan pushed open the door to the private room, diverting Gu Lechi's attention and bringing the topic to a close. Upon seeing Song Zhi, Zhou Yan's face broke into a devil-may-care smile. "Sister, it has been quite a while. Have you missed your brother?" With that, he sauntered over to the sofa beside Song Zhi and took a seat. Song Zhi found herself still unaccustomed to Zhou Yan's consistently frivolous demeanor. In response to her words, Zhou Yan feigned sorrow, clutching his chest dramatically and gazing at her with a look of lament. "Indeed, once you have a boyfriend, you forget your brother. What a character who values romance over kinship." Song Jillian hurriedly waved her hand in explanation, saying, "What boyfriend? Please do not speak carelessly, I am not in a relationship." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to glance at someone engrossed in a game of mahjong.
before continuing, Fu Laojiu. Your pace is rather slow, isn't it? It's been quite some time, and my little sister has yet to become your girlfriend? Fu Lu raised his head and shot him a fierce glare, uttering a single word, scram. However, Zhou Yan remained undeterred. Still grinning as he turned his attention back to Song Zhi, flattering her by saying, Sister Zhi, do not pay any heed to that old fellow Fu. Let him remain a bachelor for life. Zhou Yan then raised an eyebrow, adopting an air of nonchalance, adding, how could it possibly not matter? It matters immensely. Song Zhi pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Zhou Yan resumed the conversation, inquiring. I heard from old Ninth Fu that you have ventured into entrepreneurship and established a studio? Song Zhi smiled and nodded, indeed, we just opened today. Truly impressive, my sister. As she spoke, she gave a thumbs up to Song Zhi. Flattered by the praise, Song Zhi felt a hint of shyness. Her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush as she smiled and waved her hand. No, it's nothing remarkable at all. At that moment, Gu Lechi, filled with curiosity, inquired. Zhi Zhi, what services does your studio offer? Upon hearing this, Song Zhi swiftly retrieved several promotional flyers from her bag and eagerly presented them to Gu Lechi, enthusiastically stating. Please take a look. If you require anything, feel free to contact me at any time, I can offer you a discount. Gu Lechi accepted the flyers. Meticulously perusing the studio's primary services, and exclaimed in astonishment, your range of services is quite extensive. After securing the flyers, Gu Lechi added. Why don't we add each other on WeChat for more convenient communication in the future? Upon hearing the news, Song Zhi immediately became excited and took out her phone to open WeChat, intending to add Gu Lechi as a friend. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door as the waiter wheeled in a cart laden with dishes. Gu Lechi, his face alight with enthusiasm, exclaimed. The food we ordered has finally arrived. He then turned to Han Zhou and inquired, have the oysters you ordered come? However, at that moment, Han Zhou was deeply engrossed in a game of mahjong, showing no inclination to look up. He merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating, just set it aside for now. I'm in the middle of a game. Upon hearing this, Gu Lechi's expression instantly soured, and he retorted with irritation, Han Zhou, are you going to eat or not? If you're not eating, I might as well throw it away. Han Zhou sighed in exasperation and reassured him, oh, come on, my dear, don't be so hasty. Let me finish this round first. He then, as if showcasing a treasure, pushed the meal specially ordered by Fu Lu for Song Zhi in front of her, warmly urging. Zhi Zhi, come and try this. Song Zhi gently nodded and, after softly uttering her thanks, picked up her plate and began to eat on her own. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, seated nearby, inadvertently cast a glance at the oysters on the table and instinctively reached out to grab one. However, before his fingers could make contact, Gu Lechi sharply smacked the back of his hand and exclaimed, Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you want to eat, order your own. Zhou Yan clicked his tongue in playful disapproval and teased, Lele, you seem a bit off today. Upon hearing this, Gu Lechi's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Yet he mustered the courage to retort, what's wrong with me? Feeling the weight of Zhou Yan's gaze, Gu Lechi instinctively averted his eyes, muttering, If you want to eat, then go ahead, it's your loss. Zhou Yan leaned back against the sofa, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied, Forget it. It's not mine, so I want to eat. With that, he leisurely picked up his phone and began to fiddle with it. Shortly thereafter, Han Zhou rose from the mahjong table and approached Zhou Yan, extending an invitation, Yan, come play a couple of rounds. Zhou Yan shook his head and waved his hand in refusal, saying, No, no. He then turned his gaze toward Song Zhi, his face adorned with a gentle smile, and softly inquired, Sister, would you like to play a few rounds? Upon hearing this, Song Zhi quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, No. I don't know how to play mahjong. Zhou Yan looked at Song Zhi, a faint smile gracing his lips, and playfully urged, It's just for fun. Come on, come on. Don't linger here like a third wheel. Chapter 61, The Blatant Favoritism. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, No. I do not know how to play mahjong. Zhou Yan gazed at Song Zhi, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, It's merely for fun, come on. Don't just stand here like a third wheel. Song Zhi discerned the subtle implications in Zhou Yan's words and suddenly realized that Fu Lu's circle included such niche groups. It felt as though a novel had come to life. She had been captivated by this genre during her high school years.
She glanced at the impassive Han Zhou.
Then at Gu Lechi, who was engrossed in his game, and awkwardly chuckled as she stood up. I need to use the restroom, she stammered, making her way towards the door of the private room. Fu Lu watched Song Zhi exit, his brows furrowing slightly. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Yan interjected, "Oh, she's merely stepping out for a moment, why the anxiousness?" Fu Lu shot him a cold glance, retorting with a hint of displeasure.
"I am not anxious." "Nonsense."
Zhou Yan, undeterred, clicked his tongue and teased, "I say, Zhou Gu, how long has it been?"
"Still not official yet?"
Fu Lu huffed in response, his face betraying his irritation as he snapped, "If you don't want to play cards, then leave me be."
Zhou Yan, unfazed by Fu Lu's demeanor, maintained his mischievous grin and pressed on, "What do you think? Do you need me to give you a few pointers?" Fu Lu ignored him, prompting Zhou Yan to persist. "This relentless pursuit won't do, you need to instill a sense of urgency in her."
Fu Lu dismissed him with disdain.
"Have you even found someone? Lecturing me here?" Zhou Yan retorted, "Serves you right. At this rate, you'll remain single until you're 120.
Fu Lu's hand on the mahjong tiles paused momentarily before he resumed, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards Zhou Yan.
"What am I doing?"
He languidly leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Yan. Without a second thought, Zhou Yan exclaimed, "Look at you, dawdling.
At this pace, someone else might snatch her away."
At his words, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards the two.
Fu Lu remained silent, staring intently at Zhou Yan, his expression inscrutable.
The atmosphere became palpably awkward and tense, as if time had frozen. It was then that the man sitting opposite Zhou Yan broke the silence with a chuckle. "Old Zhou, you still don't understand.
The tension of the ambiguous phase is the most intriguing. Zhou Gu is likely relishing this moment." Zhou Yan scoffed softly, muttering, "Zhou Gu, aren't you at all anxious? I haven't forgotten that Pei Jinnian seems to be holding on, and if he..." Before Zhou Yan could finish, Fu Lu interrupted sharply, "Shut up." Instantly,
Zhou Yan fell silent, shrugging nonchalantly, "All right, the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Since you don't care, I won't meddle further.
However, as your brother, I'll lend you a hand today."
As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open once more.
Song Zhi,
who had merely gone to the restroom, re-entered. Zhou Yan's face immediately lit up with a brilliant smile as he waved enthusiastically, "Hey, little sister, come over here." Song Zhi approached with a heart full of confusion and inquired, "What's the matter?" Zhou Yan rose to his feet and replied with a smile, "Please take a seat first." Song Zhi cast a somewhat bashful glance at Fu Lu, feeling that this situation was rather inappropriate. She softly murmured, "Is this really suitable?" Before she could finish her words, Zhou Yan had already impatiently taken action. With both hands firmly grasping Song Zhi's shoulders, he effortlessly pressed her back into her seat. "Just sit back and enjoy a few rounds." Song Zhi, upon hearing that they were about to play mahjong, hurriedly shook her head in refusal, saying, "No.
I do not know how to play mahjong."
Since she was already present, her companions urged her to join in casually, remarking, "Otherwise, it would be quite dull for you to sit here all alone." Song Zhi hurriedly waved her hand, resolutely stating, "There's really no need, I am not bored at all.
You all may continue with your fun."
At that moment, Fu Lu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, saying, "Let us play for a while.
Consider it a means to unwind."
Upon hearing Fu Lu's words, Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment.
After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't resist quietly asking, "What amounts do you usually wager?"
Clarifying this would give her a sense of security, otherwise, if she were to lose, she would be left with nothing but humiliation. Zhou Yan pulled a chair beside Song Zhi and, with an air of confidence, remarked, "Rest assured and play boldly, Nine-Gu is quite affluent." He then encouraged her, "All right. Zhi Zhi, it's your turn to draw a tile."
Thus, Song Zhi unwittingly joined the game of mahjong.
In truth, she wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the game, though her skills were rather limited. Throughout the gameplay, Zhou Yan contemplated offering her guidance several times but ultimately refrained.
However, when Song Zhi grasped the aid of bamboo and was about to play it, Zhou Yan could no longer contain his impulse and exclaimed, "Why aren't you playing that big pancake? Are you saving it to make a fragrant pancake?"
Song Zhi gazed innocently at the tube to her left,
then pointed at the adjacent tubes numbered 3, 4, 5, and 6, offering no further explanation. Zhou Yan's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly remarked, "Sister, shouldn't you at least take a look at the cards inside? Do you still hope to draw something?" Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi suddenly became aware of the issue at hand. Hastily lowering her head to examine the pile of cards, when she discovered that there were indeed 3 bamboo cards within, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her, prompting a wry smile to escape her lips. "Oh dear, I wasn't paying attention just now." Meanwhile, Zhou Yan let out a sigh, lamenting, "Fortunately, Brother Zhou is wealthy, otherwise, with your style of play." Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Lu interrupted him with an irritable tone, "Do you not understand the etiquette of observing a game in silence?" Zhou Yan merely pouted, letting out a soft huff, yet chose not to pursue the matter further. After Song Zhi successfully played a large tile, it was her turn to draw a card. When she picked up a 7 of circles, her excitement was nearly palpable, almost prompting her to leap from her seat. Eagerly, she turned to Zhou Yan, her eyes sparkling with joy, and exclaimed, "Look, I've really drawn it." He. Zhou Yan, observing her foolishly delighted expression, couldn't help but chuckle and tease. "What a silly girl." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi did not feel anger. Instead, she chuckled softly and casually played a card. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, she inadvertently played the wrong card. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi could not help but feel a twinge of regret as she tapped her forehead, lamenting internally. At that moment, Fu Lu suddenly spoke up from the side, his tone nonchalant, "She may be allowed to reconsider." "Brother 9, you are being overtly partial." The man opposite Song Zhi complained discontentedly. Chapter 62, Single Until 120 Years Old. Upon hearing Fu Lv's suggestion that she could retract her move once, Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head, murmuring, "Since I've already played, I suppose it's too late now." Yet, Fu Lv spoke again, his tone both resolute and gentle, "You can indeed reconsider your choice." With that, he delicately picked up the mahjong tile that Song Zhi had mistakenly played and carefully placed it on either side of her. Observing this, Zhou Yan immediately nudged Song Zhi with her elbow, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she said, "Sister, do you see?" Song Zhi raised her head in confusion and asked, "What?" Zhou Yan, brimming with excitement, explained, "Isn't my 9th brother quite the gentleman?" Zhou Yan's face radiated with pride and delight as she continued, "Of course. A man like my 9th brother is exceedingly popular. Whether it's the daughters of warlords, university juniors, or business partners, any woman would undoubtedly be captivated by his tailored trousers." As Song Zhi listened to Zhou Yan's words, she tightly grasped the mahjong tiles in her hand, silently gritting her teeth. Unaware of the subtle shift in Song Zhi's emotions, Zhou Yan continued enthusiastically, "Earlier, 9th brother's mother contacted me, urging me to persuade him to go on a blind date, Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, Miss Xiao from the Zhao family, and that actress. Oh. Who kicked me?" Before he could finish his sentence, someone beneath the table had delivered a sharp kick to his calf. Fu Lu's indifferent voice rang out, "You're talking too much." Yet, undeterred, Zhou Yan pressed on, "I'm only looking out for your best interests." After saying this, he glanced at the silent Song Zhi before turning to Fu Lu, urging, "9th brother, are you really not considering meeting her? It's merely an introduction. It won't cost you anything. Perhaps the girl is quite beautiful." Fu Lu shot him a dark look, warning, "Shut your mouth." Zhou Yan, with a resigned shrug, muttered softly, "Good intentions met with ingratitude, just wait until you're single at the age of 120. Fu Lu refrained from further comment. Yet his gaze involuntarily flickered towards Song Zhi beside him. However, her face bore no discernible signs of emotion. A wave of irritation surged within Fu Lu. Abruptly, he pushed the mahjong tiles in front of him aside with force and impatiently declared, "I'm done playing." He then casually grabbed a nearby cigarette box, extracting a cigarette to place at the corner of his mouth. The man seated to his left swiftly produced a lighter, offering it to him, "9th brother. Here's the fire." Fu Lu accepted it without igniting the cigarette, merely toying with it in his hand while occasionally casting a sidelong glance at Song Zhi. Song Zhi lowered her gaze, fixating on the mahjong tiles before her, feeling a twinge of regret. The hand she held was exceptional, victory was surely within her grasp. She silently exhaled a sigh in her heart.
Nearby, others were inquiring whether Fu Lu wished to change the venue for their game.
Fu Lu remained silent,
merely narrowing his eyes slightly as he turned his attention towards Song Zhi. With a cigarette perched between his lips, he uttered her name, Song Zhi. His words were somewhat muffled due to the cigarette, yet they conveyed a distinct sense of languor. Song Zhi lifted her head to gaze at him. Song Zhi gently shook her head in refusal. She softly stated, "Really, it's unnecessary, I have to work tomorrow."
Subsequently,
she picked up her chips from the table and smiled at the others, saying, "Could you please help me calculate how much I owe?"
After all,
she had suffered significant losses in the previous rounds and was unaware of the total amount lost. The man seated across from Song Zhi quickly waved his hand,
a look of panic crossing his face.
"No, we could never accept your money.
You are one of Master Zhou's people. Let me settle the account with Master Zhou instead."
Song Zhi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the dwindling cards in her hand, counting them meticulously, only to discover a mere 4 cards remained.
She lifted her head and inquired, "What is the value of these cards?"
In a moment of exasperation, Song Zhi reluctantly retrieved her wallet,
extracting all the cash within and laying it upon the table. "This amount may be insufficient. Perhaps I could add you on WeChat and transfer the remainder to you later?"
Song Zhi looked up in astonishment, only to see Fu Lu speaking with an impassive expression. "Hand it over to me. I will calculate it on my end and provide it to them all at once."
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi contemplated the possibility. She nodded and said,
"I will transfer the money to you on WeChat shortly." After uttering these words, Song Zhi rose to her feet, intending to depart.
However,
after taking just a couple of steps, her wrist was suddenly seized by a force. Song Zhi paused in her steps and turned her head.
She gazed at Fu Lu, her eyes filled with perplexity. "What is the matter?"
Song Zhi feigned a light-hearted smile and said, "There's nothing to worry about. I'm grown up now, it's not too late. I can just take a taxi." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted her decisively, "I will drive you."
"Let's go." Song Zhi instinctively glanced at the others in the private room.
These individuals had gathered here solely because of Fu Lu, if Fu Lu were to leave first. Perceiving the concerns that lingered in Song Zhi's heart, Fu Lu reached out and gently tapped her forehead, assuring her, "Do not overthink.
They will still revel in their merriment even in my absence."
Caught off guard by the revelation of her thoughts,
Song Zhi offered a slightly awkward smile before nodding gently in acknowledgement.
As Fu Lu rose to her feet, she held the unlit cigarette delicately between her fingers and sauntered toward the door. Song Zhi also stood up and followed closely in his footsteps. The two walked side by side out of the room, leaving the others inside exchanging puzzled glances, their hearts filled with confusion. Gu Lechi, who had been engrossed in a game, noticed Song Zhi's departure and wondered aloud, "Oh, why did Zhi Zhi and Brother Zhou leave so suddenly?
We've only just begun." Han Zhou, equally perplexed, shrugged, "Who knows? They probably want to enjoy a little world of their own." Han Zhou furrowed his brow.
"Didn't we agree to go karaoke together later for some relaxation?" Without waiting for a response from Han Zhou, he hurriedly made his way to the door of the private room. Just as he exited, he spotted Song Zhi preparing to enter the elevator. He quickly called out to her, "Zhi Zhi, wait for me." Song Zhi, quick-witted and agile, swiftly extended her hand to halt the elevator doors. Gu Lechi hurriedly approached, closely following her into the lift. Song Zhi looked at him with a heart full of doubts. "What is the matter? How did you come out?" Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback. "I had assumed you would join them for karaoke." Gu Lechi expressed disdain. "They create such a ruckus, I have no desire to participate." "By the way, Zhi Zhi, are you accepting orders?" Song Zhi was filled with confusion, as if a monk was utterly bewildered. "What?" Before the words had even left her lips, Fu Lv, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, his voice carrying the chill of a winter's day, "Are you doing something wrong that you cannot speak of?" Upon hearing this, Gu Lechi pouted, "I haven't done anything wrong, this is a secret between Zhi Zhi and me, and I cannot disclose it." After saying this, the elevator doors slowly opened. Gu Lechi did not join them but instead drove away alone. On the way back, Song Zhi remained silent, not uttering a word. Fu Lv quietly drove, the atmosphere in the car as still as death itself. To alleviate the suffocating awkwardness, Song Zhi had no choice but to take out her phone and message Xiaowan about Qin Zhang.
Just as she sent the message, Xiaowan's voice message came through like a cannonball.
To avoid a repeat of the previous embarrassment, Song Zhi hurriedly fumbled through her bag to find her earphones, putting them in before cautiously tapping to play the voice message. Xiaowan's voice immediately streamed through the earphones. Song Zhi furrowed her brows and hastily sent a message.
Is he alright?
Xiaowan replied, he should be fine, don't worry. Let me tell you, Qin Zhang is just pretending on purpose, I observed it clearly.
As if it were a mirror reflecting the truth. Do not heed the nonsensical remarks of that scoundrel Zhou Yan. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback,
turning her head to gaze blankly at Fu Lu, her face awash with confusion.
What?
What do Zhao Qianjin and Li Qianjin have to do with me?
Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Was he attempting to elucidate his thoughts to her? But why would he feel the need to explain himself? They were not yet familiar enough to warrant such clarifications, were they?
Song Zhizhu lowered her gaze and, after a considerable pause, softly replied, oh.
I understand. It's not as if I have misunderstood anything.
Upon hearing this, Fu Lu instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Song Zhi turned her head slightly and cast a discreet glance at him, noticing that his complexion was rather poor, which caused her heart to flutter with unease. While waiting for the traffic light, Fu Lu suddenly called out, Song Xiaozhi. Song Zhi lifted her head, her expression one of utter bewilderment as she inquired, ah.
What's the matter?
Fu L gazed at her adorably dazed demeanor, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead. His tone laced with a hint of playful mockery, are you genuinely foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? Song Zhi covered her bruised head, her face adorned with a look of grievance.
Pouting her lips, she cast a resentful glance at him and muttered in dissatisfaction, why did you hit me? Just then, the green light illuminated.
After several minutes, Fu Lu's car gradually came to a halt beneath the small apartment building where Song Zhi resided. Song Zhi unfastened her seatbelt and politely expressed her gratitude before pushing open the car door, preparing to alight.
Suddenly, Fu Lv called out to her in an affectionate tone. Taken aback by this intimate form of address, Song Zhi experienced a peculiar sensation rising within her. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she halted her steps, turned her head to glance inside the car, and inquired with curiosity, what is it? Fu Lv's lips curved into a faint smile as he extended his slender fingers, gently beckoning her to come a little closer.
Song Zhi approached him with a gentle demeanor, her head slightly bowed, gazing at the man seated in the car with a look of curiosity. She observed as Fu Lv produced a delicate gift bag, extending it towards her, this is for you. Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback, her eyes blinking in confusion, what is this? Song Zhi instinctively waved her hand in refusal.
No, thank you.
Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted her, this is a gift to celebrate the opening of your studio, take it. Song Zhi still felt a bit embarrassed, after all, Fu Lu had already sent a floral arrangement. But you have already sent a floral arrangement, she remarked. Fu Lu sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with a hint of indulgence, Song Xiaozhi, you were not like this before.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond, what?
Fu Lu continued, that boisterous one, perpetually full of vigor, always trailing behind me, calling out ninth brother incessantly.
After a considerable pause,
she finally spoke softly, akin to a whisper, I was young then, lacking understanding.
Fu Lu gazed up at her for a long while before finally asking, are you still upset with me?
Song Zhi tightened her grip on the gift bag, remaining silent.
Song Zhi's pupils contracted sharply, her face a picture of astonishment, a car accident? When did this happen? Fu Lu shook his head, remaining silent.
He wished not to disclose to Song Zhi that the accident years ago occurred while he was procuring a birthday gift for her. He did not want his little son to feel an overwhelming sense of guilt over the matter. He hoped Song Zhi would forever radiate vitality like a sunflower,
perpetually smiling like the sun.
I had intended to reach out to you, but you blocked me.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi suddenly awakened from her reverie.
Thus, it became clear that Fu Lu had not intentionally avoided her all those years ago. A colossal weight lifted from her heart, yet an indescribable emotion surged within her.
Back then, due to Fu Lu's abrupt departure and her father's unfortunate circumstances, Song Zhi plunged into profound anguish.
Eventually, with the assistance of a psychologist, She gradually emerged from the shadows. During that time, though reluctant, she ultimately surrendered her phone at the insistence of the psychologist. Watching the psychologist black out and delete all of Fu Lu's contact information, tears streamed down her face, her heart filled with conflict and helplessness. Later, she summoned the courage to cast her phone into the depths of the river, severing all ties to her past. It was during that moment that she encountered Pei Jinnian. Noting her sudden silence, Fu Lu feigned anger and pressed her, "Confess honestly, why did you block and delete me? You even changed all your contact information." Chapter 64, I am truly quite happy. Song Zhi's gaze flickered, momentarily at a loss for words in her conversation with Fu Lu. Should she reveal her past struggle with severe depression? Would he be frightened by her confession? Or perhaps he would disdainfully choose to leave again? Bowing her head in silence, her thoughts tangled like a chaotic web. Must she truly disclose such personal truths to him? Song Zhi lowered her head, biting her lip, too timid to utter a word. Merely shaking her head slightly. Upon observing her demeanor, Fu Lu understood the situation to some extent. This child had undoubtedly ensnared herself in yet another inextricable predicament. With a resigned sigh, he gently reassured her, saying, "Dear child, I harbor no intention of blaming you, please do not let your thoughts run wild." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi swiftly lifted her head, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance as she softly murmured, "I won't cry." After uttering these words, she turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, she abruptly halted, twisting her head to gaze towards the roadside. The two pairs of eyes met, and Fu Lu's vehicle had yet to depart. Song Zhi felt an inexplicable itch in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Reminiscent of a mosquito's hum, ninth brother, actually. I am truly quite happy." Upon hearing the long-awaited address of ninth brother, Fu Lu was instantly stirred within. A ripple of emotion washing over him, and the smile that graced his lips could no longer be contained, gradually rising. He feigned a lack of comprehension, regarding his little one with a playful arrogance, deliberately teasing her. "What did you just say? Could you speak a bit louder?" Song Zhi's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant red, akin to a perfectly ripened apple. She playfully stamped her foot and, in a sultry tone, exclaimed, "Humph, if you didn't hear me, so be it. I'm going upstairs. Goodbye." With that, she did not afford Fu Lu a chance to respond, swiftly turning to dash toward the building's entrance. However, as she awaited the elevator, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the hallway. Before Song Zhi could discern who it was, a large hand seized her wrist with force. Instinctively, she struggled and let out a terrified scream. "Don't scream." The familiar voice reached Song Zhi's ears, causing her previously tense body to relax involuntarily. Song Zhi fixed her gaze and recognized Pei Jinnian. This lunatic had the audacity to confront her here at such a late hour. What a madman! Song Zhi cursed inwardly, then forcefully shook off Pei Jinnian's hand, taking 2 steps back with a wary expression as she inquired, "What brings you here?" Pei Jinnian's countenance darkened ominously, and he gritted his teeth, interrogating, "Who is that man?" He had been acutely aware of the stranger since Song Zhi alighted from the vehicle. The mere thought of Song Zhi becoming entangled with another man filled Pei Jinnian with a suffocating rage, compelling him to wish he could strangle her. Why couldn't she be more obedient and refrain from provoking him with her flirtations? Song Zhi gazed into Pei Jinnian's crimson eyes, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over her. She had no desire to engage in any commotion with him at this late hour, so she swiftly bypassed him and entered the adjacent elevator. Before she could press the button for her desired floor, a long and powerful hand suddenly reached out, obstructing the elevator doors that were about to close. Song Zhi's heart skipped a beat as she regarded Pei Jinnian with a wary expression, remaining silent. As the seconds ticked away, the elevator filled with the piercing sound of an overtime alarm. Song Zhi could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Pei Jinnian, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi's body involuntarily stiffened. Fear and astonishment instantly engulfed her heart as she widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the man before her. Pei Jinnian not only knew of her residence but was also aware of the specific floor she inhabited. When exactly had this man conducted his investigation into her? In that moment, a profound sense of dread began to creep into her consciousness. Her heartbeat quickened, and a fine sheen of sweat unexpectedly appeared on her forehead. Song Zhi's hand at her side tightened and then relaxed, as she reached out to press a random floor button, attempting to escape from this madman.
However,
Pei Jinnian seemed to have already anticipated her intentions, swiftly blocking her path. His gaze brimmed with a warning, silently conveying to her that she should not entertain any illusions of an easy escape.
Pei Jinnian remained silent. After a brief pause of mere seconds,
the elevator came to a steady halt and gradually opened its doors.
With gritted teeth, Song Zhi, in a state of resignation, steeled herself and followed behind as she exited the elevator, seizing the opportunity while Pei Jinnian was momentarily distracted.
She swiftly darted aside and made a break for the safety passage. However, just as she reached the stairway, Pei Jinnian, like a specter, closed in on her. Before Song Zhi could even muster a response, he had forcefully pinned her against the cold wall of the stairwell.
Song Zhi was completely unprepared for this scene, instinctively letting out a startled cry. This cry triggered the motion sensor lights, illuminating the entire stairwell. Pei Jinnian pressed his hands firmly against either side of Song Zhi's body,
the corners of his eyes tinged with a faint crimson.
With each breath he took, a potent and acrid scent of alcohol enveloped the air. He spoke softly, his tone laced with a hint of disorientation. "Song Zhi, I am unwell." As he spoke, Pei Jinnian's head gradually leaned closer to Song Zhi.
Song Zhi turned her head in a flurry, attempting to evade the situation. "It has nothing to do with me," she muttered, gritting her teeth in an effort to sound composed. Her hands, hanging by her side, clutched the gift bag tightly, as if it were her sole anchor. Upon hearing her words, Pei Jinnian's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile.
"Oh, nothing to do with you?
How dare you utter such a phrase?" His gaze instantly turned icy.
In the next moment, his hand grasped Song Zhi's neck, caressing it gently. The unsettling sensation sent shivers down her spine,
a chill rising from the depths of her being.
What on earth did this madman intend to do?
Instinctively, she recoiled, trying to escape the eerie contact. Yet, Pei Jinnian was relentless. His hand moved down her neck, repeatedly tracing the skin at the nape.
"Are you still angry with me?
All those previous matters were my fault,
and I sincerely apologize.
You know I have a rather difficult temperament, but I shall strive to amend my ways." Song Zhi stared in astonishment at the man before her. Pei Jinnian, noticing her lack of response, continued, "So, Zhi Zhi, let us reconcile.
Let us put an end to this cold war, shall we? Reconcile?"
Upon hearing these two words, Song Zhi could not help but feel a surge of astonishment within her heart. This marked the first occasion that Pei Jinnian had relinquished his haughty demeanor and taken the initiative to seek reconciliation with her. Song Zhi forcefully pushed him away, her tone icy as she exclaimed, "Let go of me."
Chapter 65, An Intimidating Visit. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Pei Jinnian's steps were somewhat unsteady.
When pushed by Song Zhi, he involuntarily stumbled back a couple of paces. However, he quickly regained his composure and steadied himself once more.
Taking advantage of the moment,
Song Zhi cautiously stepped aside, deliberately maintaining a distance of at least 1 meter from Pei Jinnian, fearful of any impulsive actions he might undertake. She regarded him with vigilance and coldly declared, "Pei Jinnian, there is absolutely no possibility between us, and you have always been aware of this, have you not?" Pei Jinnian fixed his gaze upon her, remaining utterly silent. Time gradually elapsed, with each second stretching out into an eternity. The stairwell was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the sound of breathing felt distinctly audible. At last, the motion-activated light exceeded its operational limit and abruptly extinguished.
In that instant,
the entire stairwell was engulfed in profound darkness. Song Zhi involuntarily swallowed hard, gingerly placing one foot in front of the other as she descended the stairs.
1 step. 2 steps.
As she reached the edge of the staircase, her anxious heart raced, almost leaping into her throat.
At that moment, Pei Jinnian spoke. "Zhi Zhi." As his voice resonated, the lights flickered back on, illuminating the figures of the two.
Observing Song Zhi's previous actions, Pei Jinnian found himself suddenly amused.
Yet a surge of anger welled up within him. "Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me so fervently?"
He articulated each word with palpable intensity, his breath betraying a hint of uncontrollable ire. Song Zhi was acutely aware that this was a precursor to an impending outburst. She was unwilling to become a mere outlet for Pei Jinnian's frustrations, so without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the staircase. However, just as she set foot on the steps, she suddenly felt as though her collar had been ensnared by something. Turning her head, she discovered it was indeed Pei Jinnian. He wore a sullen expression, gripping her collar tightly. "Pei Jinnian, you madman, let me go!" Song Zhi shouted and struggled fiercely. However, in the next moment, Pei Jinnian lifted her effortlessly and forcefully pressed her against the adjacent wall. His crimson eyes bore into Song Zhi, as if he intended to consume her whole. "Zhi Zhi. You ought to comprehend my temperament, refrain from provoking my limits any further, understand?" Pei Jinnian gritted his teeth, articulating each word with a dangerous glint in his gaze. Song Zhi was all too familiar with the man before her, and she yearned to escape his presence, exerting all her strength in a desperate struggle. "Pei Jinnian, release me!" Yet, witnessing her vehement resistance, the fury within him could no longer be contained. He suddenly drew closer, cradling Song Zhi's face, and without warning, pressed his lips against hers. Song Zhi's eyes widened in terror, her mind momentarily blank, rendering her unable to struggle. In a fit of rage, she opened her mouth and bit down fiercely on Pei Jinnian's lip. The pain made Pei Jinnian instinctively release her. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Zhi forcefully pushed him away, pressing her body against the wall, her hand braced in the corner as waves of nausea surged within her, compelling her to gag. It was repulsive, utterly revolting. She could never have anticipated that Pei Jinnian would suddenly act in such a manner towards her. This unexpected, forceful kiss ignited within her an overwhelming sense of anger and humiliation. As she gagged, she glared fiercely at Pei Jinnian, her eyes brimming with disdain and hatred. Meanwhile, remnants of blood, drawn from Song Zhi's bite, lingered on Pei Jinnian's lips. He slowly raised his hand, gently touching his mouth, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Song Zhi. Observing the disgust and fury in her eyes, his expression darkened ominously. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Song Zhi's icy voice cut through the tension. She enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. "Pei Jinnian, you truly make me feel nauseous." These words struck Pei Jinnian's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, and his mind fell into a void, leaving only the relentless ringing in his ears. Nausea. Song Zhi actually claimed to be disgusted. Pei Jinnian stared in disbelief, his eyes widening, while the muscles in his face twitched slightly in response to his anger. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the impulse within him, wishing fervently to rush forward and grasp Song Zhi by the throat, demanding to know why she would utter such hurtful words. Through gritted teeth, Pei Jinnian shouted, "Say that again, if you dare." Song Zhi steadfastly met Pei Jinnian's gaze, unflinchingly reiterating, "Kissing you makes me feel nauseous." Pei Jinnian, seething with rage, responded with a sardonic smile, the corners of his lips curling into a chilling arc. "Song Zhi, you truly are something else." With a surge of agitation, he retrieved a cigarette pack from his pocket, clumsily extracting a cigarette and biting down on it with force. Perhaps influenced by the intensity of Song Zhi's words, his hands trembled uncontrollably, shaking for quite some time before he finally managed to ignite the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then slowly released a cloud of smoke. As the mist swirled around him, his emotions gradually began to stabilize. Through the haze, he gazed at Song Zhi, his voice low and composed. "Zhi Zhi, I am genuinely angry, do you understand? Now, tell me, how should I punish you?" With that, he took another drag from the cigarette, his expression one of vexation as he looked at Song Zhi. Song Zhi's body trembled slightly as she widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Pei Jinnian. Her voice quivered as she implored, "Pei Jinnian, you cannot treat me this way." Pei Jinnian let out a light laugh, tinged with a hint of mockery and helplessness. He spoke softly, "Zhi Zhi, do not forget, it was you who instigated all of this, was it not? Moreover, having been by my side for so many years, you should be well acquainted with my nature, shouldn't you? Shawan, your father, Fulu, your brother, do you truly care nothing for them?" Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as paper. She was filled with regret, lamenting her decision to provoke Pei Jinnian. What if her actions led him to harm those around him? With this thought racing through her mind, Song Zhi hurriedly exclaimed, "Pei Jinnian, you cannot do this." Song Zhi shook her head without hesitation, indicating her refusal. Suddenly, the ringtone of her phone echoed from her bag. Chapter 66. Reluctant. Song Zhi picked up her phone and glanced at the contact name. It was a call from Fu Lu.
After a moment of hesitation, she answered the call and softly said, "Hello." On the other end, Fu Lu's deep voice resonated. "Are you asleep? If so, then rest well. Good night, Song Zhi." Song Zhi held her phone, momentarily taken aback. Did Fu Lu call merely to inquire if she had gone to bed? This left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet she found it difficult to ask him directly. Thus, she could only softly bid Fu Lu good night before ending the call. Song Zhi lay on her bed, contemplating the words spoken by Fu Lv. He had not left intentionally, it was merely a misunderstanding on his part. Yet, despite this, after all these years, could they truly reunite? Reflecting on Fu Lv's current status and contrasting it with her own, an overwhelming wave of insecurity washed over Song Zhi. She let out a heavy sigh, murmuring to herself, "Let it be, I shall go with the flow." As the year drew to a close, it had been over a week since her unpleasant parting with Pei Jinnian. Initially, Song Zhi felt anxious, fearing that Pei Jinnian might make her work life difficult. However, as days turned into weeks, she received not a single word from him. The next time she encountered news of Pei Jinnian was through a post shared by Meng Huan on social media. In the photo, Pei Jinnian stood in the kitchen, his back turned to her, wearing an apron, accompanied by the caption, "Brother is showcasing his culinary skills once again." Song Zhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Pei Jinnian was currently preoccupied with showcasing his affection for his young girlfriend, completely forgetting about her. Perhaps this was for the best. After Song Zhi sent her meticulously crafted proposal to Gulechi, she rose to tidy her belongings, preparing to leave work. "Lan, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall leave early." Song Zhi greeted Xiaowan, who was seated in front of the computer. Xiaowan raised her head and inquired with a hint of confusion, "So early? It's only 4 o'clock." Song Zhi smiled and said, "Yes, there are a few matters I need to attend to." Song Zhi gazed at Xiaowan, unable to suppress a deep sigh. To speak candidly, she felt a pang of regret. She should never have so readily agreed to embark on this entrepreneurial venture alongside Xiaowan. Xiaowan's enthusiasm was fleeting, as she was initially zealous during the opening days, tirelessly pursuing business opportunities. However, it did not take long for her to grow weary, opting instead to spend her days idly chatting with online acquaintances. Now, having become entangled with a romantic interest, she has completely abandoned her work. Since the studio's inception, the only business Song Zhi has secured was thanks to the generous assistance of Gu Qilu. Had it not been for the scheduled visit to the nursing home to see her father today, Song Zhi would undoubtedly have had to toil endlessly yet again to cover the rent and utility bills. An hour later, Song Zhi appeared at the entrance of the sanatorium. Upon noticing the familiar luxury car parked in the lot, she paused momentarily. That was her mother's vehicle. How did Zhao Man arrive here? Could it be that she had a change of heart and came to visit Song's father, who had become a vegetable? The mere thought brought a flicker of joy to Song Zhi's heart. Regardless of Zhao Man's bias towards her own brother, Song Zhi still hoped that Zhao Man would not neglect her husband. As long as Zhao Man, as a wife, could tend to her husband, Song Zhi even contemplated that she could overlook her mother's favoritism towards her brother. With this thought in mind, Song Zhi quickened her pace. She approached the hospital room with familiarity, and as she reached for the door, which stood slightly ajar, she heard the voice of an unfamiliar man from within. "We will complete the discharge procedures today." Song Zhi hesitated for a moment, raising her eyes. Through the glass of the door, she beheld the figures standing within the ward. In addition to the director of the sanatorium, Zhao Man had brought along a man, distinctly not the assistant from before. This individual was entirely unfamiliar to Song Zhi. Song Zhi's hand instinctively tightened. In the past, regardless of Zhao Man's discontent, Song Zhi had never heard her utter any excessive words. Yet now, in the presence of a conscious patient, such malicious words were spoken. Song Zhi trembled with fury, contemplating whether to push the door open and confront Zhao Man about how, after over 20 years of marriage, she could sink to such depths. Upon seeing Song Zhi standing at the doorway, Zhao Man felt a flicker of surprise, quickly overshadowed by a wave of guilt. She was uncertain how long Song Zhi had been there or what she might have overheard. Regaining her composure, Zhao Man feigned calmness and inquired, What brings you here? Song Zhi gazed intently at the well-preserved middle-aged woman before her. Time seemed to have gently brushed past her face, leaving only the faintest traces, so that in her 50s, she appeared to be merely in her 30s. Deep down, Song Zhi was acutely aware of her lover's penchant for nurturing flowers. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice for her father. With her eyes wide with fury, she demanded, "Why would you do this?" In response to Song Zhi's inquiry, Zhao Man let out a cold snort and retorted, "Do you speak to me in such a manner? I am your mother." A cold smile flickered at the corners of Song Zhi's mouth. "You still remember that you are my mother? Ever since my father's incident, have you fulfilled even a single day of your duties as a wife? Or as a mother? I can't be bothered to converse with you." After Zhao Man spoke, she turned to the man behind her and said calmly, "Please accompany Dean Chang to arrange for the discharge." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi hurriedly positioned herself at the entrance of the hospital room, resembling an indomitable fortress. "No! No one is allowed to harm my father. Mother, I implore you, after all these years of marriage, how can you remain indifferent to his life and death?" Before her words could fully resonate, Zhao Man raised her hand and swiftly struck Song Zhi across the face. The impact of the slap was akin to a heavy hammer, forcefully landing on Song Zhi's cheek, causing it to swell and redden almost instantly. Song Zhi clutched her painfully bruised cheek, her face a portrait of disbelief, unable to fathom that the person before her was, in fact, her own mother. Zhao Man coldly reprimanded, "Are you truly indifferent? If I were genuinely unconcerned, would he have remained suspended for so many years?" Song Zhi covered her face in silence. How could this be possible? Song Zhi's voice resonated with astonishment as she lifted her gaze towards Dean Chang beside her. Having visited several times before, he was familiar with her presence. Dean Chang wore a troubled expression, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, "Miss Song, please do not put us in a difficult position. We truly cannot allow your father to remain here." Song Zhi was enveloped in confusion as she inquired, "Why?" "I have stated that I will bear the expenses in the later stages. This is not a matter of money." Chapter 67, Methods. Song Zhi was perplexed. It was not a matter of money. Then what was it? Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi's breath hitched abruptly, and her complexion turned an ashen shade. Memories of the words Pei Jinnian had previously spoken to her flooded her mind involuntarily. She had presumed that Pei Jinnian would deliberately create difficulties for her at work, perhaps even jeopardizing her studio to compel her to bow down and admit her mistakes. However, she never anticipated that Pei Jinnian would be so ruthless as to extend his malevolent grasp towards her father. How could he dare to commit such an act? What gave him the audacity to act with such impunity? Song Zhi felt a chilling sensation surge from her feet to the crown of her head, her body trembling involuntarily. Zhao Man stood nearby, observing the scene with a cold gaze, a hint of scorn playing at the corners of her lips. She slowly began to speak, "This is the consequence of crossing Pei Jinnian. I warned you before, yet you stubbornly refused to heed my counsel. And now, you are reaping the bitter fruits of your own actions." With that, she turned and instructed the man beside her to proceed with the discharge formalities. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Song Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She hastily exclaimed, "This cannot be allowed. There is absolutely no way I will permit him to leave the hospital. I shall call Pei Jinnian at once." With that, she fumbled to retrieve her phone, locating Pei Jinnian's number in her blacklist and dialing it without a moment's hesitation. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was finally answered. "Hello?" came a bright and melodious voice from the other end. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Meng Huan. At that moment, Pei Jinnian was with Meng Huan, even allowing her to play with his phone. This revelation surprised Song Zhi. After 3 years of being by Pei Jinnian's side, she distinctly remembered one unbreakable rule: his phone was off limits. Yet now, Meng Huan had answered Pei Jinnian's call, suggesting their conversation had taken a serious turn. From the other end of the line came a disdainful scoff, "Song Sr. Do you still wish to entangle yourself with my brother?" Song Zhi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the impulse to curse, and said, "Meng Huan, I shall reiterate. Have Pei Jinnian answer the phone.
Meng Huan chuckled softly, her tone laced with derision. I simply refuse to do so. With that, she callously disconnected the line.
Song Zhi, unwilling to accept defeat, dialed the number once more.
This time, although the call connected, there was nothing but silence on the other end.
Song Zhi was acutely aware that all of this was orchestrated by Meng Huan.
In the end, Song's father was indeed arranged to be discharged from the hospital. Song Zhi gazed quietly at the middle-aged man, still lost in a deep slumber, and a wave of sorrow washed over her heart.
This man, who once basked in glory,
now found himself in such a dire predicament.
Mother, I beg you, please help my father transfer to another hospital. I will find a way to manage the expenses.
Song Zhi implored Zhao Man in a low and pleading tone. Zhao Man merely cast a disdainful glance at the emaciated man lying on the sickbed. A flicker of revulsion passing through her eyes, before she spoke indifferently, have you ever considered that allowing your father to exist in such a half-alive state is, in fact, a form of torment for him? Song Zhi's pupils suddenly constricted, her face awash with disbelief as she gazed blankly at her mother. Her lips trembled as she yearned to speak, yet words eluded her. You. Her voice faltered, and the remainder of her thoughts remained unvoiced. Zhao Man did not pause, she continued, your father has treated me exceptionally well over the years, truly, he has.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi gazed at her mother in confusion.
She could not comprehend why, despite knowing that Father Song treated her well, her mother would still act in such a manner towards him. Song Zhi opened her mouth in surprise. Why? Zhao Man replied with a playful smile, Zhi Zhi, have you ever considered that it's your father who has an unreciprocated affection for me? Song Zhi gazed at Zhao Man in astonishment, as if she had never truly known her mother. Zhao Man let out a soft sigh, resigning herself to the thought that given her father's current state, what purpose did it serve to discuss such matters? Song Zhi wished to inquire further when the door to the ward was pushed open. The man who had just departed re-entered, approaching Zhao Man's side directly. He spoke softly, Man, it has been taken care of. Zhao Man replied with a gentle smile, all right. You have worked hard. Song Zhi stood quietly to the side, observing the middle-aged man before her. An indescribable sense of unease lingered in her heart. As she vacantly exited the sanatorium, she helplessly watched her father being escorted into a commercial vehicle. She instinctively wished to follow, but was halted by Zhao Man Zhi Zhi. I will ensure that your father's affairs are well taken care of. Although he cannot remain in the sanatorium, he will not lack the necessary caregivers and medical equipment.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi evidently harbored doubts. How could someone who had just claimed to find even a fleeting glance repugnant possibly orchestrate matters with such finesse?
Before she could voice her thoughts, the man beside her interjected, your mother will handle everything, so there rests no need for you to worry. His tone was gentle.
Yet Song Zhi discerned an unmistakable note of authority woven within.
Song Zhi looked up at the man, observing his kind demeanor and gentle gaze. He spoke to her with a smile, yet for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of aversion towards him. Song Zhi's gaze gradually shifted towards the man, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable scorn. It is not your place as an outsider to meddle in my family's affairs. Upon hearing these words, the man's expression darkened instantly, his lips quivering slightly, yet he refrained from uttering any retort. However, at that moment, Zhao Man abruptly rose to her feet, unhesitatingly stepping in front of the man to shield him from her view, and then reproached him in a stern tone, how dare you speak to an elder in such a manner?
This gentleman is your Uncle Chen.
Song Zhi observed Zhao Man's unwavering support for that man, and it was evident to her the nature of their relationship. Song Zhi let out a cold laugh, Mother,
you and Father are still married, aren't you? Father is not dead yet, and you are so eager to.
Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Man suddenly raised her hand and delivered a fierce slap to Song Zhi's face.
Silence!
Zhao Man shouted in uncontrollable fury. Song Zhi covered her painfully flushed cheek. Her eyes reddened as she glared at the middle-aged woman before her. A man beside them, witnessing the scene unfold, hurriedly interjected, Man, please, remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. How could you resort to striking a child? Zhao Man's chest heaved with anger as she gasped.
If she could just exhibit a modicum of understanding, would I have to strike her?
Throughout her life, she has never allowed me a moment's peace. I truly regret bringing her into this world.
Chapter 68, concerned that Song Zhi might uncover the truth.
Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi exhibited little change in her expression. As if she had not heard Zhao Man's remarks at all. Had she encountered this statement a few years prior, she might have succumbed to self-doubt, pondering whether she had erred in some way that had led her mother to disdain her. However, ever since her father's misfortune, Zhao Man's demeanor towards her had undergone a dramatic transformation, shifting from initial affection and care to a chilling indifference, even evolving into deep-seated animosity. At first, Song Zhi found it incomprehensible. After all, both she and Song Zhichen were Zhao Man's own children.
Why, then, did Zhao Man hold such disdain for her? Was it truly the case that her father's plight had to implicate her as well?
Yet, as the years have slipped by, all her feelings for Zhao Man, be it love, hatred, or resentment, have gradually dissipated with the passage of time. Now, she remains impervious to any verbal assaults or slurs directed at her by Zhao Man.
Consequently,
when she once again hears such hurtful words from Zhao Man, her heart stirs not the slightest ripple. Song Zhi gazed at Zhao Man with an indifferent expression.
Her tone calm as she remarked, "When you brought me into this world, did you not do so without my consent?"
Zhao Man never anticipated that Song Zhi would dare to confront her in such a manner, causing her lips to tremble with fury.
Look at her, is she even human?
How can she utter such blasphemous words? Before she could finish her thought, Song Zhi impatiently interrupted, "Enough. I understand that your heart belongs solely to my dear brother. That you reserve everything for him. Rest assured, I have no intention of competing with him for anything, provided that you take good care of my father." Zhao Man's expression faltered, darkening instantly as she widened her eyes and raised her voice, disregarding her image as she scolded, "Are you threatening me?
I am your mother. And you dare to threaten me?"
Song Zhi gazed at Zhao Man with an expressionless countenance, her eyes betraying no emotion. Her voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine.
"Everything the Song family possesses is the fruit of my father's arduous labor.
If you possess even a modicum of conscience, take good care of him." Having uttered these words, Song Zhi did not cast another glance at Zhao Man but turned on her heel and departed, leaving Zhao Man standing alone, trembling with rage.
The man beside her swiftly embraced her. Man, are you all right?"
Leaning against him, Zhao Man, regaining her composure, expressed her concerns. "Brother Chen, I fear that Song Zhi will uncover the truth." Chen reassured her, "Do not fret, she will remain oblivious."
"However," he continued, "did you hear her?
If I do not care for her father properly, she intends to vie with Jia Chen for the family fortune."
"Fear not.
Everything belonging to the Song family is our son's, and no one can usurp it."
He then cast a glance at the unresponsive Song Jinghua.
After living for so many years, he has lived long enough.
Zhao Man's countenance faltered. "What are your intentions?"
Chen offered no elaborate explanations, merely soothing her gently. "Leave it to me, I shall handle it. Take your time, do not worry, no one can pose a threat to you and our son." Zhao Man nestled back into Chen's embrace. "Brother Chen, I have put you through so much over the years.
Now."
Zhao Man was no longer willing to maintain even a fate. She undoubtedly longed for Song's father's swift demise, for in doing so,
she could seize complete control over the Song family's assets. This cannot be permitted to transpire. Song Zhi clenched her fists,
resolutely determined to devise a way to transfer her father to a convalescent home at the earliest opportunity, where he could receive superior treatment and care. With this thought in mind, Song Zhi took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and after a moment of hesitation, dialed Fu Lu's number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Fu Lu's languid voice emanated from the receiver, laced with a hint of teasing, the tone rising slightly at the end. "Hello.
Little one, are you missing your brother?"
It was evident that Fu Lu was in high spirits at that moment. Song Zhi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke cautiously.
"Ninth brother, do you have time today?" Fu Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes as he inquired, "What is it?" Song Zhishan took a deep breath, summoning her courage to say, "I would like to invite you to dinner."
Upon hearing this, Fu Liu displayed a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that this young one had come to such an understanding, taking the initiative to extend an invitation. This revelation left him somewhat taken aback. However, he did not dwell on it for long and simply responded, "Sure, let's go to Yuxiang Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Internally, she lamented her predicament. The dishes there were exceedingly expensive, and with the limited funds at her disposal, She could scarcely afford such indulgence. Yet, before she could voice her concerns, Fu Lu's voice resonated once more. Just head over first, there are numerous restaurants in the vicinity. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi felt an immediate sense of relief. Fortunately, Fu Lu did not insist on dining at Yuxianggu, otherwise, she would have truly been in tears. She quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will head over now." Fu Lu then inquired, "Are you at the office? Should I come to pick you up?" Fu Lu nodded and added, "Then please come by my office to collect me, as I did not drive today." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Did this person not reflect on what they had previously stated before uttering such lies? Just moments ago, they claimed they would come to pick her up. Yet now they asserted they had not driven. Song Zhi did not bring it up, softly replying, "All right, I will head over now." After Fu Lu hung up the phone, his gaze fell upon the time displayed on his wrist, and he slowly rose to his feet. Just as he grasped his coat, the office door was unexpectedly nudged open from the outside, and his assistant hurriedly entered. Upon spotting Fu Lu preparing to leave, the assistant promptly exclaimed, "President Fu." Fu Lu's hand, which was reaching for his coat, paused momentarily as he turned to regard the assistant, his voice low and measured as he inquired, "Is there something else?" A slight frown creased Fu Lu's brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. In truth, he had entirely forgotten about this engagement. Observing the change in Fu Lu's expression, the assistant cautiously ventured, "President Fu, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Fu Lu, with an indifferent demeanor, nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I forgot." The assistant appeared troubled. Continuing to elaborate, this engagement was personally scheduled by President Zhang over 2 weeks ago, set to take place at Yuxiang Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Lu nodded in acknowledgement, "All right, I understand, I will go." Upon hearing this, the assistant exhaled in relief and offered, "Then allow me to escort you." Noticing the unexpected joy on his boss's face, the assistant was taken aback, pondering why President Fu, typically so stern, appeared so cheerful today. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Is it your girlfriend?" Chapter 69, Pei Jinnian regrets. Fu Lu gently shook his head, yet a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he softly replied, "Not at the moment, I am still pursuing her." After uttering these words, he disregarded the assistant's astonished gaze and strode purposefully out of the office. Fu Lu arrived downstairs at the company, standing quietly by the roadside in anticipation. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, a charming little Volkswagen Beetle approached. Fu Lu immediately recognized it as Song Zhi's vehicle. She expertly parked the car before him, then lowered the window, smiling as she called out, "Jogo, please get in." With a smile playing on his lips, Fu Lu opened the door and took his seat in the passenger side. This marked the first time he sat in a girl's passenger seat, and it felt distinctly different. The interior space was somewhat cramped, making it rather uncomfortable for Fu Lu, who was tall and long-legged. However, he concealed any discomfort, instead taking an interest in the car's interior arrangement. Song Zhi, feeling a bit bashful as she glanced at his long legs awkwardly positioned, blushed and apologized, "I'm sorry, my car is a bit small. I hope it's not too much of a squeeze for you." Song Zhi smiled innocently, revealing a candid expression. "I quite like it. This is a gift from my father for my 18th birthday. The two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, time slipping away swiftly. Before they realized it, they had arrived at their dining destination. Song Zhi skillfully maneuvered the vehicle into the parking space and then patiently awaited Fu Lu's descent. Fu Lu opened the car door and stepped out. He glanced up at the grand entrance of Yuxiang Pavilion, then turned to Song Zhi in the car and said, "Let us dine here today." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi displayed a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Oh, weren't we told that we could choose any restaurant nearby?" Fu Lu smiled gently and clarified, "Someone is treating, we need not worry about the expenses, rest assured." With that, he stepped inside. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi had no choice but to hastily follow suit. Just as they reached the grand hall, Fu Lu's phone suddenly erupted with an urgent ring. He halted his steps, glanced at the caller ID, and then turned to Song Zhi, saying, "You go ahead and call the elevator, I must take this call." Song Zhi nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. All right." She then briskly made her way towards the elevator. However, to her astonishment, while waiting for the lift,
she unexpectedly encountered Pei Jinnian and Meng Huan emerging from the opposite elevator.
Pei Jinnian spotted Song Zhi standing there at once, and a smug smile instantly graced his face.
His tone laced with mockery. "What's this? Weren't you quite resolute? Now you find yourself following me?"
Upon hearing these words,
Song Zhi could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth.
Pei Jinnian's arrogant disposition had remained utterly unchanged. A sardonic smile curled at the edges of Pei Jinnian's lips as he disdainfully scoffed, "Having followed you all the way here.
Do you still dare to claim that you were not being tracked?"
Song Zhi explained expressionlessly, "I merely happened to be here for a meal."
Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian reacted as if he had heard the most absurd joke, scoffing, "Here for a meal? Do you possess the means for that?"
Upon hearing his arrogant and contemptuous remarks, Song Zhi felt a surge of annoyance and chose to disregard him altogether. Pei Jinnian, noticing Song Zhi's indifference towards him, immediately darkened in expression. Just as he was about to speak, Meng Huan interjected in a coy tone, "Brother, perhaps the senior is dining here with her boyfriend.
Do not underestimate her." As her words faded, Fu El's deep voice resonated from behind, "Has the elevator arrived?" Song Zhi's body suddenly stiffened, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. Did he just hear what he had uttered moments ago? How awkward it was.
Song Zhihuan slowly turned her head,
her gaze settling upon Fu Lu.
Just as she opened her mouth to explain, Fu Lu reached out and gently draped his arm around her shoulder, looking at her with a tender affection as he said, "Zhi Zhi, why are you lost in thought?"
Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. The moment Pei Jinnian laid eyes on Fu Lu, his smile instantly faltered, his expression tightening. "Ninth brother, you and her." Pei Jinnian attempted to speak.
Yet before he could finish, Fu Lu interrupted him with a decisive tone, "I have brought my girlfriend to dine. Does young Master Pei have any advice?"
Pei Jinnian's complexion immediately turned an alarming shade, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Although his usual demeanor was rather reckless, he found himself utterly intimidated in Fu Lu's presence. Before Song Zhi could utter a word, the elevator door slid open, and Fu Lu confidently enveloped Song Zhi in his embrace as they stepped inside.
Meanwhile,
Meng Huan quietly called out to him several times, but upon noticing Pei Jinnian's lack of response, a glimmer of malice flickered in her gaze.
Song Zhi, that shameless woman,
has actually gotten involved with Fu El, and yet she still dares to flaunt herself in front of her own brother, seeking attention. How utterly brazen.
Meng Huan tugged at Pei Jinnian's sleeve, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, do you still have feelings for senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian felt a surge of confusion within him.
He himself was uncertain of the answer.
Did he truly have feelings for Song Zhi? He didn't know.
But one thing was clear to him, he could not bear the thought of Song Zhi being with another man. Just the idea of her belonging to someone else drove him to the brink of madness.
In that moment,
Pei Jinnian found himself filled with regret for distancing himself from Meng Huan and Song Zhi, regret for the hurtful words he had spoken. Seeing him lapse into silence once more, Meng Huan felt a pang of reluctance and continued, "Senior sister Song is truly something else. She already has a boyfriend yet still calls you.
Does she intend to play both sides?" No sooner had she spoken than Pei Jinnian fixed her with a piercing glare. His voice laced with severity as he demanded, "When did Song Zhi call me?" Realizing the intensity of Pei Jinnian's reaction,
Meng Huan recognized her mistake in bringing up the topic.
She feigned innocence, saying, "No.
I didn't mean that.
I was just rambling." Observing her evasive demeanor, Pei Jinnian discerned that she was concealing something.
He spoke coldly, Huan, do not lie before me.
I have little patience for deceitful girls."
At his words, Meng Huan's face drained of color, her lips quivering, eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear and helplessness. Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. "Brother, please don't be so fierce with me, it frightens me." Chapter 70, like other women her gaze was laden with grievance and disappointment, evoking deep sympathy. Pei Jinnian, agitated by her tears, frowned and pressed.
"When did Song Zhi call me? Why was I unaware?"
His tone dripped with skepticism and dissatisfaction.
Meng Huan choked back her words, silenced by emotion. Pei Jinnian, with a darkened expression, pulled out his phone to check the call log. Indeed, there was a call from Song Zhi 2 hours prior. His countenance fell. And turning to Meng Huan, he coldly asked, "Did you tamper with my phone?" His voice was filled with accusation and reproach, sending a chill down Meng Huan's spine. She had never seen Pei Jinnian like this. His fierce expression seemed as if he could devour her whole. Now, as his gaze bore down on her with malevolence, Meng Huan felt both aggrieved and terrified. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken dam. "Brother, you are my boyfriend. Am I not even allowed to glance at your phone?" she implored, her voice choked with emotion. Previously, Pei Jinnian had been utterly defenseless against her tears. But this time was different. He remained unmoved, directly proposing a breakup. The word breakup echoed in Meng Huan's mind like a thunderclap. Pei Jinnian truly intended to end their relationship? Her eyes reddened, brimming with indignation, tears swirling in her gaze. She bit her lip tightly, striving to maintain her dignity before Pei Jinnian, but ultimately, she could no longer suppress her sobs. With a tremulous voice, she asked, "Brother, why must we break up? Is it because I haven't done well enough?" After delivering his cold statement, "I transferred you 200,000, Pei Jinnian observed the transfer notification on her phone screen. Her hands trembling slightly, lips quivering. She looked up, her eyes swollen, and asked, "What does that mean?" Despair and helplessness engulfed her upon hearing his words. She had believed that she held a unique place in Pei Jinnian's heart, convinced they were destined to marry. Yet, the reality was starkly different. It was merely her unreciprocated feelings. Pei Jinnian had never considered marrying her, and in his eyes, she was no different from the women who had come before her. When he desired her, he called her forth, and when he grew weary, he simply offered her money to dismiss her. How could she resign herself to such an end? This was a rare opportunity to alter her fate. She could not let it slip away. The position of Pei family's young mistress was hers to claim. With this thought, her tears surged forth like a torrent, streaming down her cheeks. "No, I don't want your money, brother. I truly care for you," she cried out, her voice filled with desperation. Pei Jinnian, unmoved by her declaration, merely replied, "Do as you wish," before turning to leave, abandoning Meng Huan to stand alone. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Song Zhi and Fu El, leaving no room for Meng Huan's plight. Seeing this, Meng Huan hastily wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and rushed after him. "Brother, don't go, please don't go." Song Zhi followed Fu Lu into the private room, her mind preoccupied with the possibility of dining with Fu Lu's friends once more. However, upon stepping into the chamber, she realized that this was not a gathering among friends, but rather a commercial engagement. As soon as she entered, a slender middle-aged man immediately noticed Fu Lu, rising promptly to greet him with fervor, his face alight with a broad smile. "Young Master Fu, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." In fact, prior to discussing collaboration with Fu Lu, Zhang Minghua had conducted a thorough investigation into him. He had long since learned that the elder Fu had gradually stepped back from company affairs, entrusting all decision-making authority to his youngest son. Although Fu Lu's background was indeed enviable, Zhang Minghua remained circumspect regarding his personal capabilities. After all, Fu Lu's past indiscretions could be easily uncovered with a cursory inquiry. Nevertheless, due to Fu Lu's unique status, Zhang Minghua refrained from openly expressing his true sentiments. With an effusive smile adorning his face, Zhang Minghua cheerfully urged, "You are too kind, please, take a seat." Fu Lu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and strode confidently towards the dining table. Song Zhi followed closely behind Fu Lu, taking a seat beside him at the dining table. At that moment, Zhang Minghua finally noticed Song Zhi's presence, momentarily taken aback, and inquired with curiosity why his young master Fu brought his secretary alone. Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi felt a sudden tightness in her chest and hastily waved her hand to clarify, "No, I am not a secretary." Fu Lu, upon hearing this, turned his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance at her, yet chose to remain silent. Observing this exchange, Zhang Minghua decided against probing further. After all, in their circle, it was not uncommon for one to be accompanied by one or two women. Song Zhi found herself utterly disinterested in the occasion. Leaning closer to Fu Lv, she whispered, "May I visit the restroom?" Fu Lv replied, "Go ahead." After receiving his permission, Song Zhi nodded in gratitude and then rose to leave the private room. The moment she stepped outside, a profound sense of relief washed over her as she exhaled deeply. Had Fu Lv informed her beforehand that they were attending a social gathering? she likely would have chosen to abstain. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly oppressive, and she simply could not acclimate to it. Just as she hesitated about whether to depart immediately, the sound of high heels clicking approached from around the corner, growing louder with each step. Before she could react, she was abruptly collided with, losing her balance and landing squarely on the floor. In the next instant, a sharp curse reached her ears. "Damn it, watch where you're going." Chapter 71, future wife Song Zhi's lips twitched in astonishment as she gazed at the heavily made-up young girl before her. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. What was the meaning of this? She was clearly the victim, yet she found herself being scolded. Song Zhi was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it was truly an inopportune day for venturing outside. Had she foreseen this, she would have refrained from accompanying Fu Lu. Song Zhi raised her hand to inspect the skin broken on her palm, a wave of frustration washing over her. As she spoke, her interlocutor stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, exuding an air of superiority and disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Zhi. Confronted with such a provocative and dismissive gaze, Song Zhi felt an unsettling familiarity. Was this not the very expression often displayed by Pei Jinnian's mother when regarding her? Could this person before her be Pei Jinnian's arrogant sister? That seemed improbable, for the Pei family had only one son, Pei Jinnian. If she bore no relation to the Pei family, then she must belong to some noble lineage, for those who dined here were undoubtedly affluent or of high status. Today, Fu Lu was present for social engagements, and Song Zhi wished to avoid causing him any trouble, thus she refrained from saying much. She had no intention of visiting the restroom, opting instead to proceed directly to the private room. However, after taking just a couple of steps, her path was suddenly obstructed as the other person swiftly advanced, blocking her way. With the same haughty demeanor, she scrutinized Song Zhi up and down, declaring, "Humph. Did I permit you to leave?" Song Zhi let out a helpless sigh, perplexed as to why this woman clung to her so tenaciously. Song Zhi expressed her impatience, saying, "I must ask, miss, it was you who collided with me first, and I have yet to pursue this matter. What more do you have to say? Do you truly wish to escalate this situation?" The other party let out a cold scoff and disdainfully retorted, "Humph. You dare claim that I bumped into you? What a farce. Clearly, it is you who lacked awareness and collided with me. Apologize at once." As she spoke, an expression of arrogance adorned her face, her critical gaze sweeping over Song Zhi. The contempt in her eyes grew increasingly apparent, particularly upon noticing that Song Zhi's attire bore no renowned brands. Had it not been for the pressing matters she needed to attend to that day, she would not have let Song Zhi off so easily. A mere apology would be far from sufficient. Song Zhi remained silent, merely gazing at her. The other party, noticing this, spoke with evident impatience. "I am addressing you. Have you heard me or not? If you have, then why do you not hurry and apologize?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhi could not help but feel a sense of helplessness and amusement. This woman incessantly referred to herself as "this young lady," which made one feel utterly uncomfortable, nearly triggering a bout of second-hand embarrassment. Song Zhi could not help but retort, "Why should I apologize to you? You were the one who bumped into me first." Upon hearing this, the other party revealed a trace of disdainful amusement, sneering as they replied, "And what of it? Let me make this clear, if you do not apologize to me today, you shall not leave this place." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi could not help but twitch her lips, casting a glance at the girl before her, her eyes brimming with unabashed pity. How unfortunate it is to be afflicted with mental illness at such a tender age. Song Zhi silently pondered within her heart, simultaneously reminding herself to refrain from conversing with the madwoman, lest she become infected by her insanity. Thus, Song Zhi lifted her foot, preparing to turn and depart. However, to her astonishment, the other party suddenly reached out and grasped her arm firmly. "I have demanded an apology from you, you shall not leave this place otherwise." The voice of her adversary carried a hint of menace. Song Zhi furrowed her brows and forcefully shook off the other person's hand, her face contorted with disdain. "Are you out of your mind? Do you need me to call the police for you?" The other person, clearly taken aback by Song Zhi's reaction, widened her eyes in disbelief, and then began to unleash a torrent of insults without regard for her image. "You wretched woman, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am? You have offended me, and I assure you, I will not let this go." I will make certain that you can no longer remain in this city.
Song Zhi stood quietly, her expression impassive as she observed the woman across from her berating her like a shrew, uttering not a single word in response. It was not until the other woman grew weary and ceased her tirade that she calmly inquired, "Oh, may I ask who you are?"
Upon hearing this, the girl's face instantly transformed into one of smug triumph.
"Humph. I am the future young mistress of the Fu family.
Do you know Fu Lu?
He is the youngest son of the wealthiest man in the capital and my future husband.
But someone like you, a pauper,
surely has no knowledge of his status and importance."
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi was utterly taken aback. This woman was actually Fu Lu's fiancée? What kind of discerning eye did Fu Lu possess to choose such a coarse and ill-mannered individual? Wait a moment, when did Fu Lu even have a fiancée? Hadn't he just stated that he had not been on any blind dates recently? With a heart full of confusion, Song Zhi hesitantly inquired once more. Did you just say that Fu Lu is your future husband? The other party, upon hearing this, proudly lifted her chin and replied, "Are you afraid now? Apologize to me. And if I'm in a good mood, I might let it slide.
Otherwise, I'll inform my dear, and it won't merely be a matter of an apology." Song Zhi remained silent, extracting her mobile phone and swiftly gliding her fingers across the screen.
Upon locating the familiar name, she unhesitatingly pressed the call button. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "What's wrong? Lost your way?"
Fu Lu's deep voice resonated from the other end, laced with a hint of teasing and affection. Song Zhi raised her gaze to the girl before her, who spoke slowly into the phone's microphone. "No, I'm in the corridor. Held up by your future wife, who insists that I apologize before allowing me to leave."
Upon hearing this, Fu Lu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly retorted, "What wife? Are you unaware that I have no wife?"
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi promptly activated the speakerphone on her mobile device and addressed it, "Zhou Go. I encountered a girl in the corridor who claims to be your future wife." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interjected, "Song Xiuji.
Are you feeling mischievous? Stop spouting nonsense."
Once Fu Lu had concluded, Song Zhi leisurely turned to the girl and remarked, "Did you hear that? He explicitly stated he has no wife." Upon hearing these words, the girl's expression darkened considerably, yet she feigned composure, letting out a scoff before retorting to Song Zhi with a tone laced with derision, "You can't possibly be saying you're on the phone with Fu Lu, can you?"
Song Zhi smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, did you not hear? Fu Lu is to be your future husband, is he not? What? Can you not recognize his voice?"
Chapter 72, Being too handsome easily attracts unwanted attention. It was unclear which of Song Zhi's words provoked the other girl, but she instantly resembled a furiously agitated cat, her demeanor shifting dramatically. With wide eyes, she exclaimed in anger, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly fail to recognize the voice of my beloved? Do not attempt to deceive me with some random impersonation. Do you truly believe I would be so easily swayed?" Song Zhi gazed at the flustered girl before her, a bemused expression gracing her features as if she were looking at a fool. Just as Song Zhi was about to speak further, Fu Lu abruptly ended the call. Song Zhi stared at the disconnected phone in disbelief, frozen in place. The other party, having witnessed the abrupt end of the call, wore a smug smile. "See? Even they are unwilling to indulge you in your little charade." Song Zhi was at a loss for words. After rolling her eyes, she prepared to redial the number. From a distance, she spotted Fu Lu emerging from the private room. Fu Lu swiftly approached Song Zhi, his tone urgent as he inquired, "What happened?" His sudden appearance captivated the girl, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "How handsome this young man is. Is he a celebrity?" Yet she realized she had never seen him on television before. Song Zhi noticed the change in the girl's expression and inwardly murmured, "A man who is exceptionally handsome can indeed be a troublesome affair, easily attracting unwelcome romantic advances." She raised her hand to show Fu Lu the abrasion on her skin and said, "Take a look." Upon seeing the injury on Song Zhi's hand, Fu Lu's brow furrowed even more tightly. He turned to glance at the girl and inquired, "Was it her doing?" Song Zhi retorted, "If not, then what? Does it hurt?" Fu L, with a look of deep concern, gently grasped her hand, examining the wound on her palm with utmost care. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Her initially resentful words caught in her throat. She shyly shook her head and murmured, "It's not very painful, just a scrape."
As Fu El spoke, he retrieved a band-aid from his pocket, gently grasped Song Zhi's hand, and meticulously applied the band-aid to the wounded area. Song Zhi gazed at the familiar band-aid, murmuring softly, "I am the one who was injured, yet I still have to apologize to her." Before she could finish her words, the girl opposite her suddenly retorted loudly, "Don't spout nonsense, it was you who bumped into me first." Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile appeared on the girl's face as she turned to Fu Lu, saying, "Hey! Did you see that? This woman is nothing but a scheming seductress." Upon hearing the girl's words, Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that this girl did not know Fu Lu at all. Tentatively, she inquired, "You don't recognize him?" while gesturing towards Fu Lu. As the girl's gaze fell upon Fu Lu's handsome visage, her cheeks instantly flushed a brilliant shade of crimson. She took a couple of steps forward, standing directly in front of Fu Lu, and bashfully uttered, "Brother, my name is Zheng Baolai. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can call me baby, hee hee." Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the girl's sudden actions. The familiar scene and words evoked memories of Meng Huan. The same formula, the same flavor. The repeated calls of brother sent goosebumps racing along Song Zhi's skin. Did all men fall for this? Such a delicate, affected manner. She couldn't help but shiver and, with a sarcastic tone, remarked to Fu Lu, "Brother, there's an overwhelming scent of green tea here." Upon hearing Song Zhi's words, Fu Lu's eyes sparkled with unabashed amusement. With a tender smile, he gently replied, "All right, I'll take charge for you." Standing nearby, Zheng Baolai misinterpreted his words as directed towards her, her smile growing ever more self-satisfied. Indeed, beauty was a form of capital. No sooner had she spoken than the restaurant staff approached with a cart. Zheng Baolai, seizing the moment, loudly commanded the staff, "Waiter! Quickly throw this girl out." Her voice was sharp and grating, drawing curious glances from those around. Upon hearing Zheng Baolai's directive, the staff instinctively cast their gaze towards Song Zhi, internally murmuring to themselves, "Throw her out?" That was a risk they dared not take. When Song Zhi accompanied Fu Lu, he had previously been responsible for the reception, thus he was fully aware of the unique relationship between Song Zhi and Fu Lu. Moreover, Fu Lu was essentially half his boss. Even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare to expel someone associated with his employer. The staff member approached Fu Lu with utmost respect, a smile gracing his face as he politely greeted, "Mr. Fu." Nearby, Zheng Baolai was taken aback upon hearing the staff's address for Fu Lu. It turned out that this young gentleman was the vice president of the restaurant. Yu Xianggu was quite renowned in their circle. Even wealth alone would not guarantee entry, as reservations were a necessity. If she could boast about knowing the vice president of Yu Xianggu, her standing among her peers would certainly be elevated. The thought of a scion from the Fu family and the owner of Yu Xianggu competing for her affection flashed through her mind. With a feigned shyness, she said, "Brother, please ask the waiter to remove that person. Someone like her is simply lowering the restaurant's prestige." Fu Lu, however, paid no heed to her coyness. He cast a cold glance in her direction and then turned to the staff, commanding in a deep voice, "Please escort this young lady out." His tone was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. The staff member promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, Mr. Fu." Zheng Baolai, upon hearing this, wore an expression of satisfaction and arrogance. "Did you hear that? Hurry and leave." Song Zhi quietly observed the subtle smirk at the corner of her mouth, seemingly amused by Zheng Baolai's actions. Zheng Baolai, noticing Song Zhi's indifference, felt a pang of sadness and impatiently urged, "Did you hear? Hurry up and leave, this place is not meant for someone like you." As soon as she finished speaking, the server approached Zheng Baolai with a serious expression and stated earnestly, "Madam, please leave, we, at Yusang Pavilion, do not serve your kind." Zheng Baolai was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered, "Why, you said what?" It dawned on her, and her face flushed with rage, her composure shattered. "Who do you think you are to throw me out? Do you know who I am?" she screamed, her facade of elegance crumbling entirely. In the next moment, he picked up the intercom and said, "Security department, send 2 people to the 3rd-floor corridor." Within 2 minutes, 2 tall security personnel in uniforms strode over. Following the server's guidance, they approached Zheng Baolai and politely gestured, "Miss, please leave." Zheng Baolai looked up at the imposing figures of the security guards, feeling a wave of fear wash over her.
Instinctively, she stepped back 2 paces, feigning calmness. Who are you to speak to me like this? I am a valued guest here. However, undeterred by her protests, the guards exchanged glances, then moved in unison to seize her arms, preparing to escort her out forcefully. Having never faced such coldness and humiliation in her life, Zhang Baolai, disregarding her image, began to scream, "Let go of me! Release me at once!" Seeing that the guards remained unyielding, desperation gripped her, and she cried out, "Daddy, come save me! Someone is trying to kill me!" At that moment, Zhang Minghua, anxiously awaiting Lawyer Fu in the private room, was jolted by the piercing cries of his daughter. Startled, he sprang up and rushed out. Upon exiting the room, he immediately spotted his beloved daughter being dragged away by 2 security guards. His expression darkened, eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "What are you doing? Stop this at once!" The guards, upon hearing Zhang Minghua's voice, exchanged anxious glances. Zhang Minghua, trembling with rage, pointed accusingly at the server, shouting, "How dare your staff treat a guest this way? Call your security and have my daughter released immediately." The guards instinctively looked towards Lawyer Fu for direction. Fu nodded slightly, indicating they could let Zhang Baolai go. Upon receiving the signal, the guards relinquished their grip. Zhang Baolai broke free and rushed into her father's embrace, sobbing, "Daddy! They bullied me. You must teach them a lesson." With a pained expression, Zhang Minghua held his precious daughter close, softly reassuring, "It's all right, darling, stop crying. Daddy will take care of everything." Gently stroking her hair, he comforted her tenderly. Tears streamed down Zhang Baolai's face as she repeated her earlier words. Her voice choked with emotion. However, before Fu could speak, Zhang Baolai interjected, "Daddy, why are you asking him anything? They are all in cahoots, using their power to bully me. Tell Lawyer Fu to drive them out of the capital." Zhang Minghua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, attempting to explain, "Darling, perhaps there's been a misunderstanding? Please don't be hasty yet." Zhang Baolai refused to listen, her eyes widening in anger as she pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, "You old fool, I am your flesh and blood. How can you not support me? Are you siding with outsiders against me? If you don't help me, I will never acknowledge you as my father again." Having finally found his long-lost daughter, Zhang Minghua cherished and adored her immensely. No matter how willful or unreasonable she was, he could not bring himself to scold her. Thus, he gently urged, "All right, darling, just calm down. I only want to understand the truth." He softly patted her back, continuing in a gentle tone, "My dear daughter, please settle down and do not be so agitated." Hearing her father's words, Zhang Baolai's emotions steadied slightly, yet she remained indignant. Pointing a trembling finger at Song Zhi, gritting her teeth, "That wretch knocked me down and refuses to apologize. And she, together with her paramour, is bullying me. Daddy! Weren't you supposed to dine with Lawyer Fu? Call him over to help me deal with them." Upon hearing this, embarrassment flickered across Zhang Minghua's face. And he turned to Fu with a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Fu, I sincerely apologize, my daughter is young and naive. Please, do not take her words to heart." Zhang Baolai, witnessing her father's obsequious demeanor, felt her anger flare even more. She exclaimed incredulously, "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? He is just a petty restaurant owner. Why are you so terrified? And where is Lawyer Fu? I've been bullied by these two, and he hasn't come to rescue me yet." Song Zhi gazed at Zhang Baolai, who exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, and an involuntary pang of sympathy welled up within her. With a gentle sigh, she kindly suggested, "Miss Zhang, could it be that the paramour you speak of is, in fact, your brother Fu Lu?" Zhang Baolai was momentarily taken aback. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. Her eyes widened in astonishment, desperately searching Song Zhi's face for any sign of jest. Song Zhi smiled broadly at her. In an instant, Zhang Baolai recalled something, and a sharp, piercing laugh erupted from her, nearly bringing her to tears. She pointed at Song Zhi, her voice trembling with mirth. "You're not suggesting he is Fu Lu, are you?" Her words dripped with mockery and disdain. Zhang Minghua, witnessing his beloved daughter spiral into madness, darkened his expression and sternly admonished, "Enough, Baolai." Zhang Baolai paused, turning to her father with a scoff, "Dad, this wretched girl claims her paramour is brother Fu Lu. How can that possibly be?" Before she could finish, Zhang Minghua could not help but interrupt, "Enough, Baolai.
Stop this nonsense.
Baolai's body froze, astonishment etched on her face as she stared at her father.
In the next moment, Fu Lu coldly interjected, Mr. Zhang. Could you enlighten us as to when my family has become betrothed to yours?
As he spoke, Fu Lu cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Baolai. Akin to a bitter winter wind sweeping through, chilling her to the bone and making her shudder involuntarily. Meeting Fu Lu's gaze, Baolai instinctively recoiled. A chill creeping into her heart. This was Fu Lu, the very man whose formidable presence she had only heard of until now. Though fear clutched at her heart,
it was overshadowed by regret and resentment.
She lamented her impulsiveness that led her to offend someone of Fu Lu's stature. Yet, what infuriated her more was that it was all due to Song Zhi. Had this wretched girl not deliberately set a trap for her, she would not have faced such humiliation before Fu Lu. Baolai had known from the start that she was a stranger to Fu Lu. And it was clear that Song Zhi had orchestrated this for her own amusement. With this thought, Baolai's gaze turned increasingly vicious, locking onto Song Zhi, as if she wished to rend her into pieces. You wretched girl, you plotted to make a fool of me. Zhang Baolai's face turned ashen with fury. Her eyes ablaze as she seethed, you dare to touch me, just try it. My father is Zhang Minghua, who would dare disrespect me. Her shrill voice echoed throughout the corridor. However, the security personnel remained unfazed, resolutely dragging her toward the elevator. Seeing her threats fall flat, Baolai swiftly turned to Zhang Minghua, crying out, Dad, help me. They are bullying me. Zhang Minghua, his countenance darkened, had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. He had merely intended to introduce his daughter to the world and perhaps curry favor with the Fu family, never imagining it would lead to such chaos. Regardless, Baolai was his daughter, he could not stand idly by as she was mistreated. Thus, he hurried to Fu Lu, a forced smile on his face as he implored, Mr. Fu, my daughter is young and foolish, she has offended you. I kindly ask for your leniency. Fu Lu did not even deign to glance at him. His tone icy as he remarked, Mr. Zhang, your family's upbringing is truly impressive. Confronted with the mockery directed at his daughter, Zhang Minghua felt shame wash over him. Lowering his gaze. Young Master Fu, this is a misunderstanding. My daughter is still quite young and lacks discretion as he spoke. His voice dwindled under the weight of Fu Lu's ominous expression. Fu Lu leisurely extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips with a smirk that hinted at a subtle scorn, and said unhurriedly, I recall that Mr. Zhang's daughter was not of such caliber if I am not mistaken. Your daughter is a university graduate, is she not? How has she come to this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Minghua's south smile froze in place. Indeed, he had another daughter, but the one Fu Lu referred to was not his biological child, but an adopted daughter. While this revelation might please Baolai, deep within, Zhang Minghua felt a lingering guilt towards his adopted daughter. Recalling her, a wave of sorrow surged within him. She was a child he had nurtured and cared for since childhood, possessing a beauty and talent that were truly exceptional. Yet, familial bonds are not easily severed. Upon learning of his biological daughter as suffering over the years, he was consumed with a desire to make amends. Seeing that Fu Lu remained unmoved, Zhang Minghua, in desperation, turned his attention to Song Zhi, striving to imbue his tone with sincerity and gentleness. He smiled at her and said, Young lady, my Baolai may be a bit spoiled, but she is not a bad person. Please, forgive her this time. Song Zhi gazed at the middle-aged man before her, who was so protective of Zhang Baolai, and an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. It was a faint twinge of envy. She envied Zhang Baolai for having such an indulgent father. And what of herself? The one who had once bestowed warmth and affection upon her was long gone. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and softly said to Fu Lu, Let it be, it's not a significant matter. Fu Lu cast a gentle glance her way, his eyes brimming with compassion and tenderness. He lightly patted Song Zhi's hand and replied softly, As you wish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Minghua felt an immense relief wash over him. The fact that Fu Lu had brought this young woman here spoke volumes about their extraordinary bond. He silently rejoiced that Song Zhi had chosen not to pursue the matter further. Zhang Minghua quickly nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Fu. Meanwhile, Zhang Baolai observed her father's obsequious demeanor towards Song Zhi, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glared at him with indignation. She seethed with rage.
pointing at Song Zhi and shouting, "Zhang Mingwa, do you have any backbone? How dare you apologize to this wretch when they are the ones who bullied me?" Zhang Mingwa looked at his precious daughter spiraling into fury and felt a wave of regret wash over him. How foolish of her to publicize her relationship with Fu Lu and offend him in the process. Had he known, he would never have brought her to this place. Shaking his head in resignation, he attempted to calm his daughter, but Zhang Baolai was beyond reason, continuing to scream relentlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Mingwa could no longer hold back and scolded, "Baolai, can you refrain from speaking so much? You clearly lack any sense of decorum." Upon hearing this,
Zhang Baolai's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression twisted in anger as she stared fiercely at her father, as if trying to penetrate his very soul.
You dare to yell at me for the sake of an outsider? You old fool, what right do you have to scold me? If I lack decorum, who is to blame?" Zhang Baolai's voice rose to a piercing shriek, sharp enough to rupture eardrums.
Zhang Guomin trembled at her words, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from him, leaving him rigid and paralyzed.
Indeed, who could he blame?
Had it not been for his momentary negligence,
his daughter would never have been abducted by those vile traffickers.
For years, he had carried the burden of guilt,
striving to compensate for the misfortunes that befell his unfortunate daughter. It was precisely because of his excessive indulgence that she had transformed into the unruly and willful person she was now.
Watching his beloved daughter curse him without the elegance of a proper lady filled Zhang Mingwa with profound helplessness and distress. As he reached out to grasp Zhang Baolai's arm,
she violently shrugged him off.
At that moment, Zhang Baolai was entirely consumed by her fury, her reason utterly obliterated. No amount of persuasion could penetrate her ears.
She glared at her father with venomous disdain and coldly scoffed, "Leave? Why should I leave? You useless waste. You can't even protect your own daughter. And yet you dare to call yourself my father?" Upon witnessing Zhang Baolai's utter disrespect towards her father,
Song Zhi could not help but furrow her brows and offer a few words of counsel. "Miss Zhang, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Zhang is still your father." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Baolai seemed to have found a target for her pent-up fury, directing her wrath at Song Zhi and bellowing, "Wretched woman!
Who do you think you are? I warn you, this matter is far from over." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth,
silently cursing herself for speaking out, truly a case of self-inflicted misery.
With a resigned shake of her head, she reached out to grasp Fu Lv's hand, saying, "Let us depart.
Arguing with such a person is merely a waste of time, a sign of great folly." As she spoke, Song Zhi prepared to lead Fu Lv away.
However, Zhang Baolai was not willing to relent. She immediately rushed forward, gripping Song Zhi tightly and threatening in an aggressive tone, "You think you can leave? Not a chance.
I tell you, if you do not kneel and apologize to me today, this matter will never be resolved."
At that moment, Zhang Baolai had come to a complete realization: relying on others was far less dependable than depending on oneself.
The grievances and resentment she had endured could only be vented through her own efforts. Song Zhi furrowed her brow and resolutely declared, "Release my hand."
In an instant, Fu L's countenance darkened, and he lowered his voice, speaking with grave intensity, "Let her go." An aura of chilling menace emanated from Fu L, instilling a sense of dread.
Zhang Baolai instinctively recoiled, yet stubbornly refused to relinquish her grip.
She shouted at the top of her lungs, "What does it matter that you are Fu L? Let me tell you, I am not afraid. Even if it means sacrificing the entire Zhang family, I will not back down today." Observing this tumultuous scene,
Zhang Mingwa hurriedly stepped forward, his tone fierce as he rebuked, "Zhang Baolai, you must release her at once.
Do you wish to plunge our family business into ruin?" Initially,
he had hoped to secure a partnership to attract Fu's investment, thus salvaging the company's predicament.
However,
he never anticipated that not only would they fail to secure the investment, but his daughter would also embroil them in such a grave crisis. Seeing the situation escalate to such an extent while her father continued to berate her, Zhang Baolai's expression twisted into one of fury.
Company. Is that all that matters to you?
If you care so much for your business, then I shall gladly destroy it,"
she retorted angrily. With that, she raised her other hand and aimed a slap at Song Zhi. "You wretched girl, you wish to see me humiliated? I will strike you down today." Yet,
just as her palm was about to land, Fu El seized her wrist with a vice-like grip. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through Zhang Balai's wrist, followed by a sickening crack, the sound of a dislocated bone. The next moment, her piercing scream echoed through the corridor, "Ah! My hand! Let go! My hand is broken! It's broken!" Fu El did not release her. Instead, he tightened his grasp on her already dislocated wrist, his expression dark and foreboding. "What do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on my person?" he stated coldly. As he applied more pressure, Zhang Balai cried out in agony, her wails resonating throughout the hallway. "Daddy, help me! My hand is going to break, Daddy!" Tears streamed down her face, her expression a mask of terror as she pleaded for her father's assistance. Zhang Minghua, witnessing this distressing scene, turned pale as a ghost, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a word. He stepped forward quickly, attempting to dissuade Fu El but lacking the courage to be overly assertive. He could only beg in a subdued tone, "Young Master Fu, please show mercy and spare my daughter. This is entirely our fault, and I am here to apologize." Nonetheless, Fu El remained unmoved by his pleas, his expression as impassive as ever, fixating his cold, unfeeling gaze upon Zhang Minghua. "Since you, Mr. Zhang, cannot even discipline your own daughter, I don't mind taking it upon myself to teach her a lesson. Young Master Fu, I apologize on behalf of my daughter. I implore you, do not hold this against her," he implored, his forehead striking the ground with loud thuds. He could hardly fathom that a simple intention to expose his daughter to the world could lead to such catastrophic consequences. Should he genuinely offend the Fu family? He feared he would find no refuge in the capital again. Song Zhi gazed at the elderly man before her, who, despite being over 50, knelt in supplication. A flicker of compassion stirred within her heart. She lowered her voice and said, "Ninth brother, let it go." Upon hearing this, Fu Lu violently shoved Zhang Balai aside, roaring, "Get lost! Never show your face in front of me again!" Stumbling, Zhang Balai clutched her dislocated head, her eyes brimming with resentment. She was unwilling to accept this, particularly as she witnessed her father groveling before others, pleading desperately. A wave of shame washed over her, and she inwardly cursed her father for being such a spineless coward. What did it matter if the Fu family wielded immense power? If they displeased Zhang Balai, none would have it easy. Enraged, she shouted, "Zhang Minghua, do you have no shame? Kneeling before others. They were clearly in the wrong and even broke my hand. I will call the police and have them arrested." With that, she trembled as she took out her phone, poised to dial for help. Just as she was about to press the call button, Zhang Minghua suddenly reached out and slapped her fiercely. "Enough of this nonsense!" Zhang Guomin finally could no longer contain himself, his voice booming with fury. Zhang Balai froze, her palm pressed against her stinging cheek, her face a mask of anger as she glared at her father. "How dare you strike me? You, old fool! Actually dare to lay a hand on me? I am being bullied, and instead of helping me, you hit me?" Her voice quivered with rage. Zhang Guomin trembled with indignation, a wave of regret washing over him. What did it matter that she was his biological daughter? They had never truly lived together. And despite his efforts to change the situation, her nature remained unaltered. Yet, as his thoughts lingered, Zhang Balai pointed an accusing finger at him and spat. "You shameless old man, you think I am the one who should be ashamed? If it weren't for your neglect, I would never have fallen into the hands of human traffickers, suffering in the depths of the mountains." Chapter 76, A sudden change of heart. Song Zhi stood aside, observing the intense confrontation between the father and daughter, feeling disinclined to remain in the vicinity. With a gentle sigh, she softly addressed Fu Lv, suggesting, "Shall we depart?" Zhang Balai, who had been incessantly cursing, immediately seized upon Song Zhi's words as an outlet for her pent-up ire, swiftly redirecting her sharp tongue towards her. "You shall not leave. If I do not receive an apology today, neither of you shall leave." Her face was etched with arrogance and tyranny, her brazen demeanor nearly igniting the very air around them. Upon hearing this, Fu Lv's expression hardened, disregarding Zhang Balai entirely as he commanded the nearby security personnel to escort her out. The burly guards promptly moved into action, advancing mercilessly towards Zhang Balai. However, Zhang Minghua stood like a statue, frozen in place, indifferent to the unfolding chaos.
His heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, leaving behind a profound ache. He watched in despair as his once pampered daughter was forcibly removed by the security, his eyes filled with helplessness and disappointment. Once Zhang Baolai was completely taken away, the cacophony gradually subsided, leaving the corridor enveloped in eerie silence. Fu Lv immediately grasped Song Zhi's hand and led her towards the private room. Observing this, Zhang Minghua felt a surge of panic and hurriedly followed, taking 2 steps at a time. Young Master Fu. Fu Lv appeared unperturbed, his gaze betraying a hint of cold indifference as he continued to pull Song Zhi into the room. As soon as they were seated, Zhang Minghua entered, bending slightly as he approached Fu Lv. In mere moments, it seemed as though this seemingly composed middle-aged man had aged a decade, his facial wrinkles deepening, and the spark in his eyes dimmed significantly. At this moment, his mind was no longer preoccupied with the prospect of collaborating with Fu Lv, rather, he was consumed with a singular thought, hoping that his notoriously headstrong daughter would not embroil the Zhang family in further troubles. Yet, Fu Lv remained impervious, his stern countenance unchanged as he coldly instructed everyone to leave. Zhang Guomin's expression turned ashen, as if all vitality had drained from him. He let out a soft sigh, wishing to articulate something further, only to be met with Fu Lv's chilling command, "Leave." Filled with helplessness and regret, Zhang Minghua slowly turned away, his footsteps heavy as he exited the private room. Once he was gone, Song Zhi cautiously spoke, "Ninth brother." Fu Lv slightly turned his face, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features before he inquired, "What is it?" Song Zhi bit her lip, a hint of unease reflected in her eyes, and softly inquired, "Am I causing you trouble?" Upon witnessing her demeanor, Fu Lu felt a stir of tenderness in his heart, his lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating warmth. "Not at all, do not entertain such thoughts," he reassured her. "Here, try this, it's a newly introduced dish and quite delightful." As he spoke, he deftly picked up his chopsticks and placed a portion of food into her bowl. Song Zhi lowered her head and softly murmured her gratitude before picking up her chopsticks to delicately sample a bite. It was delectable. Fu Lu curved his lips into a satisfied smile, encouraging her to indulge further. At present, Song Zhi is hardly in the mood for a meal. Initially, she intended to invite Fu Lu to dine with her, seeking his assistance regarding her father's matters. However, the unforeseen events that transpired have left her at a loss for words on how to broach the subject with Fu Lu. Observing the girl's distracted demeanor, Fu Lu could not help but inquire, "What occupies your thoughts?" Song Zhi shook her head, attempting several times to articulate her thoughts. Yet the words remained unspoken on the tip of her tongue. "What about your collaboration with that Mr. Zhang?" she inquired. "Do not worry. It will not have a significant impact," Song Zhi responded softly. Fu Lu continued, "Is it because of this matter that your mind is elsewhere?" Song Zhi was about to shake her head, but suddenly thought of something and nodded in agreement. Fu Lu reached out and gently rubbed the top of her head, speaking softly, "Don't worry, it's the Zhang family who sought my assistance, this matter will not affect me." "That's good," she replied, as the meal came to an end. Song Zhi felt too shy to ask Fu Lu for help. Instead, she took the initiative to inquire with the waiter about the bill, only to be informed that it had already been settled. Song Zhi, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Fu Lv and said, "I didn't mention treating you to a meal, it was all on you. So, please invite me next time." With that, she turned and made her way towards the restaurant entrance. Song Zhi hurriedly caught up, softly stating, "Next time, it's my treat. You are not allowed to pay." Fu Lv smiled and nodded in agreement. The moment they stepped out of the restaurant, Song Zhi was astonished to discover that the world outside was already cloaked in a shimmering white, as large snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky. Song Zhi extended her hand to catch a few snowflakes, feeling their icy touch, and murmured to herself, "This winter, the snow is particularly abundant, truly beautiful." A sense of melancholy washed over her, and she instinctively lifted her gaze, only to collide with Fu L's eyes. After speaking, she hurriedly made her way to her car. As if seeking to escape, the crunching sound of the snow beneath her feet seemed to echo the turmoil within her heart. Fu L, with a helpless shake of his head and a faint wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth, promptly followed in her wake, striding forward with purpose. Song Zhi sat in the car, her cheeks still tinged with a delicate blush. In that fleeting moment,
Fu Lu's gaze was so intense that it seemed capable of melting her completely. Consequently, being alone with Fu Lu in this confined space felt somewhat uneasy. Song Zhi cautiously inquired, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness and shyness. Subsequently, she placed her phone on a nearby holder and, with a nonchalant tone, instructed, "Follow this route." Chapter 77, Fu El's family. Upon hearing this, Fu El raised an eyebrow and explained, "I certainly won't get lost, however. Since this is your first time driving there, having a navigation guide would be considerably more convenient." Upon hearing Fu Lu's explanation, Song Zhi's embarrassment became increasingly apparent. Fortunately, the dining venue was not far from Fu Lu's residence, merely a 10-minute drive away. However, unexpectedly, just as they arrived at the entrance of Fu Lu's community and before they could park, the car suddenly broke down without any warning. Typically, Song Zhi could only drive. She was utterly clueless about vehicle repairs, and in this moment, she found herself in a state of slight panic. In her fluster, she hastily retrieved her phone. Preparing to contact the dealership for assistance, when Fu Lu calmly remarked, "It seems the engine has malfunctioned." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi could not help but exhibit a flicker of surprise, her face adorned with a look of perplexity as she inquired, "How did you come to know this?" Fu Lu's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile. He then gently gestured towards the direction of the engine hood, remarking, "Your engine appears to be on the verge of overheating. If it were to function correctly under such conditions, that would truly be remarkable." As he spoke, Fu Lu gracefully exited the vehicle and swiftly approached the front, forcefully lifting the engine hood, from which a thick plume of black smoke erupted suddenly. Upon witnessing the situation, Song Zhi disregarded the heavy snowfall outside and hastily exited the vehicle, rushing to Fu Lu's side with a look of concern. "Brother Jiao, can you fix it?" she inquired anxiously. Fu Lu pondered for a brief moment before responding, "Do not fret, let me assess the situation first." With that, he commenced a meticulous examination of the engine's components. She felt a twinge of regret as she observed Fu Lu braving the snow to repair her vehicle, thus, she decided to stand quietly beside him, awaiting his progress. The snow fell in thick, feather-like flakes, soon blanketing her shoulders in a delicate layer and soaking her hair, which clung to her cheeks, rendering her appearance both disheveled and pitiable. When Fu Lu glanced up and saw Song Zhi standing beside him, a slight frown creased his brow. "Why are you not inside the car? It's snowing so heavily, do you wish to catch a cold?" Song Zhi stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally remembered to inquire about the specifics of the car. Fu Lu shook his head in exasperation, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. "This car needs to be sent for repairs. Come, let us go to my home. Look at you, your hair is drenched. You mustn't allow yourself to catch a chill." Song Zhi was about to refuse, yet before she could utter a word, Fu Lv continued, "At the very least, dry your hair first. I will contact the personnel from the 4S shop to handle the car issue, so you need not worry." Nevertheless, Song Zhi stubbornly stood in silence. Fu Lv sighed heavily, his eyes filled with concern and helplessness. He gently extended his hand, carefully brushing away the accumulated snowflakes from her head. His voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. "You should go inside first. I will wait here for the maintenance staff to arrive." Song Jilian quickly shook her head, assuring, "It's fine, truly. I can wait here, there will be no issues." Fu Lu continued to persuade her. As Song Zhi listened to his words, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Fu Lv revealed to her the password for the door lock. Song Zhi slightly nodded in acknowledgement. She turned and walked toward the residential complex, effortlessly making her way to the floor where Fu Lu resided. However, the moment she stepped out of the elevator, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. A fashionable woman, exquisitely adorned, stood quietly at Fu Lu's doorstep. It is worth noting that this building is primarily designed with one unit per floor, allowing direct access to the entrance upon exiting the elevator. Suddenly encountering someone at the door left Song Zhi momentarily confused, as she instinctively wondered if she had taken a wrong turn. She raised her gaze to confirm the door number. Indeed, it was the correct place. Puzzled, she hesitated for a brief moment before tentatively inquiring of the woman at the door, "Excuse me, are you here to see Fu Lu?" The woman slowly turned around. And upon locking eyes with Song Zhi, she paused for a moment, then covered her mouth in excitement, letting out a soft, delighted laugh. You. Song Zhi gazed at the expression of the other person, an inexplicable feeling surging within her heart. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she pondered, why is this person still smiling? Am I truly that amusing? Unconsciously, she reached out, instinctively brushing her fingers against her cheek, as if seeking to ascertain whether there was something amiss with her appearance. You are Song Zhi? The mirth in the other person's eyes intensified, as they approached her with palpable excitement, their face practically brimming with enthusiasm. Song Zhi stood there in a daze, her mind a bit muddled, and could only nod in response. In the very next moment, the other party, as if having discovered a treasure, eagerly reached out and grasped Song Zhi's hand with a force that conveyed an indescribable urgency. Finally meeting her in person, oh my, she looks exceedingly adorable. The tone of the other person was filled with awe and admiration. Faced with such enthusiastic behavior, Song Zhi felt momentarily at a loss. She stood there awkwardly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Cautiously, she inquired, Miss, do you know me? Upon hearing this, the other person realized her actions had been overly familiar, and quickly released Song Zhi's hand, clearing her throat with a couple of soft coughs, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. Subsequently, she beamed at Song Zhi and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Fuya, the elder sister of Fu Lu. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Fu Lu's family? She had indeed contemplated the possibility of being confronted by Fu Lu's close confidant or suitor, but she never imagined it would be Fu Lu's own elder sister. In that instant, facing Fu Lu's sister, Song Zhi felt a pang of awkwardness, uncertain of what words to utter. Chapter 78, Bringing Someone Home. Song Zhi was acutely aware that the old nine she referred to was none other than Fu Lu. She hurriedly and anxiously began to explain, Brother Nine is outside the community helping me fix my car. It's my fault for not bringing an umbrella. It has nothing to do with him. Upon hearing this, Fuya's face displayed a trace of astonishment as she murmured, he can even fix cars? That's impossible. If her memory served her right, her brother had a severe obsessive-compulsive disorder regarding cleanliness. The idea of him repairing a vehicle was simply unbelievable. Fuya silently pondered whether her visit today had been ill-timed. Upon hearing her words, Song Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment and explained, he is waiting for the maintenance personnel to arrive. Ninth brother worried that I might catch a chill, so he asked me to go in first. I just happened to bring him a towel and an umbrella. Fuya curled her lip, wearing an expression of knowing disapproval, and replied dismissively, what towel? Forget about him. Look at your clothes, they're soaked. Hurry and enter the house to input the password. As the two of them entered the house, Song Zhi felt a sense of bewilderment, utterly unsure of how to interact with Fu Lu's family. Meeting Fu Lu's family for the first time inevitably made her feel a bit anxious. She mentally contemplated concocting an excuse to leave quickly with the towel and umbrella. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Fuya unexpectedly took charge, pushing her towards the bathroom while urging her, Zhi Zhi, quickly go in and take a nice hot shower. You mustn't catch a cold, it would be quite miserable. Before Song Zhi could utter another word, Fuya had already closed the bathroom door. Song Zhi sighed softly, extending her hand to open the door. Sister Fuya, I need to deliver a towel to Jiugu. Before she could finish her sentence, Fuya interrupted, oh, don't worry. I'll take it to him. You should hurry and take a hot shower, we wouldn't want you to catch a cold, or else Fu LV will be worried. As the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, Fuya stepped onto the balcony, retrieving her phone and dialing a number. After a considerable wait, the call was finally answered. Hello. Listening to her brother's voice, Fuya spoke into the phone in a low tone, Laojiu, I'm at your house right now. Upon hearing his response, she said nothing further and abruptly hung up. She lifted her gaze thoughtfully towards the closed bathroom door. After a brief period of silence, a commotion was heard from the entrance. Fuya looked up to see her usually composed and indifferent brother, Fu LV, hurriedly entering with an expression of distress. Eldest sister. Where is she? His voice was tinged with urgency and unease as he quickly scanned the living room, but he found no sign of Song Zhi. A sudden chill gripped his heart, an ominous premonition creeping in. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was met by the sight of Song Zhi emerging slowly from the bathroom. In that moment, the entire living room seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere turned palpably awkward.
Fu Lv instinctively swallowed hard. Had she overheard his previous words? Would the child begin to overthink?
After all, they had painstakingly built up trust between them.
Would his earlier comments now jeopardize that progress?
Frustrated, Fu Lv cast an irritated glance at Fuya, who stood on the balcony. And then feigned a casual demeanor as he addressed Song Zhi. I thought you had already left, I didn't expect you to still be here. He attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere with a nonchalant tone, yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil and anxiety.
Song Zhi stood still,
the embarrassment on her face becoming increasingly pronounced. She gently bit her lower lip, contemplating whether to feign ignorance of what had just been said.
However,
she had heard every word that Fu Lu had uttered.
So, Fu Lu had deliberately summoned her here? Just to come to his home?
In a flurry of emotions, Song Zhi felt a tumult within her heart. She steadied herself and spoke softly. Your sister asked me to take a hot shower, I hadn't yet left. Fu Lu exhaled lightly, slowly stepping forward, his gaze settling on Song Zhi's damp hair. He furrowed his brow slightly, pointing towards the cabinet beneath the mirror. His tone laced with concern, the hairdryer is in there, dry your hair first, or you might catch a chill. As the sound of the hairdryer echoed from the bathroom, Fu Lu turned and walked directly to the balcony. He stood beside Fuya, his expression somewhat aloof, and inquired casually, Elder sister, what brings you here? Hearing Fuya's words, Fu Lu felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He was acutely aware of his elder sister's nature. She appeared affable on the surface,
yet beneath lay a profound shrewdness.
The amiability she often displayed was perhaps merely a guise.
Fu Lu wished to shield Song Zhi from their intricate family dynamics.
Hence with a detached demeanor, he clarified to Fuya, she is merely a friend, do not speak recklessly.
Fuya scoffed, a friend? Do you take me for a fool?
Fu Lu fell silent.
Fuya continued, you left the auction early for her, didn't you?
I saw you both depart together. Elder sister, you Fuya interrupted, not allowing him to finish, you turned down a blind date arranged by our family for her.
What do you think will happen if the old man finds out? Fu Lu's expression instantly turned icy. Are you going to tell Dad?
Fuya's demeanor grew serious. You are no longer a child, and you ought to know what should and shouldn't be done. Fu Lu remained silent. He certainly knew what he ought to do. Yet he could not suppress his heart's yearning to draw closer to Song Zhi. In frustration, Fu Lu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket,
placing one between his lips.
Smoking had always been his means of alleviating anxiety, but today, it seemed utterly futile. Seeing this, Fuya mercilessly taunted.
Smoking in front of a lady, is that not a tad unchivalrous?
He paused momentarily, casting a mild glare at Fuya, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes.
And retorted, aren't you also a smoker?
Fuya was momentarily speechless, silently acknowledging, this kid has grown up, his tongue is sharper than ever. Fu Lu leaned against the balcony railing, his gaze inadvertently drawn towards the bathroom, unable to divert his eyes.
Chapter 79, Song Xiaozhi. Let us embark on a romantic journey.
Fuya followed his gaze towards the bathroom and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke, you'd best end this soon.
You wouldn't want the old man to intervene, would you? Each word seemed to carry a heavy weight, a glaring threat.
Fu Lu brought the lighter to his lips,
igniting the cigarette.
The moment the flame flickered to life, it seemed to ignite a surge of emotions within him.
He took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke.
Elder sister, to be frank, it cannot be severed.
Upon hearing this, Fuya's expression grew even graver.
She was well aware of their father's temperament. If his bottom line was crossed, the consequences would be dire. She looked at Fu Lu with concern, her tone laced with urgency, Old Nine, you know our father's temperament, do not tread on his red lines. Fu Lu remained silent for a moment, a subtle struggle flickering in his profound gaze.
He coldly chuckled, what does it mean to not tread on red lines? In this world, how many such lines exist?
They are merely arbitrary rules set by the old man. Fuya, ever straightforward, had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse. She bluntly stated, the girl you cherish is unworthy of our family. Our father is adamant about social standing, do not be obstinate. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu could no longer contain his agitation and impatiently interrupted, it is not that she is unworthy of me, but rather that I am unworthy of her.
Fu Ya,
taken aback, quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, shrugging her shoulders as she continued, well, I've given you my advice, if you choose to ignore it, then it's beyond my control. Without a second thought, Fu Lu resolutely declined, I will not go, I have no interest in participating in your tedious family affairs. Fu Ya's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features as she glared at Fu Lu, her tone dripping with veiled threat.
And Uncle Zhou is bringing his daughter to visit, haven't you and Zhou Fu not seen each other for many years? Upon hearing this,
a cold smirk crept onto Fu Lu's lips, and he scoffed, is it a visit or a blind date?
Can you not leave me in peace? Must you turn my life into chaos?
Fu Ya shot him a disdainful look, her expression rife with contempt. How do you speak? I recall you and Zhou Fu were once inseparable childhood friends.
How did you become so estranged in just a few years?
We were never close. She merely followed me like a shadow.
Fu Lu remarked disdainfully.
Fu Ya, thoroughly incensed by his dismissive attitude, lost her composure. She abruptly lifted her foot and kicked him with considerable force.
Yet, Fu Lu stood firm, unmoving.
As her words faded, the hairdryer's roar from the bathroom ceased abruptly. Fu Ya, initially stern, immediately broke into a wide grin upon seeing Song Zhi emerge. Afterward, she turned her gaze to Fu Lu, who was silently smoking on the balcony, her eyes revealing a stern warning. With utmost seriousness, she cautioned, Old Nine, I must warn you, do not dare to bully Zhi Zhi. If I find out you treat her poorly, do not blame me for being unkind.
Fu Lu, however, remained silent, standing there quietly, watching his sister put on a performance.
After gracefully sending Fu Lu's sister out the door with a smile, Song Zhi slowly turned around, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Fu Lu, who remained standing on the balcony. The solitary figure exuded a palpable sense of heaviness, making it evident that Fu Lu's mood was far from pleasant at that moment.
A wave of curiosity surged within her. What could the siblings have possibly discussed? Song Zhi felt a tinge of curiosity, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Given the nature of their current relationship,
it was not quite the time for such intimate questions. Thus, she forced herself to suppress the intense curiosity that surged within her and redirected her attention to the condition of her vehicle.
Zhouge, how is my car? She gently asked.
Fu Lu raised his gaze, his eyes resting on Song Zhi, but he remained silent.
As Song Zhi felt the unwavering gaze of Fu Lu upon her,
a slight tension gripped her heart, compelling her to instinctively lower her head and scrutinize her attire. She was clad in the bathrobe gifted to her by Fu Ya. Although loose-fitting, it enveloped her snugly, leaving no room for discomfort. In the next moment, Fu Lu's voice reached her ears. The staff had been removed, and it was estimated that it would take approximately 2 weeks to complete the necessary repairs.
Song Zhi was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Is it truly that serious? Will it really take such a long time?
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi quickly waved his hands in denial, anxiously stating, No, I actually use a car quite infrequently. At that moment, Fu Lu chose not to respond further. Instead, he brought the cigarette he held between his fingers to his lips and took a deep puff. As the smoke curled around him, it seemed to veil some emotions lurking deep within his heart. Song Zhi observed his demeanor and felt a moment of hesitation. Then, as if she had resolved to make a decision, she slowly approached his side and stood quietly, her eyes filled with concern.
Zhouge, you seem to be in a rather poor mood. Is something troubling you?
Fu Lu's action of smoking came to an abrupt halt for a brief moment.
His profound gaze shifted slightly toward Song Zhi, who stood beside him.
After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice betraying a subtle hint of tension.
Song Zhi, will you be my girlfriend?
Chapter 80, No Turning Back. Zhi Zhi, I specifically reached out to you.
Why are you in a daze?
For the past few days. Her mind had been consumed by Fu Lu's words, rendering her somewhat unmoored. At work, she was utterly distracted, her thoughts solely occupied by Fu Lu.
Shaowan noticed Song Zhi's state and revealed her evident dissatisfaction.
I just spoke at length, and you didn't absorb a word. I am truly exasperated with you. Song Zhi smiled awkwardly and quickly said, Oh dear, I sincerely apologize. I was lost in my thoughts just now and failed to notice you were speaking to me.
Upon hearing this, Shaowan's curiosity was instantly piqued.
You seemed rather distracted these past few days.
What exactly have you been thinking about? Do share with me, please. Song Zhi shook her head, unwilling to disclose the matter. It's nothing, truly nothing. By the way, what did you just say? With a bright smile illuminating her face, Shaowan added, hee, I have a lunch date with a handsome guy. Come along with me and give me your thoughts. Song Zhi gazed at her with an expression reminiscent of infatuation, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly as she couldn't help but retort, what charming young man. Were you not just professing to sever all ties of affection? Have you already forgotten? Shaowan chuckled softly, her face radiating a sense of joy and sweetness, and replied. Oh, that is all in the past. How could I truly renounce love? With that, she took Song Zhi's hand and began to sway it playfully from side to side, urging, come on, accompany me, and help me along the way. Song Zhi instinctively wished to decline, saying, perhaps it's best to let it be. You two should enjoy your romantic rendezvous, my presence would be rather inappropriate. Furthermore, I have a plethora of work to attend to. Upon hearing this, Shaowan pouted, her face adorned with an expression of grievance, exclaiming, oh dear, it's merely a meal, it won't take up much of your time. Besides, we are good friends, shouldn't you offer me some advice? Song Zhi found herself at a loss for words in response to her. Yet she felt it inappropriate to counter directly. Inwardly, she sighed, recognizing that Shaowan was truly consumed by her romantic inclinations, preoccupied solely with matters of love while neglecting all else. Reflecting on this, Song Zhi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having initially agreed to collaborate with Shaowan in establishing their studio. Song Zhi furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to voice her concerns. Wan, our studio is just getting off the ground, and there is still much to be done. I believe we should prioritize our work for now. Let us not forget the initial intentions that led us to embark on this entrepreneurial journey. However, Shaowan seemed oblivious to her heartfelt admonition, casually waving her hand and lightly interrupting Song Zhi. Oh, don't be so melodramatic. I assure you, my romantic endeavors will not interfere with my work. I will strike the right balance, so you need not worry. Song Zhi gazed at Shaowan's nonchalant demeanor, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within her. Nevertheless, she suppressed her emotions and patiently elaborated once more, that is not the crux of the matter. What I intend to convey is that we are currently in the nascent stages of our venture. At this juncture, it is imperative that we devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the development of our studio. Once we find our footing and achieve stability, we can then engage in discussions about other matters, there is no need to rush. As Song Zhi listened to Shaowan's words, she felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, leaving her heart considerably chilled. Before she could utter a response, Shaowan eagerly continued. I have already arranged to meet with the other party. Shall we go together? I implore you, just accompany me this once. Song Zhi let out a deep sigh. A sigh that seemed to carry all her weariness and disappointment. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement to Shaowan's request. Upon hearing Song Zhi relent, Shaowan was overwhelmed with an uncontrollable joy and excitedly embraced Song Zhi. I knew that sisterhood would prevail, so I shall tell him now. Song Zhi maintained her tranquil demeanor, remaining silent. Once Shaowan released her grip, the unmistakable disappointment in Song Zhi's eyes was evident. Initially, she had no desire to venture into entrepreneurship, her wish was merely to secure a stable job. It was only upon Shaowan's persuasion that she consented to join. Now, regret engulfed her. Shaowan possessed a safety net, free to maneuver as she pleased, yet Song Zhi's circumstances were different. Contemplating this, she seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. She picked up her phone, which lay beside her, hesitating for a moment before ultimately dialing Gulechi's number. The phone rang only twice before Gulechi's cheerful voice resonated from the receiver. Hello, Zhi Zhi, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Song Zhi listened to Gulechi's voice, took a deep breath, and gathered her thoughts before speaking slowly. The matter you previously asked me to help plan, I may no longer be able to proceed with. If we continue to indulge in such a carefree attitude as Shaowan, the studio we have worked so hard to establish will inevitably face the grim fate of closure. Rather than allowing this situation to deteriorate further, it would be wiser to take the initiative to bring everything to a close. Although it pains me to do so, this is currently the most prudent choice. Song Zhi fell silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth to Gu Lechi. She intended to seek employment, abandoning her entrepreneurial aspirations. Rather than squandering her time and energy in pursuit of a venture, it seemed far more prudent to secure a job for the time being. While Xiaowan had an alternative path, she did not. She could neither afford to gamble nor bear the loss. Gu Lechi remained silent, offering no response. Song Zhi slightly pursed her lips, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, before she continued, "How about this? I will send you the details of the tools I need, including their specifications, dimensions, and approximate price ranges. This way, when you go to purchase them, you can be more targeted and avoid buying the wrong items or overpaying." After a brief pause, she added, "There will be no charge, consider it a mutual assistance among friends, as long as everyone is happy." Gu Lechi inquired curiously, "Zhi Zhi, didn't your studio just open? Why are you suddenly thinking of closing it? Is business not going well? If you like, I could introduce some friends to support your business." Chapter 81, Sending someone to the hospital. Song Jiwan politely declined, saying, "No, thank you for your kindness. I have my own plans and intentions." Upon hearing Song Ji's resolute stance, Gu Lechi felt a subtle pang of regret swell within him, yet he respected her decision and replied with understanding, "All right then, since you have your own thoughts, I will respect that. Please send me what you need, and I will take care of the purchases. We can set everything up together later, hee hee." Song Zhi smiled gently, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in her eyes. "All right. I appreciate your help immensely." Song Zhi ended the call and promptly sent the document to Gu Lechi via her computer. After completing these tasks, she sat in front of the computer, lost in thought. She was still uncertain about how to broach the subject of seeking employment with Xiaowan. Suddenly, the phone on the desk erupted with a series of urgent and resounding rings, prompting Song Zhi to slowly direct her gaze toward the device. Song Zhi glanced at the caller ID. Song Jiachen. Song Zhi was filled with confusion as she picked up her phone and pressed the call button. "Hello?" The words from the other end rendered her expression immediately grave. Her eyes widened in shock, and her voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. "What? The police station? What on earth has happened?" Understanding dawned upon her, and she asserted, "I will be there right away." Without a moment's hesitation, she ended the call and hurriedly made her way to the police station. Half an hour later, she arrived at the precinct. Upon entering the interrogation room, her gaze fell upon the young boy seated within, his head bowed, as if he had lost the vibrancy he once possessed. Song Zhi softly called out, "Jia Chen." The young man appeared startled, abruptly lifting his head. Upon catching sight of Song Zhi, his eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and he choked out, "Sister." Song Zhi then discerned that the young man's once fair visage was now marred, bearing the marks of a vicious assault, as if something had violently slashed his face, leaving behind shocking scars. As her words faded, a female officer clad in a neat uniform entered with measured steps. Her expression was calm yet tinged with a hint of seriousness as she meticulously recounted the events to Song Zhi, word by word. It turned out that Song Jiachuan had, for reasons unknown, engaged in a fierce altercation with another student at school, striking the individual with such force that he was rendered hospitalized, and at that moment, the injured party lay in the operating room awaiting medical intervention. Should this matter be resolved privately, a mere financial settlement would suffice, however, if an amicable resolution proved elusive. According to legal stipulations, Song Jiachuan could potentially face incarceration. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's breath caught in her throat, and she could scarcely believe her ears, overwhelmed by disbelief. Song Jiachen was raised under her watchful eye since childhood, with a gentle and tender disposition. How could he possibly engage in a brawl? Song Zhi gazed at Song Jiachen with an expression of calm composure. Song Jiachen hung his head in silence. Song Zhi fixed her gaze intensely on the downcast Song Jiachuan. A flicker of sternness crossing her eyes as her voice rose a notch. "Clarify your actions without any concealment. Why did you strike a classmate, resulting in their hospitalization?" A fleeting glimpse of panic flashed in Song Jiachen's eyes, but he feigned composure, slightly raising his chin as he spoke. "Sister, please refrain from probing further. Allow me to handle this matter with the other party. Let us resolve it privately. No matter the cost, I am more than willing to bear it." Beneath his facade of calmness, there seemed to lurk an imperceptible tension. Clearly, at this moment, the youth remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Song Zhi took a deep breath, furrowing her brows as she inquired once more, "Does mother know about this?" Song Jiachuan's expression instantly became more frantic, his eyes shimmering with an anxious light. He lowered his voice and said, "I haven't had the chance to tell her yet, sister. Please, do not breathe a word to our mother. If she discovers this, she will undoubtedly start her incessant nagging again, and I simply cannot endure that vexatious demeanor." At this moment, Song Zhi was genuinely experiencing such an event for the very first time, her mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. She knew her brother all too well. There would be no definitive answers gleaned from Song Jiachen. With a sense of helplessness, she turned her gaze toward the female officer, her heart brimming with hope. "May I have the opportunity to meet with the family of the other party? I sincerely wish to comprehend the specific circumstances, so that I might find some clarity within myself. However, the family of the injured student is currently refusing to settle privately and insists on proceeding through legal channels." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's previously steady breath was abruptly stifled, as if something had lodged itself forcefully within her chest. Her mind was engulfed in chaos. She had never anticipated such an outcome. As she exited the police station, the anguished cries of Song Jiachen echoed in her ears. He desperately pleaded for her not to enter the juvenile detention center, tears streaming down his face as he implored her to assist him, repeatedly asserting that no matter the cost, they could afford it, for their family possessed considerable wealth. Once seated in the car, Song Zhi felt like a headless fly, utterly disoriented. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen displaying Xiao Wan's name, an inexplicable irritation surged within her. However, out of courtesy, she pressed the answer button and softly uttered, "Hello, Wan." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wan began to reprimand her with the rapid-fire intensity of a machine gun. "Zhi Zhi, where are you? Didn't we agree to have dinner together? You can't be having second thoughts, one mustn't behave this way. Even if our relationship is..." At this moment, Song Zhi was utterly exasperated and could no longer endure it. She interrupted Xiao Wan's words directly. Wan, I truly have matters to attend to and cannot go." "You must go alone." "How could that be? I've already made arrangements with that young man. If you do not go, how will I explain it to him?" Xiao Wan's tone was filled with urgency and helplessness. Song Zhi listened to these words, feeling an even greater sense of vexation within her heart. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself, yet that restless emotion blazed within her like an unquenchable flame, refusing to dissipate. "There has been an incident at home, I cannot leave. You may go and dine by yourself," she stated before abruptly ending the call. Song Zhi leaned against the back of the car seat, opened her contacts, and intended to call Zhao Man. However, before she could dial the number, a call from Fu Lu suddenly appeared on the screen. Song Zhi hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer key. "Hello?" The voice of Song Zhi carried a hint of fatigue. "Song Xiuzhi, what troubles you?" Fu Lu's voice emanated from the phone, laced with concern. Chapter 82, Conversations Over Tea. Song Zhi lowered her head slightly, exhaling gently, and feigned a casual tone as she said, "I'm really fine, stop worrying unnecessarily." Yet, even with such a facade, Fu Lv keenly discerned the subtle discord in her voice. He inquired once more, "Knowing that I am concerned, why do you not confide in me? Is everything truly all right? What is it that you wish for me to say?" Fu Lv sighed, his voice softening as he encouraged, "Come now, share your thoughts with Zhou Gu." Hearing the affectionate tone in Fu Lv's words, Song Zhi suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in her nose, an unsettling sensation akin to countless ants gnawing at her heart. She yearned to confide in Fu Lv about her brother's situation, seeking his counsel, yet she feared burdening him with her troubles. Ultimately, she restrained the grievance swelling within her and softly reiterated, "I really am fine, please don't worry." Fu Lv seemed to fall into a brief silence before his gentle voice emerged once again, "Is it because of what I said that night that frightened you?" 4 days. Fu Lv had deliberately refrained from initiating contact with Song Zhi, aiming to provide her with ample space for contemplation, allowing her to calmly navigate her inner turmoil. Simultaneously, he hoped to discern the depth of his significance in her heart. Would she reach out if he did not? However, as the days passed, Song Zhi never took that step, leaving Fu Lv with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Song Zhi tightened her grip on her phone instinctively,
taking a deep breath in an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly, "No, not at all."
Fu LV.
With a sense of resignation, let out a deep sigh and after a considerable pause, inquired, "Zhi Zhi, does our connection falter the moment I cease to take the initiative?"
Song Zhi lowered her gaze, remaining silent.
Her mind was a chaotic mess, entangled by a series of events involving Song Zhi, leaving her utterly unable to contemplate Fu Lu's intentions. Observing her silence, Fu Lu spoke gently, "I understand. I shall hang up now, I have a meeting to attend." The line was filled with the monotonous sound of a busy signal. Song Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, as though all her strength had been sapped away. And she slumped helplessly against the steering wheel. Initially, she had resisted, but Fu Lu's insistence compelled her to take the car keys.
Had Fu Lu been angry just now?
He was such a wonderful person, yet she found herself in this state.
Song Zhi instantly felt a pang of regret.
She should not have conveyed her negative emotions to Fu LV, nor should she have evaded him.
Song Zhi hesitated for a moment before ultimately pressing the call button.
At that time, Fu Liu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as he sat at his desk, his eyes revealing a chilling darkness. He suddenly realized that he had approached the situation incorrectly, from the outset. Ji should have firmly kept her by his side rather than allowing their relationship to develop in such a tepid manner.
In that instant,
Fu Liu felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Song Ji's side, to take her away and confine her until she admitted her affection for him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from Song Zhi. Fu Liu's fingers rhythmically tapped against the desk as he allowed the phone to ring on. He was still seething with anger and had intended to leave Song Zhi in suspense for a few days. Yet, it seemed his hand possessed a will of its own. He picked up the phone and, without hesitation, pressed the answer button.
Feeling somewhat vexed,
he contemplated ending the call when a soft voice came through from the other end, "Jiugu."
Fu Liu, feigning indifference with a proud expression, replied, "What is it? Are you upset?"
When Song Zhi uttered these words, a hint of tension was evident. Upon hearing this, Fu Ly's lips curled into a subtle smile.
His eyes sparkling with unrestrained amusement, yet his tone remained icy. "Angry? What right do I have to be angry?"
Song Zhi paused for a moment, her lips twitching slightly.
It gave off an impression of subtle sarcasm.
Song Zhi let out a sigh in her heart before speaking, You are indeed qualified." The smile in Fu Lu's eyes deepened.
"Song Xiaozhi, then tell me, with what identity should I be angry?"
"Brother."
Song Zhi's voice was tender and soft.
Although it was not the answer he desired, upon hearing those two words, Fu Lu's heart instinctively softened. Even his tone of voice transformed, becoming considerably gentler.
"I am not angry." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
"That is good." Fu made a sound of acknowledgement but remained silent. For a moment, the air was thick with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere.
Unable to restrain himself,
Fu spoke, "Song Xiaozhi, please give careful thought to what I said that night." Song Zhi paused for a moment before softly speaking, "I will give it careful consideration."
"All right, just don't keep me waiting too long."
Fu Lu hung up the phone, unconsciously humming a little tune. The phone vibrated again, and Fu Lu tilted his head slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his gaze, before focusing on the caller ID. It was a call from Fuya. Fu Lu couldn't help but furrow his brow gently, pondering for a moment before he slowly pressed the answer button and said softly, "Hello, elder sister." The instant his words fell, Fuya's voice, filled with confusion, came through the line, "Lao Jiu. I happened to see your car parked in front of the police station just now.
What are you doing over there? Is something wrong?" Upon hearing his sister's inquiry,
Fu Lu instinctively opened his mouth to explain that he was at the company. However, in the next moment, he seemed to suddenly recall something significant, his expression shifted slightly. And without a moment's hesitation, he hung up the phone. He swiftly rose, grabbing his coat from beside him, and dashed towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, preparing to step outside, he collided with his assistant who was hurrying in. The assistant was evidently startled by this unexpected encounter, causing the documents in his hands to scatter across the floor. He quickly regained his balance, his face etched with urgency as he said, "President Fu. There's an important meeting at 2 o'clock. Before the assistant could finish his sentence, Fu Lu raised his hand to interrupt. His eyes reflecting an undeniable resolve as he spoke in a deep voice, "Just organize the meeting, and make sure to compile the details for me." With that, he paid no heed to the assistant's astonished expression and briskly exited the office. After about 10 minutes, Fu Lu spotted Song Zhi's car parked at the roadside. He alighted from the taxi and walked directly towards her vehicle. Standing by the passenger window, he knocked firmly on the driver's side window. The next moment, the window slowly descended, revealing Song Zhi's face. The girl's eyes were red, clearly a sign that she had been crying moments before. Song Zhi had not anticipated that as she slid down the car window, her gaze would collide with Fu Lu's. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, not wishing for him to witness her disheveled appearance. Chapter 83, Guilt. In a flurry, she wiped away the traces of tears from her cheeks, then forced a light-hearted smile, attempting to mask her unusual emotions. Subsequently, she feigned a look of surprise and slowly directed her gaze toward Fu Lu, pretending to be astonished as she spoke, "Ninth brother. What a coincidence! Are you here on business as well?" Fu Lu's profound gaze lingered for a full 2 seconds on her slightly reddened eyes. "Why are you crying?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhi instinctively shook her head, denying, "No, I wasn't crying. It's just that some sand got into my eyes." Fu Lu did not expose her fib. Without further ado, he circled around the front of the car to the passenger side, opened the door with a swift motion, and gracefully settled into the seat. Throughout this entire exchange, Song Zhi remained in a daze, gazing at him with a bewildered expression, her heart brimming with confusion and unease. Fu Lu, attending to his own affairs, fastened his seatbelt and then turned his gaze toward the girl beside him, inquiring in a tone devoid of inflection, "Have you eaten?" Song Zhi was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, instinctively shaking her head. Fu Lv gently uttered 2 words, "Let us go, it's time for dinner." At that moment, Song Zhi remained in a daze, not immediately starting the car. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, "Jiogo, what brings you here?" Fu Lv raised an eyebrow, gazing at the young woman, and retorted, "What about you? What are you doing here?" Song Zhi did not anticipate Fu Lu would retort with a question, and her heart raced in a moment of panic. She swiftly pondered in her mind, ultimately settling on a flimsy excuse to brush off the inquiry. "I came over here to take care of some matters." As Song Zhi uttered these words, her gaze involuntarily flickered, unable to meet Fu Lu's eyes, betraying a profound sense of guilt. Fu Lu remained silent, casting her glance towards the window. "Have you come here to attend to some matter? Have you committed a transgression?" Beside her, Song Zhi followed her line of sight, her previously composed demeanor suddenly giving way to a hint of panic, her eyes betraying a subtle unease. Anxiously, she feared that Fu Lu might discern the truth, and thus hastily feigned composure, asserting, "I have done nothing wrong." Fu Lu, however, was not easily swayed. She fixed her gaze upon Song Zhi, pressing further, "Then what brings you here? Surely, you did not arrive without reason?" Song Zhi shook her head, a hint of helplessness evident in her tone. "It's really nothing, just a minor issue." However, Fu Lu was clearly dissatisfied with this response. Noticing Song Zhi's reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to pursue the matter further, instead gazing at her in silence. Under Fu Lu's piercing gaze, Song Zhi's heart raced, amplifying her feelings of guilt. Remaining in Fu Lu's presence would inevitably lead to her secret being uncovered. Throughout the journey, Song Zhi focused intently on driving, feeling increasingly uneasy and hesitant to engage Fu Lu in conversation. She could distinctly sense Fu Lu's eyes fixed upon her face, an unsettling awareness that made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Song Zhi silently sighed within her heart, contemplating how to navigate the impending situation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the already awkward atmosphere between the two. It was a call from Fu L. The crisp tone seemed particularly jarring in the stillness, yet Fu L appeared oblivious, showing no inclination to answer the call. Song Zhi could no longer contain herself and cautiously reminded, "Ninth brother, aren't you going to answer your phone?" Fu Lu merely replied with a languid tone, "Finally. You decide to speak?" Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi seemed as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. She promptly sealed her lips and ceased to speak. Fu L cast a sidelong glance at her, then leisurely retrieved his phone, gently pressing the answer button and placing it to his ear, saying, "Hello, sister. I understand. There is no need for you to call me incessantly.
Tomorrow is the weekend, and today is merely Friday. I may not have the time to visit you tomorrow either. I shall hang up now and we can discuss it later.
Song Zhi gazed at him as he ended the call, her heart brimming with curiosity.
Unable to restrain herself, she softly inquired, was it Sister Fuya?
Fu Lu responded with an affirmative sound but fell silent thereafter.
Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Song Zhi refrained from probing further and silently drove.
It was not until the car came to a steady halt beneath the company building that Fu Lu slowly spoke.
Song Xiuji, do you have time tomorrow?
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi's face displayed a hint of confusion, and a flicker of perplexity crossed her eyes as she softly inquired.
What is it?
Fu Lu turned her head slightly to gaze at her and replied, come with me to a certain place. Increasingly intrigued, Song Zhi pressed further.
Where are we going?
Fu Lu's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she reassured her, do not worry, I won't sell you out.
Just tell me if you have the time.
Song Zhi contemplated for a moment, then slightly nodded in agreement. After speaking, he unhesitatingly opened the car door and stepped out. Just before leaving, he reached out his hand and gently patted the top of Song Zhi's head, admonishing her to focus on driving.
Song Zhi gazed dazedly at the silhouette of Fu Lu as he entered the building, his expression lingering vividly in her mind. Instinctively, she reached up to touch the crown of her head, where she could still sense the warmth of his palm. A heat that seemed to penetrate through her hair and reach the depths of her heart. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, a blend of nostalgia and confusion. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, giving her cheeks a gentle pat as a reminder to remain alert. With the matters concerning Song Jiachuan still unresolved, she could not allow herself to be ensnared by such chaotic feelings. Drawing in a steady breath, she slowly rolled up the car window, preparing to press the accelerator and drive away, when a series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Turning with a heart full of questions, she peered outside and beheld a tall woman standing quietly beside her car, her black woolen coat fluttering slightly in the cold breeze. From time to time, the woman leaned down to glance through the window into the car. Song Zhi, perplexed, gently pressed the button, and the car window gradually descended. She inquired, hello? May I ask what the matter is? The woman across from her, upon catching sight of Song Zhi, momentarily froze, and then, with evident embarrassment, replied, I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. Song Zhi gently shook her head and smiled, saying, it's quite all right. The woman also chuckled, remarking, I was looking at this car and found it rather familiar. I thought it belonged to someone I knew, so I couldn't help but come over to say hello. I truly apologize for the intrusion. Song Zhi waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. Once the other party turned to leave, Song Zhi finally let out a soft sigh of relief, gradually pressing the accelerator and driving away. Chapter 84, All I have ever thought about, from beginning to end, is merely you. What brings you here? Song Zhi slowly stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with a hint of vigilance and uncertainty, fixating on the man seated in her once-cherished office chair. Pei Jinnian slightly curled the corners of his lips, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. He raised his gaze to meet Song Zhi's wary stare and, after a considerable pause, languidly uttered a few words. I heard that your brother has gotten into trouble? Song Zhi's pupils suddenly constricted, and her body involuntarily trembled slightly as she instinctively exclaimed, was it you? Pei Jinnian let out a soft chuckle before gently shaking his head, replying, that would be quite unjust. Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a mixture of bewilderment and doubt, a flicker of struggle and skepticism passing through her eyes. What on earth did Pei Jinnian intend to do? It was utterly perplexing for him to appear at her workplace, causing discomfort. The smile on Pei Jinnian's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious and earnest demeanor as he solemnly declared, Zhi Zhi, I can assist your brother. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a skeptical glance at the man before her. Despite having been by his side for many years, she still found it challenging to discern Pei Jinnian's true intentions at times. In that moment, she was at a loss as to what schemes he might be concocting. Song Zhi, filled with doubt, inquired, help? Why do you wish to assist me? What do you desire? Pei Jinnian rose to his feet, his height granting him an immediate advantage as he gazed down upon Song Zhi from his elevated position, his eyes revealing a profound desire for control. He slowly extended his hand, intending to touch the crown of Song Zhi's head.
However, in the next moment, Song Zhi swiftly evaded his reach. Song Zhi took a step back, maintaining a certain distance from Pei Jinnian, her expression one of vigilance, her eyes brimming with wariness and confusion. Observing her continued silence, Pei Jinnian's smile deepened. He inhaled gently, releasing a swirl of smoke. Through the ethereal rings of white smoke, he gazed at the girl standing before him and continued speaking. Zhi Zhi, do you not know what I desire? His gaze remained fixated on Song Zhi's face. Song Jichui's hands at her side tightened further, her delicate fingers nearly embedding into her palm. I don't know. Pei Jinnian chuckled softly. All right, I shall reveal to you what I desire. He paused for half a second before continuing. You, Zhi Zhi, the singular object of my longing has always been you alone. Song Zhi was taken aback. She never anticipated that Pei Jinnian would be so obstinate. Despite having reached this juncture, he still refused to let go easily. Song Zhi gazed at the man before her, and suddenly she felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment. The man, whom she had always perceived as strikingly similar to Fu Lu, now appeared utterly transformed, devoid of any resemblance whatsoever. Song Zhishan spoke with an indifferent expression. Pei Jinnian, can you not let me go? It is impossible for us now. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinnian let out a cold laugh. Let you go? Song Zhi, you toyed with me for 3 years. Do you think I would so easily release you? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Song Zhi's gaze instantly dimmed, and she fell silent. She was acutely aware that no matter what she said at this moment, Pei Jinnian would not be receptive. There was no point in wasting her breath. In the next moment, Pei Jinnian's nonchalant voice echoed once more. Can you guess who your brother has injured? Song Zhi looked at Pei Jinnian in astonishment. Do you know who it is? The injured family's relatives had outright refused to meet, leaving her utterly clueless about the identity of the person involved. Pei Jinnian nodded. Zhou Hongming's precious son. Your brother has indeed picked a tough opponent this time, having sent their beloved son to the hospital. Song Zhi stared wide-eyed. Incredulity etched across her face as she gazed at Pei Jinnian. Zhou Hongming, a scion of the Zhou family, one of the 3 prominent families in the capital. She could hardly fathom that her brother had embroiled himself in such trouble, having struck the youngest son of the Zhou family. How could this be? Pei Jinnian observed the disquiet in Song Zhi's expression, and the mirth in his eyes deepened. He spoke slowly, his voice low. The Zhou and Pei families have always had some degree of acquaintance. Given my current standing, even if the Zhou family harbors reluctance, they would still have to extend a modicum of courtesy. With Pei Jinnian's words laid bare, what more could Song Zhi possibly misunderstand? Had this been before? Shortly after emerging from the police station, hearing such a proposition from Pei Jinnian would have prompted her to agree without a second thought, for at that time, she felt akin to a headless fly, utterly lost. Yet now, the image of a gentle face, adorned with a hint of a smile, would unconsciously surface in her mind. The man who always referred to her as little one. Fu Elt, reflecting on him, Song Zhi resolutely shook her head in refusal. Pei Jinnian, our affair has reached its definitive end. I shall have no further entanglements with you. Upon hearing her words, Pei Jinnian's countenance darkened, his expression turning as somber as a stormy sea. He turned away, his steps imbued with palpable anger as he declared, Song Zhi, this is your final opportunity. When you come to seek my assistance, do not expect me to be so accommodating. Seek? Ha, how could that ever be? Song Zhi decisively spoke. Pei Xiao, take care. Ultimately, Pei Jinnian left with a grim countenance, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang that only heightened Song Zhi's agitation. She quietly sat before her computer, gripping her phone tightly. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to call Zhao Man. As her mother, Zhao Man had the right to know about her son's transgressions. The call was quickly answered, and Song Zhi took a deep breath, candidly recounting the events that had transpired. On the other end, Zhao Man was incredulous. How could her once obedient son possibly engage in such behavior? With wide eyes, she furiously questioned, Song Zhi, are you deceiving me? How could Jia Chun do something like this? Before she could finish her sentence, Song Zhi, growing impatient, raised her hand to interrupt, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Do you think I would lie to you about Jia Chun? Why would I deceive you about such a matter? Zhao Man felt a surge of anger at Song Zhi's demeanor, but, thinking of her son, she restrained herself and fell silent. Though her favoritism towards Song Jiachen had been glaringly evident over the past 2 years, often disparaging Song Zhi in front of him.
The truth was that Song Jiachen held a genuine fondness for his sister. Whenever Zhao Man criticized Song Zhi, he would immediately raise his voice in vehement defense. His face flushed with indignation, forbidding his mother from maligning his sister and sowing discord between them.
Chapter 85, Betrayal. Zhao Man was perplexed. Despite Song Zhi's seemingly distant attitude towards her son throughout his childhood, she had not anticipated the extent of his reliance on her.
"Did you go to the police station?"
Zhao Man inquired again, her tone lacking the earlier sharpness, now imbued with a hint of trepidation and concern.
Song Zhi responded with a soft hum.
Jia Chen has targeted the younger son of the Zhou family, who has adamantly refused any private mediation. The situation is indeed quite complex. You should contemplate how to address it. Upon hearing Song Zhi's words, Zhao Man was instantly ignited like a firecracker, her voice sharp as she questioned.
"You expect me to handle this? Are you truly indifferent to your brother's plight?"
Song Zhi lowered her gaze and let out a helpless sigh. Confronted with Zhao Man's unreasonable antics, she still found herself unaccustomed to the situation.
With an expression of indifference, she spoke, "What can I do? Is this matter something I can manage at will?
I have already laid everything bare before you. He is your son, and you ought to handle it yourself. If you truly choose to neglect this, then Jia Chen will inevitably face the dire consequences of imprisonment.
Do not say I did not warn you." With that, she abruptly ended the call.
Song Zhi, appearing fatigued, leaned against the back of the chair, irritably rubbing his brow.
Suddenly, voices drifted in from the doorway, prompting him to glance over.
There, he beheld Xiaowan animatedly conversing with the man beside her. As the man entered the office, he began to survey the surroundings, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement and eagerness.
He grasped Xiaowan's hand and inquired with curiosity, "Darling, is this the company you established?" With a beaming smile, Xiaowan nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I'm here to give you a proper tour."
As they continued their conversation, they inadvertently caught sight of Song Zhi, and a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaowan's eyes.
"Oh? Didn't you say you had matters to attend to? Why are you here at the office?"
Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi felt an inexplicable and peculiar sensation surging within her, prompting her to furrow her brows in confusion as she retorted, "Taking leave?
When did I ever mention that I intended to take leave?" Xiaowan, with a tone of certainty, responded. "Did you not say at noon that you had matters to attend to and would be absent from the company?"
Before Song Zhi could finish her words,
the man beside her spoke up. "Is this an employee of your company?"
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xiaowan's eyes, yet she swiftly concealed it.
She nodded and replied, "Indeed, let me introduce you. This is Song Zhi, who is responsible for..."
At this point, Xiaowan paused momentarily before continuing, "responsible for the market." Having said that, she turned to Song Zhi and introduced, "Zhi Zhi, this is Jiang Huai, my boyfriend." Before Song Zhi could utter a word, Jiang Huai took the initiative to say, "Darling, I didn't expect that the cultural care at your company is quite commendable." Song Zhi twitched the corner of her mouth,
wearing an expression of utter disbelief.
She began to suspect that Xiaowan had an affinity for undesirable individuals. Who were these people, anyway?
And what was this talk of humanistic care? Not only was Song Zhi bewildered, but even Xiaowan appeared somewhat perplexed. What did they mean by humanistic care?
Jiang Huai, observing Xiaowan's confused demeanor, affectionately pinched her cheek and explained with a smile, "It's simply about introducing my identity to the employees."
Upon hearing this, Xiaowan awkwardly glanced at Song Zhi.
As Song Zhi was about to speak, she noticed Xiaowan winking at her. Having known Xiaowan for such a long time,
how could she possibly be oblivious to her intentions?
Oh well, it didn't matter, she wouldn't be here for long anyway.
So she might as well let her have her fun.
With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced Song Zhi's face as she slowly said, "President Xiao.
As you mentioned, I have taken leave, so may I leave work now?" Upon hearing this, Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback.
She had not anticipated that Song Zhi would address her in such a distant tone and manner.
Song Zhi was upset. Was it because of her boyfriend?
Before Xiaowan could piece together the situation, Jiang Huai interjected, "Oh, darling, she has already taken leave, let her go, don't make it difficult for her." After saying this, he leaned closer to Xiao Wan's ear and whispered a few intimate words, his demeanor quite affectionate.
Upon hearing this,
Xiao Wan's originally fair cheeks were instantly tinged with a delicate blush. Flustered, she waved her hand and stammered,
Song Zhi, you
should leave first. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet she remained silent. She picked up her bag, rose to her feet, and without a moment's hesitation, turned and exited the office.
Seated in the car, Song Zhi was overwhelmed with irritation.
Song Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the screen, where Xiao Wan had sent her an explanation regarding the matters of Jianghuai. Song Zhi did not bother to glance at the subsequent content, she tossed her phone aside and paid it no heed. As she drove the car out of the garage, suddenly, a figure unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, standing in front of the vehicle.
Song Zhi executed an urgent brake, fortunately coming to a halt merely 1 meter away from the other party.
Song Zhi felt a surge of irritation rising within her, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon catching sight of the figure standing by the front of the car, she was momentarily taken aback.
It was Qi Yi. What brought him here? Could it be that he still harbored lingering feelings for Xiao Wan?
Song Zhi lowered the car window, extending her head out, her piercing gaze directed unwaveringly at Qi Yi.
With an edge of agitation in her voice, she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Suddenly rushing out like that is incredibly perilous, do you not realize?"
Qi Yi's expression was as dark as a stormy sky, seemingly heavy enough to drip with water. He abruptly approached the car, fixing Song Zhi with a menacing stare, as if he intended to devour her whole.
"You are the one who incited my sister to break up with me, aren't you?" he demanded. "What does your breakup have to do with me?" she retorted. "Do not even think of denying it."
"My sister has already confided in me that you were the one who urged her on." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt as if her ears had malfunctioned.
In disbelief,
she inquired, "Are you saying that it was Xiao Wan who informed you that I urged her to break up with you?"
"Is that not the case?"
"My sister and I were on good terms. Had you not meddled between us, how could she have been so resolute in severing our bond?" Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi was infuriated to the point of smoke emanating from her 7 orifices. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Wan was such a person,
capable of striking her in the back.
Song Zhi gazed into Qi Yi's sinister eyes, her heart tightening with trepidation, fearful of provoking his wrath.
She softened her tone and spoke, "Have you misunderstood?
I truly did not incite your breakup." Qi Yi was far from convinced by her deceitful words. After all, it was Xiao Wan who had initially pursued him with fervor, making it implausible for her to so readily sever their ties.
This entire situation must surely be the work of Song Zhi. With this thought, his gaze turned fiercely malevolent as he suddenly reached into the car,
seizing a handful of Song Zhi's hair and yanking it with force. The excruciating pain radiating from her scalp elicited a scream from her lips, and instinctively, she pressed her head against the car window.
"Qi Yi, please let me go." Song Zhi extended her hand, desperately attempting to pry open Qi Yi's grasp. However,
Qi Yi's hold was as unyielding as a vice, firmly ensnaring her hair without the slightest intention of relenting. His expression contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, and he spoke in a chilling tone reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. "Wretched woman, had it not been for your insidious instigation, my sister would never have left me, and I would not be burdened with this mountain of debt."
Chapter 86, Disappointment.
As Qi Yi uttered these words, his teeth clenched,
and he glared at Song Zhi with a fierce intensity.
Song Zhi felt a sense of unease as she observed Qi Yi's terrifying expression, which seemed to convey a desire to devour her whole. She had not anticipated that Qi Yi would be so extreme as to place the blame for their breakup squarely on her shoulders. Song Zhi made a concerted effort to calm her emotions, raising her gaze towards Qi Yi. At that moment, Qi Yi's face contorted into a grotesque expression.
Song Zhi understood that she must not provoke him further, for any ensuing turmoil would ultimately befall her. Song Zhi suppressed the panic within,
discreetly retrieving her phone and clutching it tightly in her hand.
Should any untoward incident occur, she would be ready to call for help at the earliest opportunity. Song Zhi discreetly unlocked her phone, attempting to communicate with Qi Yi.
"Qi Yi, you have truly misunderstood. You can have a proper conversation with Wan and clarify everything."
Qi Yi scoffed coldly, "Communicate? She refuses to see me at all.
it must be that you have spoken ill of me, you wretched woman.
With that, he raised his hand and slapped Song Zhi directly.
Song Zhi was immediately struck with a sense of dizziness, her entire being engulfed by sheer terror.
Gritting her teeth, she spoke once more. Wan is in the office. If you have matters to discuss, you may seek her out and resolve the misunderstandings between you face to face.
You are well aware that Wan, despite her tough exterior, possesses a tender heart.
Song Zhi softly coaxed him. Indeed, in the next moment,
Zhi released Song Zhi, and the previously sinister expression on his face softened slightly.
However, he continued to stare intently at Song Zhi. Is your sister currently in the office?
Zhi furrowed his brows, a flicker of suspicion glimmering in his eyes as he scrutinized Song Zhi,
as if attempting to discern any signs of deception from her countenance. Is that true?
If you dare to deceive me, I shall not let you off easily,
Zhi threatened in a low voice.
Song Jillian repeatedly waved her hands to clarify. No, Wan is indeed in the studio, she just sent me a message.
She extended her phone towards Qi, revealing the text.
With a stern expression, he replied, you come with me, I am not one of the staff inside.
And the building's security will not allow me to enter easily.
Song Zhi was acutely aware of the stringent security regulations governing the building, which necessitated the use of an access card linked to her work credentials for seamless entry.
However, upon discovering Xiao Wan's betrayal,
she felt no inclination to involve herself in their sordid affairs. Song Zhi picked up a card from beside her and handed it to Qi.
If you swipe this,
you should be able to get in, she said. Qi, however, regarded her with suspicion, a wary expression etched across his face.
A flicker of doubt danced in his eyes as he coldly replied, what? Do you take me for a fool? You expect me to trust you with just any random card? Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi hastily waved his hands, fervently clarifying, no, truly not. This is indeed my card.
And it will certainly grant you access. He spoke with a stern expression, get out of the car and accompany me upstairs. As soon as his words fell, a cacophony of honking erupted from behind the vehicle. Song Zhi glanced up through the rearview mirror and noticed a sedan parked behind her. She couldn't help but exhale in relief, a vehicle had arrived, and she needed to maneuver her car to make way. Qi turned his head to take a quick look, muttering curses as he approached the car behind. In the next moment, the door of the sedan swung open,
and a burly man emerged, glaring menacingly at Qi. What did you just say? I dare you to repeat that.
Qi, embodying the archetype of one who bullies the weak yet fears the strong, instantly recoiled at the sight of someone taller than himself, wearing a forced smile. Brother,
it's a misunderstanding.
I didn't say anything, I'll have her move aside for you right away. Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt a tightening in her heart. She never anticipated that Xiao Wan would betray her once again.
At that moment, to claim she was not disappointed would be a falsehood.
She had genuinely regarded Xiao Wan as a close friend, yet the latter repeatedly turned against her.
Watching Qi Ye's departing figure, Song Zhi's tense body relaxed slightly,
and she could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, recalling Qi Ye's sinister expression as he left, she began to waver.
On one hand,
she felt compelled to inform Xiao Wan about this situation, for Qi Ye's current demeanor suggested impending trouble.
On the other hand,
the thought of Xiao Wan's treachery ignited a surge of vengeful satisfaction within her. Suddenly, the sound of a horn blaring from behind snapped her back to reality, prompting Song Zhi to hastily move her car forward. While waiting at the traffic light, she hesitated briefly before picking up her phone to call Xiao Wan.
But the call went unanswered.
After the call ended automatically, she sent a message to Xiao Wan.
Having done all this, Song Zhi drove away.
Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly set aside what she was holding. She reached into her pocket and retrieved her phone,
pressing the answer button and bringing it to her ear.
Hello, she whispered. No sooner had she spoken than a choked sob echoed from the phone.
Zhi Zhi. What should I do?
What should I do? Song Zhi listened to Xiao Wan's tearful voice, her action of changing shoes paused momentarily.
She hurriedly inquired, what happened? Is everything all right?
On the other end of the line, Xiao Wan spoke in a disjointed manner. I
am at the police station right now. Could you come and keep me company? Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the police station. She had a vague inkling of what might have transpired. Yet she feigned confusion and inquired, "What happened? Were you not at the studio? How did you end up at the police station?" At that moment,
Xiao Wan was sobbing uncontrollably, urging Song Zhi to come at once. She was too frightened to call her parents and could only reach out to Song Zhi for help. Song Zhi heard her weeping uncontrollably and comforted her, saying, "All right, do not cry.
I will come over immediately." After Song Zhi hung up the phone,
she did not linger for long and promptly drove to the police station. She had visited the station twice in one day, and the enthusiastic female officer who had previously attended to her still remembered her. Upon seeing Song Zhi enter, she proactively inquired, "Regarding your brother's situation,
have you informed your family in a timely manner?"
Song Zhi hurriedly nodded, "I have already called my parents at the first opportunity." The other party furrowed their brow.
"But where are your parents? Why haven't they come over yet?"
With a helpless shake of the head, a hint of disappointment flickered in their eyes as they said,
"It has been quite some time. Do your family members even care about this matter? If they do, they should come over quickly. As a young lady, how can you handle such a complicated situation all on your own?"
Song Zhi felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, and she hurriedly explained, "In truth, I did not come here solely for my brother's matters." The other party gazed at Song Zhi with a look of confusion, their eyes brimming with questions, and pressed on.
"If it is not about your brother, then what brings you here from such a distance?"
Song Zhi candidly spoke, "Xiao Wan, I have come to assist her with the bail." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately displayed a look of astonishment, eyes wide open, incredulously asking,
"Do you know that young lady?" Song Zhi nodded earnestly and replied with unwavering conviction, "Yes, Officer Chen. How is she doing now?"
The other party let out a slight sigh, their expression tinged with gravity as they responded, "She is currently in the interrogation room." These young people today are truly impulsive,
acting without any consideration for the consequences.
Song Zhi felt a sudden tightness in her heart and hurriedly inquired, "Has something happened? Why was she taken to the police station?" The other party looked at Song Zhi with a puzzled expression and replied, "Did your friend not mention this matter to you?"
Song Zhi shook her head,
indicating her lack of knowledge. Observing this situation, the female officer ceased further inquiries and simply let her inside. Upon entering the interrogation room, Song Zhi immediately spotted Xiao Wan. Her head bowed and her demeanor listless as she sat in the chair before the table. Song Zhi hurriedly stepped forward and softly called out, "Wan Wan." Upon hearing Song Zhi's voice, Xiao Wan slowly lifted her head. As she caught sight of Song Zhi, she began to weep gently, "Woo, Zhi Zhi, I am truly frightened." Song Zhi stepped forward, and Xiao Wan immediately enveloped her in a tight embrace. With a nod, Xiao Wan, her eyes brimming with tears,
followed Song Zhi out of the interrogation room.
In the car, Xiao Wan continued to sob uncontrollably, pleading, "Zhi Zhi, please do not tell my parents." Song Zhi gently shook her head and reassured, "Do not worry, I shall not divulge this to anyone."
However, what transpired? Xiao Wan recounted the events, growing increasingly indignant as she spoke.
"Shi is such a pervert, he has been stalking me all for this moment."
Upon acquiring Song Zhi's card,
Shi had entered their building and made his way to their studio. As soon as he stepped inside,
he was taken aback by the sounds of flirtation emanating from within.
Shi could hardly believe that Xiao Wan had so swiftly found a new love. Unable to accept this shocking reality, he succumbed to rage and charged at Jiang Huai, leading to a violent scuffle. In the chaos, Jiang Huai accidentally sustained a knife wound. It was Xiao Wan's first encounter with such a dire situation. Terrified, she promptly called the police and requested an ambulance.
Song Zhi, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Haven't you already broken up? Why is he still so entangled?"
Xiao Wan paused for a moment, as a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She then fixed her gaze on Song Zhi, her eyes unwavering, as if they were attempting to penetrate through her very being. Song Zhi felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her. "Wan Wan, I'm asking you a question.
Why are you in a daze?"
Xiao Wan took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Zhi Zhi, you should be aware that our building has a strict access control system. Only individuals possessing specific access cards are permitted entry. It is not a place where just anyone can come and go freely."
Song Zhi nodded, "Isn't this the regulation that has always been in place?"
Shi mentioned that it was you who provided him with the card,
enabling his smooth entry into our building.
Xiaowan fixed her gaze upon Song Zhi, as if attempting to penetrate her very essence with her eyes,
missing not even the slightest alteration in her expression. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, "Then tell me, how did Zhi manage to ascend?"
If he did not swipe the card, according to the standard access procedures, he would undoubtedly be unable to enter our heavily fortified building. Song Zhi was aware that this matter could no longer be concealed. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke, "Actually, when I went to the garage, I saw Zhi." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiaowan's previously heightened emotions were ignited in an instant.
Her face flushed crimson as she vociferously demanded, "Why? Why have you betrayed me?"
As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Choking back sobs, she continued with a trembling voice, "Zhi Zhi,
I have always regarded you as my closest friend.
Why would you treat me this way, knowing full well that Zhi is not a good person?
Yet still allowing him to ascend? Do you understand? He has injured Jiang Huai. And I am left in the dark about whether he is alive or dead in the hospital?"
With that, Xiaowan covered her face and wept bitterly. Song Zhijing gazed quietly at Xiaowan, listening to her accusations, her heart a tumult of emotions. She too yearned to understand why, despite considering Xiaowan a true friend, she would so ruthlessly betray her. Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Song Zhi, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Song Zhi let out a deep sigh, taking a considerable moment before she finally spoke. "He cannot see you, so he came to find me and even threatened me."
With this statement, Xiaowan's eyes revealed an unmistakable disappointment.
She never anticipated that her good friend would betray her in such a manner.
Upon hearing this,
Song Zhi could only manage a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "You repeatedly assert that I am your good friend. Yet you have not inquired about what Zhi did to me after he sought me out."
Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback,
a hint of guilt flashing across her face as she stammered, You seem to be perfectly fine, nothing significant has happened, has it?" Song Zhi silently pointed to the mark of a slap on her cheek.
Xiaowan's gaze fixated on the crimson blemish, her expression momentarily frozen. "Did Zhi do this?"
"Indeed, I refused to take him to find you, and in a fit of rage, he struck me.
As for the card you mentioned,
it is likely that he seized it from my car amidst the chaos of the altercation."
Chapter 88, The Assault. Upon hearing this,
a look of deep remorse instantly crossed Xiaowan's face, and she hurriedly began to explain, "Zhi Zhi, I am truly sorry. I had no idea such a thing would transpire." Song Zhi did not wait for her to finish speaking and continued, "I called you earlier to warn you that Zhi might come to trouble you, but you didn't answer.
If you had picked up the phone then, perhaps these events could have been averted."
Xiaowan's breath caught in her throat.
I wasn't paying attention.
At that time, As she spoke, Xiaowan awkwardly pressed her lips together and fell silent.
What was she doing at that moment?
Sitting on Jiang Huai's lap, flirting with him.
Leaving no time to answer the call,
Song Zhi continued, "I sent you a message, but I had no idea you hadn't seen it.
Therefore, Wan, this matter is not my fault."
Xiaowan glanced at her phone and indeed found the message from Song Zhi, which deepened her feelings of guilt.
"Zhi Zhi, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly believe in you."
Song Zhi shook her head and replied softly, "Let me take you to the hospital first."
"Didn't you mention that your boyfriend is there?"
Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Throughout the journey, Song Zhi kept her lips tightly sealed, remaining silent. Sitting beside her, Xiaowan was filled with guilt, realizing she had misunderstood her companion, yet she was at a loss for words on how to break the awkward silence. It was not until the car slowly pulled into the hospital that Song Zhi adeptly brought the vehicle to a steady stop. Gathering her courage, Xiaowan gently reached out and grasped Song Zhi's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper, "Zhi Zhi, please don't be angry with me." Song Zhi gradually turned her face, her gaze resting upon Xiaowan. Song Zhi felt a surge of anger within her, and upon seeing Xiaowan's reddened eyes, she found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she merely uttered a few words in a subdued tone, "I am not angry." The moment Xiaowan heard this, her previously worried expression blossomed into a radiant smile. She joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't be upset with me, you are my dearest friend." With that, she excitedly reached out and enveloped Song Zhi in a tight embrace. Song Zhi remained quietly embraced by Xiaowan, her mind swirling with countless thoughts.
Yet she chose not to speak. Best friend? This designation felt particularly burdensome at this moment, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon her heart. Indeed. They had once shared an unbreakable bond, conversing about everything under the sun. However, now it seemed that everything had transformed. After today, perhaps their relationship was destined to gradually fade into the background. Song Zhi spoke softly, "Wan, hurry up and go. Didn't you say you were going to see your boyfriend?" Wan glanced at Song Zhi's indifferent expression, slightly taken aback, and then quietly replied, "Wan, could you please come up with me?" Song Zhi currently wishes to refrain from accompanying Wan. Firstly, a rift has developed between them, and secondly, she does not wish to play the role of a third wheel. She tactfully declined, saying, "Am I to ascend merely to serve as your light bulb?" Upon hearing this, Wan immediately adopted a charming demeanor, shaking Song Zhi's arm and pouting as she replied, "That won't happen. You are my dearest sister, just accompany me, please." As she spoke, she feigned a resolute stance, suggesting that she would not budge unless Song Zhi followed. Song Zhi observed Wan's childish antics and, with a resigned shake of her head, ultimately acquiesced, "Very well, I shall procure a fruit basket first, do inform me of the ward number promptly." Upon hearing Song Zhi's agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Wan's face as she playfully exclaimed, "You are the best." After sending the room number to Song Zhi via WeChat, she hopped out of the car, cheerfully reminding Song Zhi to come upstairs and not to stand her up. Once Wan's figure disappeared from view, Song Zhi slowly retrieved her phone, exited the vehicle, and with somewhat languid steps, made her way towards the fruit shop outside the hospital. Meanwhile, Wan hurriedly arrived at the ward's entrance, where a group of doctors was gathered around Jiang Huai, conducting examinations. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and rushed inside, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the man lying unconscious on the hospital bed. "Doctor, how is he?" she implored. The middle-aged doctor at the forefront turned to her, his gaze settling on Wan. "Are you a family member?" he inquired. Nodding fervently, Wan replied, "Yes. I am his girlfriend." The doctor continued, "He sustained a stab wound to the abdomen. Fortunately, the injury is not severe, and he is not in any mortal danger. Please proceed with the admission paperwork. The patient remains in a state of unconsciousness." Upon hearing this, the heavy weight on Wan's heart finally lifted. After seeing off the medical staff, she slowly approached the bedside, clasped Jiang Huai's hand, and whispered tearfully, "Brother Huai, I am so sorry, this is all my fault." Just as her words fell, the ward door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, and Song Zhi turned to find a middle-aged woman standing at the threshold, accompanied by a plainly dressed young girl. Song Zhi stared blankly at the two individuals. "Whom are you searching for?" The middle-aged woman at the forefront jolted upon spotting Wan, her body shaking violently, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. This expression quickly morphed into a dark scowl as she lunged towards Wan with a fierce demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and struck Wan's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, leaving Wan momentarily stunned, a sharp sting igniting across her cheek, her mind buzzing as she struggled to comprehend the abruptness of the situation. Throughout her life, she had only ever bullied others. Never had she expected to be on the receiving end of such violence. Once she regained her senses, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the middle-aged woman before her, her heart brimming with indignation and resentment. However, before she could retaliate, a violent coughing erupted from the hospital bed, diverting her attention. She turned anxiously towards Jiang Huai, who was slowly opening his eyes, his complexion as pale as a ghost, his lips chapped. "Huaigu, how are you? Does your wound still hurt?" Wan inquired urgently, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Huai shook his head slightly, attempting to sit up, but his body felt utterly limp. He mustered a faint smile, reaching out to gently caress Wan's cheek, his voice hoarse yet tender, "Darling, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Upon hearing his words, Wan's nose, already tinged with redness, suddenly ached, and tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the bedding beneath. Hastily, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and sniffled, preparing to speak, yet before she could utter a word, a sudden force pushed her violently, catching her completely off guard, and she fell heavily to the ground, a dull pain radiating from her backside. Chapter 89, The Absorbing Nature. Zhang's mother pushed Wan away, urgently grasping Jiang Huai's hand, her face etched with worry. "My son, you truly scared me." Jiang Huai glanced at his mother,
then turned to the fallen Xiaowan. Letting out a resigned sigh as he withdrew his hand from his mother's grip, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze.
Mom, why did you push Wan?
John's mother scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes as she retorted, I heard you got hurt because of this wretch, didn't you?
What kind of spell has she cast on you to make you risk everything for her?
Jiang Huai frowned slightly, disregarding his mother's unreasonable accusations.
And softly inquired of the distressed Xiaowan, darling, are you hurt? Does anything ache?
Xiaowan quickly shook her head, tears shimmering in her eyes as she choked out.
I'm fine, please don't worry.
Jiang Huai soothed her gently, I know you've been wronged, my mother is just overly concerned about me.
Please don't take it to heart, she didn't mean it.
Xiaowan bit her lip and slowly replied, I won't hold it against Auntie. She's only acting this way because she cares for you. A glimmer of gratitude appeared in Jiang Huai's eyes as he gestured for her to come closer, darling, come here.
Let me see if you've hurt yourself.
Upon hearing this, Xiaowan blushed and climbed to her feet. She approached the hospital bed, where Jiang Huai took her hand with a worried expression, are you all right?
It pains me to see you like this.
Her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She gently shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper, I'm fine. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to John's mother, whose fierce demeanor unsettled her. Despite her discomfort over being struck by John's mother, Xiaowan maintained her politeness for Jiang Huai's sake.
Auntie, hello, I'm Huai Ji's girlfriend.
He was injured while trying to protect me. Please rest assured, I will take good care of him to ensure his swift recovery.
The girl, who had been awkwardly standing at the door of the hospital room, widened her eyes in disbelief, stammering, why you said you are his girlfriend? How is that possible? Xiaowan,
taken aback for a moment, then softened her gaze towards the girl. The girl, dressed simply with her long black hair styled into two cute braids, stood at the doorway, visibly flustered. Xiaowan gently nodded, smiling as she addressed her, you must be Huai Ji's sister, Cui Lan.
He has mentioned you before. Cui Lan opened her mouth, attempting to explain, I'm not.
But before she could finish, Jiang Huai interjected urgently, darling, could you please help me with the admission procedures?
I haven't completed them yet.
Xiaowan nodded, all right, the doctor just told me about it. I'll go take care of it now.
You rest well. With that,
she took the necessary documents and exited the room, remembering to gently close the door behind her.
As Song Zhi emerged from the elevator, delicately carrying a fruit basket,
she was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Xiaowan, who was waiting for the lift.
Wan, are you about to leave?
She inquired with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing that only Jiang Huai was present in the hospital room, Song Zhi felt reluctant to remain in the company of a stranger. She suggested,
how about I accompany you?
However, Xiaowan smiled and gently shook her head, saying, there's no need, you can go ahead. Jiang Huai's mother and sister are here, so please don't feel awkward. No sooner had she spoken than the elevator doors opened with a chime, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiaowan stepped into the elevator. Song Zhi gazed at the slowly closing elevator doors, letting out a resigned sigh. She then picked up the fruit basket and made her way towards the hospital room where Jiang Huai was located.
Standing at the threshold of the room,
Song Zhi hesitated for a moment before finally extending her hand to knock on the door. At that moment, a voice suddenly emanated from within the room, clearly reaching her ears. Why are you telling that woman I am your sister? Upon hearing this, Song Zhi paused momentarily, her outstretched hand hesitating in midair. She lifted her gaze and, through the glass of the hospital room, beheld a modestly dressed girl, her head bowed respectfully, standing by the bedside. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman. Song Zhi recalled what Xiaowan had just said about Jiang Huai's mother and sister arriving.
In the next moment, the confused voice of Zhang's mother echoed, Why, what on earth is the matter?
Why do you suddenly claim that Cui Lan is your sister?
Jiang Huai,
already irritated by their unexpected visit to the hospital, responded with evident annoyance, if I don't refer to her as my sister, should I call her my wife instead? You heard Xiaowan explicitly state that she is my girlfriend. Cui Lan, listening nearby, felt deeply wronged, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded.
Do you truly not want me and our son anymore?
Jiang Huai, gazing at the weeping woman before him, felt a twinge of pain at his side, as if his injury had intensified in this moment.
He furrowed his brow, irritation etched across his face, and said once more, "Who said I don't want you to? Stop with the baseless conjectures and nonsensical talk." At this, John's mother was equally enraged, chastising him sternly. "What on earth are you playing at? Chui Lan and I traveled a long way from the countryside to see you. Instead of working properly, you're busy entangling yourself with these troublesome women. And now you've landed in the hospital." John's mother, perplexed and bewildered, could not help but ask, "What does it matter to us that she has money? We do not rely on her for our livelihood." A glint of cleverness flickered in Jiang Huai's eyes as he smugly replied, "If I'm with her, her money essentially becomes mine." His mother was taken aback, and after a moment, comprehension dawned on her face. "Son, are you implying?" While the rest of her words remained unspoken, the implication was clear. Jiang Huai nodded and turned to Chui Lan, saying, "Chui Lan, you've been part of my family since childhood and have borne me a son. I would never abandon you and our child. Once I secure that woman's wealth, I will take you, mother, and our son to enjoy a life of comfort." Chui Lan, upon hearing this, looked anxious and said, "Husband, I do not desire wealth. I only wish for you and our son to be well." Jiang Huai, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Without money, how will you eat or dress? I'm doing this for your well-being. But we don't have to resort to deceit." Chui Lan's words were cut short as Jiang Huai erupted, "Shut up! I warn you, if you dare speak out of turn, we will divorce, and you will never see our son again." Standing at the door, Song Zhi clenched the fruit basket in her hand, her grip tightening involuntarily. What a disastrous situation Xiaowan had attracted. Each person seemed more wretched than the last. Song Zhi was filled with indignation, contemplating whether to burst through the door and unveil the vile nature and deceit of this family. However, she reconsidered, with Xiaowan absent. What if this family denied everything? With that thought, Song Zhi stifled her rage, composed herself, and gently raised her hand, adopting a courteous demeanor as she rapped delicately on the door of the ward. As the crisp knocking echoed, the conversation within the room abruptly ceased. Moments later, Song Zhi cautiously pushed the door open and carefully stepped into the ward, permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Jiang Huai was taken aback upon seeing Song Zhi. He hesitated. And before he could speak, his mother, Jiang Mu, eagerly interjected, "Young lady, may I ask who you are here to see?" Evidently, she had not anticipated her son would garner such attention, prompting someone to visit him. She scrutinized Song Zhi subtly, pondering to herself, "This girl appears somewhat petite. Yet her attire suggests a fairly affluent background." A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes, but it quickly faded to her usual demeanor. "Son, who is this young lady?" she inquired, casting a glance at the fruit basket in Song Zhi's hands, casually adding, "Did Wan send you to visit me?" Song Zhi paused momentarily, realizing that it was indeed Xiaowan who had summoned her. She gently nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Huai, witnessing this, wore a smug expression as he looked at Song Zhi, then commanded in a condescending tone, "Hurry and bring that fruit basket over. Afterward, make sure to wash it thoroughly for my mother and sister." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi could not help but find the remark amusing, her lips twitching slightly in response. How absurd for someone to assume the role of a commander, believing themselves to be a significant authority. Jiang Huai was utterly blindsided by the public humiliation he faced, his expression darkened instantly, revealing his displeasure. With a heavy scoff, he wore a countenance filled with disdain and contempt, menacingly threatening, "Do not overestimate your worth. You are merely an insignificant employee in the company where my girlfriend works. Believe me, with just a word, I can have her dismiss you at once." Facing the brazen and overbearing threat from Jiang Huai, Song Zhi displayed no semblance of fear. Rather, she found the situation rather amusing. With a smile still gracing her lips, she began, "As for the possibility of my expulsion, there is no need for you to concern yourself with that. However, I am quite curious to know if Xiaowan is aware of your current, Here, Song Zhi paused momentarily, searching her mind for a more fitting descriptor before continuing, "the repugnant facade of arrogance derived from your connections?" Upon witnessing her precious son being insulted, Jiang Mu felt an inferno of rage ignite within her. She abruptly rose from her seat, extending her finger in a fierce gesture towards Song Zhi, her mouth spewing invectives. "You insolent wretch! Who do you think you are to insult my son? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today, and I shall make sure your foul mouth is utterly silenced."
As she spoke, her visage twisted in fury, resembling a ferocious beast as she lunged menacingly towards Song Zhi. Song Zhi, quick-witted and agile, perceived the impending danger and swiftly sidestepped, retreating 2 large steps just in time to evade the fierce onslaught of Zhang's mother. However, Zhang's mother was evidently unprepared for Song Zhi's rapid reaction. As a result, her body was propelled forward uncontrollably due to inertia after her failed lunge. In a flash, at that precise moment, Xiaowan, who had just completed her hospitalization formalities, appeared ahead. A muffled thud resonated as Zhang's mother, with her hefty and robust form, collided forcefully with Xiaowan. Given Xiaowan's petite and delicate stature, she was utterly unprepared for such a violent impact. Instantly, she felt as if her bones were shattering under the force, the pain overwhelming, prompting her to grimace in agony. An uncontainable surge of indignation rose within Xiaowan, her urge to unleash a torrent of curses barely restrained. Taking a deep breath to quell her ire, she endeavored to muster a semblance of a caring smile, gently inquiring, "Auntie, are you hurt? How could you be so careless?" As she spoke, she extended her hands, cautiously supporting the swaying Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother grasped Xiaowan's fair and tender hands tightly, her expression dark as if it could seep water, and coldly declared, "Humph. If you truly wish to step into the Zhang family as threshold, you must promptly expel that little wretch." Before her words had fully settled, Zhang's mother erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her shrill voice slicing through the air, directly aimed at the quietly standing Song Zhi. "Is she an employee at your company?" Xiaowan instinctively nodded, her gaze drawn to Song Zhi. At that moment, Song Zhi stood there quietly, remaining silent. Despite the minor rift that had formed between her and Xiaowan over the past 2 days, their long-standing friendship could not simply be disregarded. Thus, Song Zhi felt assured that Xiaowan would not turn against her over a man she had only just started dating. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Song Zhi's lips. Yet, before she could speak, Xiaowan's voice, laden with accusation and discontent, reached her ears. "Zhi Zhi. Did you just insult my boyfriend?" Taken aback by this statement, Song Zhi replied calmly, "Indeed, I called him a bully. Is that not accurate?" Hearing this, Xiaowan's face fell, revealing profound disappointment. "He is my boyfriend, Zhi Zhi. Do you truly wish to see me unhappy?" As she spoke, her voice quivered, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. Song Zhi's pupils dilated suddenly, her face a canvas of disbelief. She never anticipated that Xiaowan would harbor such thoughts about her. Chapter 91, Parting Ways. She gazed blankly at this once familiar friend, her heart awash with a multitude of emotions. "So, according to your perspective, all of this is my fault?" Song Zhi bit her lip, valiantly suppressing the tumultuous waves of anger and grievance within her. Xiaowan let out a heavy sigh, her tone laced with resignation and reproach. "I have always regarded you as my dearest friend, which is why I wish to introduce Jian Hui to you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would speak ill of him behind my back." Song Zhi could no longer contain herself, a wry yet bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She found it utterly incomprehensible how the once astute and clever Xiaowan had transformed into someone so blind, foolish, and unreasonable. Especially in matters of love. She had become nothing short of a complete romantic fool. Song Zhi pondered quietly, contemplating the day when Xiaowan would discover the extent to which she had been deceived by this family. She could only imagine the expression of regret that would wash over her. Given Xiaowan's current infatuated demeanor, even if she were to voice her suspicions, the family's denial would undoubtedly sway her belief. This would inevitably strain their relationship, leading to an unnecessary conflict. Sometimes, reason falls on deaf ears. Certain lessons can only be learned through personal experience. Song Zhi reined in her thoughts, her lips parted slightly. "So, your boyfriend wants to expel me from the company. Is that what you think as well?" For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xiaowan tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Zhang's mother could no longer contain her temper, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Humph. If you wish to be with my son, you must dismiss her from the company, otherwise, I shall never consent to your relationship." Upon hearing this, Xiaowan's face revealed her distress. She turned her head, gazing pitifully at Jiang Hui. However, to her surprise, Jiang Hui seemed to deliberately avoid her gaze, slightly turning away, his head bowed as he quietly spoke, "Wan Wan. I endured a wound for you.
Is our bond truly less significant than that of a mere employee in your company? Xiaowan felt a tumult of guilt and conflict within her.
One was her dearest friend, the other her most beloved.
Choosing one would inevitably anger the other.
She exhaled softly, her expression torn as she looked at Song Zhi, poised to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Song Zhi's unyielding voice. Enough, no need to say more.
I understand.
Hearing this, Xiaowan couldn't help but lower her head in shame, murmuring, Zhi Zhi, I am truly sorry.
I hope you won't hold it against me.
Song Zhi shook her head in silence.
Why was that?
It was not the case, she had yet to concoct an excuse to extricate herself from the situation. And unexpectedly, Xiaowan took the initiative to voice it instead. Song Zhi slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes firmly fixed on Xiaowan.
Her expression was filled with disappointment.
Yet the words that escaped her lips were remarkably calm.
Song Zhi spoke up, so, between him and me, you ultimately chose him, correct?
Xiaowan quickly shook her head, anxiously explaining, It's not like that, Song Zhi, please listen to me.
Did you not express multiple times before that you did not wish to continue working at the company?
Song Zhi quietly gazed at her.
And then? Xiaowan continued, as the year draws to a close, haven't you always lamented your lack of time to travel? This is the perfect opportunity for you to take a break and rejuvenate your spirit. Song Zhi smiled faintly and replied, You are indeed correct. Thank you for your concern on my behalf. Henceforth, I shall refrain from going to the company.
Xiaowan lowered her head and did not respond.
Song Zhi continued.
I shall take my leave now, farewell.
Without allowing Xiaowan a moment to respond, she resolutely turned and strode towards the hospital door.
Just as she was about to step out, Song Zhi abruptly halted, turning her head back to glance at Xiaowan once more. Her expression was remarkably serene as she softly uttered, I hope you shall not regret the decision you have made today.
At that moment, Xiaowan opened her mouth,
poised to speak, but before she could utter a word, Zhang's mother, unable to contain her fury, spat towards the door and exclaimed, Bah!
Get out of here! And don't come back!
With the year-end approaching, she had no intention of seeking employment until after the holidays.
Recalling her long-cherished plans to travel,
which had been indefinitely postponed, Song Zhi sprang from the soft embrace of the sofa and swiftly grabbed her phone from the coffee table.
Without hesitation,
she opened the ticketing app and decisively purchased a plane ticket to Fengcheng. Having secured her flight, Song Zhi hurried into her bedroom, packing her belongings with astonishing speed before dashing out the door, heading straight for the airport.
Upon her arrival,
she discovered that there remained a full 2 hours before the flight's departure. Song Zhi sat languidly in the waiting area, idly fiddling with her mobile phone,
attempting to pass the interminable time with various forms of entertainment.
At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated intensely, and a call from Fu Lu appeared on the screen. Song Zhi's heart raced to her throat as she hurriedly pressed the call button, stammering, Hello, Jiugu. On the other end of the line, Fu Lu's voice emerged,
laced with a languid yet magnetic tone, Have you eaten?
The plane ticket she had purchased included a meal, so she had initially planned to make do with that and forego dinner.
Come out, I will take you to dinner.
Fu Lu's words were succinct and clear. As Song Zhi was about to speak, an announcement echoed through the air, indicating that other flights were commencing their boarding process.
Fu Lv paused momentarily before gently continuing. Are you at the airport now?
For a brief instant, Song Zhi felt a wave of embarrassment, contemplating an excuse to end the call. When Fu Lv's voice reached her ears once more.
Is it time for boarding now? Song Zhiru replied candidly, Not yet, my flight is at 7, there's still 2 hours.
After speaking, she unconsciously glanced at her watch to confirm the time.
Why go so early?
You'll be dreadfully bored at the airport. Fu Lu's words carried a hint of playful reproach and unabashed affection. There's no rush, I'm still at the old residence.
Fu Lu sighed in resignation,
a trace of worry evident in her tone. She imagined Fu Lu enduring her family's incessant nagging and found it somewhat amusing.
Chapter 92, Recognizing Oneself. Isn't that so?
Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback, genuinely not expecting Fu Lu to admit it so readily. Just a moment ago, she had merely spoken thoughtlessly. Yet it turned out that Fu Lu was indeed being pressured into marriage.
Previously,
she had heard Zhou Yan mention that the Fu family had arranged several eligible young ladies for Fu Lu. If a match were successful,
would they not be hastening towards matrimony?
The thought of this suddenly constricted Song Zhi's heart, leaving her with a sense of suffocation, causing her breaths to become somewhat labored. After a brief silence, she finally managed to force a smile, stiffly remarking, "Well, that could be quite good, actually." Fu Lu huffed in annoyance, complaining, "What's so good about it? They're driving me nearly mad with their incessant urging." He then retorted, "What? Do you find yourself eager for marriage now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Fu Lu on the other end of the line seemed to realize the abruptness of his question, and an awkward silence ensued. Song Zhi stared in bewilderment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she inquired, "What?" Fu Lu let out a dismissive sound, speaking with irritation. "Then why did you previously express a desire to be urged into marriage?" Song Zhi scratched her head and then broke into a mischievous smile, explaining, "I merely wish to offer you some comfort. Besides, I understand the sentiments of your uncle and aunt. After all, you are not exactly young anymore. And they must be eager for grandchildren." As she spoke, Song Zhi abruptly halted, a cunning grin resurfacing on her face as she chuckled softly. Upon hearing her words, Fu Lu emitted a faint hum from his nasal cavity, the lingering tone unmistakably laden with a subtle threat. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhi felt a sudden tightening in her heart and hurriedly sought to amend her words. "Oh, I certainly did not mean to imply that you are old. I merely intended to express." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Fu Lu's voice, which drifted in with a leisurely tone, "You did not call me old, but do you resent that I am older than you?" Song Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Hastily shaking her head and waving her hands, fervently denying, No, I truly do not harbor any disdain for you, I swear on my conscience." With a playful yet earnest tone, Fu Lu threatened, "Should you dare to look down upon me, be wary of my retribution." Upon hearing this, Song Zhi could not help but click her tongue twice, curling her lips in disdain as she remarked, "Oh, so you are capable of domestic violence as well. Quite the secret you've managed to conceal." Upon hearing her words, Fu Lu's previously composed demeanor swiftly transformed into one of anxiety. He hastily began to clarify, "Who is being abusive?" Yet, as he spoke, he suddenly appeared to recall something, abruptly pausing mid-sentence. Then, in a tone laden with implication, he gradually articulated, "Song Zhi, are you suggesting that the nature of our current relationship resembles that of domestic violence?" When Song Zhi spoke these words, her tone involuntarily rose. The young lady seated beside her instinctively glanced up at her upon hearing. Song Zhi felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering her head as if to play the part of an ostrich. Upon hearing this, Fu Lu couldn't help but let out a soft, mocking chuckle, infused with a hint of playful sarcasm. "Indeed, I heard you quite clearly just now." Song Zhi retorted, "I did not say that." Fu Lu, aware that Song Zhi was about to embark on a futile argument, hastily interjected, "You just said it. So do not deny it." Song Zhi began to feign ignorance, asking, "What have I said?" Song Zhi was rendered crimson by his straightforward words, her heart racing uncontrollably. A touch of shyness enveloped her as she raised a hand to cover her mouth, cautiously whispering, "Ninth brother, I am currently at the airport." On the other end of the line came a simple and direct inquiry, and then? Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito. Fearful of being overheard. No sooner had she spoken than Fu Lu eagerly interjected, "Then I shall come to find you right away." Upon hearing these words, Song Zhi's heart tightened abruptly, and a sense of urgency enveloped her. She hastily exclaimed, "Please, Jogu. I am about to board the plane, even if you come. You will not be able to see me." A profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Yet Song Zhi could distinctly hear the weighty breaths of the man resonating through the receiver. Each inhalation felt like a heavy knock against her heart, amplifying her unease. She understood that Fu Lu might be upset. Indeed, her heart had stirred, and this fluttering emotion had intensified with the passage of time. Moreover, after years of wandering, she realized that her affection for Fu Lu remained deeply entrenched, that initial infatuation had never truly faded. However, they were no longer the innocent youths of yesteryears. Having endured the trials of time and the tribulations of life, perhaps this time, the conclusion of their tale would be different. Fu Lu emitted a non-committal sound, remaining silent. Clearly still irritated. Song Zhi smiled helplessly, exhaling a breath of frustration. And then made another earnest attempt to clarify, "I simply feel that discussing this matter over the phone seems rather inadequate. Therefore, I would prefer to wait until we meet in person to convey my thoughts directly."
Upon hearing this, Fu Lu fell silent for a moment before responding with a hint of skepticism. Is that truly the case?
It was evident that Song Zhi had lost his credibility in Fu Lu's eyes. Song Zhi promptly nodded vigorously, her eagerness evident as she exclaimed, "Of course it is true.
More genuine than pearls."
As soon as her words fell, Fu Lu unexpectedly let out a light chuckle, saying, "Ha, I shall trust you this once."
You are indeed correct. It is better to speak face to face.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt a slight sense of relief, and then softly murmured, "Well,
I shall hang up the phone now." Chapter 93, An Incident. What? Have you grown weary of our conversation so soon?
Fu Lv remarked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Song Zhi was taken aback by the question, and hurriedly shook her hands in denial, exclaiming, "No. Not at all, I certainly did not mean that. I merely feared of wasting your time, not yours."
Song Zhi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hesitated to speak. What about the studio? I heard from Chi that you have already resigned.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhi felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
Completely unprepared for Gu Lechi to have divulged this matter to Fu Lu. This revelation left her feeling somewhat guilty. Would Fu Lu perceive her as someone who speaks without action, ultimately achieving nothing? Deep down,
Song Zhi was reluctant for Fu Lu to see this less admirable side of her, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Fu Lu continued to offer words of comfort. Do not be too disheartened.
Upon reflection, this project is not truly suited for you. Hearing this, Song Zhi's expression shifted to one of surprise, and she quickly inquired, "Why do you say that?"
Fu Lu leisurely elaborated, "Your desire for entrepreneurship is genuine.
Yet your friend appears to be participating merely for amusement.
Your motivations diverge, and your objectives are not aligned. Such a disparity will inevitably lead to complications.
Thus, stepping away sooner rather than later may indeed be a prudent choice."
After absorbing these words, Song Zhi let out a deep sigh, lamenting, "Alas, Zhou Ge.
I currently feel utterly lost, unsure of what I can pursue next."
Fu Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, half amused, as he suggested,
"Why not join my company as my secretary, available around the clock?"
At this proposition, Song Zhi's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and without hesitation
she firmly rejected, "Absolutely not. That is out of the question."
Observing her vehement response, Fu Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting."
"Look at how flustered you are, you took it seriously."
Song Zhi let out a sigh of relief, her face adorned with a playful pout as she remarked,
"Your joke is hardly amusing, you know?"
"Humph. After the new year, I intend to seek a proper job at a reputable company. Let us put this matter aside."
Fu Lu nodded slightly, then inquired, "Do you have a general direction or goal in mind?" With heartfelt sincerity, Fu Lu advised, "Well,
perhaps you could take advantage of this free time to contemplate what truly piques your interest.
After all, only by engaging in work that you love can you cultivate genuine motivation and passion. Right now? You expect me to think about it at this very moment?"
Song Zhi finally let out a sigh of relief and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "I thought you wanted me to think of something right now.
But I can't come up with anything at the moment."
Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, their conversation flowing effortlessly and the atmosphere becoming relaxed and cheerful. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly until the announcement at the airport about the imminent boarding sounded, prompting Fu Lu to reluctantly end the call. Song Zhi gazed at the disconnected phone, realizing that the conversation had lasted over an hour. She had conversed with Fu Lv for more than an hour. Yet during their chat, she hadn't perceived the passage of time at all. Song Zhi felt an unbidden flush rise to her cheeks. Suddenly, her phone vibrated,
and a message from Fu Lv appeared on the screen.
Song Zhi held her phone, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Fengchang.
Song Zhi exited the airport and promptly hailed a taxi to her grandparents' residence.
While seated in the vehicle, she retrieved her phone to call her grandfather.
Yet the call went unanswered. Song Zhi could not help but feel puzzled.
In the past, every time she called the elderly couple, they would answer immediately.
Why was there no response this time?
More than 10 minutes later, as Song Zhi arrived at the entrance of the community, a taxi had just come to a halt when an ambulance pulled up behind it. As Song Zhi was making the payment, the taxi driver remarked,
There has been an incident in this neighborhood, an ambulance has already arrived. Song Zhi shook her head. After settling the payment, she lifted her gaze to glance at the ambulance before making her way directly towards the entrance of the building. To her surprise, the medical personnel who had disembarked from the ambulance were also heading to the same unit. The elderly couple resided in this aged community, characterized by 2 stairwells serving 4 households, with one of the elevators already out of order. Song Zhi quickly stepped aside to make way. In order to avoid disrupting the medical personnel by using the elevator, she chose to wait downstairs, intending to ascend after the medical staff had taken the patient away. Zhi Zhi, why are you just standing there like a wooden post? Suddenly, a frantic and loud voice called out from behind her. Instinctively, she looked up to see her neighbor, Aunt Zhang, rushing towards her with a face full of anxiety. Aunt Zhang, Song Zhi was about to explain a few words when she was abruptly interrupted by Aunt Zhang's frantic barrage of words. Oh dear, stop dawdling. Your grandfather has had an accident, and someone has already called 120 for an ambulance. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang grasped Song Zhi's arm and began to pull her towards the elevator. Upon hearing this shocking news, Song Zhi felt as if a bomb had detonated in her mind, leaving her thoughts in utter disarray. However, once she regained her composure, her face reflected disbelief. And her lips trembled as she stammered, Aunt Zhang, what did you just say? How could my grandfather? At that moment, her voice quivered noticeably, and her body involuntarily trembled, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. Witnessing her distress, Aunt Zhang felt a pang of concern. Yet the urgency of the situation left little room for comfort. Just then, the elevator doors slowly opened, and several medical personnel emerged, briskly pushing a stretcher. Song Zhi focused her gaze and, upon seeing the elderly man on the stretcher, her eyes instantly filled with tears. The old man lay there with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. Grandfather! Song Zhi cried out in alarm, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She yearned to rush forward and grasp her grandfather's hand, yet was swiftly restrained by the medical staff nearby. Chapter 94, I have someone I adore. Family members, please remain calm. We must urgently transport the patient to the hospital for rescue. Kindly accompany us, one of the medical personnel stated with a grave tone. Song Zhi nodded in a state of panic, her lips trembling as she asked, Where is my grandmother? As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Standing nearby, Sister Zhang quickly stepped in to offer comfort, saying, Little Zhi, do not worry. Please go with the medical staff, I will take care of your grandmother here. Rest assured. Song Zhi lifted her tear-filled eyes and gratefully glanced at Aunt Zhang, her voice trembling as she said, All right, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Without hesitation, she turned and staggered to follow the medical personnel into the ambulance. Minutes passed, and the ambulance sped along, finally arriving at the hospital. Her heart felt as though it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, each second laden with torment and anxiety. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the elderly woman's frantic cries, Zhi Zhi, where is your grandfather? What has happened to him? As Song Zhi turned her gaze, she beheld the elderly woman, supported by Aunt Zhang, laboriously making her way towards her with the aid of a cane. The ravages of time had rendered the already stooped back even more hunched, and the little old lady moved with a faltering gait, each step seemingly demanding immense effort. Despite her anxious demeanor, her advanced age rendered her movements undeniably sluggish and cumbersome. In just a few months of absence, Song Zhi suddenly realized that the elderly lady appeared significantly more aged than she remembered. The silver strands of hair shone glaringly in the sunlight, and the wrinkles on her face had deepened and multiplied, resembling a network of intricate ravines. Observing the elderly woman's anxious and helpless expression, Song Zhi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. With great effort to suppress her grief, she quickly approached the elderly woman, embracing her tightly. Grandma, the elderly lady grasped Song Zhi's somewhat chilly hand firmly, her face a canvas of unmistakable agitation, as she trembled and inquired, Zhi Zhi, please tell me, how is your grandfather faring now? Perhaps due to overwhelming tension and excitement. The elderly woman's lips quivered involuntarily as she struggled to articulate her words. Song Zhi spoke truthfully, Grandma, I'm still in the operating room. There's no need for you to come here at this late hour. Aunt Zhang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, Indeed, Zhi. I advised the old lady not to come. But she wouldn't listen. She insisted on coming to see for herself to feel at ease. At that moment, the elderly lady spoke once more. Her tone resolute yet laced with concern. I simply cannot rest easy, which is why I insisted on coming to take a look. Song Zhi understood that the elderly lady was in frail health due to her age. And any complications arising from this incident would render her incapable of providing a satisfactory explanation to the old gentleman. As the elderly lady departed, she cautioned Song Zhi to call her immediately should any matters arise. Once they had left, Song Zhi found herself alone, quietly seated in the desolate hospital corridor. The atmosphere was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of footsteps and the hushed conversations of nurses. Her gaze remained fixated on the closed door, from which the surgical light still gleamed, reflecting her profound anxiety and worry. At that moment, a faint vibration suddenly emanated from her pocket. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket and retrieved her phone, only to discover it was a call from Fu Lu. In her state of distress, she had forgotten about it amidst the turmoil. Song Zhi hurriedly answered the phone, her lips trembling as she softly uttered, "Hello." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Fu Lu's deep voice resonated from the device, "Have you arrived at Grandpa's house?" Although it was merely a simple question, Song Zhi felt an involuntary sting at the tip of her nose, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent, uncontrollable and abundant. She struggled to stifle her sobs, but her throat felt as if it were ensnared by an invisible hand, allowing only a choked whisper to escape, "Jiu Gu." Upon hearing the unusual tone in Song Zhi's voice, Fu Lu's heart was immediately gripped by a sense of unease and concern. He quickly pressed on, "What is wrong? Has something happened?" As Song Zhi wept softly, she recounted the events to Fu Lu in fragmented phrases, each word seemingly exhausting her entire being. "Ninth brother, I am truly terrified." Upon hearing her words, Fu Lu stood without hesitation, uttering into the phone, "Wait for me." He then ended the call and strode purposefully towards the door. In the living room, old Master Fu, noticing his son's hurried preparation to leave, furrowed his brows and called out, "Lao Jiu, where are you off to at this late hour?" While changing his shoes, Fu Lu replied, "There's something I need to attend to." The old man's expression hardened, and he scolded sternly, "That girl, Xiao Fu, has come all this way to find you. And you just leave without a second thought? Do you have no manners at all?" Fu Lu paused momentarily, straightening up with an impassive face, his deep-set eyes casting a cold glance at Zhou Fu, who sat composedly on the sofa. At that moment, Zhou Fu, catching his gaze, felt as if scalded. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "Uncle Fu, please don't blame ninth brother, perhaps he truly has urgent matters." However, the old man remained unyielding, snorting disdainfully, "Nonsense. You've always covered for him. If he could just ease my worries a bit, I wouldn't have to scold him." He then added, "Oh, and I forgot to mention, I already have someone I like, so please stop arranging blind dates for me." With that, he dashed out the door, leaving the family in stunned silence. Old Master Fu was the first to react, incredulous at the boy's audacity. Chapter 95, Reluctance to be alone with her. Fuya interjected, "Father, Lao Jiu said he has someone he likes." The old man huffed in displeasure, "Is he trying to fool me again with that excuse? If that rascal truly had a girlfriend, I wouldn't be so concerned." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered there were guests present and quickly donned a smile. Turning to Zhou Fu, "Little Zhou, please don't take your ninth brother's words to heart, he only said that to deceive me." Meanwhile, Fuya, who had remained silent, seemed to want to speak but hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain quiet. Upon hearing the old man's words, his previously mild expression turned grave, brows knitting tightly as he said, "Such a thing should not happen. This is utterly unacceptable." Zhou Fu nodded softly, replying, "My father is handling it. But I must go to the hospital to care for my brother. Uncle Fu, Sister Xia, I will take my leave now. I shall visit again when I have the chance. Goodbye." She then stood and made her way to the door. As Zhou Fu exited, she spotted Fu Lu's car slowly emerging from the garage. She hurriedly pursued it. Fu Lu stopped the car, rolled down the window, and glanced at her with indifference. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Fu slightly pursed her lips, a gentle smile gracing her face as she gazed at Fu Lu. "Ninth brother, could you please take me to the hospital? I wish to visit my brother." Having heard of Zhou Rong's situation, rumored to have suffered severe bullying at school and now hospitalized, Fu Lu would typically have agreed without a second thought. Yet, at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the sobbing child on the phone, leaving him indifferent. Zhou Fu's previously bright smile faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief at Fu Lu's outright rejection. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at him, her voice trembling. "Ninth brother, do you really dislike me so much?" Fu Lu found women's tears exceedingly bothersome. Seeing Zhou Fu on the brink of tears irritated him further. Nonetheless, for the sake of their families, he suppressed his annoyance and explained in a calm tone, "Do not overthink it, I do not mean to convey any dislike." At his words, Zhou Fu's face lit up with a radiant smile once more. She nodded enthusiastically, her voice sweet like a child receiving a cherished candy. "As long as ninth brother doesn't dislike me, that's all that matters." She then eagerly opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. Fu Lu observed her fastening her seatbelt with an air of bemusement. "Miss Zhou, you..." However, he was swiftly interrupted by Zhou Fu, who playfully chided, "Ninth brother, why do you keep calling me Miss Zhou? It sounds so distant." Her large, expressive eyes fixated on him. Fu Lu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Let Uncle Qin drive you to the hospital, I need to head to the airport." Zhou Fu seized upon his words, promptly inquiring, "What do you need to go to the airport for?" Fu Lu, unwilling to elaborate, simply pursed his lips in silence. Zhou Fu, perceiving his reticence, surmised it was merely an excuse to avoid being alone with her. She continued, "Actually, I already know. You must have someone you like. And our family's engagement was merely a notion of our parents, it doesn't hold any weight." Hearing this, Fu Lu was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected Zhou Fu to possess her own independent thoughts, unlike other young ladies from prominent families. This prompted him to regard her with newfound respect. Even his typically austere demeanor softened slightly, losing some of its previous chilliness. After a brief silence, Fu Lu broke the tension, gently asking, "I heard your brother is in the hospital. How is he? It can't be too serious, right?" Upon hearing Zhou Fu's response, Fu Lu merely acknowledged with a quiet, "Let us take you to the hospital then." He resumed driving, focused on the road, while Zhou Fu continued discussing her brother's situation. Such a person should really avoid causing trouble for others, perhaps he should just stick to a sewing machine for life. Zhou Fu's eyes gleamed at this notion. "Really? I can come to find you?" Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Fu Lu replied nonchalantly, "Why not? If it's something I can assist with." Zhou Fu beamed, her laughter ringing out, "Great. I'll come to you when I need help. But you mustn't find me bothersome." With that, she winked at Fu Lu. Though his expression remained impassive, Zhou Fu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Throughout her life, Fu Lu had always been this way. At the very least, she knew she held a unique place in his heart. Chapter 96, The reality of having a girlfriend. After all, they had grown up together since childhood, and one could say they were childhood sweethearts. Zhou Fu remained silent. Yet she occasionally stole glances at Fu El, who was intently focused on driving. For some unknown reason, she felt her cheeks begin to warm, gradually taking on a rosy hue. At that moment, her eyes inadvertently landed on a pink sticky note affixed to the dashboard. Zhou Fu blinked in surprise, pausing for half a second before pointing at the note and curiously asking, "Zhouge, I didn't expect you to enjoy this sort of thing. Isn't it a bit childish?" As she spoke, a teasing smile crept onto her lips. Fu El glanced at the cute sticker on the windshield without much interest. It had been stuck there by Song Zhi when she had sat in her car out of boredom, and he had forgotten to remove it when she got out. Previously, when Zhou Yan had been in the passenger seat, he had teased them about having a designated spot for a wife. Noticing Fu El's silence, Zhou Fu continued, "Let me peel it off for you, it looks too juvenile." With that, she reached out, making a move to remove the sticker. Suddenly, Fu El interjected, "No need." His gaze, however, remained glued to the sticker as if it were magnetically affixed, revealing a hint of confusion and reluctance in his expression. If her memory served her right, Fu El was a neat freak and detested such disorderly items. Yet, now he allowed them to remain in his car. Who had placed them there? Could it be that Fu El indeed had someone special in his life? With this thought lingering, Zhou Fu tentatively inquired, "Zhou Good, did your girlfriend put that up?"
Upon hearing her question, Fu El was momentarily taken aback, followed by a faint smile gracing his lips. The words spoken by Song Zhi at the airport flashed through his mind.
A girlfriend? It should be soon. He believed that Song Zhi had feelings for him.
What she said was undoubtedly a confirmation of their relationship. Composed, Fu El replied, "Yes, it was your sister-in-law who put it up." At this revelation, Zhou Fu's body tensed,
her face reflecting disbelief.
Until that moment, when Fu El had mentioned having someone he liked, she had held onto a shred of hope, thinking it was merely casual banter. Yet, the truth lay before her, undeniable. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to maintain her composure, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "So, you really have a girlfriend?" As she spoke, she turned her gaze firmly towards Fu El, hoping for a denial. Fu El glanced at her, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile as he retorted,
"Do I seem like someone who would lie?"
His simple statement struck Zhou Fu like a hammer, her heart sinking,
suppressing her inner disappointment and anguish. Zhou Fu forced a smile and suggested, "When will you introduce her to us over dinner? It would be nice to formally meet her."
Despite the turmoil brewing within her, she endeavored to appear nonchalant.
With that, Fu El focused solely on driving, no longer sparing her a glance.
Zhou Fu sat frozen in her seat, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. The smile on her lips appeared painfully stiff as she remarked, "Zhou Good, you're truly full of surprises.
Keeping such a treasure hidden away."
He had no intention of concealing his relationship with Song Zhi, it was merely that their connection had yet to solidify. And he did not wish to pressure her unduly. Zhou Fu bit her lip, falling silent, her gaze fixed on the array of adorable stickers on the windshield. Filled with suspicion, she prepared to voice her inquiries when Fu El preempted her, saying, "You can get off here, I want to drive you further."
Zhou Fu, taken aback,
could hardly believe her ears.
"Zhou Good, you want me to get off here?" Although the hospital was not far,
reaching it required crossing a traffic light and a 10-minute walk.
Fu El nodded, "If I turn around, it will take longer. I have something urgent to attend to. And I don't want to waste time."
"Just walk over, it won't take long."
Given Fu El's insistence, Zhou Fu, despite her reluctance,
had no choice but to reluctantly exit the vehicle. Just as she slammed the door shut, without a word of farewell or a complaint, Fu El pressed on the accelerator. The car speeding away, vanishing into the flow of traffic. Watching the car disappear, Zhou Fu stamped her foot in anger, muttering curses under her breath.